Chapter 1. The year 1489 of the Oceanic Era. In the Great Maritime Academy, within the dormitory of the cadets. Have I crossed over? Or am I in the world of One Piece? A youthful boy, around 14 or 15 years of age, clad in a sailor's uniform and exceedingly frail, stood dazed by the window, gazing vacantly at the boundless sea. The boy's name was Yi Chun, a new recruit in the Navy and a first-year student of the legendary Black Arm Zephyr. He was an orphan who had survived the brutal plundering and slaughter of his village by numerous pirates 3 years prior in a bid for self-preservation. He fortuitously joined the Navy. Initially, he believed that enlisting in the Navy would afford him a life free from want and the utmost protection. Yet, regrettably, the Navy was not as he had envisioned. Joining entailed enduring, inhumane, high-intensity training daily, necessitating effort to survive in every aspect. During one training session, Instructor Zephyr proposed a combat match. In that encounter, he was swiftly knocked to the ground by a fellow cadet, subsequently losing consciousness and being carried back to his dormitory. Only moments ago, upon opening his eyes once more, he realized his body had transformed into that of the earthly Yi Chun. However, having arrived, he chose to adapt upon discerning the nature of this new world he had traversed into. Yi Chun ultimately came to terms with it. The world of One Piece is not an easy place to navigate, he thought, a flicker of concern lingering in his mind. In the realm of One Piece, danger lurked at every corner, with extraordinary beings and monstrous entities roaming freely. Numerous formidable individuals could effortlessly alter landscapes, ascend to the heavens, or dive into the abyss, with a single strike capable of reducing flesh to mere bones. In such a world, as an ordinary naval soldier, he would merely be a transient pawn, offering himself up as a target. Ding! At that moment, a crisp voice unexpectedly echoed within Yi Chun's mind. System fusion in progress. System fusion complete. Super Divine Decomposition System fusion in progress. Super Divine Decomposition System fusion complete. Congratulations, host. You have activated the Super Divine Decomposition System. Has the Golden Finger arrived? Upon hearing this voice, Yi Chun couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, grateful for the perks of being a transmigrator. This system, known as the Super Divine Decomposition System, had a primary function. As long as he, the host, encountered inanimate objects and commanded them to decompose in his mind, he could break them down. From the various items decomposed, he could randomly acquire skills. Given that the world was composed of matter, the potential to decompose anything and everything suggested he could indeed break down myriad objects. After examining this decomposition system, he realized it was undeniably an extraordinary boon. Of course, the true practicality would only be revealed through application. Simply decomposing objects to acquire skills. What should I decompose first? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chun's excitement surged as he turned his gaze toward a tattered piece of clothing. Rather than merely theorizing, action was preferable. 100 theories could not compare to a single practice. He placed his hand upon his Navy sailor uniform, silently commanding for it to decompose. Ding! Detecting contact with a decomposable substance, would you like to proceed with decomposition? At the instant Yi Chun touched the sailor's attire, a sound that only he could hear emerged a voice from the system. Yes. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun felt reassured and swiftly issued the command. No sooner had he spoken than a warmth enveloped his left hand, and that sailor uniform transformed into a cloud of powder scattered by the wind. Ding! Decomposed the Navy uniform, acquired the 6 styles of the Navy. Would you like to fuse? The system's voice followed suit. Fuse! As soon as the command was given, an overwhelming surge of unparalleled energy flooded into Yi Chun's body. He felt an exhilarating power rising from deep within, and as he clenched his fists, he sensed an abundance of strength coursing through him. The system directly imparted all techniques of the 6 styles of the Navy and the resilience honed through countless repetitions, bestowing upon him the capabilities of the 6 styles in mere moments. Regaining his composure, Yi Chun surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was alone. Youthful fervor often leads to impulsivity, and he couldn't resist testing the 6 styles, specifically the shave technique. Bang! With a powerful push against the ground, a rush of air erupted beneath his feet, akin to a rocket engine, igniting. Yi Chun propelled himself 10 meters in an instant. Remarkable. I managed to acquire the impressive 6 styles of the Navy from just one decomposed sailor uniform. This is indeed extraordinary. After experiencing this newfound ability, he felt a profound transformation within himself. He had mastered the shave technique of the 6 styles. At that moment, he felt invigorated, his eyes gleaming with determination. Decompose, continue to decompose. With excitement bubbling within him, he began to examine other objects around him. Although possessing the 6 styles would allow him to secure a modest position within the Naval Academy and the broader Navy, in this realm rife with powerful adversaries, relying solely on the 6 styles would undoubtedly be insufficient. Yi Chun then grasped the Navy soldier's saber beside him, extending his hand once more to silently command for decomposition. Ding! Decomposing a long sword acquired basic swordsmanship. Would you like to fuse? The moment Yi Chun's hand made contact with the sword, he felt a sudden warmth in his left hand, and the long sword disintegrated into a cloud of powder. Swordsmanship? Excellent. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun's face lit up with satisfaction. Just moments ago, he had found the original swordsmanship lacking now. He had decomposed it into a skill this system was undeniably impressive. Without further hesitation, he commanded for fusion. Ding! Fusion successful. In the next instant, waves of swordsmanship techniques surged through his memory like a torrent. Gradually, he opened his eyes, feeling a solid foundation and mastery of sword techniques infused into every fiber of his being, even sharpening his gaze. Ha! Splendid. The ease of acquiring skills through decomposition is exhilarating. What would happen if I decomposed a few more items? The tremendous enhancement in his swordsmanship left Yi Chun in a state of blissful anticipation. Though basic swordsmanship was merely an entry-level skill, the system had provided him with an exceptionally solid foundation, surpassing that of most new recruits in the Navy. If the foundation of basic swordsmanship were lacking, aspiring to become a swordsman would be immensely challenging, especially considering he had only decomposed a single longsword thus far. What if he were to decompose several more, or even thousands? That would certainly be extraordinary. Let's test the power of this swordsmanship, Yi Chun mused, eager to experiment. Yet he found himself without a sword. Ding! More astonishingly, just as he contemplated seeking another sword to decompose, the system's voice resonated once more. Congratulations, host. Ant Corp's detected decomposition skill triggered. Would you like to proceed with decomposition? Skill acquisition unknown. Ant Corp's? Yi Chun paused, then looked at his palm. Realizing he had inadvertently squashed an ant, he was astonished that this could also trigger decomposition. Such a decomposition system would be most welcome in abundance. Haha, splendid. Decompose. Decompose. Yi Chun rejoiced, suspecting this was the benefit of being a newcomer, which heightened his chances of skill acquisition. Beginning decomposition of Ant Corp's decomposition in progress decomposition. Complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired ant abilities. An ant can lift over 400 times its own weight and transport objects exceeding 1,700 times its own weight. The abilities are categorized as basic, intermediate, advanced, and perfect. Upon fusing with the ant skill, you gain the ability to lift 400 times your own weight. This ability can be further enhanced through the decomposition of more ants. Would you like to proceed with fusion now? The system's voice continued to relay information. Fuse naturally. Any enhancement to his strength required no further deliberation. Yi Chun promptly replied. Buzz. A resonating vibration echoed within his mind, and Yi Chun soon sensed he had acquired a new ability, feeling a sudden warmth in his arm. His intuition suggested he could now uproot a large tree with a single hand. Have I become a strong man? Yi Chun felt elated, understanding that in this world, strength was paramount. Possessing power was the path to dominance. Now equipped with several formidable skills, albeit only in their initial stages, he already possessed the strength equivalent to that of a lieutenant colonel within the Navy. Decompose. Gaining more skills will only enhance my capabilities. Currently, He had only decomposed a single skill according to the system's explanation. He could enhance skills by decomposing similar items before reaching the skill's maximum level. However, all he had decomposed were his own belongings, the sword, and clothing inherent to each cadet wear. Could he find more? Yet, ants were plentiful. Then let's focus on acquiring more ant skills. Yi-Chen resolved, setting forth toward the anthill. Gurgle, gurgle. Unfortunately, at that moment, an embarrassing sound suddenly emanated from his stomach. Hungry. At the sound of this exclamation, Yi-Chen's face twitched slightly. It dawned on him that he had not consumed anything for an entire day. Even the act of decomposition required energy, and it appeared that he had expended quite a considerable amount. In his recollection, it seemed that the trainees were finishing their training just in time for the meal, providing an opportune moment to visit the dining hall and satiate his hunger before returning to decompose. Upon arriving at the dining hall, he observed a sparse group of trainees clad in Navy sailor uniforms entering and exiting. As Yi-Chen stepped inside, he overheard a multitude of conversations buzzing around him. Monster? Upon discerning the topic of their chatter, he couldn't help but be taken aback. He lifted his gaze and soon spotted a young man approaching, donned in a hooded sweatshirt and a navy cap. This individual, wielding a long blade and exhibiting a confident posture that showcased his well-defined muscles, possessed a piercing gaze. This was none other than Sakazuki, revered as one of the two monsters among the new recruits of the Navy. Boom, 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 wow, wow, wow. Accompanying Sakazuki was a thunderous sound of running footsteps, reverberating from the group they were observing, accompanied by a cacophony of loud weeping. The noise was immense, far exceeding what one would expect from an ordinary person. Sorrow? The sound of the crying struck Yi-Chen as somewhat familiar, prompting him to turn in the direction of the noise, where he beheld a massive figure materializing before them. It was a giant, his roommate, Jaguar D. Sorrow. Sorrow was sprinting towards him in tears, with a dark bruise forming at the corner of his eye. Seeing this, Yi-Chen approached and inquired, Sorrow, what has happened? For reasons unknown, upon seeing Yi-Chen, Sorrow burst into tears, expressing his grievances. It's that monster Sakazuki. He said everyone in Class D is worthless, unfit to be a part of the Navy. I couldn't stand it and wanted to confront him, but I was defeated. Sakazuki? Yi-Chen stepped forward, turning to face Sakazuki with a grave expression. In Yi-Chen's memory, Sorrow, as a giant, was no weakling. He was merely gentle and not particularly astute. In fact, his combat prowess ranked among the top 5 in this cohort during assessments. His placement in Class D was solely due to failing an intelligence test, and the fact that Sakazuki could best him indicated that Sakazuki's strength was indeed formidable. Coincidentally, Sakazuki was the very individual who had previously knocked out the former owner of this body during a confrontation. How curious. Sakazuki, have you managed to provoke that bunch from Class D? A youth from Class S, sporting black curly hair and a beard, donned in sunglasses and slightly taller than Sakazuki, wore a smug grin as he lazily remarked. Sakazuki, still toying with the long blade in his hand, glanced at the members of Class D and disdainfully replied, They are merely talentless commoners in my opinion. The Navy has no need for such weaklings. Who are you calling weak? In response to Sakazuki's derisive comment, Yi-Chen replied coolly. After all, he was currently a member of Class D. Moreover, he held a prior grievance with this individual. Well, isn't this the fellow who was just knocked out by Sakazuki? Waking up so soon. Among the many Class S trainees, the curly-haired youth cast a glance at Yi-Chen, his eyes twinkling mischievously as he smirked at Sakazuki. It seems your punch wasn't heavy enough. Woken up? Upon hearing this, Sakazuki turned to face Yi-Chen, appearing somewhat surprised. It was worth noting that his intention with that punch had been to eliminate irrelevant individuals from the Navy. He hadn't anticipated that Yi-Chen would regain consciousness. Thus, he raised the sword once more and, stepping forward, grinned menacingly. Yi-Chen, you truly possess remarkable luck to still be standing after that, however. Next time, you won't be so fortunate I shall render you limbless. Is it really appropriate to threaten me so openly? Yi-Chen replied with a faint smile, gradually advancing towards Sakazuki, his muscles taut with anticipation as he spoke. Yet, coincidentally, I'm also in search of someone to test my skills against. Test your skills? Sakazuki suddenly chuckled. How intriguing. Removing his hooded sweatshirt, he fixed his gaze upon Yi-chan. His demeanor transformed as he declared, "However, I intend to cripple you. That depends on whether you possess the capability to do so." With a flick of his fingers, Yi-chan, having recently decomposed the Navy's 6 styles and basic swordsmanship, was eager for a challenge. Seeking death. At this, Sakazuki planted his foot firmly and launched himself forward like a rocket. In motion, he drew a long sword, its blade elongated and its hilt adorned with intricate patterns, and embodying the fury of a dragon. He struck fiercely at Yi-chan. Empty practice leads to misguided paths. True understanding arises from real combat. At this moment, Yi-chan profoundly felt the truth of his situation. Despite the surge of power coursing through him, an emptiness lingered within, leaving him devoid of confidence. Confronted with the ferocious strike of a sword, he instinctively raised his hands to defend himself. Indeed, he chose to meet it barehanded, aware of the peril. He disregarded the potential consequences and responded according to his understanding. What a misfortune! Was he truly not going to evade this blade? Did he wish to sacrifice a limb for survival? Surely, he could not be so foolish. A single strike could lead to his demise. Losing a limb to escape was perhaps his best option. Evidently, he had not yet exhausted his foolishness. Witnessing this scene, a chorus of derisive jeers erupted from the onlookers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful disassembly. Swordsmanship 10. At that moment, while the crowd speculated, Yu-chen's hand made contact with Sakazuki's sword. Almost instantaneously. He felt a surge of warmth in his hand. Boom. In an instant, the sword disintegrated into a cloud of powder, scattering through the air. What just transpired? Where did Sakazuki's sword go? This bizarre occurrence left the spectators utterly dumbfounded. Surely, I must be mistaken. The majority of the observing students could hardly believe their eyes, rubbing them in disbelief. Some students even speculated that Yi-chan had employed some form of illusion or had tampered with Sakazuki's sword. Meanwhile, standing at a distance was a burly middle-aged man with striking purple hair, older than the students around him. This man was none other than the renowned Admiral Zifa, the highest combat authority of the former world government's navy. Having navigated the seas for many years, he was taken aback by the spectacle before him. Though he quickly regained his composure, a smile crept onto his lips as he remarked, "This new student is quite intriguing." Although Zifa was known for his non-lethal approach and gentle demeanor, he maintained stringent expectations for his trainees. In battle, victory was all that mattered. He cared not for the means employed, for were they not to face even more ruthless and unscrupulous pirates in the future? Winning was the ultimate principle. On the other hand, Sakazuki stood bewildered, grappling with the bewildering reality that his once formidable sword had vanished. Enraged, he clenched his fists and pointed at Yi-chan, shouting, "Yi-chan, what have you done with my sword? This sword is well known. It is the divine blade awarded by Zephyr to Sakazuki upon his return from a supplementary mission. It is said to be the masterpiece of a renowned blacksmith who once forged several supreme greatswords. How could it possibly shatter with just a mere touch from Yi-chan? What kind of sword is this? Is your sword not formidable? How could it be obliterated by the mere tip of my finger? Surely, your sword is of inferior craftsmanship." Yi-chan raised his hands and feigned innocence. In truth, he silently scoffed. What does it matter if he is a master swordsmith? Upon disassembly, the swordsmanship only yielded a mere 10. A disappointing review. According to the system's description, beginning with the second sword disassembled, the integrated swordsmanship would possess an experience bar. After this instance of 10 experience, his swordsmanship level ascended to LV2. The transition from LV1 to LV2 indicated that his swordsmanship remained at the initial stage, marking him as a swordsman capable of cleaving iron. It also signified the nascent understanding of the essence of the sword path, though merely at the threshold. With Sakazuki's sword now dismantled, this victory belonged to him. However, he was acutely aware that, given Sakazuki's temperament, he would not easily let this slide. Indeed, Sakazuki, with gritted teeth, glared at him as though he were about to devour him whole. Clenching his fists, the bones cracked audibly. With a furious roar, he declared, "Yi-chan, I shall utterly ruin you." Although this sword is not his ultimate weapon, it holds significant sentimental value as it was awarded to him by Zephyr after he delivered a resounding blow to the pirates during his inaugural mission of justice. Furthermore, he has yet to suffer defeat at the hands of that student, so he would not easily allow Yi-chan to escape unscathed after this humiliation. It appears that the monster has truly been provoked this time. Upon hearing Sakazuki's fierce words, the surrounding students were momentarily stunned. They could not help but feel a chill run down their spines at the sight of Sakazuki's wrath. In their eyes, Sakazuki is indeed a formidable force among the new recruits. Yi-chan from Class D appears to be on the verge of ruin. Here, none of the fellow students have managed to surpass him. However, despite the daunting circumstances, there is no trace of fear upon Yi-chan's visage. Instead, a hint of playful amusement curves his lips, and with a mocking glint in his eyes, he addresses Sakazuki with a smile. "You think I'm finished? If you continue this way, you shall surely face defeat. Do you understand?" Sakazuki, momentarily taken aback, soon erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Are you trying to amuse me? Come on, I look forward to witnessing just how you intend to lose. The other students regarded Yi Chun with peculiar expressions. Although they were astounded by the earlier spectacle of Yi Chun dismantling Sakaski's long blade, none believed he could possibly be a match for Sakaski. It was imperative to remember that during their simultaneous assessment, they had witnessed Sakaski effortlessly shatter a large boulder with his bare hands, and he was, after all, a wielder of a devil fruit power. Such formidable strength could scarcely be vanquished. Suddenly, amidst the clear sky, a fleeting shadow appeared to dance before the gazes of the onlookers. In an instant, Yi Chun moved with a swiftness that defied the senses, encircling the laughing Sakazuki. In that moment, Sakazuki seemed to be frozen in place, his laughter abruptly halted. Remarkably, he was unharmed, yet his attire had disintegrated, leaving him exposed to the world. A vivid display of spring's essence. As Sakazuki's garments fell apart, a cold, mechanical voice resonated within Yi Chun's mind. Ding. Navy uniform disassembled. Navy 6 styles experience 1. This moment signified that his mastery of the Navy's 6th technique had advanced a step further. In an instant, Sakazuki felt a chilling gust of sea breeze wash over him, causing his dark visage to flush a deep crimson. With a sudden bend at the knees, he collapsed to the ground, desperately attempting to cover himself with his hands. His eyes were filled with a mix of shame and fury, glaring at Yi Chun with an intensity that seemed to yearn for the obliteration of his adversary. Yet, at this moment, he found himself in a most embarrassing predicament. What had transpired? The entire Marine training ground fell into a profound silence. As they comprehended the somewhat inappropriate state of Sakazuki, the onlookers turned their astonished gazes back to Yi Chun. No one had anticipated that Yi Chun's earlier declaration of utter defeat would manifest in such a manner. Moreover, what was the nature of Yi Chun's astonishing speed? Was that the technique known as shave? In contrast to the others, the distant figure of Black Arm Zephyr remained transfixed in astonishment as he regarded Yi Chun. A tempest surged within him. Yi Chun had indeed mastered the shave, a technique reserved for those of admiral rank in the Navy. Does this not imply that among the students I have mentored, another prodigy has emerged? If he has already mastered the Navy's 6 forms so soon after enrollment, with a bit more rigorous training, he could astonish Sengoku, Karp, and perhaps even the entire Marine headquarters. After a brief moment, Zephyr regained his composure. Gazing at the disheveled Sakazuki, someone, provide Sakazuki with a garment to cover himself, escort him home, and everyone else may disperse, Zephyr remarked, shaking his head and furrowing his brow. Is that really you, Teacher Zephyr? The curly-haired youth, surprised by Zephyr's sudden appearance, inquired. Borsellino, am I not entitled to be here? Zephyr retorted with a scoff. Upon hearing Zephyr's cold response, Borsellino, displaying his cleverness, promptly approached and left with Sakazuki. As Zephyr watched Borsellino and Sakazuki depart, he turned his attention to Yi Chun, who was preparing to leave. Yi Chun, please stay for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Teacher Zephyr, what is it that you need? Yi Chun, steadying himself, turned to Zephyr with curiosity. Despite standing before the formidable Admiral Zephyr, known as the Black Arm, Yi Chun maintained a calm demeanor, perhaps bolstered by his confidence in the system. Strangely, Zephyr did not reprimand him for disregarding the rules by striking Sakazuki. Instead, his gaze was filled with admiration, as though he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. With a hearty stride, Zephyr clapped Yi Chun on the shoulder, exclaiming, Yi Chun, that technique you used to defeat Sakazuki was indeed the Navy's 6 forms, shave, was it not? I am astonished that you have mastered it so quickly after only a few days at the Naval Academy. You are undoubtedly the most talented student I have encountered. Oh, Teacher Zephyr, you are mistaken. I have not truly learned shave. I merely run faster than others, Yi Chun replied, scratching his nose and clearing his throat. Just running faster? Zephyr was taken aback. Indeed. With Zephyr appearing skeptical, Yi Chun continued, I am aware of my limitations, so while others might grasp concepts in a day, I dedicate a month or even a year to mastering them. Thus, it is only natural that I would run faster due to my diligence in training. He refrained from disclosing that his speed was derived from his ability to deconstruct matter, knowing that such a claim would be hard to believe. In truth, as Yi Chun executed the shave, he noticed it differed somewhat from the traditional technique of the Navy's 6 forms. His version seemed to be an altered form. Typically, shave requires rapid steps in place, but his variant allowed for a few steps or even immediate sprinting if he concentrated. This reasoning was quite plausible, Yi Chun mused. As for Zephyr's version of shave, it would be prudent to observe him perform it first, to discern any discrepancies from the original. Thus, Yi Chun ventured, Teacher Zephyr, might you demonstrate the Navy's 6 forms for me? I wish to learn. You wish to learn? Upon hearing Yi Chun's eager inquiry, Zephyr felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, beaming with joy at Yi Chun's enthusiasm. He found it hard to believe Yi Chun's claim of learning through sheer effort. After all, Sakazuki was among the top 3 prodigies of this cohort. His reputation as a monster was not casually assigned by his peers. Yet, Yi Chun had managed to defeat this formidable adversary with apparent ease. This alone indicated to Zephyr that Yi Chun was purposefully concealing his true potential, which was, in essence, extraordinary talent. He is willing to teach Yi Chun the private technique. However, the 6 styles of the Navy represent a martial art that transcends the limits of human physical capabilities, which leaves him somewhat apprehensive that this prodigy may struggle. Thus, he remarked, "Good lad. I recognize your eagerness to learn, but the Navy 6 styles cannot be mastered in a fleeting moment. The journey is indeed arduous. Rest assured. Teacher ZFA, I merely wish to ascertain whether I possess the aptitude for this discipline. If I find myself unable to practice it effectively upon my return, I shall repeat the exercises hundreds of times. I am confident that I shall eventually master it," Yichin replied with a smile directed at ZFA. In the world of One Piece, aside from the 3 primary combat methods of devil fruits, haki, and technology, there exists another potent combat style that holds immense power in its early stages, the Navy's 6 styles. He is well aware of the strenuous nature of mastering the 6 styles. Currently, he merely wishes to discern the differences between Black Arm ZFA's Soru and his own altered version. Notably, he has already acquired the fundamentals of the Navy's 6 styles. Very well. I shall demonstrate it for you now, so pay close attention. Given the rare opportunity to encounter such a talented and eager student, ZFA certainly would not let it slip away. This marks his inaugural endeavor in mentoring newcomers since relinquishing his position as a naval admiral, naturally prompting him to select and cultivate his most esteemed pupil. He has now discerned that Yichin is indeed his most cherished student. With measured steps, Zifa took 2 strides, his expression growing solemn, emanating an aura of an otherworldly sage. He addressed Yichin, "Watch closely. I am about to commence." Typically, the technique known as Soru involves executing 10 rapid footfalls upon the ground within a span of 0.6 seconds, utilizing the resultant reaction force to generate explosive speed, enabling instantaneous movement. At this moment, Zifa's mastery of the technique had reached a level of remarkable purity, allowing him to achieve it in just 0.4 seconds, however. In order to prevent Yichin from feeling overwhelmed or astonished, he deliberately reduced his speed to 0.8 seconds. With a swift motion of his right foot, he propelled himself downward, and in an instant, he moved like a bolt of lightning, appearing several dozen meters away. This is the Navy 6 style shave. At the very moment he executed the shave, his foot, glowing with a cerulean light, struck forth like a roaring tiger. Bang! His foot collided forcefully with a massive boulder, shattering it into fragments in an instant. Moments later, Zephyr swiftly demonstrated the Navy 6 styles, exhaling a breath of stale air, and with a smile, addressed Yichin, proclaiming, "As the name suggests, the Navy 6 styles comprises 6 techniques. I have shown you 2 of them. I do not expect you to master all 6 before graduation. If you can grasp the shave and the gale foot, I will be thoroughly satisfied." Yichin nodded slightly, responding with a quiet acknowledgement. He perceived that Zephyr's execution of the shave was indeed different from his own. It felt correct, albeit slightly slower. After reflecting on it, Yichin believed he understood and began to stomp vigorously on the ground several times. However, Zephyr, observing his attempts, shook his head in disappointment. "Indeed, it seems a bit clumsy. Effort alone does not guarantee success. One must direct their efforts wisely. I have yet to witness anyone learn it perfectly on the first try. Even a genius requires some understanding." With a wave of his hand and a hearty laugh, he continued, "Ah, young lad, though you are diligent, the shave cannot be practiced in such a manner. Come, let me teach you the proper techniques. With skill, you will surely master it at the swiftest pace." The Navy 6 styles is a skill reserved for those at the level of school commanders, and Zephyr held no expectations that Yichin would instantly learn from his demonstration. However, just as he finished speaking, he noticed Yichin had suddenly vanished, only to be replaced by an afterimage moving faster than his own demonstration of the shave. The authentic and solid steps of the shave, executed at a frequency of numerous stomps within 0.6 seconds at this moment. Both his legs and arms had grown significantly stronger, and he felt that his strength could rival that of Zephyr. Remarkable, indeed. Yichin was truly too modest. This was not merely the result of diligence, but rather, it was the mark of a prodigy. Zephyr, observing Yichin's pause, could hardly contain his excitement. However, upon reflection, he recalled that Yichin had already demonstrated a similar technique during their previous contest, indicating that he had grasped the fundamentals of the technique. What surprised him was that Yichin had managed to learn it after just one demonstration. "Come, Yichin, pay close attention. I shall now teach you the raging foot from the 6 styles. Once you have mastered this second technique, I will proceed to instruct you in the third," Zephyr declared, with shave already learned. He gestured for Yichin to prepare for another demonstration. "Teacher Zephyr, there is no need for that. I believe I have already mastered it," Yichin replied, scratching his nose. "What did you say? You've mastered raging foot?" Zephyr's eyes widened in disbelief. He had taken an entire year to learn this technique, and he had been considered above average among his peers at that time. The fact that Yichin claimed to have learned it after merely watching him was astounding. "Teacher Zephyr, what I mean is, I have comprehended the entirety of the Navy 6 styles." Yichin shrugged indifferently. "The entire set?" Zephyr rubbed his face and took a deep breath, attempting to calm his excitement. You must demonstrate it for me." Without having witnessed Yichin's mastery of the 6 styles firsthand, Zephyr found it difficult to believe that Yichin could learn them after just one demonstration. "Very well." Yichin wasted no time, swiftly moving his right foot. In an instant, he executed the first move of the Navy's 6 styles, propelling himself forward and vanishing from sight. Reappearing several dozen meters away, He then proceeded to perform the second technique, moonwalk. This technique was a variation of shave, allowing one to alter their trajectory in midair by stepping on the air just before descending during a jump. It could be said that mastering shave naturally led to mastery of moonwalk. He could feel that learning the Navy's 6 styles had considerably enhanced both his strength and agility. It was no wonder that some soldiers, having learned just one of the 6 styles, could attain the rank of lieutenant or captain. As Yichen practiced with increasing ease, Zephyr grew more and more exhilarated, murmuring to himself, a true genius, an unparalleled genius. It seems I can finally prove those two, Karp and Sengoku, wrong. Zephyr had joined the Navy alongside Sengoku, Karp, and Tsuru, and they often teased one another. When Zephyr took a step back to become a mentor, Sengoku and Karp had claimed he could not nurture any promising talent. Little did they know he would discover such a remarkable surprise in Yichen. With the right guidance, Yichen would undoubtedly surpass both Sengoku and Karp in the future. In less than half an hour, after demonstrating the entire set of the Navy's 6 styles, Yichen's eyes gleamed with realization. He had indeed mastered the techniques. Zephyr was utterly astounded, initially believing Yichen could only perform shave. However, witnessing Yichen flawlessly execute the complete set of the 6 styles, surpassing the capabilities of many lieutenant-level soldiers, left him speechless. It was worth noting that he had only learned the 6 styles at the age of 28, while the young Yichen before him was merely 14 or 15. Teacher Zephyr, did I make any mistakes with my execution of the 6 styles? Yichen inquired, noticing Zephyr's dazed expression. No, your execution is impeccable. Zephyr snapped back to reality, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. With a bit more practice, you will likely reach the level of a Navy colonel with your mastery of the 6 styles. All right, Teacher Zephyr, I shall continue to practice a few more times. Yichen nodded, determined. He could feel the true potential of the Navy's 6 styles to enhance his strength, as Zephyr indicated. He was already at the level of a colonel, and further refinement could elevate him to the rank of a captain. With that, he took his stance once more. Ready to begin. Haha. Indeed, a diligent young man. Zephyr was quite pleased that Yichen had already achieved such prowess before even graduating. The Navy's ranks, from highest to lowest, included Fleet Admiral, Admiral, Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral, Commodore, Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel, Major, Captain, Lieutenant, Ensign, Warrant Officer, Sergeant First Class, Sergeant, Corporal, Private First Class, Private Second Class, Private Third Class, recruits, and finally, the recruits who had not yet graduated. Yichen's strength was indisputable, from Zephyr's observations. His mastery of the 6 styles could rival that of a Navy colonel, lacking only practical experience. He hoped for a commendable performance during the upcoming practical assessment in a few days. Just then, as Yichen prepared to take a step, he awkwardly realized he had gone an entire day without eating. Haha, you haven't eaten yet, have you? The sound was also heard by Zifa, who pondered for a moment before addressing Yichen, stating, the dining hall has already closed. Upon hearing this, Yichen furrowed his brow and replied, it seems I will have to endure some hunger tonight. Come to my home. I shall prepare you a sumptuous meal, Zifa said with a smile. Not long ago, all of Zifa's family had been slain by pirates, leaving him alone in his household, which made the prospect of companionship over a meal quite appealing. To your home? Yichen was taken aback by the invitation. He had never heard of Zifa inviting a student to his residence, nor was anyone aware of Zifa's actual living quarters, as he resided in the military camp. Yes, I will take you there so you can familiarize yourself with my abode, Zifa continued, nodding slightly and leading the way with an air of authority that left no room for refusal. Zifa-sensei, please wait a moment. I need to retrieve your broken sword and clothing first. Yichen, having considered this, spoke to Zifa. He was on the lookout for a sword and naval attire, which were remnants from Zifa's earlier demonstration of the 6 styles of the Navy, now deemed unnecessary. These items could be disassembled to enhance his skills. Disassembling the clothing and sword would effectively increase his mastery of both the 6 styles and swordsmanship, thus upgrading his capabilities. Naturally, he would not overlook the ants scattered on the ground. Broken clothing and sword? Zifa paused, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he looked at Yichen. Haha. I never expected your character to be so noble. I must learn from you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yichen activated the 6 styles once more, swiftly maneuvering across the ground. Zifa watched with admiration as Yichen demonstrated the 6 styles again. He had presumed that such a talent would become complacent after discovering their gift, but it appeared he was mistaken. Yichen was a rare breed of genius, both gifted and diligent. In a matter of minutes, Yichen had nearly eradicated the ants, feeling satisfied as he followed Zifa to his home for a hearty meal. After finishing the feast, Yichen set off once more toward the ant nest in the training ground, eager to bolster his strength before tomorrow's mission. Without any new materials to decompose, dismantling the existing ants was his best option. With sheer force, he struck an ant mound with a punch, utilizing the power acquired from decomposing ants. The ground trembled beneath him, reminiscent of an earthquake. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully decomposing the ant corpse. And skill 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully decomposing the ant corpse. And skill 1. With each punch, a series of system notifications echoed in Yichen's mind. indicating that he had effectively dispatched a considerable number of ants, significantly increasing his experience in ant skills. After several minutes, Yuchen stretched and realized he had cleared the entire ant mound, with no ants remaining to emerge. It was time to return. Noticing that the training ground was now deserted and recalling the special mission scheduled for the next day, he made his way back to the dormitory. Ding! Just as he stepped before the dormitory door, the system's voice resounded in his mind. Congratulations, host, your ant ability has reached a high level, granting you a fully upgraded right arm. Description: fully upgraded right arm. The strength, speed, appearance, and other attributes of this arm have reached the maximum level for the current world. Fully upgraded right arm? How does one utilize this? Yuchen pondered, moving his right arm experimentally. To his astonishment, a casual wave of his hand caused the air to crackle with explosive sounds, drawing the attention of other students. He decided to explore the specifics of this fully upgraded right arm tomorrow, noticing that many lights in the dormitory were already extinguished. Yuchen suppressed his curiosity and prepared for sleep. The next day, Yuchen and his roommates rose early, arriving at the dock before the other students to commence their work for the departing ship. At that moment, he noticed Sakazuki had also arrived, his expression consistently grim, though his gaze towards him held a hint of wariness. To Sakazuki, Yuchen held no regard whatsoever. However, given that Sakazuki had dared to confront him previously, he would not let him off the hook. His heart was not yet expansive enough to forgive those who had offended him. After a while, he saw Zephyr approaching the dock. Yuchen, you've arrived quite early. Truly a diligent young man, Zephyr remarked with a slight smile as he approached. Upon receiving a nod from Yuchen, he clapped his hands to gather the group of trainees, exclaiming, "Everyone, come here. I have some important information regarding the assessment to share." Upon hearing Zephyr's call, the trainees, who had been scattered in various directions, hastened to assemble, fully aware of the significance of this assessment that would determine their military careers. "Well, everyone is punctual today. Splendid." Standing at the forefront, Zephyr cast a stern gaze over the neatly aligned trainees, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. Once he confirmed that all were present, he continued, "As you all know, this assessment is the annual evaluation, distinct from the previous monthly assessments. However, prior to the annual evaluation, you will undergo one final assessment to determine your positions on the training ship." As Zephyr spoke, Yuchen reflected on the matter, recalling that this monthly evaluation served primarily to sift through talent. This annual assessment, lasting a full year, would see them adrift at sea, executing missions and honing their skills. This year has proven to be exceedingly perilous, fraught with survival crises at sea and fierce pirates. Those who emerge victorious during this tumultuous period are likely to secure commendable positions within the Navy following their training. Consequently, the upcoming monthly assessment prior to setting sail assumes great significance, as it will determine the roles they will assume aboard the training vessel. The time has come to seek out opponents. Zifa, with a casual wave of his hand, signaled the commencement of the evaluation without elaborating further. In this assessment, the trainees must not only complete the tasks devised by Zifa but also engage in contests to vie for positions on the training ship. Victory grants one the authority to command and influence other trainees, while the unfortunate 50 who fall short will be relegated to the role of mere foot soldiers. Given the freedom to select adversaries, many trainees opted to challenge those they perceived as weaker. However, Yuchen leisurely approached the formidable Borisolino. "Let Borisolino be my opponent," Yuchen declared, recalling that he had stood beside Sakazuki just the day before. If he were to choose, he would rather face the strongest, showing little interest in others. Borisolino, later known as Kizaru, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, was indeed a lazy individual endowed with the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi. Upon entering the Navy training camp, he, like Sakazuki, was hailed as an unparalleled monster. It is worth noting that rigorous training aboard the ship is essential. Yet Yuchen had no intention of engaging in such toil. However, an opportunity now presented itself. Should he manage to defeat the strongest contender here, he would gain a measure of authority aboard the training vessel, allowing him a more leisurely existence. Oh dear, how terrifying. Borisolino feigned fear. The one who has vanquished Sakazuki dares to challenge me. This is a deliberate display of weakness by Borisolino, who, in fact, does not regard Yuchen with any seriousness, for he possesses the formidable abilities granted by the Glimmer Fruit. Regarding the challenges posed by the students, he merely engages in a lackadaisical manner. Thus he harbors no fear in accepting Yuchen's challenge. How audacious of this young man, Yuchen, to dare challenge him. At this moment, those who had previously challenged Borisolino during the monthly examination held little faith in Yuchen's endeavor. Their own painful experiences of defeat clouded their judgment. From my perspective, this Yuchen would likely be vanquished within 5 minutes. Although he had triumphed over Sakazuki, Borisolino is undeniably the dominant force among us. I wager he will be crawling back within 3 minutes. Borisolino, being the eldest and most formidable among the numerous trainees in this training camp, casts a long shadow. In contrast, while Yuchen possesses the strength to defeat many other trainees, he stands no chance against the strongest monsters endowed with devil fruit abilities. Is Yuchen merely seeking defeat? Some trainees even scoffed openly. Amidst the mocking discourse, Yuchen proceeded alongside Borisolino to register for the duel. Zephyr, in charge of the registration, glanced at Yi Chun with a look of appreciation. Remarkable. I truly did not misjudge you. Among all the challengers, Yi Chun was the youngest. Yet he exhibited a courage unparalleled by others, which earned Zephyr's admiration. Furthermore, Borsalino, who prided himself on possessing a devil fruit, rarely engaged in practice. Zephyr had long sought an opportunity to impart guidance to him. After completing all registrations, Zephyr returned to the assembly of trainees and proclaimed with a resounding voice, "Registration complete." The assessment officially commences. Typically, the monthly examination consists of routine assessments and combat trials. The routine assessments serve merely to evaluate the trainee's physical health and present little challenge. So this time they were omitted. The event proceeded directly to the fervent, yet brutal combat segment. Look, another group is about to enter the second round. Not long after the challenge commenced, those yet to compete witnessed a cadre of battered trainees, bruised and limping, dejectedly returning to the arena. This recent defeat signifies an increased likelihood of their relegation to mere auxiliary roles aboard the training vessel. In truth, many aspire to triumph in the initial round, as this would guarantee their exemption from such menial positions. Otherwise, the competition for slots in the subsequent round would intensify. It is indeed a case of one being worse than the other. Observing the vanquished from a distance, Borsalino regarded them with a hint of disdain. Genuinely concerned for the Navy's future, as Yi Chun approached the arena, he turned his gaze in that direction and coldly remarked, "Come on, Borsalino, it's our turn. Now let us not be so serious. After all, neither of us is likely to become mere lackeys. Yi Chun, you possess remarkable potential. But challenging me at this moment may be a tad premature." Borsalino chuckled lazily. Each challenge is typically imbued with fervor and brutality. Yet through the eyes of the extraordinary Borsalino, it appears utterly mundane, as if he does not regard it with any seriousness at all. However, while both Yi Chun and Borsalino maintain their composure, they remain oblivious to the fervent discussions their impending challenge has incited among the other trainees. Who would have thought that Yi Chun would ultimately register to challenge Borsalino? Such commendable courage. Yet, what good is mere bravery? There have been countless brave souls before, only to be beaten to a pulp in the end. In my opinion, we should refrain from provoking this monster, Borsalino. Haha, I believe Yi Chun is progressing quite rapidly. He shouldn't suffer too terribly, right? It would be surprising if he fared well. His opponent is the fastest of them all. These trainees have been studying and training together for nearly a year, and they are well aware of each other's rankings in terms of strength, as they meticulously document their performance during the monthly evaluations. The reason why Borsalino is referred to as a monster is due to his astonishing speed. This is a speed that they cannot attain, regardless of how diligently they train in running. Indeed, you are correct. I shall not become a mere underling. Yi Chun regarded the languid figure of Borsalino, touched his nose, and remarked nonchalantly, "As for you, I am uncertain." Yi Chun was well aware of Borsalino's formidable strength without needing others to remind him. It was evident that if he were not powerful, he could not have ascended to the rank of one of the three admirals merely by coasting along. Furthermore, upon joining the Navy, he was capable of defeating any trainee present. Had it been the former Yi Chun, he would likely have been at the mercy of Borsalino. However, the current Yi Chun, armed with the Navy's 6 styles and his newly acquired fully developed right arm, was a different story. Just how powerful was this newly attained right arm? He was not entirely certain, but upon awakening that morning, he inadvertently shattered a cannon with a mere slap. He now harbored some concern that Zifa might hold him accountable for the incident, in addition to a significant boost in strength. His fully developed right arm also greatly enhanced his speed. With the combination of the Navy's 6 styles, he suspected that even Borsalino's light fruit abilities might not match his swiftness. Observing Borsalino from a distance, he began contemplating a leisurely life on the training ship in the days to come. Oh ho! To dare challenge me truly requires remarkable courage. Borsalino, still bearing his lazy demeanor, approached the arena and stood opposite Yi Chun. He then cast a sly glance at Yi Chun, his eyes gradually revealing admiration and a hint of murderous intent. "To commend your bravery, I shall merely break 2 of your ribs." Whoosh! Before the words had left his lips, Borsalino's foot suddenly moved. His half-raised foot transformed into particles of light, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indif. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used cloud layer to restrict access title meta charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP with content type content text HTML. Charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP with XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CDN CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var function a var C document. Get element by ID, error feedback survey, D document. Get element by ID, error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request. A event. Feedback clicked. Properties. Error code. 1015. Helpful. A version 1. B open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare COM API v1 event. B set request header content type application JSON. B set request header Sparrow source key C771F4B54944B4261444B7N1. B send JSON stringify. A C class list. Add feedback hidden. D class list. Remove feedback hidden. Document. Add event listener. DOM content loaded. Function. var document. Get element by ID. Error feedback. C document. Get element by ID. Feedback button yes. D document. Get element by ID. Feedback button no. Class list in A class list. Remove feedback hidden. C. Add event listener. Click function. E. 0. D. Add event listener. Click function. E. 1. Script defer src https performance radar Cloudflare com beacon JS script head body div id cf wrapper div class cf alert error cf cookie error hidden id cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div id cf error details class p 0 header class mx auto point 10 lg point 6 lg px 8w 240 lg w full mb 15 anti-aliased h1 class inline block md block Mr. 2 MD, MB, 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID, 9317 CBA 882603115 bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed April 17th, 2025, 027. 14 UTC span H2 class text, gray. 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3 XLLG, text, 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG, W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 DIV ID what happened section class W. 12 MD, W full H2 class text, 3 XL leading tight font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website, generative language. Google APIs. Com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footer line wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX, for PY, 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button DIV class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback. DIV class CF error footer CF wrapper W, 240 LG, W full PY, 10 SM, PY, for SM, PX, 8 MX auto text center SM, text left border solid border, 0 border T border, gray, 300P class text, 13 span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 Cloudflare Ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 93 17 CBA 882603115 strong span class CF footer separator SM. Hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM. Block SM. MB. 1 your IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43. 164. 133. 114 span class CF footer separator SM. Hidden bull. Span class CF footer item SM. Block SM. MB. 1 span performance amp. Security by span rel nupener nor for ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx. Error. Landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list. Remove, hidden, C. Add event listener, click, function, C. Class list. Add, hidden, A. Get element by ID, CF footer IP. Class list. Remove, hidden, var document. Add event listener, A. Add event listener, DOM content loaded, D. Script div. Error footer, div. CF error details, div. CF wrapper, script window. CF translation. Script body HTML. The sound lingered, accompanied by a fleeting afterimage that shot forth. A moment later. A resounding thud echoed, reminiscent of a heavy object plunging into the water, startling the onlookers nearby. It was not due to the defeat of Yichin or Borsalino, but rather the astonishing fact that Borsalino, who had intended to deliver a kick to Yichin, was unexpectedly struck first, sent hurtling into the sea by a single punch. If one were to recount the sequence of events, it would unfold as follows. Borsalino aimed to kick him, but Yichin deftly evaded with a kick of his own, merely brushing against Borsalino, and then he was submerged. Ah, how is it that my fist had yet to exert its full force? Yet he was already airborne into the sea? Yichin, too, was taken aback, though predominantly he felt a sense of dissatisfaction, as he had not yet fully tested the might of his maxed-out right arm. Nevertheless, with his punch unleashed, he found no suitable outlet for his pin-up energy, and thus he directed his frustration toward a nearby training wall, unleashing a tremendous blow. Boom. How much strength was exerted in that punch? He himself was unaware, as it was his first time using his fully mastered right arm, and he could not entirely control it. The power demonstrated by that seemingly light punch was evidently remarkable. The climbing mountain, which served as a training ground, was struck with such force that a massive hole was created, reducing the entire mountain to fragments. Meanwhile, on the coast, the crowd cried out urgently, "Hurry, save them." Those near the climbing mountain shouted, "Run, quickly." The onlookers, overwhelmed with shock, leaped into the sea to rescue Borsalino, a user of the devil fruit powers. The area around the mountain was equally chaotic, with frantic cries for escape to avoid being crushed by falling rocks. Yet, Leaf Dust stood calmly in place, pondering, "It seems I may have exerted a bit too much force." A few individuals maintained their gaze upon Leaf Dust, including Zifa, who had been admiring him all along. "Does this mean I have won?" Leaf Dust mused, glancing at his right fist and shaking his head, feeling a twinge of remorse for the unintended destruction. Nevertheless, he approached Zifa to inquire about the outcome. "Leaf Dust, could you extend your right arm for me to examine?" As Leaf Dust stepped before Zifa, an unmistakable excitement and joy sparkled in Zifa's eyes, and he scrutinized Leaf Dust with an odd gaze. In his eagerness, he reached out and grasped Leaf Dust's arm before he could lift it, captivated by the astonishing display of strength he had just witnessed. This punch was something even he found difficult to accomplish, prompting his curiosity to uncover the reason behind Yichin's right arm's sudden surge in strength. However, despite his meticulous scrutiny, he discovered nothing amiss. How peculiar. Zfa observed Yichin's hand for a while, scratching his head in confusion. On the surface, Yichin's arm appeared only slightly more robust than before he entered the military camp. Otherwise, there seemed to be no discernible change. To a discerning eye, it was merely the arm of an ordinary youth. Ahem. Teacher Zfa, what seems to be the matter? Yichin, noticing Zfa's excitement as he examined his own hand, cleared his throat and asked somewhat awkwardly. It was worth noting that they were not alone. A multitude of curious eyes were fixated on their every move. With so many eyes upon him, it was impossible for Zfa to feel anything but awkward, especially with his own hand still grasped firmly. Upon hearing Yichin's inquiry, Zfa finally regained his composure. In an effort to dispel the discomfort, he immediately adopted a demeanor of authority, straightening his posture and declaring with a firm voice, "Indeed, I merely wished to ascertain whether you had sustained any injury from that punch you delivered. It appears you are unscathed, and for that, I am relieved." This statement may still hold true, yet it is the first time witnessing Zfa so fervently grasping a student's arm, a sight that has never been observed before. It is inevitable that they would regard him with peculiar eyes. Although he explained that he merely wished to ascertain whether Yichin was injured, Zifa discerned that the atmosphere was still somewhat awkward. Fortunately, at that moment, Sakazuki approached him, carrying the unconscious Borsalino, who had nearly drowned, accompanied by several trainees. "Teacher, Zifa-sensei, we have successfully rescued Borsalino." "Very well. Let us transport him to the ship for some rest. After concluding the battle, you shall embark on your practical training journey." Upon receiving the report and confirming that Borsalino was unharmed, Zifa issued a directive before turning to glance at Yichin. He then proclaimed with renewed authority, "I hereby appoint Yichin as the temporary commander of the second training ship. All trainees assigned to the second ship shall heed his command." In his eyes, Yichin was not merely a prodigious genius, but rather a formidable being, a veritable monster endowed with extraordinary strength. On this voyage, they set sail with 2 training vessels, one of which was led by him as captain, while the other would be commanded by the strongest among them in battle. At this moment, having defeated Borsalino, who had consistently ranked first in the assessments, Yichin naturally emerged as the current strongest, thus the command of the second ship was entrusted to him. Upon hearing Zifa's appointment, Yichin smiled slightly and promptly responded, "Yes." However, he also noticed that Sakazuki's gaze towards him had turned decidedly malevolent, imbued with a palpable desire to confront him, a look that conveyed not just a longing for retribution. Indeed, Sakazuki suddenly stepped forward and proposed, "Zifa-sensei, allow me to challenge this guy. I believe I am more suited to command the second ship." Sakazuki harbored a persistent sense of justice that he sought to realize, and thus he would not overlook any opportunity for power, especially when it resided in the hands of someone he despised. Each assessment afforded only a single chance for challenge. Zifa furrowed his brow and replied, "If you wish to challenge him, you must wait for the next assessment." He then turned to Yichin, smiling warmly. "You have won this challenge. From now on, you shall command the second ship." "Very well." Although Yichin felt a twinge of joy, He maintained the composed demeanor befitting a leader before everyone. He understood that while possessing power could be a source of happiness, it also entailed great responsibility. Though he could manage his training aboard the vessel independently, the safety of all aboard was directly tied to him. Now that all challenges have concluded, we shall commence with our first practical task. Zifa declared in a resounding voice, a mysterious smile gradually appearing on his face. We have received our initial mission, to hunt the sea kings that have been troubling the residents of the doldrums. I hope you do not become their next meal. He was aware that this practical task would be exceedingly brutal, yet it was all designed to select elite naval officers. Typically, no ordinary trainee would dare to attempt hunting a sea king alone, for these creatures were exceedingly powerful and ferocious. If one's strength was insufficient, it would merely serve to fill the bellies of the sea kings. Even the most capable trainees would have no absolute assurance of successfully hunting a sea king through collaboration, let alone individually. Success was only possible through teamwork. Yet, before they could make their choices, Zifa shouted, "Set sail." This internship task, though arduous and perilous for the trainees, serves as a crucible for honing their collaborative skills. Zephyr firmly believes that if the trainees can unite to slay a sea king, they will be one step closer to graduation. He recalls that when he, along with Karp and Sengoku, embarked on their naval training, they too were tasked with independently hunting a sea king. However, it seems he has identified a few relatively capable young prodigies this time, and he comforts himself with the hope that these youngsters may surprise him. It has been quite some time since he encountered a genuine monster in the Navy. Reflecting on this, Zephyr instinctively glanced at the other ship nearby, where Yuchen stood at the bow, surveying the calm sea. At that moment, Yuchen appeared somewhat solitary, his expression serious as he contemplated his right fist. The first task of their internship, while not the sole or obligatory task, marks the beginning of their journey. This matter pertains to the ultimate evaluation of performance and one's standing aboard the training vessel. The disparities among graduates often manifest during the inaugural task, with even greater distinctions emerging post-graduation. According to Zifa, excelling in the first task significantly increases the likelihood of securing a direct commission as a Navy colonel upon graduation. Let us, then, attempt to dissect the Sea Kings. Yichen clenched his right hand slightly, harboring a sense of anticipation. Previously, when he sought to ascertain the skills derivable from various detritus, he discovered that the current system does not permit the extraction of skills from every item. Even the waste that could yield skills proved to be of little consequence. However, when he decomposed an ant's corpse, he achieved a fully leveled right arm. Thus, the Sea King should undoubtedly be more formidable. Moreover, he was eager to ascertain the limits of his fully leveled right arm. According to the system's description, his right arm had reached the pinnacle of its capacity in this world. Yet he wondered how it would compare to the fists of Iron Fist Karp and Black Wrist Zifa. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he unleashed a powerful punch, generating a surge of waves. What is happening? Is a sea beast approaching? The crew aboard the second ship felt a tremor from Yichen's strike, prompting many trainees on the opposite vessel to rush out to witness the spectacle, assuming a sea beast was imminent, and preparing for defense. However, upon realizing it was merely a fleeting tremor, they returned to their posts. Meanwhile, Zifa, who had been observing Yichen, felt a rush of excitement at this display. Yichen, truly a prodigy. Witnessing Yichen's action heightened his expectations, and he hoped for even greater surprises from him. With a sense of resolve, he raised his arm and bellowed, full speed ahead. In response, a cascade of splashes erupted, and the training vessel accelerated markedly, doubling its usual pace. Soon, the warship entered a windless zone. Nevertheless, they merely anchored at the island designated for their task. We have arrived at the lair of the Sea Kings. Everyone, prepare yourselves. On board the first ship, Zifa urged the trainees to locate their optimal positions for cover while he positioned himself at the highest point to observe their performance. All hands ready. On the second ship. Upon hearing Zifa's command, Yichen scanned the nearby waters and bellowed, instructing the crew to assemble. At that moment, he beheld a sea devoid of wind and waves, an eerily tranquil expanse. Yet, he was aware. This is precisely the calm before the storm. It has arrived. Indeed, as anticipated. They soon witnessed a massive whirlpool suddenly forming on the ocean's surface, followed by the anxious swallowing of saliva by the trainees. He then called out loudly, "Everyone, find your most suitable positions and proceed with caution. I shall venture forward to investigate." With that, he charged towards the tumultuous waters of the whirlpool, followed by a few brave trainees who dared to accompany him. Boom. At the moment he leaped forth, the previously tranquil sea erupted into towering waves, splashing up to several meters high, causing the vessel to rock violently. What is happening? The crowd gasped in astonishment. How? Just as their surprise set in, a colossal sea creature suddenly emerged, gaping its enormous maw wide open. This creature's mouth was easily 2 to 3 times the size of their training vessel, rendering the humans almost insignificant, as if they could barely fit in its toothy gaps, let alone be consumed by it. Yet, many sea creatures are inherently savage, relishing the opportunity to attack humans or anything they deem intruders within their territory. This predilection is precisely why they ventured near this island to hunt them. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 old lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus. Indiff. If IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang enus. Indiff. If GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang enus. Indiff. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloudflare to restrict access title meta charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML. Charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex no follow meta name viewport content width device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CDN CGI styles main CSS script function if document add event listener window XML HTTP request JSON stringify var e function a var c document get element by ID error feedback survey d document get element by ID error feedback success b new XML HTTP request a event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful a version 1 b open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare com API v1 event b set request header content type application JSON b set request header Sparrow source key C771F0E4B54944BEB4261D44BD79A1E b send JSON stringify a c class list add feedback hidden d class list remove feedback hidden document add event listener DOM content loaded function var document get element by ID error feedback c document get element by ID feedback button yes d document get element by ID feedback button no class list in a class list remove feedback hidden c add event listener click function e 0 d add event listener click function e 1 script defer src https performance radar Cloudflare com beacon JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div ID CF error details class p 0 header class mx auto point 10 lg point 6 lg px 8w 240 lg w full mb 15 anti-aliased h1 class inline block md block mister 2 md mb 2 font light text 60 md text 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span h1 span class inline block md block heading ray ID font mono text 15 lg text sm lg leading relaxed ray ID 9317 cbb 323 a01 bull span class inline block md block heading ray ID font mono text 15 lg text sm lg leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 16 UTC span H2 class text, gray. 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3 XLLG, text, 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG, W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 DIV ID what happened section class W. 12 MD, W full H2 class text, 3 XL leading tight font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website, generative language. Google APIs. Com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX, for PY, 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button DIV class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback. DIV class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 9317 CBB 323 EA01 strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull. Span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp. Security by span rel nupener nor for ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx Error. Landing ID brand link target blank cloud layer span p script function D var ba get element by ID cf footer item IP ca get element by ID cf footer IP reveal b class list and b class list remove hidden c add event listener click function c class list add hidden a get element by ID cf footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener a add event listener dom content loaded d script div error footer div cf error details div cf wrapper script window cf translation a script body html. The Sea King before them was the very creature they had recently attempted to besiege with a mere handful of warriors, using every weapon at their disposal yet failing to inflict even the slightest injury. Now, astonishingly, it had been vanquished by Yi Chen single-handedly. It was utterly inconceivable. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes? They would have scarcely dared to believe that this remarkable feat of slaying the Sea King was accomplished by someone of Yi Chen's age. Indeed, what a delightful surprise. Zephyr, observing Yi Chen standing triumphantly atop the carcass of the Sea King in the distance, could not help but shower him with praise. However, as they marveled at this spectacle, Yi Chen cast a glance at the lifeless body of the Sea King and then at his own fist, expressing a hint of regret. I truly did not expect the Sea King to be so resilient. My punch did not even obliterate it. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers were taken aback, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Did he dare to wish to obliterate a creature they had only dreamed of hunting? Yi Chen must be some kind of monster. Meanwhile, although Yi Chen had easily defeated the first Sea King, the remaining two were still fiercely battling against the crew aboard the ship, with Sakazuki and Borisolino leading the charge. Under their command, they had managed to bring 2/3 of the trainees safely into the sea, but only through sheer effort had they managed to injure one of the Sea Kings. With a thunderous crash, the injured Sea King became even more ferocious. It leapt and swept its massive tail across the two commanders. Both men were sent hurtling backward, and had they not been propelled back onto the ship, these users of devil fruits might have met their end. Though they would one day become two of the three great admirals, they had only recently joined the Navy and had yet to hone their abilities, even lacking the full manifestation of their powerful elemental powers. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, seizing the opportunity while they were distracted, began to disassemble the carcass of the fallen Sea King. Ding. Detection of decomposable material. Would you like to proceed with decomposition? He silently contemplated the decomposing process as he placed his hand upon the Sea King's body, prompting the system's voice to resonate. Yes. The knowledge that decomposition was possible stirred excitement within him, for this was a Sea King's body, significantly larger than an ant. He was filled with anticipation. As he issued the command, he felt the familiar warmth of decomposition circulate through his hand. The Sea King's carcass was swiftly reduced to powder, sinking back into the depths of the ocean. Ding. Decompose the Sea King's body, obtaining armament hockey. Would the host like to integrate it? The system's voice followed closely behind. Armament hockey? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was elated. It seemed his efforts bore fruit effortlessly, just as he had anticipated, retrieving something truly valuable from the Sea King's remains. Armament hockey could prove exceptionally effective against any devil fruit user, particularly those with natural abilities. Moreover, acquiring this hockey would allow him to evolve into an invisible armor for protection and to develop formidable weapons to vanquish his foes. With such thoughts racing through his mind, he promptly commanded, initiate integration immediately. As soon as he gave the order, he felt a transformation occurring within his body. His bones seemed to strengthen. He sensed a surge of power coursing through him, and as he clenched his fist, he realized he was brimming with strength. Suddenly, his hands transformed, becoming pitch black and as solid as iron. The armament hockey he acquired was indeed promising. After testing his newfound abilities, he reflected, the armament hockey is commendable, albeit somewhat lacking in caliber. Decompose. Continue the decomposition. Strength is derived from disassembly. He recalled there were still 2 Sea Kings remaining, eager to see if he could enhance his powers further. With that thought, Yi Chen sprang into action, propelling himself forward with a burst of air, as if propelled by springs, leaping into the midst of the 2 remaining Sea Kings. Roar. The sight of Yi Chen soaring through the air like a bee incited a frenzied roar from the enraged Sea King, which then opened its massive jaws and lunged ferociously toward him. Danger. Many of the trainees, whom Yi Chen had inadvertently saved, cried out in alarm. Yet, despite hearing their warnings, Yi Chen showed no inclination to retreat. He stood there, calm and unperturbed, as if nothing fazed him. This nonchalant demeanor, however, caused Zephyr, who had always believed in him, to feel a twinge of concern. It was unprecedented for someone who had only recently entered the Navy training camp to confront 2 Sea Kings alone. This action is exceedingly perilous. He certainly does not wish to lose such a gifted prodigy in this manner. Thus, he resolved that when the moment arrived, he must take decisive action. However, on the other side, Sakazuki and Borisolino exchanged knowing smirks, remarking on the folly of such a choice. They were eager for the Sea Kings to sink their teeth into Yi Chen, seeking a moment of reprieve. Yet, Yi Chen ultimately disappointed their expectations. With a swift motion, he abruptly vanished amidst the 2 Sea Kings. In the very next instant, a thunderous explosion resonated through the air, signaling his disappearance. The sound emanated from the battlefield where Yichin clashed with the Sea Kings. Following the resounding roar, they beheld Yichin's fist suddenly enveloped in darkness. With a thud, as that obsidian fist struck, the air erupted once more in a cacophony of explosive noise, and they witnessed Yichin's formidable punch shatter the two colossal Sea Kings. The suddenness of this action caught them completely off guard, leaving them unable to comprehend what had transpired. How could this be? As Yichin unleashed his punch, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. He had obliterated the Sea King. It was only when the surrounding naval officers screamed in shock that the stillness was shattered. Since their induction into the Navy, they had never witnessed, nor even heard of, a recruit capable of annihilating a Sea King within just a year of service. How did he achieve this? A singular thought blossomed in the minds of all the cadets present. Among them, Zephyr was the most astonished. He was the only one familiar with the kind of power Yichin wielded. Gazing at Yichin's obsidian fist, his expression turned to one of sheer disbelief as he uttered, "Impossible. This kid was an ordinary person before joining the Navy. He has only been training for a year. Surely all his time must have been devoted to mastering the 6 styles of the Navy. How could he have awakened such a power?" Meanwhile, Sakazuki and Borsellino, upon witnessing Yichin's darkened hand, turned ashen. They had always relied on their devil fruit abilities, and they had heard from Zephyr that the very power that countered their abilities was this one. Many cadets, upon hearing Zephyr's words, felt a strange unease. Had Yichin awakened a formidable power? Terrifying. The prowess of Yichin is truly formidable, possessing an array of extraordinary abilities. Contemplating this, all the students gazed intently at Yichin, as if seeking answers from him. Yet, after the disassembly, Yichin paid no heed to their scrutiny, instead suspended in midair. Admiring his slightly darkened hands, this armed color hockey is indeed remarkably effective. It has enabled me to obliterate these 2 Sea Kings effortlessly. With the addition of this armed color hockey, he sensed that his fully leveled right arm had seemingly multiplied in strength. It appeared that further disassembly of additional foes would yield even greater power. However, although there are numerous Sea Kings here, the task would be considered complete once the nearby Sea Kings are vanquished. Venturing deeper into the calm belt alone could prove perilous, as it is the lair of the Sea Kings. Encountering a large Sea King or a swarm of sea beasts would pose a significant challenge given his current capabilities. He resolved to wait for an opportune moment. Casting a glance at the waters surrounding the calm belt, he made a silent decision. Soon, all the students gradually returned to the ship. Upon boarding, they were met with Zephy's stern expression, yet he regarded Yichin with commendation. In this recent internship endeavor, all the trainees came to understand Zephyr's stringent yet benevolent intentions towards them. Upon boarding the ship, they noticed Zephyr's stern expression, leaving them at a loss for words. Particularly Sakazuki and Borsellino, who had recently taken on leadership roles, having always been regarded as monstrous figures. They felt an acute sense of shame for being unable to subdue even a single Sea King. They vowed to diligently train and improve, whispering to Zephyr, "Teacher Zephyr, we will strive to do our best." Zephyr simply nodded, giving their shoulders a reassuring pat before approaching Yichin, commending, "Yichin, your performance was commendable. I shall report your results truthfully. You will undoubtedly secure a respectable position upon graduation." The unqualified praise, devoid of any doubts, made Yichin feel somewhat uneasy, and he merely nodded in response. In truth, he too felt his performance fell short of perfection. Reflecting on his recent battles, he concluded that his moonwalk lacked sufficient height, nearly leading to his downfall. It was evident that he needed to further enhance his Navy 6 styles. Despite possessing a fully developed right arm and having acquired hockey, he remained unsatisfied with his strength, knowing it would be inadequate when facing formidable pirates. After conversing with Zephyr, Yichin chose not to linger and returned to the ship alone. At that moment, the trainees who had previously hidden in the cabin approached him, offering various delectable and useful items. They sought to learn from Yichin how to become stronger. However, Yichin merely smiled in silence. As the saying goes, fortunes shift over the years. He recalled how they had once disregarded him, and now they felt they could not reach him. After politely declining everyone's offerings, Yichin returned to his designated command seat to continue his studies. A month later, in the tranquil waters surrounding the internship vessel, a figure wielding a long sword dashed across the surface, moving swiftly as if he had stepped out of a martial arts novel. After performing an elegant display of swordsmanship above the water, he vanished in a flash, reappearing on the internship ship. With a sigh of relief, he acknowledged that both his swordsmanship and Navy 6 styles had reached level 3. After demonstrating his enhanced abilities, Yichin exhaled deeply. His skills had been augmented through the dissection of previous trainees' long swords and naval attire. Witnessing Yichin's remarkable progress, Zephyr stood on the deck, observing the entire training session with a smile. He approached Yichin, affirming, "Your swordsmanship is truly impressive, even beyond my reach. Your mastery of the 6 styles has attained a level comparable to that of a captain, combined with your swordsmanship. Your overall strength may rival that of a brigadier general, or even exceed it." Upon hearing Zephyr's assessment, Yichin nodded slightly, recalling the formidable powers of the CP0 to CP9 organizations and their adeptness in the Navy's 6 styles. He understood that these experts wielded great strength solely through their mastery of the 6 styles. Naturally, mastering all forms of hockey would elevate one to a higher echelon of power. Determined to enhance his hockey abilities, Yichin set a goal for himself. At that moment, Zephyr gazed at Yi Chun as if a thought had struck him. He then resumed speaking. I noticed that you have already awakened your armament haki, though its level still falls short. If your armament haki were to strengthen, you would undoubtedly be able to compete with the commander. Zephyr continued to speak to Yi Chun in a patient manner, yet Yi Chun was already well aware of this. However, he had yet to find an opportunity to improve. Not wanting to disrupt Zephyr's enthusiastic explanation, he reluctantly replied, "Yes, I will strive to enhance my abilities. Thank you, Teacher Zephyr, for your guidance." Yet, Yi Chun's composed and somewhat aloof dismissal of the chance for Zephyr's personal mentorship sparked considerable envy among the other students nearby. This opportunity is something they have longed for incessantly. To their astonishment, this young man actually declined the exclusive tutelage of Master Zifa. Oh, how we had exerted every effort to beseech Master Zifa for a moment of his guidance, yet he remained indifferent to our pleas. Truly, one cannot help but feel envious of Yi Chun. A crowd of students gazed with a mixture of admiration, jealousy, and resentment at Yi Chun, who had turned down Master Zifa, and they could not help but feel the stark disparity between them. As night descended, the students returned to their respective quarters for rest. At this moment, Yi Chun returned to his quarters aboard the second ship. Since assuming command of the vessel, he had been granted a commendable private chamber. Although the space was not as expansive as that of the training camp dormitories, it was certainly far superior to the cramped quarters shared by a dozen individuals on other ships or the makeshift bedding of the deckhands. Not only did his mastery of the armament haki require enhancement, but his ant abilities also needed to be perfected. Upon entering his room and reclining on the bed, Yi Chun found himself unable to sleep. Instead, he decided to assess his ability levels. His ant abilities had reached an advanced stage. Yet he was still some distance from achieving perfection. According to the system, attaining a flawless level necessitated the disassembly of a certain number of ant kings. This is the crux of the dilemma. He is currently searching for the ant king and ant queen. After some contemplation and gazing at the sky, Yi Chun realized that it was too late to continue his efforts. The training in the Navy 6 styles and swordsmanship he undertook today was quite taxing. So he decided to rest and sleep, intending to ponder ways to enhance his strength after regaining his energy. However, as he lay down to rest, Yi Chun was unable to enjoy the peaceful slumber he had previously experienced. Early the next morning, he suddenly felt as though the ship was undergoing an earthquake or tsunami. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that numerous objects in the room had fallen upon him. What on earth is happening? Yi Chun exclaimed in frustration, rising to dress and leave the room to ascertain the situation. At that moment, he noticed that all the crew members had grasped their weapons, adopting a serious defensive posture, which made him realize that they were not facing an earthquake or tsunami, but rather that the training ship was under external attack. At that moment, the vessel he was aboard rocked violently, with one corner already damaged. They were even at risk of capsizing. Yet, Yi Chun was unperturbed by the prospect of the ship overturning, for he was confident in his ability to escape should that occur. However, as the commander of the vessel, he deemed it unacceptable to abandon his post. Thus, he steadied himself and began to issue commands with calm authority. Observing the trainees in a state of panic and devoid of discipline, he adopted a stern demeanor and, with a composed yet powerful voice, commanded, "All soldiers, seize your weapons and prepare for battle. Charge forth." Having said this, he led the charge himself. Upon realizing that it was Yi Chun giving the orders, the trainees inexplicably found their courage and, one by one, grasped their weapons, following him into the fray. Boom! The thunderous roar echoed. However, just as they burst onto the deck, a barrage of cannonballs rained down upon their ship, towering waves threatening to engulf everything in their path. Witnessing this scene, the trainees aboard the training vessel appeared as children, their faces reflecting a mix of fear and helplessness. Bang! At that moment, a familiar figure suddenly surged forth. Its massive fists, dark as coal, striking fiercely at the dense barrage of cannonballs. Was it Yi Chun? Observing the silhouette racing away, the students aboard the vessel soon realized that Yi Chun had vanished from sight. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the one charging forward was indeed Yi Chun. What could he be planning? Many watched in bewilderment as Yi Chun confronted such a formidable onslaught of cannonballs. There are numerous shells densely packed. No matter how formidable Yi Chun's fists may be, he can only knock down one or two at most. It is perilous. Come back. On another ship, Zfa also urged Yi Chun to retreat. The attack came as a complete surprise, and in that moment, he could not devise a better strategy. So he instructed the helmsman to maneuver as best as possible to mitigate the damage. However, he did not anticipate that Yi Chun would step forward. It was rather reckless. Zephyr observed Yi Chun and shook his head. He understood that if struck by so many shells, even he would be reduced to shattered bones. At that moment, witnessing Yi Chun's actions, he deemed them somewhat rash and felt a twinge of regret that such a talented individual would court his own demise. Buzzing and roaring, Yi Chun, already propelled into action, heeded no warnings and utilized the Navy 6th style to leap into the air, raising his fist against the dense barrage of cannonballs. Striking with all his might, boom! With a single punch, he sent forth towering waves reaching dozens of meters, effectively intercepting the devastating shells aimed at their vessel. Indeed, Yi Chun's punch did not target the cannonballs directly, but rather struck the surface of the sea. What? Upon grasping Yi Chen's intention, all the cadets were astonished. It turned out that not only did Yi Chen possess extraordinary strength, but he also possessed a unique adaptability of mind. Witnessing this spectacle, even Zephyr himself smacked his forehead. How had he not realized that Yi Chen's target was not the cannonballs, but the sea itself? It appeared he had truly misjudged Yi Chen. Boom, boom. The towering waves, like a bulletproof screen, shielded them from all incoming projectiles. Splashes of water cascaded down, resembling raindrops falling from the heavens, each droplet landing upon the faces of everyone present. This moment perfectly roused them from their bewilderment. In the next instant, the colossal wave receded, and the curtain of spray it had conjured rapidly dissipated, revealing the distant seascape that gradually came into focus before their eyes. There stood Zephyr and the chief trainees, gazing blankly from another training vessel, their attention fixed ahead. Pirates. After surveying the surface of the sea for a moment, Yi Chen discerned the silhouettes of numerous ships emerging in the distance. What was destined to come would inevitably arrive. Yi Chen had indeed prepared himself mentally for this moment. When they first set sail, they were aware that this day would eventually arrive, yet they had not anticipated its abruptness. This is indeed a surprise attack. Admiral Zephyr, we have detected pirate vessels ahead. What shall we do? Every naval ship that sets sail is manned by a diverse array of skilled personnel, each responsible for operating the vessel. Naturally, the crew includes vital roles such as navigators, marksmen, and intelligence officers. At this moment, it was indeed the intelligence officer of their vessel who was reporting. The purpose of our maritime training expedition was to apprehend pirates, and since the pirates had presented themselves, it was only natural for us to capture them. Zephyr raised his telescope and observed several ships in the distant waters, all displaying the pirate flag. He then commanded, immediately contact the Naval Headquarters Intelligence Agency to inquire if there is any information regarding this pirate crew. The military may remain inactive, yet intelligence must always precede action. As they were merely naval trainees, they were still unfamiliar with certain pirate intelligence. At this juncture, Zephyr was instructing them on how to utilize intelligence for operational preparedness. If they could gather comprehensive intelligence on the enemy before hostilities commenced, they would gain a decisive advantage. Conversely, should the enemy remain oblivious to the naval force's capabilities, it would signify that they had already lost half the battle. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indiff. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloudflare to restrict access title meta charset UTF, 8 meta HTTP equal content type content text HTML, charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equal XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref, CDN CGI styles main. CSS script, function, if, document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request, JSON. Stringify, var e function, a, var c document. Get element by ID, error feedback survey, d document. Get element by ID, error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request, a, event, feedback clicked, properties, error code, 1015, helpful, a, version, 1, b, open, post, HTTPS, Sparrow, Cloudflare, COM API v1 event, b, set request header, content type, application JSON, b, set request header, Sparrow source key. C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1E, B, send JSON. Stringify, A, C, class list. Add feedback hidden, D, class list. Remove feedback hidden, document. Add event listener, DOM content loaded, function, var document. Get element by ID, error feedback, C document. Get element by ID, feedback button, yes. D document. Get element by ID, feedback button, no, class list in A, class list. Remove feedback hidden, C. Add event listener, click, function, E. 0, D. Add event listener, click, function, E. 1. Script defer SRC HTTPS, performance. Radar. Cloudflare. Com beacon. JS script, head body div ID CF wrapper div class, CF alert error CF cookie error, hidden ID, cookie alert data translate, enable cookies, please enable cookies. Div ID CF error details class P, 0 header class MX auto point, 10 LG, point, 6 LG, PX, 8W, 240 LG, W full MB, 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD. Blockmister, 2 MD, MB, 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID, 9317 CBD 21103 AA6 C bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading Ray ID font mono text. 15 LG. Text SM LG. Leading relaxed April 17th, 2025, 027. 21 UTC span H2 class text. Gray. 600 leading. 1. 3 text. 3 XL LG. Text 2 XL font light. You are being rate limited H2 header section class W. 240 LG. W full MX auto MB 8 LG. PX 8 DIV ID. What happened section class W. 12 MD. W full H2 class text. 3 XL leading tight font normal MB. For text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website generative language. Google APIs. Com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY. 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footer line wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button DIV class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. DIV class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare Ray ID strong class font semi-bold 9317 CBD 21103 AA6 C strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance app security by span rel nupener nor for ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML. This was indeed his duty as an intern crew member, and he would naturally not refuse. However, Zephyr's plan might not align with his expectations, prompting a brief pause. As anticipated, Yichen had a change of heart. Upon hearing Yichen's words, the other trainees exchanged subtle jests among themselves. In their minds, how could a mere trainee possibly defeat a notorious pirate with a bounty of 80 million? Noticing the murmurs from the trainees and seeing Yichen hesitate, Zephyr felt a twinge of disappointment and thus inquired, "But what? Do you find it challenging?" Yichen had caught snippets of the trainees' discussions but chose to disregard them, continuing, "However, I have a humble request, and I hope Teacher Zephyr will grant it." Zephyr responded, "As long as it benefits our combat strategy, I will accede to your request." Upon hearing this, Zephyr's disappointment in Yichen diminished slightly. As we approach for the boarding action, "I hope Teacher Zephyr will assign me the captain of the weapon pirates. I wish to accumulate more experience in battling those with abilities," Yichen stated calmly. "What?" The trainees widened their eyes in astonishment at Yichen's declaration. Their expressions reflected sheer bewilderment. Yichen had indeed overstepped this time. When the Navy engages the pirates, they typically dispatch the highest-ranking officer to confront the pirate captain, as those who attain the captaincy are undoubtedly the strongest among the crew. When Zephyr assigned the vice-captain of the pirate crew to Yichen, they believed he had set his expectations too high. Now, Yichen audaciously sought to confront the captain himself. "Teacher Zephyr, please do not agree," one trainee pleaded, not wishing for his first encounter with pirates to end in demise. But in the next moment, his thoughts were dashed as Zephyr, looking enlightened, declared, "I see, I approve." It was rare to witness a trainee exhibiting such enthusiasm and a desire to learn while facing danger, and Zephyr had no reason to refuse. Moreover, he observed that Yichen spoke without a hint of trepidation, indicating his seriousness. Zephyr began to harbor expectations for Yichen's forthcoming performance. "Thank you, Teacher Zephyr. I shall ensure the capture of the captain," Yichen continued, saluting respectfully before adjusting his attire and turning to prepare for battle on the deck. He had now mastered the full extent of his right arm and the Navy's 6 styles, complemented by commendable swordsmanship. What he lacked was practical experience. He was also eager to discern whether the abilities of those who consumed devil fruits were truly formidable. I look forward to your performance, Zephyr remarked, observing Yi Chen's resolute figure, then loudly commanded the order to charge, full speed ahead. Upon hearing the command, the Navy vessel surged forward with increased velocity towards the weapon pirates. Captain Kiba, the naval training ship we attacked, is retaliating. They are moving swiftly. A pirate from the lookout on the weapon pirate ship reported to Kiba. Haha. Excellent. Let them come. Kiba responded without a trace of fear, rising with a fierce and imposing presence. At that moment, a tall figure with long hair, a long face, and a flowing beard approached him, wielding a longsword. He chuckled, Captain Kiba, once we wrap up this job, we should head to Joy Street for some merriment. Shouldn't we? Of course, Alaf. Once we finish this job, I shall treat you all to a feast of delights, and you may choose any lady from Joy Street. Captain Kiba replied with a hearty laugh. Indeed. Indeed. Upon hearing the captain's promise, the pirates were nearly drooling with excitement, each one cheering in agreement. Then it settled. Let us drive these Navy scoundrels away. As he spoke, Captain Kiba's mind began to wander. He recalled a captivating beauty he had spotted on Joy Street during his last visit. And he was only a little short on funds. After all, what were the Navy to them? Under their captain's leadership, they had slain many. It was said that like attracts like, and indeed, these pirates were as fierce and brutal as their captain. In their eyes, the approaching Navy seemed merely a source of easy wealth. Captain, we have already contacted our associates in the black market. A pirate with a den mushy reported as he approached. Excellent. Inform them that we will soon have a new batch of weapons for sale. Tell them to wait. Captain Kiba commanded, raising his right hand, which suddenly produced a long blade. With a swift motion, he swung the blade, shattering a door into splinters. The other crew members, witnessing their captain's action, understood what was expected of them, and bloodthirsty grins spread across their faces. They were called the weapon pirates not solely because their captain possessed the power of the weapon fruit, but also because they specialized in stealing weaponry. It was well known that the Navy's arms were the most advanced and costly in the seas, thus the black market's prices were equally steep. The weapon pirates targeted Navy ships for precisely this reason. As the two ships drew nearer, the tension in the air became palpable, with both crews casting steely glares at one another. Fire! Zifa commanded loudly as their training ship finally came within cannon range of the weapon pirates. Boom! Boom! The flames of war ignited instantly, and the battle was imminent. In no time, the ships were almost upon each other. And just as they were about to engage in hand-to-hand combat, Captain Kiba warned, Men, feel free to slaughter the Navy aboard their ship, but do not damage their weapons. With that, he leaped forward, aiming to be the first to board the Navy vessel commanded by Yi Chun. However, before he could even lift his foot to jump, he was met by a figure clad in Navy attire who had already leaped onto their ship. Where do you think you're going? A calm voice resonated. What? This little Navy soldier dares to jump onto our ship? The pirates on the ship were momentarily stunned, unable to believe that a Navy member would have the audacity to board them, especially one so young, presumably still a trainee. Yi Chun had taken such a bold step? Was he courting death? The shock was not limited to the pirates. The Navy on the opposite ship shared the same disbelief. The pirate vessel boasted over 100 crew members, including the captain and vice captain of the weapon pirates. Yi Chun's audacity was astonishing. Even Zifa was taken aback. This young man possessed an audacious spirit. Nonetheless, he admired such boldness. Youth should embrace audacity. As long as he was present, Zifa would ensure Yi Chun's safety. Is this little fellow seeking death, or does he wish to join our ranks? The pirates erupted into raucous laughter, dismissing Yi Chun as a mere nuisance. Let me see just how formidable the power of a devil fruit user truly is. Yet, as they laughed, a lightning-fast blur appeared before Captain Kiba, and with the momentum of his speed, a powerful kick struck him. The impact was staggering. Stunned, Kiba stumbled backward, barely managing to regain his balance. What? The laughter of the pirates ceased abruptly as they witnessed their captain being struck. How dare this insignificant Navy soldier attack our captain? Allow me, Alaf, to send you to your grave. Just then, the vice-captain of the weapon pirates, Alaf, aimed his gun at Yi Chun and pulled the trigger, sending a smoking bullet hurtling towards his head. Chafe! A deep sound resonated as the figure targeted by the bullet vanished into thin air, leaving all present in utter shock. What? What kind of ability is this? Could he be a user as well? The pirates rubbed their eyes vigorously, trying to discern how Yi Chun had evaded the bullet. But to no avail. Daring to fire a weapon in my presence, you must be tired of living, Zifa declared, unable to remain idle upon witnessing the gunfire. He leaped forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Alaf. Realizing the gravity of the blow, Alaf swiftly drew his blade to block. Just wait for me. Zifa's punch sent Alaf reeling backward, and then he turned to Yi Chun, saying, This captain of the weapon pirates is yours to deal with. At that moment, upon hearing Zephyr's words, Yi Chun glanced back and nodded in response, saying, All right. Thank you for your trust, teacher. I shall not disappoint you. I will certainly capture this pirate. Think you can catch me? You are indeed overly arrogant. Kiba, infuriated by Yi Chun's assertion, raised his right hand, conjuring a massive long cannon. Then I shall send you to hell. That is, of course, contingent upon your strength. As Kiba prepared to strike, Yi Chun executed a swift movement, appearing behind him, and delivered a kick that merely caused Kiba to sway slightly. Kiba was remarkably tall and robust, his physique indicating exceptional physical prowess. Additionally, having consumed the superhuman fruit, he possessed an intimidating presence, particularly in the treacherous waters of the Grand Line. His strength had significantly evolved after numerous encounters with both the Navy and pirates. The kick aimed at him proved ineffective. He chuckled, remarking that such feeble strength was merely enough to tickle him. With a bloodthirsty grin, Kiba raised his right hand, now transformed into a cannon, and unleashed a barrage towards Yichin. Boom, boom. The cannon, an extension of his arm, fired 2 fierce blasts in rapid succession, yet Yichin effortlessly evaded each attack. The projectiles, which should have struck Yichin, instead collided with the wooden mast of the ship. The massive pole toppled, crushing several pirates beneath its weight. Meanwhile, Yichin, having dodged the onslaught, did not linger. He swiftly maneuvered behind Kiba, preparing to strike. This time you cannot escape. Kiba seemed to anticipate the move, roaring as his hand cannon morphed into a great sword, swinging wildly at Yichin. Is that so? Yichin smirked, his disdain for Kiba's assault evident. While those with the weapon fruit ability could transform any part of their body into a weapon, be it sword, axe, or firearm, this power bore its limitations. The weapons they conjured were merely ordinary. As the weapon Kiba wielded was about to clash with Yichin's leg, Yichin's foot instantaneously turned pitch black, and he called out, "Storm kick." The vacuum generated by his high-speed kick formed a sharp slash that met the great sword. In that very moment, a fierce melee erupted between their respective crews, filled with the cacophony of gunfire, clashing blades, and explosive sounds. Bang! At that instant, a crisp sound rang out. Kiba's great sword was unable to withstand the force of the storm kick and shattered into pieces. "Your sword is nothing remarkable," Yichin observed coolly, having anticipated the significant disparity in power between Kiba's weapon and those created by other fruit abilities. Nevertheless, even if a weapon fruit user transformed their limb into an explosive, it could regenerate from the fragments. "Don't get too cocky, you filthy marine." Kiba's feet transformed into springs, bending his knees before launching himself forward with a gait reminiscent of a leaping antelope, darting left and right towards Yichin. His restored right hand morphed into an even larger greatsword, declaring, "Let us see how you evade this." With that, he swung the colossal blade. Having previously dodged Kiba's fierce attacks, he had discerned that Yichin's true advantage lay in his speed. Now, with his legs transformed into springs, Kiba's velocity had increased severalfold, along with the strength and reach of his greatsword. This time, he is confident that he can defeat Yichin. Has his speed increased? Nonetheless, it is futile, for mine surpasses his. With a swift whoosh, Yichin vanished from sight. Throughout this month, his Navy 6 style shave has also seen considerable advancement, now reaching the esteemed level of LV4. This signifies that in terms of speed, he is now capable of competing on par with individuals of the rank of Navy Brigadier General. At such a rapid pace, even if the formidable Quibot transformed into a spring, he would be unable to catch up. Whoosh, whoosh. In mere moments, the figure had circled the vessel, which spanned dozens of meters in length and width. This velocity, who could it be? The pirates felt as though a shadow had flitted past them, and they paused their actions, rubbing their eyes in an attempt to discern the figure more clearly. Could it be that little Navy man from earlier? As they caught a glimpse of the newcomer amidst the afterimages, their pupils dilated in astonishment, gazing at the swiftly moving Yichin. They could not help but exclaim, "Such swiftness! Is he even human? Damn it!" Quibot, unable to discern Yichin's silhouette, halted his movements and bellowed, "You foul Navy man. If you have the guts, don't flit around like a coward. A real man would face me head on." As he spoke, he maximized the potential of his spring-like legs, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. "Do you think that just because I 1T dodge, you stand a chance?" Yichin paused, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. After their previous encounter, he had gauged his opponent's strength and felt a surge of confidence. Indeed, he was merely an inexperienced Navy intern, easily provoked by a simple taunt. With a cold chuckle, a glimmer of joy flickered in Quibot's eyes. He had long recognized the prowess of Yichin's speed, and his spring-like legs were already coiled and ready to spring into action. Should Yichin show the slightest sign of relaxation, Quibot would seize the opportunity to strike decisively, aiming to take his life with a single blow. "Come on, Navy brat. Let me see if you're a coward." Quibot, possessing a sharp intellect, had meticulously devised his battle strategy. He understood that Navy interns were often inexperienced and easily flustered, presenting a perfect opportunity for him to exploit their disarray. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Such speed renders it impossible for anyone to react, coupled with the sweeping range of the machete. He concluded that Yichin was destined to perish at his hands. "Look at your feet." Yichin smiled faintly. "Do you really believe that such a crude provocation could incite me?" In a sudden burst of brilliance, a blue vacuum slash erupted from his right foot as he approached Kiba, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle and striking at Kiba's waist. The waist, being his most vulnerable point, was struck directly by Yichin's vacuum slash, eliciting a pained scream as he spat forth black blood. "You treacherous fiend." Kiba wailed from his kneeling position. You call me a coward for fleeing, yet accuse me of underhanded tactics when I confront you directly? Today's pirates are truly difficult to please, Yichin remarked with a smile, as he delivered another kick towards Kiba's form. This strike was far from ordinary. It was a vacuum slash of the gale foot. The kick landed squarely on the formidable figure of Kiba, sending him sprawling and rolling on the ground. Blood gushed forth, painting a grim tableau. Enraged by such humiliation, Kiba was consumed by a mixture of shame and fury. You scoundrel! This is not over, he bellowed, his voice echoing with indignation. In the next instant, his body began to transform rapidly, seemingly intent on conjuring a more formidable weapon to combat Yichin. Just lie there obediently, Yichin remarked with a dismissive smile, then, with a clenched fist, he delivered a powerful blow to Kiba's nape from above. Although he exerted little force with this punch, it nonetheless slammed the formidable Kiba into the ground, effectively halting any further transformations from his opponent. You are under arrest. Captain Kiba of the Weapon Pirates, he declared loudly after firmly securing the man. Struck by this devastating defeat and hearing those words, the once fearsome pirate captain promptly lost consciousness, his demeanor shifting to one of unexpected delight. Thus, Yichin triumphed in his inaugural battle. As a mere naval intern, he single-handedly apprehended the notorious leader of the Weapon Pirates. Captain Kiba has been captured? Impossible. The pirates around him gasped in disbelief. This captain was the man who had single-handedly obliterated a naval division's base. How could he possibly be vanquished by an insignificant naval intern? The surrounding pirates were incredulous, staring at the youthful figure before them, a mere boy of 14 or 15, who had yet to graduate from military school. How could such a youth defeat their captain? Yet the evidence lay before them. As they beheld Kiba, bloodied and sprawled on the ground, their eyes widened in shock. At that moment, the entire area fell silent. No one spoke. All gazes were fixed on 2 points: Yichin's position and the indentation left by Kiba's fall. The bounty of over 100 million on the pirate captain's head. Had he truly been defeated? The expressions on the faces of the naval cadets were frozen at the moment prior to Kiba's defeat, each reflecting a unique reaction. Yet the astonishment within them was universally profound. In truth, they had failed to witness the entirety of Yichin's confrontation with Kiba. Even the elite forces, including the exceptional Sakazuki, had only glimpsed Kiba's final struggles. They could not fathom how Yichin had bested a pirate captain endowed with both a substantial bounty and the powers of a devil fruit, which explained their utter astonishment. However, among the cadets, there was one who had observed Yichin's decisive actions, and it was precisely due to Yichin's sudden intervention that he had survived. This individual was Borsalino, later known as Admiral Kizaru, who had been incapacitated during the fight and thus witnessed part of Yichin's confrontation with Kiba. This Yichin is truly a monster, he thought, astonished by how effortlessly he had dispatched a seasoned devil fruit user. Although he had not seen the entire sequence of events, the glimpses he caught were enough to leave him astounded, particularly when he realized that Yichin's speed surpassed even his own light fruit abilities. He nearly rubbed his eyes in disbelief at what he had witnessed. The blow to him was indeed monumental. In that very moment, he had already regarded Yichin as his exemplar and a target to pursue. He firmly believed that one day he would surpass Yichin. Moreover, present among them was another individual, endowed with remarkable observation haki, who had witnessed the entirety of Yichin's battle. This individual was Blackarm Zephyr. This young man is progressing at an astonishing pace. In terms of martial prowess, he is likely to soon be on par with Karp. Reflecting on Yichin's decisive punch, Zephyr's expectations for him soared even higher. Just moments ago, after Yichin's fierce confrontation with Kwaiba, he had already discerned the former's formidable strength. Initially, he had intended to intervene had Yichin faltered against Kwaiba. However, it now appeared that he had indeed overestimated the situation, tending to the injured, accounting for casualties, and assessing the spoils of the pirates. Zephyr regained his composure and promptly issued a series of commands. A few minutes later, a cadet hurriedly approached him with a report, presenting an extensive list. The document revealed that due to the unexpected assault by Kwaiba and the ensuing chaos between the two factions, the casualties aboard the training ship had reached 21. However, this number paled in comparison to the earlier losses of training ships that had been annihilated by Kwaiba's crew. As for the culprit, Kwaiba had been severely injured and rendered unconscious by Yichin's singular blow, now confined within the seastone cell of the training ship. This was a notorious pirate crew that the Navy had long sought to apprehend. Zephyr, upon reviewing the list, let out a hearty laugh, then turned and clapped his calloused hand firmly on Yichin's shoulder. I shall report this incident in detail to Navy headquarters. Aha! Merely capturing this bounty of over 100 million for Kwaiba will undoubtedly astonish those fellows at the headquarters. The delight was overwhelming. Zephyr was so elated that he seemed almost beside himself, gazing at Yichin as if he were a precious treasure, his eyes gleaming with extraordinary brilliance. Since his retirement from the post of admiral to assume a teaching role, he had never felt such joy and excitement. This marks his inaugural experience in instructing naval cadets. As a former admiral, he has long been subjected to skepticism from various quarters, which has undermined his confidence in presenting extraordinary talents to the naval government. However, he has finally found that confidence, and it is embodied in the young man standing before him, Yichin. As the smoke of battle dissipated under Zephyr's command, The crew aboard the training vessel diligently completed their preparations. Subsequently, Zephyr summoned all the cadets to the deck. At that moment, the stormy sea had calmed, and rays of light began to pierce through the erstwhile darkness in the east. Standing before the assembled cadets, Zephyr's gaze swept across the ranks with a serious demeanor, which gradually softened. "Very well. During the recent skirmish, each of you displayed your valiant spirit," he proclaimed loudly. "Yet, to truly become a member of the Navy, your performances are still far from sufficient. Nevertheless, some of you have demonstrated remarkable excellence." As he spoke, Zephyr's eyes fell appreciatively upon a certain individual in the crowd, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This gesture drew the attention of all present towards that person. However, before they could gaze for long, Zephyr exclaimed, "You should all know whom I refer to, Yuchen, an exemplar for you all. I hope you will learn from him during the remainder of your training period." Zephyr's unambiguous praise left Yuchen the object of admiration and envy from all the cadets, rendering him somewhat bashful. "All right, having just endured an attack and battle, you must be weary. Take a moment to adjust and return to your respective vessels to recuperate. Additionally, the monthly assessment will soon take place, so prepare diligently." Even though many were still processing the events of the battle, as soldiers, they must embody the indomitable spirit of military discipline. Thus, he maintained his stringent expectations. With that, Zephyr waved his hand, signaling dismissal, and returned to his quarters. Once dismissed, Yuchen made his way back to his lodgings, only to unexpectedly encounter a fellow cadet waiting at his door, Borsellino. The normally languid and leisurely Borsellino appeared invigorated upon seeing Yuchen. "Yuchen-san, you're back. I came to express my gratitude," Borsellino exclaimed joyfully, his previous irreverence replaced by sincerity. "Huh?" Yuchen was momentarily perplexed. "Thank you for saving me earlier," Borsellino continued, his bright eyes fixed on Yuchen. "I truly appreciate it, but rest assured, I will show no mercy during the monthly assessment." "Indeed," Yuchen replied with a subtle nod, then pushed open the door and strode away. Initially, Yuchen found Borsellino's gratitude somewhat bewildering. However, upon reflection, he recalled that the individual thanking him in the original narrative had always maintained an aloof demeanor, casually dismissing even the most formidable opponents among the Supernova and the Seven Warlords. It was indeed unexpected for Borsellino to approach him with thanks. Returning to his quarters, Yuchen pondered this occurrence. In his memory, he recalled having only bested Borsellino during the monthly assessment, not having saved him. Could such an action have warranted gratitude? Intriguing. It seems he must be more attentive to this yellow ape in the future. A smile crept onto Yuchen's lips as he muttered to himself. Yet, he did not dwell on this for long, for a more pressing matter occupied his thoughts, his upgrade. Closing the door behind him, Yuchen settled onto his bed and retrieved a collection of tattered naval uniforms and swords that he had instructed the other cadets to prepare. "These are the remnants left by the sacrifice trainees." At that moment, he merely called out, and the other trainees, without hesitation, prepared for him. It must be said that power and strength are indeed valuable assets, with so many garments and swords available for disassembly. It seems that both swordsmanship and the Marine 6 styles can be upgraded slightly. Gazing at these items, Yuchen felt a flicker of joy and silently chanted as he placed his hand upon them. Whoosh! In an instant, countless objects whirled rapidly before his eyes. Ultimately, he sensed a warmth emanating from his palm and soon discovered numerous unfamiliar techniques and effects swiftly comprehended by him. After the disassembly, he felt a significant enhancement in his muscles, as if every living fiber within him had been activated anew. Swordsmanship level, LV4, Marine 6 styles, LV5. Yuchen was astonished as he glanced at the post-disassembly data, where the skill levels had indeed changed. Regarding those skills and effects that required certain levels for upgrades, Yuchen had yet to acquire detailed intelligence. He could only patiently disassemble to uncover their secrets. Although there had been improvements, they were still insufficient. He hoped to continue growing stronger. Yuchen had a premonition that if he persisted in disassembly, he would undoubtedly achieve even more astonishing rewards. The following day, the training ship continued its voyage. The incident involving the capture of the formidable Kurohyu was reported to the Navy headquarters. Soon, a warship would arrive to rendezvous with the training vessel and escort Weeble to the underwater prison and Pell down. Among this, Zephyr decided to select a portion of the elite trainees to instruct them in the Marine 6 styles, ensuring they possessed more self-defense skills. Yuchen was also summoned to join this group. By afternoon, Zephyr had selected 10 trainees he deemed gifted from the 2 training ships, gathering them together. "You performed admirably in yesterday's battle, and your talents surpassed the average," Zephyr solemnly addressed the elite group. At that moment, he overheard the elite trainees in the arena murmuring about him. "Oh, is that Yuchen arriving late? Why is he only showing up now?" one pondered. Recalling that just yesterday, Teacher Zephyr had praised him, it was hard to believe he would miss the elite training. Who would have thought he would actually be late? To be tardy on the very first day of training. This was rather presumptuous of Yuchen. After all, Teacher Zephyr detested tardiness among his students. Indeed, the last time a student was late, he had kicked them across the room and subsequently made them run 50 laps around the training ground. On the sidelines, the trainees understood that Yuchen was undoubtedly among the elite. Yet, despite their astonishment, they knew he ought not to be late. They were well aware that under Zephyr's strict and decisive leadership, Even a promising student like Yichen would face some form of discipline. They could already envision the repercussions he would face, which made them chuckle quietly to themselves. Yichen, you've arrived. In the next moment, Zephyr noticed Yichen greeting him and instructed, "You may sit over there." "Very well. I shall arrange myself," Yichen responded, finding a spot to settle down. Upon hearing his reply, Zephyr nodded and continued addressing the elite trainees. "However, do not grow arrogant, for in comparison to Yichen, your abilities are still vastly inferior." Upon hearing Zephyr's inadvertent compliment, Yichen felt a bit embarrassed and touched his nose. "What?" Meanwhile, the other trainees, seeing the tardy Yichen seated comfortably, could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief. They felt it was profoundly unfair. How could someone who arrived late enjoy such privileges while they stood? Did excellence grant one the liberty to act without consequence? Thus, they resolved to confront Zephyr, demanding punishment for him. "Teacher Zephyr, we have a question." One trainee, unable to contain himself, stood up, his brow furrowed in indignation. "Why is Yichen allowed to sit in class while we have been standing for so long?" "Exactly. Is being superior a valid reason to arrive late and receive preferential treatment?" As these words were uttered, other trainees stood up in agreement, glaring at Yichen in protest. Coughing lightly, Yichen finally realized their ire was directed at him. No wonder he had sensed their unusual gazes upon his arrival. It was indeed aimed at him. "Return to your places." Zephyr, though his expression darkened slightly, waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unfazed. "What right do you have to oppose?" This special training on the Marine 6 styles was a decision made jointly by Yichen and myself. You should be grateful for the opportunity to learn from him. Grateful to him. Upon hearing this, disbelief washed over them. They were only now realizing the extent of the collaboration between Yichen and Zephyr. This revelation carried considerable weight. Consequently, some of those who had initially protested began to waver, muttering to themselves, "We cannot provoke him." However, as their resolve faltered, one trainee who had been the first to speak out declared with conviction, "While we ought to thank him for the opportunity to learn, he should still be punished for his tardiness. Otherwise, it is highly unfair to us." He believed that even those who excelled must adhere to discipline. "Humph. Fairness? If you seek fairness, then achieve the strength to demand it." Zephyr retorted coldly, his demeanor shifting. "In my eyes, exceptional individuals are treated differently from the ordinary. The fact that you stand here is a testament to that." Upon hearing this unwavering rebuttal, Zephyr's patience wore thin, and he remarked, "Moreover, Yichen is here to guide you. He has sacrificed his own training time to assist you, and yet you dare to criticize him? This is truly excessive. Guide us." The crowd fell silent, taken aback. They could scarcely comprehend that Yichen was not there to learn alongside them, but to mentor them. However, upon reflection, it dawned on them that Yichen had the capability to single-handedly confront the captain of the weapons pirates, his prowess far surpassing theirs. Indeed, he was more than qualified to guide them. The trainee who had been so assertive moments ago now regretted his words immensely. He had unwittingly provoked someone he could not afford to antagonize. Furthermore, his protest, which he had thought would be a bold stand, had turned the atmosphere decidedly awkward, leaving many to observe him in silence. Coughing again, he felt the weight of their gazes upon him. At that moment, a clear cough from Yichen shattered the tranquility in their wandering thoughts. "Teacher Zfa, they are merely uninformed, and we cannot hold it against them. It is getting late. We should hasten our training." In truth, he harbored a personal motive for being there. His combat skills were still lacking, and he sought to refine them by sparring with these individuals. Upon hearing Yichen's words, Zfa glanced at the sky, noting that evening had already descended, and he too wished to avoid any further delays. However, he would not let the previous rudeness of the students go unpunished. Thus, he bellowed, "Those students who misbehaved must run 200 laps around the ship. No meals will be granted until this task is completed." The students stood in stunned silence, gazing at Zfa with wide eyes. 200 laps? That was likely beyond their limits, and they now regretted their earlier provocations against Yichen. "Why are you still standing there?" Watching their sluggish movements, Zfa's face darkened, and he reprimanded them further. Upon hearing this, the students immediately sprang into action. "Now, let us return to the matter at hand, and proceed with our course promptly." Zfa's stern expression softened momentarily as he turned away, commanding, "Is that clear?" "Yes." The students responded energetically, their spirits lifted at the prospect of learning the advanced techniques known only to elite naval officers, the 6 styles of the Navy. These were skills coveted by many within the naval ranks. Observing the enthusiasm radiating from the students, Zfa continued, "Next, we shall invite Yichen to demonstrate and explain the 6 styles of the Navy." Throughout his time as both a student and instructor, Yichen had always been the fastest learner of the 6 styles he had encountered, and his proficiency in them had reached impressive heights. Thus, calling upon him to demonstrate was indeed fitting, as it would provide motivation for the other students and serve as an exemplary model. With that, Zfa's serious demeanor shifted to a smile as he fixed his gaze on Yichen. Realizing Zfa's intent, Yichen stepped forward, saying, "I will take it from here." It had been quite some time since he had practiced the 6 styles earnestly, and this was an opportune moment to alleviate his current yearning. "If everyone is ready, let us commence the lesson." Yichen took a step forward, refraining from saying much more. Yes. The students echoed in unison, their voices ringing out. Although they were somewhat unaccustomed to being instructed by a fellow student, they recognized Yi Chen's formidable strength and thus were filled with anticipation for his guidance. Very well, Yi Chen responded to their enthusiasm without delay, beginning. The 6 styles of the Navy, as the name suggests, consist of 6 techniques: Shurgan, Gun Fist, Tekai, Iron Block, Saru, Shave, Jeppo, Moonwalk, Rankyaku, Storm Lake, and Kami-e, Paper Drawing. Collectively, they are referred to as the 6 styles. Each technique is exceptionally practical and formidable in both offense and defense. However, mastering all of them is quite challenging. Therefore, I do not expect any of you to fully learn all 6 before graduation. If you can grasp even 2 of these techniques, both teachers AFA and I will be thoroughly satisfied. The 6 styles represent a martial art that transcends human physical limits, and for these students, simply mastering one style would be commendable. Thus, his words held a ring of truth. 2 styles? Upon hearing his words, these elites clearly felt a twinge of disbelief. The very fact that Zephyr had selected them underscored their exceptional abilities, and naturally, they possessed the confidence to master all 6 forms. They were eager to witness the extent of Yi Chen's prowess in the Marine 6 forms that prompted such audacious claims. Very well, having expounded on theoretical knowledge, I shall now demonstrate it for you, Yi Chen stated calmly. Instantly, their expressions grew serious, as if an aura of an otherworldly master emanated from them. In the next moment, he planted his feet firmly on the ground. In an instant, 36 seconds, he struck the ground over 10 times, using the explosive speed generated by the recoil to propel his entire figure several dozen meters away. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Such velocity is beyond the perception of the naked eye. However, while they remained enraptured by the astonishing swiftness, Yi Chen once again employed the evolved technique of shave moonstep. With a resounding thud, his feet seemed to be enveloped by a cyclone, lifting his entire being into the air, where he began to leap swiftly. They were aware of Yi Chen's remarkable speed, yet they were utterly unprepared for its astounding magnitude, particularly that of the moonstep. It is swifter than an eagle soaring through the sky. As they observed Yi Chen's demonstration, their breaths quickened, captivated by his presence, their eyes fixed upon him in fear of missing a fleeting spectacle. Yet, when they noticed Yi Chen scanning the surface of the sea with a piercing gaze, questions began to arise. What is Yi Chen intending to do? Before they could articulate their thoughts, they witnessed him dart forward with remarkable speed, akin to an arrow in pursuit, striking the ocean's surface. What was his purpose? It was, after all, a sea creature. The watching disciples soon realized that Yi Chen was indeed pursuing the very spot where the beast surfaced to breathe. This action is evidently akin to leading a sheep into the jaws of a tiger, an invitation to death. Everyone is perplexed by his audacity, save for Zafa, who is secretly amused. Could he be attempting to hunt the sea beast? At that moment, they witnessed Yi Chen transform into a beam of laser-like brilliance, exuding an air of ferocity that suggested he was no longer merely human, but had become a veritable ray of light. Simultaneously, Yi Chen extended 2 fingers towards the sea creature and bellowed, "Finger gun." He concentrated all his strength into his index finger, hardening it before unleashing a swift strike upon the beast. With a piercing sound, the sea beast was struck by Yi Chen's attack, its body seemingly perforated by a bullet, as it erupted in a fountain of crimson, staining the ocean as surface. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indiff. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used cloud layer to restrict access title meta charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML. Charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content, i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex, no follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CDN CGI styles main. CSS script function if document add event listener window XML HTTP request JSON Stringify, var e function, a, var c document. Get element by ID, error feedback survey, d document. Get element by ID, error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request, a, event, feedback clicked, properties, error code, 1015, helpful, a, version, 1, b, open, post, HTTPS, Sparrow, Cloudflare, COM API v1 event, b, set request header content type, application JSON, b, set request header Sparrow source key. C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1E. B. Send JSON. Stringify. A. C. Class list. Add. Feedback hidden. D. Class list. remove, feedback hidden, document, add event listener, DOM content loaded, function, var document, get element by ID, error feedback, C document, get element by ID, feedback button yes, D document, get element by ID, feedback button no, class list in A, class list, remove, feedback hidden, C, add event listener, click, function, E, 0, D, add event listener, click, function, E, 1, script defer src https, performance, radar, Cloudflare, com beacon, JS script, head body div ID cf wrapper div class, cf alert error cf cookie error, hidden ID, cookie alert data translate, enable cookies, please enable cookies, div ID cf error details class P, 0 header class mx auto point, 10 lg, point, 6 lg, px, 8w, 240 lg, w full mb, 15 anti-aliased h1 class inline block md, block mister, 2 md, mb, 2 font light text, 60 md, text, 3 XL text black dark leading tight, span data translate error span 1015 span h1 span class inline block md, block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 lg, text sm lg, leading relaxed ray ID, 9317 cbb, 472 d 73519 bull, span class inline block md, block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 lg, text sm lg, leading relaxed April 17th, 2025, 027. 16 UTC span H2 class text, gray. 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3 XLLG, text, 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG, W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 DIV ID what happened section class W. 12 MD, W full H2 class text, 3 XL leading tight font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website, generative language. Google APIs. Com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY. 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footer line wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX, for PY, 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button DIV class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback. DIV class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 9317 CBB 472 D73519 strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull. Span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 span performance amp. Security by span arel nupener norfur ref https, www.cloudflare, com5xx, error, landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script, function D, var ba, get element by ID, CF footer item IP, CA. Get element by ID, CF footer IP reveal, B class list and B class list. Remove hidden, C, add event listener, click. Function C, class list. Add hidden, A, get element by ID, CF footer IP. Class list. Remove hidden, var document. Add event listener A. Add event listener, DOM content loaded, D, script DIV. Error footer, DIV. CF error details, DIV. CF wrapper, script window. CF translation, script body HTML in this circumstance. The sea beasts became the prime source of sustenance for those navigating these waters. The creatures were quite sizable, and capturing just one would provide enough food for the entire crew for an extended period. As the mixed-use soldiers set out to fish, Yichin did not intervene. Slaying the sea beasts was merely a trivial task for him. With a light step, he soared back effortlessly, returning to his teaching. Unbeknownst to him, that seemingly effortless kick he had just executed left the other trainees in awe. To them, it was akin to the powerful sweep of a dragon's tail. Was this truly Yichin? His strength was remarkable. As they watched him return, the trainees regarded him with disbelief. The earlier kick, a technique they had never witnessed a naval officer of the brigadier rank perform, highlighted the immense difficulty involved in mastering such a skill. While they had seen brigadier-level officers wield this technique, none had demonstrated the same level of power as Yichin just had. Thus, in their eyes, Yichen was indeed a prodigy, a true genius who commanded their utmost respect and admiration. Clearing his throat to regain their attention, Yichen gently touched his nose and explained with authority that kick was one of the 6 techniques of the Navy, specifically a foot technique. It is important to note that this is not merely a kick intended to harm an adversary. Rather, it employs the vacuum generated by a high-speed kick to deliver a slicing blow. The difficulty is considerable, and it may take 1 or 2 years to master. However, genius is a product of 1% talent and 99% hard work. Therefore, I believe that each of you, if you exert sufficient effort, will eventually learn this technique. Well said. Zifa clapped his hands in approval, his eyes reflecting an even deeper admiration than before. He found Yichen's words to be profoundly true. Especially the notion that genius is born from a combination of talent and diligence. It was the most inspiring statement he had ever heard. In this world, true geniuses are rare, while mediocrity is far more common. As an instructor, he felt it was crucial to encourage his ordinary students. And Yichen's words resonated deeply within him, explaining his heightened excitement. Not entirely grasping Zifa's enthusiasm, Yichen felt somewhat puzzled. He believed he had merely spoken the ordinary platitudes he often shared, making him feel undeserving of such praise. Teacher Zifa, you flatter me. I merely stumbled upon this understanding by chance. However, just as he finished speaking, a mixed-use soldier who had just returned from the sea approached him, shaking his hand and saying, Yichen, thank you for your encouragement. We will not give up, and we will strive to become the geniuses you described. Yes, we must express our gratitude to you, Yichen. You have helped us regain our confidence. Upon hearing this, the soldiers who had just finished salvaging the sea beast also echoed their agreement, having listened to Yichen's words and his humble demeanor. Their praise was sincere, born from genuine appreciation for Yichen. These miscellaneous soldiers, lacking in talent, had long resigned themselves to a life of mediocrity. However, upon hearing Yichen's encouraging words, their spirits ignited as if a fierce fire had been kindled within them, restoring their confidence. Typically relegated to menial tasks, they were often scorned by their peers. Having never encountered an individual like Yichen, in that moment, they revered him as a figure of divine inspiration. Every individual possesses the right to strive and learn. What of the miscellaneous soldiers? With diligence, they too could one day achieve great things. Yichen, feeling a surge of joy, declared, thus, I propose that if everyone aspires to become exemplary soldiers, be they outstanding or ordinary students, everyone is entitled to learn together. His words flowed like nourishing broth. And since he stood unburdened, he felt no discomfort in speaking. Should a remarkable individual emerge, they would surely express their gratitude towards him. Indeed, individuals possessing both talent and noble character are increasingly rare, Zfa remarked with a hearty smile. Yichen's sentiments resonated with him deeply. Reflecting on his own past as an ordinary individual, devoid of extraordinary gifts, he recognized that it was his unwavering spirit of perseverance that had led him to his current achievements. Inspired by Yichen's words, he acknowledged the validity of universal access to learning and, after a moment of contemplation, stated, Yichen is correct. If we all wish to progress and contribute to justice, we can gather to learn after fulfilling our duties. He had previously only selected a few elites for enhanced guidance, perhaps too narrowly focused. While those chosen possessed talent, it did not guarantee their ultimate success. Now enlightened by Yichen's insight, he continued, from today forth, Yichen shall serve as your second instructor. Feel free to consult him regarding any learning matters. Second instructor? Yichen involuntarily flinched at the mention, realizing that what he had thought was merely a pleasant discourse had suddenly become a heavy responsibility thrust upon him. Yichen, consider this a means to alleviate my burden. For I cannot manage alone, Zfa urged, waving his hand with authority. I will report your role as an instructor to the higher-ups, ensuring you receive commendation before graduation. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the other soldiers. The miscellaneous soldiers, upon realizing this, immediately responded with earnest pleas. Yichen, please, teach us. Yes, please guide us. We promise to dedicate ourselves to learning. One soldier even offered a small token of appreciation in the form of food. Although these morsels are merely ordinary beef jerky, they represent a delicacy in this realm of scarcity upon the sea. Yichen found himself in a rather awkward predicament, akin to being caught on the horns of a dilemma. However, after some contemplation, he ultimately acquiesced. After all, his original intention was to instruct those elite soldiers, and expanding his tutelage to include a few more should not pose a significant challenge. Nevertheless, the 6 styles of the Navy transcend the limits of human capability, and not everyone possesses the aptitude to master them. It all hinges upon the fortune of these individuals. Moreover, there exists another motivation. Securing a commendable position in the Navy prior to graduation necessitates evaluations among the cadets. By assuming the role of a second instructor, his prestige would undoubtedly soar, alleviating any concerns regarding the peer assessments during the graduation evaluation, not to mention the additional points from Zifa. Furthermore, Yichen relied on the decomposition system to enhance his abilities, thus sparing him the need for monotonous daily training. Engaging these individuals in practical scenarios and validations would, in fact, facilitate swifter progress. Excellent. Wonderful. Zifa exclaimed with delight upon Yichen's agreement. Let us commence our learning at once. The atmosphere of eager anticipation for knowledge was precisely what he desired. He yearned for his students to contribute meaningfully to the Navy and the government in the future. Indeed, let us expedite our studies. Yichen affirmed with conviction. Typically, regular training is systematically organized, requiring no personal intervention. As for the advanced techniques of the Navy's 6 styles, even the selected elite would find it arduous to master a single technique within a few years. Thus, he merely needed to elucidate the theoretical knowledge he had acquired and demonstrate the exercises multiple times for their observation. Thus, he would neither hinder his usual training nor forego a certain reward, ultimately concluding that he had made no erroneous decision. Several hours later, Yichen concluded the day's instruction, and the trainees returned to their respective quarters. At that moment, he silently endeavored to practice his Navy 6th style and armament hockey. He discovered that both had slightly improved. It appeared that serving as an instructor was not a poor choice after all. After a few more attempts, Yichen began to feel fatigued and succumbed to a deep slumber. With less than a month until graduation, both Zephyr and Yichen were nearing the conclusion of their teachings. At that moment, the sea roared with howling winds and surging waves, the training vessel bobbing like a leaf upon the tempest. On the smooth deck, Zephyr and Yichen stood at the center. All the knowledge and techniques to enhance your strength have been imparted to you by teacher Zephyr and myself. The rest depends on your own diligence. Yichen's voice, undeterred by the tumultuous weather, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Despite the raging storm and the violent swaying of the vessel, he stood upright like a trio of spears, his posture unwavering. During this period, although he had not yet produced any astonishing talents adept in the Marine 6 styles, his own prowess had significantly increased. Thus, amidst the tumultuous waves, he stood as steadfast as a pillar. Observing his composure, Zephyr felt a sense of satisfaction, appreciating the masterful demeanor he exhibited. However, for the students, this tempestuous weather presented a perfect opportunity to test their resilience, akin to withering greenhouse flowers. With a slight smile, he stepped forward and announced, "Today, I would like everyone to review yesterday's exercises for me, so I may witness your progress." At that moment, Borsalino chimed in. His tone languid. "I believe I have successfully learned the shave technique of the Marine 6 styles." He stepped forward, his movements deliberate and unhurried. Zephyr raised an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling with surprise. In the months of instruction, no student had yet mastered this skill, so he felt a flicker of anticipation. Yet, Yichen, standing nearby, displayed no signs of astonishment. "Then demonstrate it for us," Zephyr urged Borsalino with a nod. "Certainly." Borsalino replied lazily, taking a moment to inhale deeply, his eyes closing as if in preparation. After a brief pause, he suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Shave." In an instant, his feet struck the ground rapidly, propelling him forward like an arrow, covering a distance of several meters in a heartbeat. "Remarkable. That is indeed the shave technique," Zephyr observed carefully, confirming his assessment with a subtle nod, his gaze betraying a hint of admiration. After all, throughout his extensive teaching, he had yet to witness a single student master even a fraction of this skill. The realization that someone had finally grasped the shave technique filled him with joy. "Is this a compliment?" Borsalino mused with surprise, for Zephyr had never before praised him. "Indeed, it is commendable. Utilizing the speed of your light fruit ability to replicate the shave technique is quite an innovative approach," Yichen commented, offering his own praise. "Is this the speed of the light fruit?" Zephyr pondered aloud, realizing that the speed demonstrated by Borsalino was comparable to that of the primary shave technique, despite the same rapid footwork. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that it was indeed the speed derived from the light fruit's powers. While the shave typically exceeds human limits, if Borsalino had indeed employed the light fruit's speed, it suggested that his martial arts skills still required refinement. With diligent practice, you could certainly reach an advanced level of shave, Yichen added, smiling as he nodded in appraisal. However, while the speed is impressive, the effectiveness of your fruit ability appears somewhat mediocre. Further training in martial arts would be beneficial. The undeniable speed and power of the light fruit abilities were evident, yet they lacked full development at present. Yichen, having lived 2 lives, was acutely aware that in the original narrative, Borsalino was characterized as rather lethargic, often criticized by Zephyr for relying too heavily on his fruit abilities at the expense of physical training. His current remarks were a direct commentary on Borsalino's shortcomings. Ordinary? Borsalino narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a spark of defiance, though he concealed it well. Renowned among his peers as a prodigy, he consistently ranked within the top 3 during evaluations, accolades attributed to the prowess of his light fruit abilities. The notion that Yichen would deem his abilities ordinary was disconcerting. "Are you feeling challenged?" Yichen stepped closer, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed him. "If you're dissatisfied, why not attack me with your full strength and see how it fares?" Borsalino, destined to become one of the 3 admirals, would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable force, a terrifying presence. Yet, despite his immense potential, he often exhibited a casual demeanor, frequently slacking off during combat. Yichen aimed to guide Borsalino, hoping to instill a sense of diligence before he fully embraced his future as an admiral. Intrigued by Yichen's challenge, Borsalino decided to test his newfound strength, replying, "Very well, Instructor Yichen, let us begin." Yichun placed one hand behind his back, smiling as he prepared for the encounter. Laser. Upon mutual acknowledgement to commence, Borsalino launched his attack. He lazily raised a finger, and radiant golden particles began to coalesce at its tip. Witnessing this, the gathered students quickly dispersed, forming a circle to observe the duel. Sorrel. Who do you think will emerge victorious in this bout? One student inquired of the giant Sorrel beside him. Well, Sorrel glanced at the distant battlefield, his expression uncertain. I cannot discern who possesses the upper hand, but given that Yichin's mastery of the Marine 6 style surpasses all of us students, I doubt he will be defeated. Haha, that may not be the case. The student's eyes gleamed with insight as he continued. Borsalino is no longer the same individual he once was. He can now elementalize his body, rendering Yichin's Marine 6 styles ineffective against him. Moreover, he has developed numerous techniques utilizing his fruit abilities, and the laser technique he is currently gathering energy for is his most powerful move yet. Elementalize? Sorrel exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. Therefore, Yichun is destined to lose, the student asserted confidently. He had witnessed Borsalino effortlessly eliminate a C. This maneuver not only boasts remarkable speed but also possesses formidable power. Thus, he is certain that Borsalino's strength surpasses that of Yichin. Could it be? Sorrow gazed intently at Borsalino, who appeared utterly indifferent. Although he was unaware of the true extent of the flash fruit's capabilities, he had heard that elementalization could render one invincible in battle. A sense of concern began to creep over him as he observed Yichin. Previously, they had shared the same dormitory, and Yichin had aided him. He was reluctant to see him come to harm. On the battlefield, Yichin stood face to face with Kizaru, neither making the first move. In a battle of wits, caution is paramount. Even a slight lapse can lead to total defeat. Kizaru truly is cunning, exhibiting such prudence. Seeing that Kizaru refused to approach, Yichin awaited his strike to counterattack. No wonder he often appeared to be slacking off in the original narrative. It was all premeditated. However, had Kizaru known Yichin's current thoughts, he would surely have been infuriated. In truth, Yichin was not contemplating much at all. He was merely pondering how to dispatch Kizaru with a single blow. Indeed, a single strike. To eliminate this future Marine Admiral with one deft move. Although this notion seemed somewhat insane to the onlooking trainees, considering that he was up against an elemental user, Yichin's audacious thoughts were beyond their comprehension. Wouldn't it suffice to simply throw a punch? After 5 seconds of deliberation, Yichin finally made his decision. He then raised his right hand, forming a tight fist. Whoosh. Just as Yichin launched his punch, Kizaru stamped his foot, transforming into a flash of light. It seems he has made progress. He can now utilize elementalization. Observing this, Yichin halted, a smile gracing his lips. Witnessing Borsalino's adept use of elementalization, he felt a tinge of surprise. Has he been discovered? How frightening. Borsalino feigned fear, but quickly prepared to strike again. But what does knowing change? Even if you are aware, you cannot alter the outcome. Upon hearing this, Yichin chuckled lightly. Meanwhile, Zifa and the others watching from the sidelines were taken aback. The level of elementalization and such speed were indeed astonishing. If they were not mistaken, API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang enus. And if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus. And if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang enus. And if GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang enus. And if head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used cloud layer to restrict access title meta charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML. Charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content, i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var e function a var c document. Get element by ID error feedback survey D document. Get element by ID error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request. A event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful A version 1 B open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare com API v1 event B set request header content type application JSON B set request header Sparrow source key C771F4B54944B4 to 61444B799 B send JSON stringify AC class list add feedback hidden D class list remove feedback hidden document add event listener DOM content loaded function var document get element by ID error feedback C document get element by ID feedback button yes D document get element by ID feedback button no class list in A class list remove feedback hidden C add event listener click function E 0 D add event listener click function E 1 script defer SRC HTTPS performance radar Cloudflare Com beacon. JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies. Div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD block Mr 2 MD MB 2 font light text 60 MD text 3XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed ray ID 9317 CBF 3A 22 DD1 DD bull span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 26 UTC span H2 class text, gray, 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3XL LG. Text, 2XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG, W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 DIV ID what happened section class W, 12 MD, W full H2 class text, 3XL leading tight, font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate, what happened? H2P the owner of this website, generative language. Google APIs. Com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX, for PY, 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback. Div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 9317 CBF 3A22DD 1DD strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp security by span rel nupener nor for ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d varba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML after being effortlessly defeated by Yi Chun, he became acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Thus, he responded to Yi Chun's words, reflecting on the recent battle. He realized that had he possessed the formidable physique and the iron block technique of the 6 styles of the Navy, perhaps Yi Chun's strike would not have pierced his flesh. Once Yi Chun heard Borsellino's statement, he gradually lifted his foot from him and silently turned away, making his way back to the center. This gesture of exhaling relief allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Was there a momentary delay when the instructor extended his finger earlier? Returning to the arena, Yi Chun suddenly furrowed his brow, let out a deep sigh, and turned around. His expression tinged with regret as he addressed the others. Dear classmates, I must confess that I made an error in my previous combat maneuver. I hope you will refrain from laughing at me when I reveal this. An error? Instructor Yi Chun claimed that his earlier strike was flawed? I failed to notice such a thing. Upon hearing his words, the students were left in a state of bewilderment. In recent months, it has become customary to witness Yi Chun demonstrating techniques almost daily. Although they have yet to master the skills, they have thoroughly internalized the theoretical aspects of each preparatory movement for the thrusting technique. Yet, why could they not discern the errors? In fact, my recent execution of the thrust was deliberately slower than usual. Observing the confusion among the students, Yi Chun clarified, stating that such a pace is unacceptable in real combat. as it significantly diminishes the efficacy. Thus, it was an erroneous demonstration on my part. So, please do not mock me. Upon hearing Yuchen's words, the attendees were once again rendered speechless. Do not mock him? What kind of joke is this? According to Yuchen, he had been slow to act and had not exerted his full strength. Typically, in such circumstances, one's capabilities would significantly diminish, yet she effortlessly defeated the so-called monster, Borsalino. Who among them still has the audacity to mock him? It is already commendable that Yuchen refrains from ridiculing them. Can they not be astonished to the point of petrification by Yuchen's words and actions? Zephyr, observing from the side, was also aware of what had transpired. However, unlike the other students who displayed overt astonishment, Zephyr regarded Yuchen's humility and character with great admiration. He was genuinely pleased. Thus, he stepped forward, clearing his throat, and addressed the other students, ahem. You all witnessed this, correct? Even those who have mastered the 6 styles and possess greater skills than you continuously reflect upon themselves. Therefore, I urge you to learn diligently. This why at that moment, as he contemplated finding a place to continue his practice, a group of trainees suddenly approached him. With smiles, they exclaimed, Instructor Yuchen, we would like to stay and practice with you. Those who excel in their pursuits gather their resources well in advance. It is not merely daunting to sit beside a top student. It is far more intimidating when that student exerts even greater effort. They recognized that Yuchen's rapid progress stemmed not solely from innate talent, but predominantly from relentless diligence, an ethos they aspired to emulate. Seeing the enthusiasm of these trainees brought comfort to Yuchen's heart, particularly for Zephyr, and thus he harbored no objections. Instructor Yuchen, they continued, we wish to enhance our skills before we venture into the perilous waters ahead. They were acutely aware that graduation loomed near, instilling a palpable sense of anxiety about their futures. Their fervent practice was motivated by a desire to bolster their abilities prior to the final assessment they would face upon graduation, traversing the last treacherous sea and returning to the naval headquarters. Indeed, it was rumored that the sea was fraught with danger. Many past trainees had met their demise at this final hurdle. Observing one particularly anxious trainee gazing at him with a glimmer of despair, Yuchen discerned the deep-seated worry etched upon their features. If you wish to survive, you must persevere. He offered no further words, allowing this sentiment to linger as he immersed himself in his training. Survival of the fittest. Where the victor reigns supreme, this adage resonated within him at every moment. In this ruthless world of pirates, where peril lurked at every turn, failure to strive meant merely becoming a stepping stone for others. With a firm stomp, Yuchen bent his knees momentarily before propelling himself forward. Incredible! If only I could master even a fraction of his techniques. The trainees, witnessing Yuchen's effortless strides, cast envious glances his way. In that instant, their eyes sparkled with admiration as he stood before them like a beacon of hope. Consequently, they too were inspired, immediately resuming their rigorous practice. Meanwhile, Yuchen, undeterred, seized his sword and began to dance gracefully in the air, stepping lightly as if traversing the moon's surface. Prior to this, he had imposed upon himself a stringent regimen. Each day at dawn, he would commence his sword training, and upon concluding his sessions, he would dedicate himself to mastering the Navy's 6 styles and the art of hockey until nightfall enveloped the world, before returning home. This is one of the reasons for his rapid advancement in strength. Naturally, this is also closely tied to his decomposition system. During this period, he has been persistently searching for objects that can be decomposed to extract skills. Unfortunately, he has yet to discover anything suitable. His armament hockey still seems somewhat lacking. It appears he must seek out more sea kings to decompose. After practicing once more, he gazed at his hands, now tinged with a shade of darkness, and muttered to himself. At present, his armament hockey remains quite feeble, barely reaching level 2. This level evidently fails to meet his requirements. With this thought in mind, he ultimately practiced several additional sessions beyond his usual regimen, and after completing them, he returned to his quarters. Subsequently, he trained diligently each day. As the time until graduation dwindled to less than half a month, their vessel drew ever closer to the naval training camp. For they were on the verge of entering the waters referred to by the cadets. Approaching the maritime zone, everyone must be prepared. On the deck, Zephyr utilized the loudspeaker, projecting his voice as loudly as possible to convey the message to all the cadets. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, each individual stood at attention, as though the front ahead was a battlefield. Whoosh, whoosh. As they entered the designated maritime area, they discovered the sea's surface churning with even greater ferocity, and all gazed ahead with a mixture of apprehension and resolve. There lay an unknown realm before them, accompanied by the threats they had only heard whispers of. As a biting sea breeze enveloped them, they felt an increasing chill, akin to the onset of winter. What is that? The remnants of a ship? Soon, they beheld the wreckage of numerous vessels. Indeed, it was the debris of ships. Moreover, beneath the remnants, peculiar large bubbles were rising to the surface. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. What manner of entity could inflict such devastation? They remain unaware. However, there are those aboard who have traversed these waters, namely Zephyr. At this moment, ZFA glanced at the surface of the water before turning his attention to the faces of the gathered crowd. He then used a loudspeaker to announce, "I trust everyone has observed the wreckage of the ship. It is a testament to the prowess of the Sea Kings in these waters." Although this was his inaugural experience leading a team, he could discern the trepidation etched on the faces of most of the trainees. In this maritime expanse, no one would come to your aid. One must rely solely on oneself, harnessing their innate abilities to survive. Those lacking in strength would naturally face elimination. Shortly, you will be joining me, understood? Many who felt themselves inadequate had already formed groups, for unlike their more adept peers, they had no choice but to band together for survival. Although they had not traversed these waters before, they had heard tales and had devised strategies accordingly. Suddenly, as they huddled together, an unusual wave surged across the sea surface. However, most trainees merely perceived it as slightly higher than usual swells and paid little heed. Yet one individual held a different perspective. Yichin abruptly halted his task of polishing his sword, his expression shifting to one of intrigue and gravity. At that moment, he sensed an ominous presence lurking beneath the tumultuous waves, akin to the dormant threat of a volcano. A profound and fierce aura of menace enveloped him. Yielding to his curiosity, he glanced backward and was met with the sight of a colossal creature, 10 times the size of their two vessels combined, emerging from the depths. Could this possibly be a Sea King? No. This is a gigantic Sea King. The crowd gasped in astonishment at the sight of this partially revealed behemoth. Sea Kings are prevalent throughout the marine world, known for their enormous size, diverse species, and ferocious nature, often residing in the calm zones flanking the Grand Line. Typically, a Sea King measuring 100 meters is already an extraordinary sight. Yet the monstrous entity before them exceeded 200 meters in length. This is undoubtedly a colossal Sea King. Standing in the center, Zephyr also reacted. Casting a stern glance at the panicked students as he commanded, "Be cautious, everyone. Remain vigilant and prepared to strike at any moment." He understood that ordinary vessels seldom escaped unscathed from such an assault by a Sea King. This is also the reason behind the multitude of fragmented shipwrecks scattered here. Amidst the tumultuous waves and the cacophony of the roaring sea, the voices of the Sea Kings resonate like thunderous whispers. Under the dim, eerie glow, a colossal wave, akin to a tsunami, rises upon the surface of the ocean before their vessel. Accompanied by frenzied roars, the immense form of the Sea King emerges from the depths, as if they were suddenly beset by an onslaught of darkness. This Sea King, adorned with scales that shimmer in shades of deep purple, boasts an imposing physique, resembling a colossal sea serpent. Its roar, echoing through the depths, instills a profound sense of terror and awe. How immense it is! As they beheld this gigantic sea serpent, a wave of panic washed over the trainees, compelling them to huddle together in fear. The disassembly of smaller Sea Kings yields skills and enhances one's level. One can only ponder what might be extracted from the disassembly of such a formidable creature. At this moment, while everyone else sought refuge, Yichin stood resolutely before the great Sea King, a faint smile gracing his lips. Even he was taken aback. He had initially sought out the remains of smaller Sea Kings to augment his mastery of hockey, yet here he stood before a majestic Sea King. This took him by surprise. Attack. Everyone, attack. On the other side, upon seeing the aquatic king emerge from the depths, Zephyr, taut with tension, did not share the same smile as Yichin. Such a colossal sea creature, despite having existed for decades, was a first-time encounter for him. Previously, during his passage through these waters, he had only glimpsed creatures of this kind that were merely a tenth the size of this magnificent leviathan. Now, confronted with a predator that feasted on its kin, he promptly commanded an assault. Facing such a behemoth, even he found himself struggling, especially with numerous trainees requiring his protection. The only recourse was to safeguard these students aboard the vessel and hastily depart from this perilous locale. Boom, boom. Following Zephyr's orders, the cannons of both ships unleashed a barrage, relentlessly bombarding the serpent's form. Roar. Yet, their self-proclaimed advanced artillery proved ineffective against the creature, only serving to incite its wrath further. The serpent, flicking its tongue, ensnared several trainees, lifting them into the air before swallowing them whole, simultaneously shattering the ship's planking. Let us strike together, Sakazuki. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indiff. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used cloud layer to restrict access title meta charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equal content type content text HTML. Charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equal XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex no follow meta name viewport content width device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var function a var C document. Get element by ID, error feedback survey, D document. Get element by ID, error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request. A event. Feedback clicked. Properties. Error code. 1015. Helpful. A version 1. B open post. HTTPS. Sparrow. Cloudflare. Com API v1 event. B set request header content type application JSON. B set request header Sparrow source key. C771F0E4B54944BEB4261D44BD79A1E. B send JSON. Stringify A C class list. Add feedback hidden D class list. Remove feedback hidden document. Add event listener DOM content loaded function var document. Get element by ID error feedback C document. Get element by ID feedback button yes D document. Get element by ID feedback button no class list in A class list. Remove feedback hidden C. Add event listener click function E. 0. D. Add event listener click function E. 1. Script defer SRC HTTPS performance. Radar. Cloudflare. Com beacon. JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies. div ID CF error details class P. 0 header class MX auto point. 10 LG. Point. 6 LG. PX. 8 W. 240 LG. W full MB. 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD. Block Mr. 2 MD. MB. 2 font light text. 60 MD. Text. 3 XL text black dark leading tight, span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text. 15 LG. Text SM LG. Leading relaxed ray ID. 9317 CBCD 237 CD 1 CD bowl. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text. 15 LG. Text SM LG. Leading relaxed April 17th, 2025, 027. 20 UTC span H2 class text. Gray. 600 leading. 1. 3 text. 3 XLLG. Text 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W. 240 LG. W full MX auto MB 8 LG. PX 8 DIV ID what happened section class W. 12 MD. W full H2 class text. 3 XL leading tight font normal MB. For text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website generative language. Google APIs. Com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY. 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footer line wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback. div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare ray ID strong class font semi-bold 93 17 CBCD 237 CD 1 CD strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp security by span rel nupener nor for ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span P script function D var BA get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML API call failed with status code 429 error code 429 message resource has been exhausted e.g. check quota Status: resource exhausted. This action left everyone gasping in astonishment. If they were not mistaken, the spot where Yichin had struck was indeed the body of a colossal sea creature. Yichin, this lad. Zifa was utterly taken aback. Initially, he had contemplated leaving, assuming no one would assist him in protecting the students against such a formidable sea beast. Despite his capability to combat this creature, he refrained from intervening for the sake of the students' safety. However, he never anticipated that Yichin would take action, which truly astonished him. Roar. The sea serpent, upon being struck by Yichin, began thrashing wildly. Boom. Its massive tail lashed out like a whip across the surface of the ocean, each swing producing a resonating sound as it sliced through the air. After gathering momentum, the tail swung down towards Yichin. Chafe. In midair, Yichin remained untouched, effortlessly evading the sea serpent's assault with the technique known as six-style shave, appearing like a fleeting shadow. The serpent's attacks missed their mark, crashing violently against the ocean's surface and stirring up tumultuous waves, eliciting startled cries from the students. Roar. After several failed tail strikes, the sea serpent opened its gaping maw, filled with rage. As Yichin's figure flickered, he evaded the serpent's onslaught and reappeared at the site of its wound, declaring loudly, "Armament hockey." In an instant, his right arm, reminiscent of a Chilin's hand, was enveloped in a layer of darkness. Boom. As he unleashed his punch, the air erupted with explosive sounds. With remarkable speed, he directed his fist towards the serpent's injured abdomen. No matter how powerful an opponent may be, they will always possess a vulnerability. And he aimed to strike at its weak point. Boom. Upon impact, Yichin's fist pierced through the serpent's abdomen, revealing a gaping hole. The serpent's eyes reflected agony, and after a brief struggle, its gaze dimmed, losing all vitality. Boom. A heavy thud echoed as the massive body of the sea creature plummeted back into the water, floating lifelessly on the surface. The ocean was stained red with blood, and the once dark sky began to clear. What just happened? The sea creature has been slain? The group of students emerged from the darkness into the light, akin to crawling out of a shadowy cellar. They marveled at the illuminating scene before them. Where was Yichin? Their first instinct was to search for him. How could it be possible? Yichin had single-handedly slain that sea beast? When they spotted him standing triumphantly on the enormous serpent's lifeless body, their expressions turned to sheer disbelief. The damage inflicted by his punch surpassed that of Sakazuki, Borisolino, and all their combined efforts. Yichin was astonishingly powerful. They gazed at the serpent's carcass beneath his feet, which bore a gaping wound, a testament to the devastation he had wrought, far exceeding the results of their collective attacks. What immense power must one possess to inflict such damage? They dared not even speculate. At that moment, Yichin stood nonchalantly, a slight smirk gracing his lips, revealing a profound smile. I am rather eager to see what can be derived from such a colossal sea creature. With that, he placed his hand upon the corpse of the Sea King. Ding. The instant his fingers made contact, the system's prompt resonated. Ding. Detecting contact with a decomposable substance. Do you wish to decompose? Without hesitation, he confidently commanded, decompose. As soon as he issued the order, he felt the massive sea creature beneath him disintegrate into a cloud of ash, sinking into the depths of the ocean. Ding. Congratulations, host, for decomposing a Sea King's corpse. You have gained 10,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your armament hockey level has reached LV4. Following this, the system's voice continued to report as the dust settled into the sea. Could it truly yield such an abundance of experience points in one go? Yichin observed with elation as the experience bar for his armament hockey surged upward. Buzz. Buzz. After the decomposition of the Sea King's body, he felt a wave of warmth enveloping him, a palpable surge of energy coursing through his veins. Glancing down at his hands, he noticed that the dark aura enveloping them had deepened significantly, an indication that his armament hockey power had effectively doubled. Boom. With the realization of his newfound strength, Yichin felt an irresistible urge to test his abilities. After wrapping his right fist in the utmost armament hockey, he slowly unleashed a powerful punch toward the wreckage of a large ship. Boom. With the impact of his fist, the remnants of the enormous vessel shattered into splinters, sending debris scattering in all directions, accompanied by a massive wave. The enhanced power of his armament hockey was indeed formidable. As he marveled at the might of this blow, he reflected on how its power was twice that of what he had employed in the recent hunt for the sea serpent. The rapid escalation of his strength was astonishing, achieved merely by vanquishing a colossal sea creature. After some time, following a period of recovery and rescue efforts, everyone returned to the training ship. However, due to the recent series of perilous attacks, they had suffered significant losses. The number of individuals aboard the two training vessels had dwindled, leaving them with barely enough crew for one ship. Consequently, the two vessels merged into one to continue their journey toward the Naval Academy. In the subsequent days, the training ship traversed the same waters, engaging in a sweep operation. They pursued bounty pirates and undertook various tasks as their final assessment. Throughout this evaluation process, they experienced considerable success. Along the way, they apprehended over a dozen pirates listed on wanted posters, 5 of whom boasted bounties exceeding 10 million. However, Capturing these pirates proved no small feat for the trainees, as even the 10 million bounty pirates caused considerable chaos among the group. Had it not been for Yi Qin's intervention during their operations, they would have surely faltered, falling prey to the pirates. The recent lesson has awakened a profound realization among the graduating students, prompting them to critically reflect on their position and recognize the vast chasm that separates them from those notorious pirates with bounties exceeding hundreds of millions. While Yi Qin regards bounties in the tens of millions and beyond as not particularly impressive, he chooses to remain silent, observing the fervent enthusiasm radiating from these students. Since the last encounter, where he dispatched a formidable sea king with a single blow infused with armament hockey, he has refrained from showcasing his true prowess. Even when confronted by a pirate with a bounty of 50 million, who had proven to be a challenge for the students, he merely sent him flying with a casual punch. Throughout each skirmish and capture, his combat experience has significantly increased, and his mastery of hockey and the six styles has seen notable improvement. Likewise, after enduring various battles, the strength of the students aboard the training ship has also seen considerable enhancement. With newfound feelings of accomplishment, many students have become exceedingly diligent under Yi Qin's guidance. Haha, Yi Qin, come quickly, you've made the newspaper. Just as they were deeply engrossed in their training, Zifa approached from the bow of the ship, holding a newspaper and laughing heartily. He then pointed excitedly to a particular article and exclaimed, "Even the Marine headquarters Karp and Sengoku expressed their desire to meet you. These two old fellows, as expected, are quite opportunistic. Initially, they held a rather low opinion of me. When the time comes, I shall undoubtedly take great pleasure in showcasing my achievements before them. Such an honor bestowed upon a naval cadet before graduation is unprecedented in the annals of naval history. Even the formidable Karp and Sengoku, often hailed as the strongest naval cadets, had not experienced such distinction. It is no wonder that he is overwhelmed with excitement." "What? Yi Qin made the newspaper?" Upon hearing Zephyr's hearty laughter, the cadets engaged in training exhibited expressions of astonishment and envy, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at Yi Qin. Following his successful apprehension of the notorious weapons pirate crew, Yi Qin's name swiftly permeated all branches of the naval government. Moreover, his relentless pursuit of pirates along the way has further amplified his renown, although it may not be the headline of a major news outlet. Garnering global attention and the notice of high-ranking officers in the naval headquarters is a source of immense envy for them. Did I make the newspaper? Yi Qin pondered in surprise, still uncertain as to why he had garnered such attention. In the world of One Piece, ordinary individuals typically find themselves in the news only after achieving remarkable feats or attaining fame. Particularly, Zephyr's mention of a meeting with Karp and Sengoku suggests that Yi Qin has indeed made a name for himself within the Navy. As he prepares for graduation, he notices that he occupies a significant portion of the newspaper, primarily reporting on his capture of the weapons pirate crew, a remarkable feat for an intern in the Navy. Generally speaking, only those with exceptional potential are reported in naval schools and across the global Navy, such as Karp and Sengoku, who frequently find their exploits celebrated in the media. However, interns aboard ships, yet to graduate, rarely achieve such recognition. Furthermore, given their current abilities, attracting the attention of high-ranking officials is no small feat, let alone achieving global fame. To become renowned and embody the essence of justice is a dream cherished by many cadets. Thus, receiving such accolades is akin to obtaining a pass for direct entry into naval ranks. I am truly envious. You have garnered worldwide media coverage and the favor of high-ranking officers, exclaimed Porcelino, his admiration evident after perusing the newspaper. Observing the cadet's astonished expressions, he cleared his throat and remarked, "This honor brings with it a great responsibility for all. Therefore, let us continue to focus on our training." With that, Yi Qin disregarded their gazes and sternly commanded, "Continue training." Yes. The cadets, having been momentarily captivated, promptly responded in unison. Zephyr, as the chief instructor, also noted Yi Qin's words, feeling a mix of shock and subsequent embarrassment. Realizing that Yi Qin's actions had momentarily disrupted their training, he recognized the need to set a commendable example. Gradually regaining his composure, he redirected his focus to leading the training, though his appreciative gaze remained fixed upon Yi Qin. "I, too, aspire to become someone like Yi Qin," many cadets silently vowed, profoundly moved not only by his prowess but also by his virtuous character. In their eyes, the phrase "the strong grow stronger" perfectly encapsulated Yi Qin. 5 days later, the training ship, after a swift voyage, finally returned to the Naval Academy. This signifies that they have finally passed all assessments and are on the verge of becoming true naval officers. On this voyage, the trainees can indeed be said to return fully laden with experiences. At the Naval Training Academy, on the familiar training grounds, a group of transformed trainees stands tall and upright. How swiftly time has passed. Zifa, positioned before the crowd, glanced around at the familiar surroundings and the noticeably changed group of trainees before him, feeling a surge of emotion. Here lies the departure point and destination for them a year ago. Their return now signifies a journey fraught with trials. Thus, it is not solely he who bears this sentiment. The other students share similar feelings. However, they swiftly composed themselves. At which point Zifa took the initiative to speak earnestly. "Students, congratulations on successfully passing your internship assessment. Today, you all must be weary. But tomorrow we will hold the graduation ceremony, during which your positions will be assigned. Please ensure to arrive early. Now go and rest. At that moment, although Zifa had countless words to share, he recognized the exhaustion etched on everyone's faces from their arduous journey and deemed it best to send them off to recuperate. Yet, amidst this, Yuchen lingered, calling out to the departing Zifa, "Teacher Zifa, please hold on." Hearing the familiar voice, Zifa turned, his expression one of curiosity. For all others had already departed. "What is it?" "The night is drawing near. You should return and rest," he replied. "Teacher Zifa, I wish to remain aboard the internship vessel tonight to continue my cultivation and would like to request the key from you," Yuchen responded. "Oh, very well. It is rare to find someone so diligent in practice. You may stay," Zifa replied. Although the journey had left them all fatigued, Yuchen stood out as the most accomplished and spirited among them. Each of them possessed their own distinct methods of study and training, and Zifa had no intention of interfering with Yuchen's approach. In fact, he wished for more students like him. Therefore, he did not oppose handing over the key to Yuchen, and the graduation ceremony was indeed to be held at this very location. The journey back and forth was rather convenient. Upon receiving the key, Yuchen did not share much with Zifa and swiftly returned to the training ship, with such a resolute spirit of striving for excellence. This young man is destined for greatness. Zifa marveled at Yuchen's departing figure. Regardless of inherent talent, diligence is paramount. It is exceedingly rare to find someone as gifted as Yuchen, who also possesses the awareness to work hard. Therefore, he believed that everyone, including himself, should learn from him. The naval uniforms and long swords should significantly enhance his swordsmanship and mastery of the Marine 6 styles. Upon arriving at the training ship, Yuchen entered a storage room and retrieved a considerable amount of naval uniforms and longswords. The naval uniforms were left behind by a number of cadets, which was also the reason for his presence here this evening. Throughout the year, many cadets had either perished or outgrown these garments. He counted them carefully, and there were over 100 in total. With a chime, he took hold of the uniforms without hesitation, reciting silently as he placed his hands upon each naval uniform and the longsword. "System, congratulations. Host, have you touched the decomposable materials for disassembly? Disassemble." Chime. Disassembling one naval uniform grants 100 experience in the 6 styles. Chime. Disassembling another naval uniform grants 100 experience in the 6 styles. Chime. Disassembling one long sword grants 100 experience in swordsmanship. As Yuchen's hands made contact with the sword and the uniforms, he felt a familiar warmth enveloping his palms, and in an instant, the multitude of uniforms and the sword disintegrated into fine powder. In the next moment, torrents of information regarding swordsmanship and the 6 styles surged into his consciousness, akin to a roaring river flooding his memory. As he felt the muscles and tendons tauten, it was as if he had practiced the 6 styles and swordsmanship countless times, with each repetition deepening his understanding of both disciplines. This sensation was exhilarating. After disassembling these items, the joy swelling within him was beyond words. He felt imbued with an extraordinary strength. In truth, Yuchen found himself at a loss for words to aptly describe this experience, akin to the feeling of being unadorned with scholarly knowledge. Originally, he had little knowledge of swordsmanship, but now, having undergone disassembly, he instinctively wielded the sword and transformed into a master swordsman. He had an inkling that if he were to confront the weapon-wielding pirate crew or formidable sea kings again, he would no longer need any underhanded tactics. He could face them head-on and emerge victorious with a single strike. With swordsmanship reaching LV5 and the 6 styles attaining LV6, he deemed it sufficient to defeat those of a brigadier general's caliber. Yuchen slowly closed his eyes, reflecting on the newfound strength he had acquired before he drifted into rest. The following morning, at the Naval Cadet Training Ground, a newly constructed elevated platform had been erected, surrounded by a spacious area furnished with chairs and tables. This will soon be the venue for the graduation ceremony of Yuchen's cohort. Zifa stands upon the platform, his gaze sweeping over the naval training grounds towards the harbor, his expression somewhat peculiar as he observes the arrivals sent by the naval headquarters. Those 2 old fellows have come uninvited and remarkably early. Truly a rare occurrence. However, as he spots 2 familiar figures at the harbor, he remarks oddly. Given Zifa's transition from admiral to educator, particularly with the first batch of students he has trained, the naval government certainly bestows considerable attention upon this event. This time, the Navy headquarters sent none other than the illustrious Karp and Sengoku, who seemed to have come almost of their own volition. Could it be that the legendary Marine hero, Vice Admiral Karp, was truly present? And Sengoku, the admiral, a cadet, spotting a figure at the port from a distance, trembled with excitement. Vice Admiral Karp and Admiral Sengoku, renowned across the globe for their valiant exploits, were the very embodiment of the aspirations of the cadets present. They were akin to idols in this realm, unlike the entertainment stars celebrated on Earth. Upon witnessing the 2 distinguished figures, the cadets displayed overtly exaggerated reactions. Admiral Sengoku had indeed come to grace our graduation ceremony. And the Marine hero himself, he is my lifelong aspiration. A throng of cadets, upon seeing their arrival, became so elated that they could scarcely articulate their thoughts. While Zephyr awaited them with an enigmatic demeanor, Ha ha ha. Long time no see, Zephyr, Karp exclaimed as he approached with a smile. You seem to have aged a bit. Indeed. Look at your hair. It's turned quite gray. Zephyr responded with a chuckle. They had joined the Navy in the same cohort, with Zephyr being the youngest at that time, although he had lost his hair color first. Though my hair may have whitened, my fists still pack a punch, Zephyr declared, stepping closer to the two and allowing his unusual expression to fade. After exchanging pleasantries, he shook his fist and laughed heartily. What brings you here so early? I heard you took a special leave from your duties. Despite having retired to the role of an instructor, Zephyr maintained numerous friendships within the Navy headquarters. He had heard that these two had requested a leave of absence after receiving assignments. Well, we've been working tirelessly and thought it was time for a break. Sengoku replied with a smile. Also, I heard that one of your students managed to defeat a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. That certainly made headlines. We were eager to meet this prodigy of yours, and don't forget to invite me when you dye your hair. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, you've grayed too. As an admiral, you should be mindful of your image. Karp, munching on some rice crackers, interjected, grinning at their banner. As for hair dyeing, I'll sit that one out. I'm here to scout for new talent, so I hope your student doesn't disappoint me. Ha ha ha. Just you wait. They will surely astonish you. Zephyr replied, dismissing the hair dyeing topic, having discerned their true purpose for visiting. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from the port where the training vessels were docked. What is that noise? Karp and Sengoku exchanged curious glances, puzzled by the commotion during the early hours of the graduation ceremony. Oh, it's nothing. Just some cadets engaging in training, Zephyr responded with a calm smile, as if he had anticipated the disturbance. Cadets? Isn't today the graduation ceremony? Shouldn't they be preparing? Sengoku remarked incredulously. He remembered being restless on the eve of his own graduation, having prepared his speech long before dawn. At such a critical juncture, how can these cadets be so unperturbed? This cadet has his own training routine. I couldn't very well deny him that, could I? Zephyr said, smiling as he gazed at the docked training vessels. I must see who this extraordinary cadet is, Sengoku declared, curiosity piqued as he stepped down from the platform, eager to discover the identity of this unique student. Ha ha ha, how intriguing. Karp followed suit, his interest equally piqued. However, upon reaching the vicinity of the training vessel, they found a diverse crowd gathered, including intelligence and research personnel from various organizations, all evidently intrigued by Zephyr's first student. Surely, he has trained anyone remarkable yet? A voice remarked amidst the crowd. Of course he has. Haven't you heard? The student training ahead has captured several pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million, and even over 100 million. Oh, is he the young man named Yichin? Indeed. That's him. Training over there. Who would have thought he would continue his regimen during such a significant ceremony? It seems his fame is well-deserved. As the crowd murmured, Zephyr, Karp, and Sengoku made their way through the throng, arriving at the training ground. There, they beheld Yichin. His gaze sharp and his mind focused, eyes half closed in concentration. With a sudden flicker, he opened his eyes and, without touching the ground, swiftly maneuvered next to a large boulder. With his finger poised like a gun, he caught at this moment. Both Sengoku and Karp were utterly astonished, as it was their first encounter with an ungraduated cadet proficient in the Marine 6 styles. Haha, Zephyr, the Yichin you mentioned is this little prodigy before us, isn't he? Karp soon regained his composure and exclaimed with a hearty laugh, marveling at the young lad's remarkable skill. Who would have thought such youth could master the Marine 6 styles to such a high degree? After speaking, he quietly resolved to observe this young man's capabilities further. Zephyr, this kid is truly impressive. Sengoku concurred, turning to Zephyr to express his admiration, evidently intrigued by Yichin. The proficiency with which he executed the Marine 6 style spear technique to obliterate a massive boulder is indeed formidable. I find myself wanting to spar with him. Aha. After uttering this, he cast a casual glance at Karp. It was noteworthy that both Zephyr and Yichin had joined the Marines at the tender age of 14. Yet Zephyr only mastered the 6 styles at 28 after considerable effort. Sengoku himself had also expended considerable effort to surpass Yichin, albeit by a slight margin. Karp, however, had always been an exceptional talent, mastering the art of combat much more swiftly than the rest. Since their cohort began, Karp had consistently upheld the title of genius in martial arts within the Marines. Yet, such brilliance took years to cultivate, especially when considering Yichin, who had achieved complete mastery of the Marine 6 styles within merely 2 years of joining. Surprising, isn't it? Seeing the astonishment on their faces, Zephyr could not help but burst into triumphant laughter. You once doubted my ability to nurture talent, but now you finally recognize my prowess. The three of them had joined the Marines and grown together, and now, decades had passed. Although they have aged, their strength appears unchanged, and the majority seem to thrive on mutual competition. Of course, there is no shortage of mutual disparagement. Haha, Zephyr, you needn't be so smug. This so-called genius undoubtedly possesses talent. If placed under my guidance, I wager he would surpass you. Karp, ever the provocateur, cannot tolerate Zephyr's ostentation. Zephyr's temper flared, and under normal circumstances, they might have come to blows. However, at this graduation ceremony, he exercised restraint and retorted without hesitation, Even the greatest genius requires an exceptional mentor to flourish swiftly. Otherwise, it's merely a case of the crooked beam leading the crooked post. Ha ha ha. We are yet to ascertain his true abilities, and you boast so brazenly. Observing Zifa's face darken with anger, Karp felt a surge of triumph. Initially, he merely intended to provoke, but now intrigued by Zifa's words, he declared, "Let me see if this so-called genius is as remarkable as you claim. I will test him myself." Just then, a student approached, announcing, "Teacher Zifa, the venue for the graduation ceremony is ready." "Excellent. Let us commence the graduation ceremony," Zifa replied with a smile as he stepped back onto the platform. At this moment, the trainee Yichin concluded the morning training session alongside his fellow students, proceeding with them towards the ceremonial area. The students moved with remarkable swiftness and impeccable order, exhibiting no signs of disarray whatsoever. This is not a result of hasty training. It is the culmination of prolonged guidance provided by Yichin aboard the ship. Once all the trainees have gathered, the graduation ceremony will formally commence. It is imperative to meticulously document the nature of each trainee's abilities. The crowd engages in animated discussions. Furthermore, arrangements must be made for Yichin to meet with us. It seems that there are also 2 individuals possessing the powers of devil fruits present. We must pay close attention to their performances. As the ceremony begins, Zephyr takes to the podium, and the spectators below are largely engaged in hushed whispers. Now, the assessment is about to commence. After delivering his opening remarks, Zephyr announces the official start of the evaluation. At this moment, the students are undergoing their final practical assessment before graduation. While it is termed an assessment, it essentially serves as a combat performance, designed for the students to showcase their own prowess. In this segment, many intelligence personnel from various organizational departments were keenly interested in observing. Their attention peaked. One by one, the trainees stepped onto the stage to face their opponents. Yichin, along with Borisolino and others, was positioned at the end of the lineup. After a brief interval, it was finally Yichin's turn. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he, having achieved the highest assessment score, was to engage in the final battle against Borisolino. However, this seemingly one-sided contest concluded in mere minutes. He stepped onto the stage, struck, and triumphed. The entire process unfolded like a mere formality. Yet it undeniably showcased Yichin's formidable prowess. Borisolino, seated on the ground, gazed at the composed Yichin with a hint of resignation. Following his previous defeat, he had adhered to Yichin's advice, diligently honing his physical techniques and fruit abilities. However, before he could even unleash his powers, Yichin had already bested him. It dawned on him that there remained a significant gap between their strengths, and he had come to accept his defeat. With no further words, he quietly rose, dusted himself off, and exited the arena. After the conclusion of the battle, there was no doubt that Yichin had secured the top position. His promotion within the Navy would soon be announced, and many believed his abilities would undoubtedly earn him a prestigious rank. The disparity in strength between the first and second place was astonishing. The contest had ended so swiftly that some spectators expressed their dissatisfaction. "I still haven't grasped how Yichin managed to secure his victory," some lamented, feeling unfulfilled as the match concluded abruptly. Yet, amidst the crowd, certain individuals were visibly eager. "Zifa, this young man is bound for greatness," Sengoku exclaimed, turning to Zifa with palpable excitement, clearly intrigued by Yichin's performance. Indeed, it is evident that Borisolino, the user of the light fruit, is formidable, yet he was defeated in a single strike. Moreover, I suspect Yichin has not yet revealed his full potential, Karp added. "I'm quite eager to face him immediately. I cannot allow him to claim the title of the most talented practitioner of the 6 powers." Karp's words seemed to be in jest, yet the glimmer in his eyes betrayed his fighting spirit. Being a straightforward individual, he resolved to pursue this challenge. With a sudden burst of energy, Karp leaped from the elevated platform onto the battleground. In an instant, he transformed into a gust of wind, hurtling towards Yichin. "Karp, what are you planning to do?" Zifa, who had been admiring Yichin, quickly reacted, realizing the gravity of the situation and moved forward, shouting in alarm. However, at that moment, he felt Karp's hand firmly grasping his shoulder. "Zifa, let him be. You know very well how this fellow operates. He will manage it," Sengoku interjected. "But even the most gifted trainee requires a tempest to truly grow, does he not?" Zifa, though somewhat concerned, recognized the validity of Sengoku's point. Yichin's practical experience was indeed limited, and he needed more opportunities for growth. Typically, Zifa would not endorse such confrontations, considering that Yichin was merely a recent graduate. Facing Karp, a powerhouse of the Navy headquarters, would be a daunting challenge. Thus, he could not simply stand by. He resolutely declared, if Karp harms him, there will be consequences. Meanwhile, Yichin remained focused on completing his training from that morning. Unbeknownst to him, a sudden assault approached with blinding speed, catching him off guard. "Ah, so you are the remarkable Yichin, are you? How about we spar a bit?" Karp grinned widely, revealing his teeth as he pivoted sharply, launching his ebony right fist towards Yichin. In the next instant, that fist was hurtling toward Yichin's face. With this strike, he hesitated momentarily and altered his attack direction, resulting in only about 30% of his full power. Vice Admiral Karp? Upon hearing the voice, Yichin was unexpectedly taken aback. He was aware that the graduation ceremony was taking place today and that Garp and Sengoku would be present. However, it was perplexing that Garp would choose to attack him. Although he was surprised to see Garp, the sudden assault was even more astonishing. Yet, at that moment, he had no opportunity to inquire further, for a crisis had silently approached him. In a flash, sensing the impending danger, Yichin swiftly sidestepped and executed a technique to evade Garp's ambush. Simultaneously, Garp's punch collided with a large rock behind him, producing a resounding boom that echoed like thunder in the ears of the onlookers. Undeterred, Garp continued his relentless assault on Yichin. Hey! Recognizing Garp's sudden onslaught, Yichin resolved to meet it head-on, summoning all his strength in his right arm to confront the attack. The moment Garp's fist met Yichin's fully powered arm, another thunderous reverberation filled the air. With a heavy thud, Garp found himself crashing to the ground, creating a shallow crater beneath him, and sat there momentarily dazed. Haha, that was quite a fall. How could this kid possess such incredible strength? Garp mused, baffled by the might of a mere teenager. Could it be that he has been training since before he was even born? Though Garp lay on the ground, he appeared to be in good spirits, chuckling to himself. Indeed, this kid's strength surpasses that of the average youth. It seems I must step up my game. With a slight flush on his cheeks, Garp addressed Yichin. Your prowess is sufficient to earn my earnest attention. Yichin, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't recall provoking Garp in any way. Garp's actions astonished not only Yichin but also the audience watching from the sidelines. Damn it, is Garp truly going to fight seriously? However, Zifa, recognizing the seriousness in Garp's demeanor, felt a twinge of irritation. If you injure Yichin, I will hold you responsible. Haha, Yichin. This time I intend to be serious, so be cautious. Garp exclaimed, his interest in Yichin piqued, and he instinctively increased the power behind his punch. In the next moment, Garp unleashed his right fist, aptly named Iron Fist, charging towards Yichin like a rampaging bull. As the punch was thrown, it left deep and shallow marks on the ground, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Could Yichin withstand it? This question echoed in the hearts of all present. However, Yichin merely smiled in response, showing no intention of evading the blow. Instead, he calmly extended his fully powered right arm. Boom! As Karp's fist approached, it suddenly clenched tightly, creating a resounding shockwave in the air. With an impassive expression, Yichin met Karp's fist head-on. The collision reverberated through the atmosphere, causing the stage to tremble slightly, a testament to the ferocity of their clash. In this moment, Yichin's formidable right arm collided with Karp's iron fist. Both forces clearly evenly matched. Yet, Yichin understood that Karp's notoriety extended beyond just his fists. He possessed an exceptionally high mastery of hockey. If he allowed Karp to strike first, even a half-hearted blow could lead to his downfall. Thus, he knew he had to strike first. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, mist began to swirl around him, and his entire right arm was enveloped in a dark aura of hockey. Buzz. As the hockey enveloped his fist, his right arm became incredibly resilient, a surge of counterforce directed straight towards Karp's fist. Karp suddenly sensed the pressure between their fists escalating. Eyebrows raised in surprise. He exclaimed, You have awakened hockey? It was the first time he had encountered a student capable of mastering both the 6 styles of the Navy and awakening hockey among all past and present students. In that moment, both he and the vast majority of the audience, who had never witnessed Yichin's capabilities, were momentarily stunned in disbelief. Aha! This young lad has hidden his talents well. Karp, recovering from his astonishment, laughed heartily. Clearly, a student who could awaken hockey was an extraordinary rarity. Truly remarkable. Originally intending to subdue Yichin with merely 30% of his strength, Karp now realized he had underestimated him and decided to increase his power. However, if your strength is limited to this, you will still be unable to defeat me, even if I use only half of my power. As he spoke, he leisurely raised his hand, the darkness surrounding his fist deepening. As he summoned hockey, an overwhelming aura of a formidable warrior emanated from his body. Come on! With a fierce glint in his eyes and a tightly clenched fist infused with the might of a conqueror, he bellowed, charging swiftly towards Yichin. The speed of this punch was astonishing, generating a gust of wind that stirred up clouds of dust around, brushing against faces like sharp blades slicing through the air. Momentarily dazed, Yichin felt as though he would lose his balance and be knocked back by the sheer force of the incoming punch before it even drew near. Could such power be unleashed with merely a strike? He remained ever vigilant, observing the unfolding battle. However, in that moment, there was no time for contemplation. He activated his right arm, enveloped in the armor of hockey, gathering strength as his legs bent low. In an instant, as the bull-like Kapu charged towards him, Yichin's original position was left only with a fleeting shadow, while the real figure vanished without a trace. Just as Kapu realized Yichin had disappeared, a fist silently descended upon him from behind. The speed was commendable, yet utterly futile. At the moment the fist was about to land, Kapu's icy voice rang out abruptly. Immediately following, an overwhelming force surged towards Yichin, the intensity of the punch reaching an unparalleled peak. Although this punch only utilized half of his strength, it was evident that Yichin was utterly incapable of withstanding it. With a resounding crash, the blow struck the ground, creating a substantial crater in the battlefield. where Yi Chen had just been standing before the impact. Undoubtedly, this punch was lethal, leaving all the students and even the naval officers with no chance of survival. Karp firmly believed that Yi Chen had also been sent flying, hence his remark, "You lose." However, before he could finish his sentence, he abruptly turned around. Realizing that Yi Chen had evaded the strike. Haha, that was indeed close. Shortly thereafter, Yi Chen sighed with a chuckle and quietly appeared behind Karp, saying, "Have we reached a conclusion so swiftly before the battle has even begun, Admiral Karp?" Without waiting for a response, he drew a knife from an unknown source, elegantly revealing it before the onlookers. This knife appears quite ordinary, a standard long sword typically carried by naval officers, easily found on any sailor. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable blade caused Karp, positioned across from him, to momentarily falter in surprise. You are proficient in swordsmanship?" he exclaimed, realizing that although the weapon in Yi Chen's grasp was merely a common marine sword, the manner in which Yi Chen drew it was far beyond what an average sailor could muster. His swordsmanship was formidable. At that instant, Karp comprehended the gravity of the situation. As Yi Chen subtly raised his right hand, executing a seemingly casual diagonal slash, the onlookers, who had just been marveling at his ability to evade Karp's powerful punch, were now baffled by the appearance of such a mundane longsword. They began to murmur among themselves. Is Yi Chen truly intending to wield that sword? Does he not recognize its ordinariness? Surely, it holds no value against a naval hero of Karp's stature. One remarked, while another chimed in, "This sword is far too commonplace. I possess one just like it." Yet, why was Karp so visibly tense? Observing Karp's unease in the face of Yi Chen drawing his sword, some spectators expressed their confusion. Indeed, they noted Karp's apprehension as Yi Chen prepared to strike. Suddenly, with the ferocity of a master swordsman, Yi Chen unleashed a powerful slash. The blade released a radiant arc of sword energy, resembling a dragon's river, surging towards Karp with an overwhelming force. The sword's aura was sharp to an extraordinary degree, and the battleground, once meticulously arranged, was now reduced to ruins in an instant. Facing this strike, Karp's expression grew increasingly grave. His intuition warned him that Yi Chen's attack was exceptional, demanding his utmost seriousness. Zzz. A formidable presence emerged as Karp tightened his grip. The veins in his hands prominently displayed, indicating the immense effort he exerted. He escalated the force he had initially used against Yi Chen, channeling an even more advanced form of armament hockey that enveloped his fist in a deep, dark hue. Whoosh. In the next moment, the clash of fist and sword echoed. Bang. Clang. 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 The sharp sounds resembled the collision of hard objects with metal, as shards of stone and dust erupted into the air. Nevertheless, the sword aura unleashed by Yi Chen remained undiminished by Karp's defense, relentlessly advancing toward him. Could it be that he could not withstand it? Karp's eyes filled with astonishment. He sought to retaliate but found himself too late. Splat. Blood sprayed forth as a powerful, towering figure was sent flying. Thud. The sound of heavy impact resonated, stirring up a cloud of dust. What? Karp, the vice admiral. As the dust settled, onlookers gasped in disbelief at the sight of the fallen Karp, their eyes nearly bulging out. How could this be? Karp was a hero of the Navy. How could Yi Chen have accomplished such a feat, even if Karp had not exerted his full strength? It was unimaginable that a mere recent graduate could send him flying with a single strike. Witnessing Karp's downfall, the crowd erupted in incredulity and fervent discussions. In their eyes, Karp was a formidable warrior who had defeated the notorious pirate Rox, a true hero of the Navy. How could he be bested by a mere youth? It was utterly unfathomable. Haha. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. This Yi Chen is quite intriguing. Sengoku, a seasoned observer, snapped out of his astonishment and gazed appreciatively at Yi Chen on the battlefield. As for Karp, despite being his longtime comrade, Sengoku believed Karp had brought this upon himself. Currently, Zifa was the most pleased, for although he had not personally trained Yi Chen, the latter's prowess only served to highlight his own greatness. Thus, he gazed upon the scene with satisfaction, remarking, Yi Chen has indeed not disappointed me. He has grown stronger. On the training ship, he had closely observed Yi Chen's relentless training and rapid growth, and it was evident that his efforts had culminated in remarkable strength. Meanwhile, Karp, still reeling from the sword energy that had sent him flying, was unable to shake off his shock. Such remarkable swordsmanship? No wonder Zifa had continually boasted about this young man. He truly was a prodigy. Sitting dazed on the ground, Karp pondered. Initially, he had assumed Yi Chen's expertise lay solely in the Navy's 6 styles, unaware of any other formidable skills. Thus, he had not approached their battle with full seriousness. However, upon realizing Yi Chen had awakened a significant level of armament hockey, Karp was taken aback. What astonished him further was that the very swordsmanship he had least expected from Yi Chen was equally impressive, compelling him to use half of his strength yet still unable to fend off the strike. Truly, heroes are born in every generation. Karp couldn't help but reflect. He had intended to gauge whether Zifa's praises of Yi Chen were exaggerated, but now he recognized that Yi Chen's strength was undeniable, impossible to fabricate. Confident in his own abilities, Karp had initially dismissed Yi Chen's sword techniques. After all, individuals who excelled in both martial arts and swordsmanship were a rarity within the Navy and the world at large. The power behind Yi Chen's strike far exceeded his expectations, catching him completely off guard. Yet, this was merely one facet of the situation. The true essence lay in the strength of Yi Chen's attack, which was indeed formidable. Vice Admiral Karp, are you all right? Yi Chen inquired, extending his hand forward as Karp remained on the ground for an extended period, concerned something had gone awry. Karp was momentarily taken aback, then managed a wry smile, responding, I'm fine. I'm fine. He understood that he had lost this battle. Of course. This smile was merely a reflection of his mild embarrassment. After a brief pause, Karp gradually rose to his feet, refraining from launching another attack. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Though the force behind this strike was not overwhelming, it bore a certain strength. As if to convey to Yi Chen that he had gained Karp's acknowledgement. Your prowess is indeed astonishing. I genuinely wish to witness your growth and engage in an unreserved battle. After uttering these words, Karp strode back to his position among the guests with great pride. Yi Chen sheathed his sword, preparing to return to the stage to continue the award ceremony. Zifa, too, had not anticipated this outcome, yet he felt a sense of joy. For his disciple had emerged victorious in this contest. However, upon returning to his original place beside Zifa, Karp was met with the latter's triumphant boasting. He refrained from retorting, merely pouting in disdain as he listened. The result was laid bare before them, rendering further commentary unnecessary. Once Zifa concluded his boastful tirade and ascended the platform for the graduation ceremony, Karp resumed his conversation with Sengoku. It was somewhat regrettable that he had not witnessed Yi Chen's true capabilities. As he gazed at Yi Chen on the platform, a glint of excitement sparkled in Karp's eyes as he remarked to Sengoku, Hey, Sengoku, this kid possesses immense potential. He is certainly worthy of nurturing within the Navy. You need not say. I had already perceived it, though I had yet to confirm it. At that moment, Zifa, observing Karp's sour expression, felt compelled to tease him, saying, However, your earlier display of embarrassment has certainly alleviated much of my speculation. Damn Sengoku. You. Hearing Sengoku's words only darkened Karp's mood further, nearly provoking him into a physical altercation. Nevertheless, he ultimately settled down to witness the graduation ceremony of the young graduates on stage. Karp's sudden desire to spar with Yi Chen had turned into an unexpected performance, and as this surprise concluded, the graduation ceremony reached its final and most thrilling phase, the conferral of military ranks. In the lead-up to each graduation ceremony, the students underwent rigorous assessments. In these evaluations, their assessment scores will be calculated, and the senior leaders of the naval government will deliberate before making a decision. Subsequently, the conferred military ranks will be announced. Among this graduating class, there are several outstanding individuals, with the most exceptional being Yi Chen, who is likely to be awarded the rank of colonel. Prior to the conferral of ranks, many officers engaged in fervent discussions, speculating that the most distinguished among them would undoubtedly be the colonel. This would mark the highest military rank attained by any graduating class to date. Based on the assessment scores and combat performance, Yi Chen is undeniably the top candidate. Furthermore, according to historical trends, the most outstanding cadet is expected to receive the colonel rank without any unforeseen circumstances. Thus, many have already anticipated that Yi Chen would indeed be a colonel. Some even addressed him as Colonel Yi before he took the stage, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Sakazuki, awarded the rank of major. As they continued their discussions, the conferral ceremony progressed swiftly, and it was soon time for the top 3 candidates. Borsellino, awarded the rank of major. Throughout the first year of naval training, both Sakazuki and Borsellino were regarded as formidable talents among the cadets, achieving commendable ranks due to their devil-fruit abilities and relentless training. After the second and third ranks were conferred, many turned their attention to the undeniably promising top candidate. Although they felt it was certain that Yi Chen would receive the colonel rank, they were still inexplicably captivated by him. Yi Chen, awarded the rank of brigadier general. Under the gaze of the crowd, Zephyr announced with a resounding voice, imbued with uncontainable pride and joy, which stirred excitement among the attendees. However, the majority of this excitement was not merely a reaction to his exuberance, but rather the astonishing news of Yi Chen's rank. What? A group of individuals who had just been lamenting the delay in announcing Yi Chen's colonel rank were now left in utter disbelief. Did I hear that correctly? Brigadier General? Yi Chen has attained the rank of Brigadier General? Those who previously believed the highest rank awarded to the most outstanding cadet would only be colonel were now questioning their own perception. In the history of naval graduations, the highest rank attained was merely colonel. Why? Some cadets were rendered speechless, finding the rating excessively high. A Brigadier General rank? On the other side, Yi Chen, upon comprehending the rank he had been awarded, felt a degree of surprise. A Brigadier General is a rank within the general officer tier. Although it is the lowest among them, it is a height that many school-level naval officers strive for over many years, often without success. Not to mention, those behind him might very well be driven to madness upon hearing this result. After all, individuals of Brigadier General rank have the authority to directly mobilize or command school-level personnel as subordinates. Thus, upon graduating from the Naval Academy, Yi Chun could potentially become the direct superior of many school-level officers. This lad actually achieved the rank of Brigadier General? Quite unexpected. Upon hearing the announcement, Karp also felt a twinge of surprise and glanced at Sengoku beside him, remarking, "Sengoku, was this your decision?" Generally, such rank decisions are made by figures like Zephyr, Sengoku, and Tsuru, while martial officers like Karp do not delve too deeply into the matter. Of course, the ultimate decision-maker is Fleet Admiral Steelbone Akainu. Thus, when Karp posed the question, Sengoku appeared somewhat perplexed and replied, "Not at all. That was entirely the Admiral's decision." But, suddenly pausing mid-sentence, he added, "Of course, you also played a part in this. You unearthed such a remarkable cadet." Initially, the naval headquarters, along with Zephyr, Sengoku, and the others, had intended to follow traditional protocols and award the colonel rank to the top-performing cadet, Yi Chun. However, Karp's unexpected input made them recognize Yi Chun's immense potential. Consequently, under this enlightening realization, they ultimately decided to break the record and bestow the rank of Brigadier General upon Yi Chun. No need for thanks. Although Karp was surprised, he took delight in the outcome. He believed that those who were elevated must progress quickly, and he was eager to challenge the improved Yi Chun again. Thus supporting the decision with hearty laughter, "I too believe this lad deserves it. His potential is immense." Shortly after the discussions, the conferral of ranks concluded. However, the arrangements for this graduating class's assignments had yet to be announced. The lower-ranked cadets would likely become subordinates in various departments. In contrast, the higher-ranked cadets, based on past distribution patterns, would generally be assigned to naval bases across the globe as officers. The top-performing cadets would typically remain at the naval headquarters. Nevertheless, all of this awaited notification from the higher-ups in the naval government before any choices could be made. Thus, after the rank conferral, many dispersed to await further instructions, while Yi Chun returned to his residence. The following morning, Yi Chun rose early to engage in his daily training. His recent sparring session with Karp had been immensely beneficial, allowing him to recognize his current shortcomings and weaknesses. His mastery of armament hockey was still insufficient against a powerhouse like Karp. Although he could barely retaliate or evade during their bout, facing Karp's full strength would reveal his inadequacies. He pondered deeply, resolving, "I must enhance my armament hockey." Despite his fully developed right arm being capable of overpowering Karp in sheer strength, his armament hockey remained at LV4, which was far from adequate against an adept martial artist like Karp. Therefore, enhancing his hockey was paramount in his future training. The improvement of hockey often occurs through extreme combat experiences. Yi Chun recalled previously encountered advice regarding hockey training. While conventional training methods can yield results, they may not be as effective. Hence, I must seek out some Sea Kings for further practice. However, he still needed to await his assignment notification. It wouldn't hurt to find some practical opponents to pass the time at the base. An idea sparked in Yi Chun's mind as he considered potential candidates for an unforgettable exchange before their departure. Just as he was about to seek out sparring partners, a figure approached him, a person with violet hair, dressed in a suit and tie, draped in a naval cloak. "Yi Chun, I knew I would find you here." Upon seeing the approaching figure, Yi Chun recognized the individual, who promptly greeted him. Hearing the call, Yi Chun collected his training gear and replied, "Master Zephyr, why are you up so early?" Indeed, the visitor was none other than Black Arm Zephyr. Zephyr approached Yi Chun with a cheerful expression, saying, "I'm about to leave this place soon and wanted to come see you before I go." "Leave? Master Zephyr, where are you headed?" After all, the current cohort of students had just graduated, and within less than a day, they were to depart. At that moment, Yi Chun inquired, "You have graduated, and I have received a mission to prepare for the next batch of military trainees. I will be leaving shortly." Zephyr responded, expressing his own sense of urgency. His departure would only last a month or two, yet by the time he returned, the students he had mentored would have already embarked on their careers. His visit to see Yi Chun before his departure was deliberate, as he held Yi Chun in high regard, and the proximity to the port made it convenient. Moreover, at such an early hour, it was likely that only Yi Chun would be up training. "Teacher Zephyr, you should remember to rest a bit more before heading out to sea. After I start my job, I will make a point to visit you regularly," Yi Chun said with concern, noticing Zephy's weary expression. During their internship aboard the training ship, Zephyr maintained a stern demeanor in front of the students. However, at night, when solitude enveloped him, Yi Chun often caught sight of Zephyr weeping, clutching photographs of his family. The loss of all his loved ones had profoundly affected him, leaving him with wounds that would take time to heal. This, perhaps, led him to seek solace in work as a means of numbing his pain. Yet, during the practical assessments, witnessing several students depart in a manner reminiscent of his own family's fate only deepened his sorrow. Over the past 2 years, although he has consistently exhibited the ironclad strength of a man, he has also borne a considerable burden within. If one were to inquire what sustains him, it would be his unwavering belief in the naval government and the conviction that his sense of justice will thrive. As he prepared to depart, Zephyr approached and patted Yi Chun's shoulder, expressing his anticipation for Yi Chun's growth and his belief that they would meet again soon. After this, Zifa quietly left, leaving Yichen in contemplation. Observing Zifa's retreat, Yichen felt a surge of emotions, but he swiftly composed himself and resumed his solitary training. In the days that followed, he adhered to a rigorous training regimen. Regardless of circumstances, he sought out fellow trainees, whether they were departing or remaining, to engage in sparring matches, viewing these encounters as integral to his practical training. However, after a few initial bouts, very few were willing to challenge him, who relishes the prospect of being soundly defeated. Realizing that they could not best him in one-on-one confrontations, he proposed that they band together. Unfortunately for them, what they thought would be an opportunity for revenge turned into a collective defeat. Thus, a week passed, during which the trainees were subdued. The atmosphere within the Naval Academy became quite lively. Yet, as time went on, the trainees gradually departed to embark on their respective journeys across the seas. Yichen was the last to leave, having achieved the top score in the assessments and been awarded a high-ranking position, granting him the privilege of choosing his assignment. Ultimately, he opted to lead a contingent of sailors to an external base, eager to gain experience and witness the allure of the vast ocean. 2 days later, in a certain maritime region of the Grand Line, Yichen chose the G-11 branch base, situated not far from the doldrums. He set sail with a fleet, aware that while the base was not excessively distant from the naval training camp, it would still take several days to reach. Throughout the voyage, he dedicated each day to training, occasionally engaging with minor pirates he encountered along the way. Time passed swiftly, and soon Yichen's fleet approached the base that would serve as their station for the foreseeable future. As they neared the shore, a naval soldier approached Yichen, reporting, "Brigadier, we are about to dock. Please ensure your safety." "Excellent. Prepare to dock immediately," Yichen commanded, gazing at the increasingly visible outline of the G-11 naval base. A surge of ambition swelling within him, along with aspirations for the future. Within moments, the fleet successfully entered the G-11 base, where the stationed Navy personnel emerged to welcome him. To Yichen's surprise, however, he was greeted by only a few hundred sailors, none of whom appeared to be in their prime. In fact, they were outnumbered by his own contingent. "Welcome, Brigadier Yichen. I am Walter, the temporary head of the G-11 base." As Yichen stood, momentarily taken aback by the scene, a middle-aged man clad in a naval coat, his face adorned with stubble, saluted him solemnly. "Walter?" Yichen nodded and requested a tour of the base. After a brief exploration, Yichen was left somewhat speechless. The conditions of the base were indeed dire. He discovered that there was not a single operational warship available, and nearby pirates frequently bullied the personnel. What does it feel like for the Navy to be subjugated by pirates, transforming their base into a den of scoundrels? Yichen found himself at a loss for words. "Brigadier, your office is over there," Walter indicated, stopping before a dilapidated watchtower that, from the outside, appeared relatively large yet exceedingly worn down. Yichen gazed at the building, incredulous that the base he had chosen would present such an overwhelming disappointment even before his official tenure began. After surveying the base, Yichen took charge immediately. Regardless of the state of the base, his first priority was to assign his sailors to guard various ports. After all, the personnel stationed there were primarily middle-aged, and in terms of combat, they paled in comparison to the robust soldiers he had brought with him. On the second day of overseeing the G-11 branch, Yichen resolved to renovate and develop the base, recognizing it as his future stronghold. He summoned Walter for the handover of responsibilities. However, upon seeing Walter, he noted the man's palpable anxiety, likely stemming from the fact that he had not encountered anyone of Yichen's rank in quite some time. Observing Walter's bewilderment, Yichen offered a reassuring smile and said, "Take a seat and share the details of the base's operations." After a moment of contemplation, Walter began, "Brigadier, as you have seen, our base is in a state of deficit." Yichen was already aware of the situation, but given that the naval headquarters allocated funds to the base annually, he inquired, "Why is the base still in such disrepair?" Upon hearing this, Walter's expression shifted, recognizing the gravity of the situation. As the former temporary head of the G-11 base, he felt a profound sense of accountability for handing over such a decrepit facility. He quickly responded, "The G-11 base remains neglected due to a lack of funds, and once the budget is approved at the naval headquarters." Walter hesitated, sensing the impending gravity of his next words. The brigadier, though uncertain of his own strength, was assured it was formidable. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly articulated, "It is due to the incessant raids by the nearby pirates." As Walter uttered these words, a tumult of anxiety surged within him. This issue was indeed paramount, yet he had hesitated to report it. The current plight of the G-11 branch stemmed from a previous encounter where he had led his subordinates into battle against the marauding pirates, depleting their resources and leading to their decline. "I understand now." Upon hearing Walter's words, Yichen paused for thought and replied calmly. Observing Yichen's contemplative demeanor, Walter grew anxious, perpetually fearful that Yichen would hold him accountable for the situation. However, Yichen said nothing further and simply dismissed him. At this moment, Yichen gazed at a nautical chart in the base office, a profound expression suddenly flickering in his eyes. The following day, Yichen issued a command to the entire naval base, eradicate the pirates in the surrounding waters. Upon the announcement of this decree, The stationed naval forces at the base were filled with excitement. This marks the first time in several years that their base has received orders to embark on a mission against pirates. However, there exists a palpable concern among the ranks. Brigadier Yichin has just graduated from the academy and is leading a team for the very first time. Will this venture end in disaster? Some of the veteran personnel at the base recall when their new leader, Walter, first arrived, similarly tasked with combating the pirates plaguing the surrounding waters. Regrettably, due to a lack of experience, he fell victim to an ambush and the mission ended in calamity before they had even engaged the enemy for a few minutes. Nevertheless, they resolved to act with utmost caution this time. Preparations for retreat were already in place even before setting sail. The pirates they were to confront were no trifling adversaries. One sailor, holding the bounty notice for the notorious pirate they were about to pursue, recalled the brutal slaughter from years past and remarked, "This is a pirate with a bounty of 230 million. Why would the brigadier choose such a formidable foe?" The vicinity of the base had long been neglected, resulting in the congregation of numerous pirates, yet today, Yichin aimed to confront the most powerful of them all. Indeed, this pirate has connections. And it seemed that failure was imminent. An elder sailor, his eyes devoid of hope, expressed his trepidation. While they understood Yichin's ambition as a recent graduate, they felt compelled to inform him of the pirate's background and origins, hoping to dissuade him from this perilous path. However, upon relaying the pirate's history, Yichin exhibited no fear. Instead, he resolutely declared his intention to engage this pirate crew. To them, he appeared as an unseasoned youth, undaunted by the ferocity of the tiger. Yet, they were haunted by past experiences, once bitten, twice shy. Merely hearing the name of the flame pirates instilled a sense of panic in those who had previously clashed with them. Have we arrived at our destination? Standing aboard the warship, Yichin, with an air of authority and rare composure, gazed towards the distant horizon and commanded in a deep voice. As the leader of the base, he understood the necessity of maintaining a commanding presence during the expedition. Report, Brigadier. We are nearing the location where the flame pirates are concealed. Upon receiving this information from the guards at his back, Yichin nodded and gestured for them to withdraw. He then picked up the dossier on the pirate crew to familiarize himself with the enemy, adhering to the adage of knowing both oneself and one's opponent. The flame pirates are led by a user of the flame fruit, known as Soccer, and are affiliated with the notorious pirate Shiki. Boasting a bounty of 230 million, truly a formidable pirate crew. Yichin smiled slightly upon reviewing the materials, sensing an intriguing challenge ahead. While the flame fruit may not be the pinnacle of the natural category, its power remains formidable. In the realm of devil fruits, natural-type users are unparalleled. Their ability to manipulate elemental attributes allows them to swiftly dispatch foes within a certain range, performing feats akin to a magician. Conversely, users of the animal type, once sufficiently developed, gain extraordinary recovery capabilities and physical prowess, enhancing their longevity in battle. The superhuman type, when fully awakened, can become a nearly invincible force. In essence, each category of devil fruit possesses its own advantages, contingent upon the user's level of mastery. While all devil fruits share similarities, Yichin was eager to discover the surprises that the flame fruit user might present. He had already acquainted himself with the characteristics of all types of devil fruit users, preparing himself for this encounter. As the warship gradually approached a small island teeming with anchored vessels, Yichin's eyes sparkled with martial fervor. He genuinely looked forward to witnessing the powers of the flame fruit. Yet, he pondered whether this user would provide the thrill he sought. At the island's harbor, within the confines of several pirate ships, the entirety of the flame pirates gathered. Among them, a larger vessel served as the flagship of their captain, Soccer, who was currently reveling with his crew in merriment aboard his ship. The vessel before me exudes opulence, adorned in gold and jade, shimmering with resplendent brilliance. A group of graceful women dances joyfully amidst a pool of wine, their movements a sight to behold. Enchanted by their elegant choreography, Sacre impulsively reaches out to seize one of them. However, at that very moment, a pirate bursts in, his face etched with alarm as he addresses Sacre, "My lord Sacre. The navy is attacking." Suddenly, Sacre's exuberance is extinguished, as if doused by a cold splash of water. Rising, he questions the messenger with a fierce glare. From where does this navy come? Are they courting death by intruding here? Towering over 2 meters, Sacre resembles a colossal beast of the wilderness. The messenger, trembling at the sight of Sacre's wrath, stammers, It's the G-11 naval base. Those worthless navy scoundrels again. Surely, they have come to offer their treasures." One of Sacre's pirate lieutenants chuckles, having previously toyed with Walter at the G-11 base. He dismisses the notion of them launching a surprise attack. Boom. A deafening roar reverberates as naval cannonballs strike, causing the ship to sway violently. What? They truly intend to ambush us? Sacre seized with rage upon hearing the cannon fire, his eyes igniting with a crimson blaze. "Men, let us extinguish them." With a grand gesture, he unleashes scorching flames towards the entrance. Boom. Before the flames even reach the doorway, it is obliterated. Following this, he and his crew charge out like ravenous wolves. Meanwhile, the Navy's fleet advances relentlessly past their defensive line, now mere dozens of meters from their flagship. Kill. At Yuchin's command, Walter leads hundreds of naval soldiers, leaping onto the pirate ships to intercept them. Upon reaching the bow of the flagship, Sacre gazes at the tumultuous scene of battle, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his lips. Foolhardy Navy, perish today. As he raises his hand, Yi-chun's eyes brighten, spotting Sacre among the chaos. Fire fist. Just as he identifies Sacre, a barrage of flames unexpectedly descends upon the Navy's concentrated positions on the pirate vessel, resulting in cries of anguish from the wounded. Despite the distance of several dozen meters, Sacre's fire fist carries formidable destructive power, shattering the ship with explosive force. Walter, landing amidst the wreckage, breaks into a cold sweat, narrowly escaping the searing flames by leaping onto another vessel. Is this the power of a natural-type devil fruit? Walter, no novice, possesses a degree of familiarity with devil fruits from his past experiences. Having once roamed the seas and earned accolades, he had risen to the rank of lieutenant commander at the G-11 base. Had he not encountered an adversary like Sacre, he might still hold the position of base commander. With a menacing grin, Sacre gazes disdainfully at Walter. Are you frightened? This is the power of the flame fruit. I cannot believe you dare to challenge me again after failing to defeat even my subordinates last time. Infuriatingly, Walter has never faced an opponent wielding a devil fruit's power, and witnessing the might of the flame fruit now instills a sense of trepidation within him, even igniting thoughts of retreat. Sacre understood the futility of his situation. He could not possibly contend with the formidable forces against him. Thus, he had no choice but to rely on the newly appointed Brigadier General Yi-chun, who, after all, must possess some degree of capability to have attained such a rank. He immediately turned his gaze towards the ship, scanning his surroundings, yet found no trace of Yi-chun. Where could this Brigadier General have gone? Surely he hasn't fled upon witnessing the might of the fruit user. Walter growled through clenched teeth, reflecting bitterly on the inexperience of the fresh recruits. The newly appointed Brigadier General was utterly unreliable, having deserted them at the first sign of danger. Should we flee as well? An old soldier beside Walter angrily suggested. They had initially planned to retreat, but now Yi-chun had commanded them to take the lead, thwarting their plans. Indeed, it seemed they could no longer count on him. Walter's heart brimmed with regret. They were now in a perilous predicament. Having already engaged the flame pirates, Sacre would never allow them to escape. Walter, I never imagined you'd seek death again. Humph. Have you brought some new weapons this time? Sacre declared, his hands igniting into flames as he sprang onto Walter's ship. Amidst the crowd, he appeared almost divine. Fully engulfed in fire, commanding, "Lads, seize the naval vessel for me, and let us entertain our guest properly." "Yes, Captain." Sacre's subordinates immediately set forth in small boats. "Since there's no escape, let us fight these pirates to the death," Walter exclaimed, resolved to face the enemy. As he spoke, the naval soldiers raised their weapons and began to fire at Sacre. However, before they could shoot for long, the ship suddenly trembled violently. "Oh no! The hull has been breached." Water surged in, prompting cries of flee. The naval crew, realizing their ship was compromised and panic-stricken, scrambled in disarray. They were far from shore, and Sacre's men were already preparing to commandeer their vessel. They were trapped with no means of escape. "Damn pirates, I will fight you." Walter, initially intent on retreat, drew his sword upon realizing there was no way out and charged at Sacre with all his might. "It's over." Yet, Sacre remained motionless, allowing Walter's sword to pierce through him. How? How is this possible? Walter stared in disbelief, realizing that the rumors were true. Natural fruit users were indeed invincible. "Ha! Surprised, are you? I am a natural fruit user. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Even if all of you joined forces, you would still be no match for me." Before Sacre could finish, he noticed thick smoke rising from the pirate ship behind him, startling him. "What? Our ship is on fire?" Confusion washed over him. Walter's men were right there, and surely no Navy personnel had slipped past their defenses to ignite their hideout. "Put out the fire." As the flames intensified, Sacre kicked Walter aside and rushed back to extinguish the blaze, for all his possessions lay there. "Put out the fire. Put out the fire," he shouted, hastening his steps. However, just as he took a couple of strides, he heard an unusual sound of footsteps behind him. "Who is there? Trying to ambush me?" Alarmed, Sacre shouted, igniting his hands once more, ready to incinerate the assailant. Yet, upon turning, he found no one in sight and decided to search further. Before he could ascertain who it was, he was unexpectedly this can be discerned from the opponent's adeptness at feigning and the sudden strike he executed. Such maneuvers are not typical of an ordinary young individual. This young rascal is actually a rear admiral? Indeed, he realized that the teenager before him, clad in a naval cloak, was, astonishingly, a rear admiral. He understood that achieving the rank of rear admiral in the Navy is no trivial feat. One must either possess remarkable military exploits or be a prodigy in naval affairs. Previously, he had heard tales of a young naval officer who had annihilated a band of arms-dealing pirates. Could this be the very individual before him? In a moment of uncertainty, he boldly inquired, "Who are you, young man, to dare set fire to my stronghold? Have you grown weary of life?" Although Sacre felt a tinge of apprehension, he remained undaunted, fully aware of the true intentions behind the other's arrival. At this moment, it was evident that he intended to probe into the other's background. He had yet to encounter anyone within the Navy who had truly bested him. Even a vice admiral had fallen to his prowess. But that was only because he possessed knowledge of his opponent. Understanding oneself and one's adversary is vital. However, he was taken aback when Yi-Chin did not respond as anticipated, but rather retorted with a hint of disdain. Who am I? Do you believe that knowing my name will secure you a favorable position in the afterlife? Upon hearing this, Sakurai's anger flared once more, yet he refrained from taking action, biding his time for the right opportunity. Yi-Chin, meanwhile, recognized that the abilities derived from the flame fruit were formidable, reflecting on the original narrative. Fire Fist Ace had gained notoriety shortly after setting sail at the age of 17 with the flame fruit, establishing the Spade Pirates, and was even invited by the world government to join the 7 warlords of the sea. Thus, the individual before him, wielding the powers of the flame fruit, was not to be underestimated. Engaging in a direct confrontation could very well result in his own injury. Nonetheless, the flame fruit also possessed its vulnerabilities, which explained why he had incinerated the pirate ship trailing behind him. He aimed to sever Sakurai's escape route. As the flames consumed the vessel, Yi-Chin's lips curled into a slight smirk, and he stepped forward, declaring, "Sakurai, your time is nigh." With that, he slowly raised his right hand. "Humph. You remain unaware of whose time is truly at hand." As he lifted his hand, Sakurai suddenly broke into a sinister grin, fully aware of Yi-Chin's scheme. Yet he too harbored his own plans. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang enus. Indiff. If IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus. Indiff. If IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang enus. Indiff. If GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang enus. Indiff. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used cloud layer to restrict access title meta charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equal content type content text HTML. Charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equal XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex no follow meta name viewport content width device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var function a var C document. Get element by ID, error feedback survey, D document. Get element by ID, error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request, A event, feedback clicked, properties, error code, 1015, helpful, A, version, 1, B, open, post, HTTPS, Sparrow, Cloudflare, COM API v1 event, B, set request header, content type, application JSON, B, set request header, Sparrow source key. C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1A. B. Send JSON. Stringify A. C. Class list. Add feedback hidden D. Class list. Remove feedback hidden document. Add event listener DOM content loaded function var document. Get element by ID error feedback C document. Get element by ID feedback button yes D document. Get element by ID feedback button no class list in A class list. Remove feedback hidden C. Add event listener click function E. 0. D. Add event listener, click, function, E. 1. Script defer SRC HTTPS, performance. Radar, Cloudflare, ComBeacon. JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies. Div ID CF error details class P. 0 header class MX auto point. 10 LG. Point. 6 LG. PX. 8W. 240 LG, W full MB, 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD, block Mr. 2 MD, MB, 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3 XL text black dark leading tight, span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD, block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID, 9317 CBD, 2161 A3079 bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG. Text SM LG. Leading relaxed April 17th, 2025. 027. 21 UTC span H2 class text gray. 600 leading 1. 3 text 3 XL LG. Text 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240 LG. W full MX auto MB 8 LG. PX 8 DIV ID what happened section class W. 12 MD. W full H2 class text. 3 XL leading tight font normal MB. For text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website generative language. Google APIs. Com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden py 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare Ray ID strong class font semi-bold 9317 CBD 2161 A3079 strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bold span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 year IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp security by span a rel nupener nor for a ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP ca get element by ID CF footer IP reveal b class list and b class list remove hidden c add event listener click function c class list add hidden a get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener a add event listener DOM content loaded d script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML API call failed with status code 429 doc type HTML if lt IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang enus indif if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus indif if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang enus indif if GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang enus indif head title access denied generative language Google APIs com used Cloudflare to restrict access title meta char set UTF 8 meta HTTP equal content type content text HTML char set UTF 8 meta HTTP equal XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content no index no follow meta name viewport content width device width initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD into GI styles main CSS script function if document add event listener window XML HTTP request JSON stringify var e function a var c document get element by ID error feedback survey d document get element by ID error feedback success b new XML HTTP request a event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful a version 1 b open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare com API v1 event b set request header content type application JSON b set request header Sparrow source key C771F0E4B54944 BEP4261D44BD79A1E B send JSON stringify a c class list add feedback hidden d class list remove feedback hidden document add event listener DOM content loaded function var document get element by ID error feedback c document get element by ID feedback button yes d document get element by ID feedback button no class list in a class list remove feedback hidden c add event listener click function e 0 d add event listener click function e 1 script defer src https performance radar Cloudflare com beacon JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div ID CF error details class p 0 header class mx auto point 10 lg point 6 lg px 8w 240 lg w full mb 15 anti-aliased h1 class inline block md block mister 2 md mb 2 font light text 60 md text 3XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span h1 span class inline block md block heading ray id font mono text 15 lg text sm lg leading relaxed ray id 9317 cbb 533b 2b bool Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text. 15 LG. Text SM LG. Leading relaxed April 17th, 2025, 027. 22 UTC span H2 class text. Gray. 600 leading. 1. 3 text. 3 XL LG. Text 2 XL font light. You are being rate limited H2 header section class W. 240 LG. W full MX auto MB 8 LG. PX 8 DIV ID. What happened section class W. 12 MD. W full H2 class text. 3 XL leading tight font normal MB. For text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website generative language. Google APIs. Com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button DIV class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. DIV class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare ray ID strong class font semi-bold 9317 CB to B 533 BEA 2B strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp security by span rel nupener nor for ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span P script function D var BA get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script DIV error footer DIV CF error details DIV CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML API call failed with status code 429 doc type HTML if LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS indif if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS indif if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS indif if GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang ENUS indif head title access denied generative language Google APIs Com used Cloudflare to restrict access title meta charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equal content type content text HTML charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equal XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content no index no follow meta name viewport content with device with initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD into GI styles main CSS script function if document add event listener window XML HTTP request JSON stringify var e function A var C document get element by ID error feedback survey D document get element by ID error feedback success B new XML HTTP request A event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful A version 1 B open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare Com API v1 event B set request header content type application JSON B set request header Sparrow source key C771F4B54944B4 to 61444B7N1 B send JSON stringify A C class list add feedback hidden D class list remove feedback hidden document add event listener DOM content loaded function var document get element by ID error feedback C document get element by ID feedback button yes D document get element by ID feedback button no class list in A class list remove feedback hidden C add event listener click function E 0 D add event listener click function E 1 script defer SRC HTTPS performance radar Cloudflare Com beacon JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8 W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD block Mr 2 MD MB 2 font light text 60 MD text 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed ray ID 9317 CB 8178 EEA 14 bull span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 24 UTC span H2 class text, gray. 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3 XLLG, text, 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG, W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 DIV ID what happened section class W. 12 MD, W full H2 class text, 3 XL leading tight font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website generative language. Google APIs. Com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX, for PY, 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button DIV class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback. DIV class CF error footer CF wrapper W, 240 LG, W full PY, 10 SM, PY, for SM, PX, 8 MX auto text center SM, text left border solid border, 0 border T border, gray, 300P class text, 13 span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 Cloudflare Ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 93 17 CB 8178 EEA 14 strong span class CF footer separator SM. Hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM. Block SM. MB. 1 your IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43. 164. 133. 114 span class CF footer separator SM. Hidden bull. Span class CF footer item SM. Block SM. MB. 1 span performance amp. Security by span a rel nupener nor for a ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx. Error. Landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list. Remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list. Remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML in their eyes. This move was exceedingly formidable. Boom flames blaze like the sun. The temperature of this punch was extraordinarily high, even causing the seawater surrounding Yichin to evaporate. Saker, half his body engulfed in orange-red flames, now bore the gaze of a venomous wolf, ferociously charging towards Yichin. Boom. Following the punch, a violent shockwave resonated through the air, yet his strike was futile. How was this possible? Where is he? Just as Saker believed his punch would surely claim Yichin's life, Yichin inexplicably vanished. How could he suddenly disappear into thin air? As Saker lunged forward, he remained frozen in place, bewildered and at a loss. Behind you. A pirate nearby urgently warned him after Saker's punch missed its target. At that moment, Yichin quietly appeared behind him, a slight smile gracing his lips. Did you truly think you could strike me? What gives you such confidence? What? Upon hearing the voice and turning around, Saker's pupils dilated in disbelief. Yichin, in his current state, effortlessly danced through the air, riding the currents as if he were but a piece of paper. You, what kind of monster are you? Saker stammered, swallowing hard as he instinctively retreated several steps. He was neither foolish nor blind, though the young naval officer before him appeared youthful. He was unlike any naval officer Saker had encountered on the battlefield, his strength far surpassing Saker's comprehension. Yet it was not only Saker. Even the Navy comrades beside him stood in stunned silence, as if transformed into lifeless statues. Is this the superhuman techniques of the Navy, the six styles? Walter, having spent the longest time in the Navy and with ample experience, had witnessed some officers employing similar techniques. However, what he was witnessing now was of a much higher caliber, rendering him momentarily speechless. Are you frightened? Yichin suddenly raised his hand, a faint smile playing on his lips as he pointed at Saker. Frightened? I say, the one who should be afraid is you. Saker's eyes darted suspiciously, realizing something was amiss, and instinctively commanded, all of you, attack. Futile. This six styles, paper drawing, is my absolute defense. You cannot hit me. Yichin smiled slightly, then, like a nimble sheet of paper, effortlessly dodged numerous attacks from the pirates. Impossible. How can he not be hit? This guy must be a monster, otherwise. How could he achieve such a feat? It is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. After a fierce assault, the murderous intent that had just surged within the pirates dissipated instantaneously. Now, aside from the calm, yet furious Saker, the other pirates were paralyzed with fear. Their spines chilled and cold sweat trickling down their brows. Some trembled so violently that the ship's deck quaked beneath them. You shall meet your demise without further struggle, Yichin remarked, shrugging with a faint smile. Yet, as soon as his words left his lips, Saker, regaining his composure, reignited his fierce resolve and charged forth with a blazing fist. Impudent naval wretch, do not be so arrogant. Flame Emperor. Ah! Saker's visage twisted in rage. Bloodshot eyes ablaze with fury, his body enveloped in an inferno, resembling a fire demon. At that moment, he unleashed his utmost speed, delivering a full-force strike. Flame Saker. I have declared that your grave lies here. Surrender to your fate. With that, Yichin's right arm bulged with veins, igniting like a Kirin's limb, swelling to several times its size. Fearlessly, he met Saker's fiery punch head-on. Boom. The clash of their fists erupted in a tremendous explosion. However, in that fleeting moment of impact, Saker was sent reeling backward. The force of that punch had been drawn from Yichin's fully empowered arm, a feat not easily endured by just anyone. Damn it. Saker seethed, eager for retaliation, yet he found Yichin had vanished from midair. Looking for me? At that instant, a figure materialized behind him, bearing a serene expression, and launched a devastating punch aimed at Saker's heart. Futile. You cannot strike me. Just as that blow was directed at him, Saker instantaneously transformed into a conflagration. Yet, realizing the peril too late, he resorted to self-detonation, narrowly evading the lethal strike at the last moment. You possess Haki. As Saker gradually reformed into human shape at a distance, his eyes widened in terror as he gazed at Yichin, incredulous as he spoke. Haki, a testament to one's dominion. This youth before me has awakened it? How is that possible? At that moment, Saker's eyes were filled with dread, his voice trembling slightly. Furthermore, had he not instinctively evaded in the nick of time, that blow could have gravely injured him. He had heard of this armed color domineering, which was akin to a natural nemesis for beings of his kind. At this moment, he understood that he could no longer afford to confront it head-on. A cautious glimmer now shone in his eyes, and he regarded Yichin with heightened vigilance. In an instant, Yichin executed a rapid series of steps, creating a resounding sonic boom that echoed from where he originally stood. He had no intention of engaging with someone on the brink of death. In the next moment, he surged towards Sackley. Sackley felt a surge of anxiety within him, desperately attempting to elementalize and evade the impending assault. Yet, Yichin's fist offered him no respite. Just as Sackley transformed in an attempt to flee, Yichin's fist collided with his body, sending him hurtling several meters away. In the blink of an eye, Yichin reappeared before him, seizing him firmly with his right arm, enveloped in armed color domineering. Maximum round 6, King's Gun. Amidst the incredulous gazes of onlookers, Yichin raised his formidable, fully powered right arm, channeling all his blood into his index finger, which instantaneously became exceedingly hard. With a thunderous impact, his fingers, now sheathed in armed color domineering, struck fiercely against Sackley's body like a relentless machine gun. Crack. The sternum shattered. Crack. The scapula broke. Crack. The ribs fractured. Crack. The thigh was pierced. After hundreds of relentless strikes, Yichin finally API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. At this moment, Yichin, emboldened by his triumph, aimed a decisive kick at the plummeting Sacre, sending him soaring into the air. Boom. As Sacre ascended, he suddenly erupted like a firework, flames cascading down like molten fire. How could this be? The captain has actually lost? It was inconceivable that the captain could be defeated. Upon witnessing Sacre's self-detonation, the remaining pirates were engulfed in despair, the fierce aura that once surrounded them dissipating into nothingness. All that remained was their utter hopelessness and helplessness. In stark contrast, the atmosphere among the Navy was entirely different. They were initially taken aback, but soon erupted into jubilant cheers. Haha. We have finally vanquished Sacre. It was the esteemed Major Yichin who saved us. Hooray. Truly, Yichin is remarkable. Tears welled up in the eyes of several older naval soldiers, as they had not experienced such a perilous battle in years. A few years prior, they had suffered defeat at this very location, losing many comrades, and they had thought they might never have the chance to avenge Sakurai. Yet now, Yi Chun had accomplished the impossible. It was he who had granted them the opportunity for revenge. It was he who had instilled in them the courage to fight. Thus, all eyes turned towards Yi Chun, gazing at him as if he were a deity. However, Yi Chun paid no mind to their adoration. Instead, he focused on the remaining pirates, advancing with purpose. With a swift motion, he vanished from their sight, and in a single strike, he sent dozens of pirates flying several meters away. Apprehend them all, Yi Chun commanded, casting a glance at Sakurai's lifeless body and the other incapacitated pirates, gesturing decisively. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted this time. His gains were substantial, having confiscated a considerable amount of treasure from the Flame pirate crew. In addition, he acquired several pirate ships and an assortment of weaponry. Indeed, this was sufficient for the base to recuperate. Standing aboard the pirate ship, Yi Chun beheld a vast expanse of riches, murmuring in satisfaction. One of the primary reasons for his initial assault on this notorious Flame pirate crew was his keen interest in the wealth amassed by the largest pirate faction within his domain. As he had anticipated, the treasure he had acquired was sufficient to establish several more G11 bases. It was time to return. However, upon securing the riches, he discovered that there was little of value left to take, prompting him to contemplate the complete annihilation of the place. Ding! Just as he intended to envelop the entire pirate ship with his disassembly ability to ascertain what could be dismantled and subsequently destroyed, a voice resonated in his mind from the system. You have encountered disassemblable materials. Would you like to proceed with disassembly? Disassemble. Yi Chun felt a surge of joy. It had been some time since he had heard that voice. Without hesitation, he issued the command. Ding. Disassembled longsword. Acquired swordsmanship experience 100. Ding. Disassembled longsword. Acquired 6 styles experience 100. Ding. Disassembled longsword. Acquired 6 styles experience 100. In mere seconds after Yi Chun issued the command, a flurry of system reward notifications filled his mind, while his attribute list flickered incessantly, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. The experience points acquired through this disassembly were akin to repeated sword practice for him. Without gaining some experience, he felt as though his swordsmanship had improved slightly. Yet, this substantial amount of experience was garnered merely by issuing a single command, signaling a trajectory towards sudden wealth. A fleeting glance at his attributes revealed that his swordsmanship experience was on the brink of elevating his skill by 2 levels. Indeed, it was a sudden windfall. Should another surge occur, his swordsmanship could potentially reach LV8. Observing the rapidly accumulating experience, a radiant smile graced the corners of Yi Chun's lips as he once again lifted his sword. At that moment, he sensed a formidable energy enveloping him. A torrent of power swirling around him like an ocean, compelling him to wield his sword. With a swish, the long blade sliced through the air, glinting with a chilling brilliance. Before him lay the remnants of a pirate ship he had previously set ablaze. With a casual flick of his wrist, it exploded, cleaved in two, debris scattering across the sea's surface. Such was the terror of his might. In the aftermath of the disassembly, he seamlessly integrated master-level swordsmanship within a heartbeat, elevating his skill to its zenith. Indeed, splendid. Holding the long blade exuding a potent aura of sword intent, Yi Chun's face beamed with joy. Following that stroke, he felt a profound transformation within himself. Had that strike landed upon Saker, it would have undoubtedly been lethal. Nevertheless, this was not his ultimate destination. For many sword masters still roam these waters. Thus, he yearned to seek further opportunities for disassembly and enhancement. Ding! Just as he contemplated re-engaging with the ship to extend his disassembly ability, the system's voice resonated once more. Discovered disassemblable material. Do you wish to disassemble the pirate ship? The revelation that a ship could also be disassembled took Yi Chun by surprise, especially since he stood atop it. However, the prospect of directly disassembling such a grand vessel filled him with anticipation. With a light step, he commanded, continue disassembly. Disassembly, disassembling, disassembly complete. As soon as his voice fell, the pirate ship before him began to fade, transforming into a cloud of dust that sank into the depths of the sea. Ding! Congratulations. Host. Disassembled 1 pirate ship. Acquired observation hockey. Would you like to fuse it? The system's voice accompanied this proclamation. Observation hockey? Upon hearing this, Yi Chun was engulfed in ecstasy. To him, the system's cold, mechanical tone resonated like celestial music. This is indeed the observation hockey. It is essential to understand that it can significantly enhance combat efficiency, and like the armament hockey, it is among the most commonly employed powers by the formidable. This observation and perception of the aura enables one to detect the emotional fluctuations and vitality of surrounding beings, as well as to assess the strength of their essence, confirming their position and quantity. However, these are merely foundational abilities. Should one attain a higher level of mastery, it may even become possible to foresee future actions. Imagine, if you could anticipate your opponent's next move before they even initiate their attack. This is simply an existence that defies the heavens. Fusion. Yi Chun, realizing he had acquired an extraordinary power through decomposition, calmly issued the command. Buzz. As soon as the words left his lips, he felt wisps of golden gas being gradually absorbed through the pores all over his body, subsequently fusing with his skin and cells. At that moment, Yichen could distinctly perceive sounds from dozens of nautical miles away, as clear as a bell. Is this observation hockey? He muttered to himself on another ship. His voice a soft whisper. After a brief trial, he felt that even Logia-type devil fruit users were no match for him, relying solely on these two hockey powers. With this observation hockey, even a Marine Vice Admiral would pale in comparison. However, he did not continue to test his observation hockey, as continuous use immediately after acquisition would greatly deplete his stamina. Decomposing such a large ship, like decomposing a Sea King before, was also very strenuous. He had only used it for a little over 10 minutes and already felt winded. Therefore, once he felt the decomposition was sufficient, he returned directly to his warship, ready to head back. It must be said that the flame pirates had quite a treasure trove. Had some of the ships not been burned, it might have been enough to build several branch base. As it stood, the collected treasure was enough for a complete renovation of the G-11 branch base, even allowing for the installation of offensive and defensive weaponry and the addition of new features. Commodore Yichen is truly remarkable. All the way back, the soldiers on many ships were abuzz with praise for Yichen. This triumph garnered him immense military and popular support. Soon, accounts of his exploits reverberated throughout the nearby coastal villages and among the pirate factions. Within his jurisdiction, the name of Commodore Yichen of the formidable G-11 naval base became synonymous with strength and invincibility. Heaven be praised. We thank Commodore Yichen for his arrival. The flame pirates have plagued us for years, and Commodore Yichen eradicated them upon his arrival. He is truly a rare and prodigious talent within the Navy. With Commodore Yichen here, we need not fear any pirates in the future. Indeed, the pirates nearby should tremble in fear. Haha. As Yichen returned after vanquishing the flame pirates, many soldiers held him in high esteem, marveling at his prowess. Some even bestowed upon him the moniker of the Navy's most prodigious talent. However, Yichen, standing on the deck, remained unfazed, merely smiling faintly as the G-11 naval base came into view. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him as he mused, we shall refit the base, and then proceed to the next stage of cleansing. Following the successful operation, the remaining petty pirates would be dealt with one by one, bringing tranquility to this sea. Long live Commodore Yichen! Long live Commodore Yichen! At the base's docks, the Navy personnel, upon witnessing Yichen's triumphant return, stood in formation, jubilantly welcoming him, their eyes gleaming with admiration. It is truly remarkable how swiftly Yichen has eradicated the flame pirate crew, a feat that has spread like wildfire. However, this is not the sole instance. Even the pirates who once made their lair near the G-11 branch, treating the naval base as their own stronghold, have now fled hundreds of nautical miles away upon hearing of Yichen's triumph over the flame pirates. They're uncertain whether Yichen's next target will be them. As Yichen, greeted by a battalion of enthusiastic naval soldiers, waved graciously while aboard his warship, he did not linger long. He soon returned to his office within the base. Yet, the flourish of his cloak as he departed left an indelible impression on all the Navy personnel, who regarded him as a paragon of heroism and were filled with admiration. This battle served as a declaration to all pirates in the vicinity of the G-11 base. Henceforth, this place shall be their forbidden ground. Shortly after his return, Yichen wasted no time. He summoned the former commander, Walter, and presented him with a substantial bag of treasure. From this day forth, arrange for the complete renovation of this naval base, he commanded. Walter, filled with profound respect for Yichen, nodded vigorously in obedience. Following a discussion on how to address issues regarding the recruitment of new soldiers and the fortification of weaponry, Yichen instructed Walter to commence his duties. The following day, under Yichen's orders, the entire base began to operate in a flurry of activity, embarking on an extensive and fervent renovation. The base is rather antiquated, and any renovations will require a considerable amount of time. After issuing the orders, Yichen arranged for personnel to oversee and assist in various locations. His command over the tasks was remarkably efficient. In no time, he completed them and found himself with nothing to occupy his mind. As the base remained unfinished, he seized this opportunity to embark on his own cultivation. Although he had access to a system, true strength and experience were fundamentally rooted in his own perseverance and effort, which served as his daily motivation for training. Soon after reorganizing his plans, Yichen took up his long sword and ventured into a grove near the coast. He casually sought out a cool and open spot to initiate his new training regimen. Yichen exclaimed in a deep voice, swiftly drawing his sword from its sheath, its movement as fleeting as a shadow. In but a moment, the ancient tree before him began to tilt and gradually topple over mere seconds later. The severed edge of the tree exhibited an astonishing smoothness. This is the result of his advancement in swordsmanship. Observing this, Yichen felt a profound sense of satisfaction, for it evidenced a genuine enhancement in his skills. With further practice and real combat experience, his proficiency would attain an even greater level of perfection. Thus, he yearned to continue refining his techniques. However, just as he was poised to resume his training, an enigmatic call from a marine creature echoed from the depths of the ocean, reaching his ears. The peculiar roar of the sea creature resonated louder than that of an ordinary marine beast, indicating its larger and more ferocious nature. However, upon hearing this sound, Yichin displayed no signs of fear. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he turned back, a faint smile gracing his lips. This sea monarch has come to me voluntarily? Splendid. Just moments ago, he had contemplated enhancing his armed color hockey. With a powerful thrust of his feet against the air, Yichun completely ascended from the ground, effortlessly walking through the sky as if traversing a staircase. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the seaside. This is the result of his 6th naval enhancement, a single sword style, vanquishing the void. In midair, a group of sea kings approached him with gaping mouths. And without hesitation, he unleashed a single, decisive strike. Boom. With a powerful swing, an immense sword intent materialized, piercing through the void. The clash shattered the silence, reverberating throughout the entire naval base. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indiff. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used cloud layer to restrict access title meta charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equal content type content text HTML. Charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equal XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content no index no follow meta name viewport content width device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var function a var C document. Get element by ID, error feedback survey, D document. Get element by ID, error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request, A event, feedback clicked, properties, error code, 1015, helpful, A, version, 1, B, open, post, HTTPS, Sparrow, Cloudflare, COM API v1 event, B, set request header, content type, application JSON, B, set request header, Sparrow source key. C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1E. B. Send JSON. Stringify A. C. Class list. Add feedback hidden D. Class list. Remove feedback hidden document. Add event listener DOM content loaded function var document. Get element by ID error feedback C document. Get element by ID feedback button yes D document. Get element by ID feedback button no class list in A class list. Remove feedback hidden C. Add event listener click. Function E. 0. D. Add event listener click. Function E. 1. Script defer SRC HTTPS performance. Radar. Cloudflare. Com beacon. JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8W 240 LG, W full MB, 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD, block Mr. 2 MD, MB, 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3 XL text black dark leading tight, span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD, block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID, 9317 KBED 0360 AA, 74 bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG. Text SM LG. Leading relaxed April 17th, 2025. 027. 25 UTC span H2 class text gray. 600 leading 1. 3 text 3 XL LG. Text 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240 LG. W full MX auto MB 8 LG. PX 8 DIV ID what happened section class W. 12 MD. W full H2 class text. 3 XL leading tight font normal MB. For text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website generative language. Google APIs. Com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button DIV class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback. div class CF error footer CF wrapper W240LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare Ray ID strong class font semibold 9317 bed 0360 AA 74 strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 year IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp security by span arel nupener norfur ref https www.cloudflare com5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function D var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML API call failed with status code 429 doc type HTML if LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang enus and if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus and if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang enus and if GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang enus and if head title access denied generative language Google APIs com used Cloudflare to restrict access title meta charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equal content type content text HTML charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equal XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content no index no follow meta name viewport content with device with initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main CSS script function if document add event listener window XML HTTP request JSON stringify var e function A var C document get element by ID error feedback survey D document get element by ID error feedback success B new XML HTTP request A event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful A version 1 B open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare com API v1 event B set request header content type application JSON B set request header Sparrow source key C771F4B54944B4B61444B7N1 B send JSON stringify A C class list add feedback hidden D class list remove feedback hidden document add event listener DOM content loaded function var document get element by ID error feedback C document get element by ID feedback button yes D document get element by ID feedback button no class list in A class list remove feedback hidden C add event listener click function E 0 D add event listener click function E 1 script defer SRC HTTPS performance radar Cloudflare com beacon JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD block Mr 2 MD MB 2 font light text 60 MD text 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed ray ID 9317 fa 8177 EAA 6 bull span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 27 UTC span H2 class text gray 600 leading 1 3 text 3 XLLG text 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240 LG W full MX auto MB 8 LG PX 8 DIV ID what happened section class W 12 MD W-full H2 class text. 3XL leading tight font normal MB. For text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website generative language. Google APIs. Com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. Div class CF error footer CF wrapper W240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare Ray ID strong class font semi-bold 9317 font 8177 EAA 6 strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp security by span rel nupener nor for ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML. Hereafter commenced his present-day achievements. Hark! A conflagration ahead. Subsequent to Yichin and his cohort's obliteration of the final pirate band, a Marine officer exclaimed in astonishment. A fire? Yichin fixed his gaze. The modest isle was enshrouded in considerable smoke. From numerous locales upon the isle, plumes of dark smoke billowed forth, obscuring the isle from view. Yichin furrowed his brow, pondering. Who perpetrates homicide and arson ahead? He recognized the inky plumes of smoke all too well, a telltale sign of piratical pillage and arson. As the sea breeze momentarily dispersed the dark haze blanketing the isle, a second, then a third billow arose. Before long, the entire sky above the island was saturated with smoke, thick with the acrid scent of conflagration. The inferno intensified, its tendrils reaching higher, drawing nearer by ship. Yichin could distinctly hear the boisterous laughter emanating from the island. He knew it was the jubilant sound of depraved souls reveling in the aftermath of slaughter. Suddenly, a thunderous boom reverberated in his ears as a cannonball struck the water close to their vessel, sending up a cascade of spray. An immense shadow fell across the sky as something colossal, mountainous in scale, plummeted towards them. A mountain? Or something else entirely? Witnessing this, Yichin immediately rose to his feet, employing moonwalk to ascend into the air above the ship. Should these massive objects continue to fall upon them, not only would their ship be destroyed, but their lives would also be forfeited. However, he would not permit such a catastrophe to unfold. With a swift motion, his figure blurred as he launched himself upwards, unleashing a single, decisive sword strike. In a resounding crash, he obliterated all incoming attacks, averting the impending disaster. The attack surged forth, only to be repelled and sent crashing into the distant ocean, where colossal waves roiled before swiftly subsiding. However, tranquility was far from the mind of a certain individual on the nearby island, who beheld Yichin and the naval warships. Clutching a shell in his hand, he made a slight motion, and the projectile soared forth with remarkable speed. It ascended into the air, gradually enlarging, until it became an enormous mass, then plummeted downwards. Each one resembled a towering mountain. Yichin furrowed his brow once more. Is this an ability user? How audacious to strike at me. Who could it be? After kicking the shell away, Yichin advanced once again, only to find a man standing there. The man before him was clad in an eccentric manner. With 2 twisted horns and a long, brown beard, he donned a leather coat even in the sweltering heat. The sight of such bizarre attire momentarily stunned Yichin. This peculiar figure was not listed among the pirates operating in the nearby waters during his expedition. Could it be? After a long contemplation, Yichin touched his nose and suddenly recalled the notorious name, the World Destroyer, Bondi Wald. It turned out to be a mere naval brat. And encountering me today is indeed his misfortune. At this moment, Yichin could discern the identity of the person before him, and undoubtedly, The destroyer Wald recognized him as well. As he raised his fist, a smile crept across his face, and in an instant, his body vanished like a flash of lightning. Tenfold speed. Wald had instantaneously amplified his movement speed to 10 times, surpassing the ordinary shave technique by 5-fold. In the blink of an eye, his figure, which had been, although the Navy's 6th style of shaving may not rival the instantaneous speed of movement during this period of hunting down pirates. He has dismantled a considerable number of pirate ships. His observation hockey has also ascended to the esteemed level of LV5. Consequently, prior to the assault by the destroyer Ward, he had already foreseen the attack and deftly evaded to the opposite side. If it were someone else, they would likely have fallen victim by now. After being struck down by a single retaliatory punch from the young assailant, the villain Ward emerged slowly from beneath the rubble, his expression now markedly grim. It was evident that he could not comprehend how he had been attacked by a mere naval youth. Who on earth are you? He pondered, gazing at the boy. No more than 16 or 17 years old, clad in naval attire and possessing such formidable strength. How could he have never heard of such a figure within the Navy? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The Momo fruit is an extraordinarily formidable entity, as it not only allows its wielder to alter the size of objects but also enhances their speed by hundreds of times. However, Yi Chun is aware that it possesses its own shortcomings. Ward, this young lad named Yi Chun, is a rear admiral in the Navy. While he was deep in thought, the ship of the Ward pirates approached. An elderly man, seemingly frail and equipped with various den mushy, emerged and addressed him. Yi Chun? Bondi Ward's brow furrowed, as if he had heard of this individual before. Where had he encountered this name? Ah, yes, in the newspapers. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his expression shifted as he fixed his gaze intently on Yi Chun. Could it be that you are the one who defeated the captains of the Flame Pirates and the Weapon Pirates? The Weapon Pirates, notorious for their assaults on the Navy and the theft of naval arms, had earned a hefty bounty from the Navy. Yi Chun's victory over their captain had indeed made headlines. The Flame Pirates were even more notorious, being the most feared pirates in the vicinity and serving under Shiki. As a seasoned figure in the Grand Line, Bondi Ward was certainly aware of this. Moreover, the elderly man on the ship, holding the den mushy, was presumably Bin Jack, known as the strategist of the Ward pirates. It was no wonder he had learned of this so swiftly. Nevertheless, Yi Chun paid him no heed and turned his attention to Bondi Ward, calmly stating, "Shall I send you down to the underworld to inquire about it?" Initially, he had been returning to port with a group of sailors, having stumbled upon the island engulfed in flames by mere chance. However, it was too long before he was met with an attack from Bondi Ward. Naturally, he would not let this opportunity slip by. "Send me down?" Bondi Ward laughed heartily. "Do you think I'm like those two fools?" No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished from sight, the air crackling with the force of his movement. Yi Chun could sense Bondi Ward was on the move, 20 times the speed. After experiencing a setback at 10 times the speed earlier, he decided to double it, convinced he would not miss this time. In a flash, Ward appeared directly above Yi Chun. Simultaneously, he drew forth a small scythe, raising it high and bellowing, 100-fold slash. As the words fell, the scythe instantly enlarged, its handle extending, transforming into a colossal weapon. A scythe that was merely a few inches long had grown 100-fold. One could only imagine its size. As he hoisted it aloft, the sky was momentarily shrouded in darkness. With a bend and a fierce grip, he swung it down. Full level shave, gale foot. Just as Ward was about to strike, Yi Chun, like a bolt of lightning, swiftly appeared before him, attempting to deliver a kick to his back, only to find empty air. Bondi Ward had already vanished, at 100 times the speed. Ward moved like a flash of lightning, momentarily visible before disappearing. With a hum, in that instant of disappearance, Yi Chun's observation hockey alerted him to Ward's imminent strike. With no option to evade, he reacted swiftly, raising his hand. His right arm swelled instantly, his hand opened wide, and with a slight smile, he remarked, "You are not much better than those two." Crack! In the next moment, the scythe's handle shattered like a twig. What? It broke? Bondi Ward gazed in shock at the remains of his scythe, reduced to a mere stick, unable to believe his eyes. This weapon, which had defeated countless pirates and naval officers, had proven utterly ineffective against Yi Chun. What? The captain's scythe has been broken? As the Ward pirates drew closer, many pirates witnessed Yi Chun's feat of breaking the giant scythe with a single hand. They were all rendered speechless. How is this possible? This young rear admiral managed to withstand the captain's strike? One pirate exclaimed incredulously, "The captain must not have exerted himself. He is a user of the Momo fruit. An invincible being. How could a mere Navy officer withstand such a colossal attack?" Another pirate speculated, "Could he be a devil fruit user too?" Indeed, he is a user. Look at his right arm. At that moment, whether it was Bondi Ward or his band of pirates, the overwhelming majority were left awestruck by Yi Chun's prowess. As they beheld Yi Chun's transformed right arm, they were rendered speechless once more. In their eyes, Bondi Ward was a formidable force, having vanquished numerous notorious pirates and naval officers, due to the immense power of the Momo fruit. They could hardly believe that any Navy officer below the rank of admiral could withstand their captain's mighty scythe. After all, they had witnessed many self-proclaimed world powers and great pirates fall to its edge. Yet now, this very scythe had been shattered by a mere rear admiral in his early teens. No matter how they looked at it, they were unwilling to accept this reality. However, in stark contrast to the disbelief of the pirates and Bondi Ward, Yichen's naval comrades were filled with elation. Lord Yichen is incredible. He broke the captain's giant scythe with a single hand. Haha. Of course, Lord Yichen has defeated several pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Long live Lord Yichen. Long live Lord Yichen. In this moment, they completely cast aside their previous fears of the formidable pirate, Bondewald. At that moment, the ship transformed into a joyous sea of celebration, admiration for Yichen swelling exponentially among the onlookers. Countless gazes were fixed upon him. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Bondewald, who was experiencing such a setback for the first time, gradually regained his composure. Observing Yichen's remarkably powerful right arm, Bondewald's eyes narrowed as he remarked, "No wonder you managed to defeat those two pirate crews. You do possess some strength. However, to think you could defeat me with this is rather naive. Is that so?" In response, Yichen merely smiled faintly and then raised his right arm gently. Buzz. An inky black energy suddenly coiled around his entire right arm, transforming it into a pitch-black silhouette in an instant. Armament hockey? Upon witnessing Yichen's arm turn black, Bondewald was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. Bursting into laughter, "I can do that too." With that, Bondewald's arm suddenly swelled to several times its size, his right arm likewise becoming colossal. Momo fruit. Yichen observed Bondewald's hand and muttered softly. He recognized that the transformation of Bondewald's hand, akin to that of a scythe, was a manifestation of his devil fruit ability. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indiff. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com use Cloudflare to restrict access title meta charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML. Charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content width device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF styles CSS ref CDN CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var e function a var c document. Get element by ID error feedback survey d document. Get element by ID error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request a event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful a version 1 b open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare com API v1 event b set request header content type application JSON b set request header Sparrow source key C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1E. B. Send JSON. Stringify A. C. Class list. Add feedback hidden D. Class list. Remove feedback hidden document. Add event listener DOM content loaded function var document. Get element by ID error feedback C document. Get element by ID feedback button yes D document. Get element by ID feedback button no class list in A class list. Remove feedback hidden C. Add event listener click function E. 0. D. Add event listener click function E. 1. Script defer SRC HTTPS performance. Radar. Cloudflare. Com beacon. JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies. Div ID CF error details class P. 0 header class MX auto point. 10 LG. Point. 6 LG. PX. 8W. 240 LG, W full MB, 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD, block Mr, 2 MD, MB, 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3 XL text black dark leading tight, span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD, block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID, 9317 CCA, 7327 SE, 92 bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text. 15 LG. Text SM LG. Leading relaxed April 17th, 2025, 027. 55 UTC span H2 class text. Gray. 600 leading. 1. 3 text. 3 XL LG. Text 2XL font light. You are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240 LG W full MX auto MB 8 LG PX 8 div ID. What happened section class W 12 MD W full H2 class text 3XL leading tight font normal MB for text black dark anti-alias data translate. What happened H2P. The owner of this website generative language Google APIs.com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footer line wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300p class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare Ray ID strong class font semi-bold 93 17 CCA 73 27 SEA 92 strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance app security by span rel nupener nor for ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d varba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML. The Momo fruit capable of arbitrarily enhancing speed posed a considerable challenge for him. In a fleeting moment of distraction, he could easily find himself among the fallen. Thus, he constantly reminded himself to remain vigilant, to avoid distraction, and to focus intently. Boom, boom. Through the narrow slits of his squinting eyes, Yichin observed Bondi Vald, who was laboriously unearthing stones from the collapsed pile ahead, before rising to his feet. At that moment, Vald's peculiar attire was encrusted with dust, his horns were battered, and a trace of blood marred the tip, rendering him quite a pitiful sight. Yet, the realization that someone had reduced him to this state ignited a fierce anger within him. His eyes blazed with fury as he declared, Yichin, I shall remember you. You are the first to inflict such humiliation upon me in a decade, and for that, you shall pay with your life today. In the past, he had faced formidable opponents, including the strongest newcomers, Whitebeard and the Roger Pirates, yet he had never been so thoroughly humiliated. The current state he found himself in was solely due to the young naval officer before him. He could not possibly swallow this indignity. 100 times cannon. With that, under the command of the first mate, the Ward pirate ship unleashed a massive cannonball. Skillfully, Bondi caught the projectile and hurled it toward Yichin. In an instant, the cannonball expanded, its size and speed amplified 100-fold. Boom, boom, boom. As the cannonball hurtled toward Yichin, he sensed the air around him tightening, inducing a feeling of suffocation. Looking around, the ocean surged, and the sky darkened as if a torrential downpour were imminent. Haha, Navy brat, prepare to die. Bondi laughed triumphantly after releasing the cannonball. His attack, magnified 100 times, was formidable enough to challenge even a naval admiral, let alone a mere brigadier general. Is that so? Standing firm against the onslaught, Yichin showed no intention of evading the attack. Buzz, in the blink of an eye, his right arm swelled to an immense size, enveloped in a shroud of impenetrable black hockey, resembling a statue of black steel hovering in midair. Bang! The cannonball, moving with incredible speed, reached Yichin before the spectators could draw breath. Yet, it was met by his fully empowered right arm, which blocked it with tremendous force. Gritting his teeth, Yichin seized control of the frenzied cannonball and retaliated with a powerful throw. Boom. The return projectile narrowly missed Bondi, yet obliterated an island behind him. Boom, boom. Shortly after the island's destruction, a tsunami-like wave surged towards the naval and pirate ships on either side. The waves towered, crashing down with destructive force. In the aftermath, numerous vessels were decimated, and as the spray subsided, some pirates and sailors surfaced, scrambling onto other islands. Heavens! That attack was utterly terrifying. A pirate who had narrowly escaped remarked, feeling as though he had encountered a tsunami. The sight of Yichin, particularly his colossal right arm, struck fear into his heart, making him tremble involuntarily. This man is a monster. His arm is enormous. Another pirate echoed. I fear for our captain. Nonsense. Have you ever seen our captain lose? This assault has left them all shaken, prompting a flurry of discussions and even heated arguments. The Navy, not far away, caught wind of their discourse and cast triumphant glances in their direction. Infuriated by the Navy's smug demeanor, the pirates reacted with hostility, brandishing their blades in response. Yet the Navy displayed no sign of fear, retaliating fiercely like a pack of wolves. The two factions converged from their ships, engaging in a chaotic melee. Meanwhile, Yichin, with a calm demeanor, cast a fleeting glance at the unfolding chaos, remaining unfazed. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy radiated outward, causing both pirates and Navy personnel to experience acute distress. The weaker individuals present cried out in agony, overwhelmed by the intensity of this force. After a couple of minutes, Yichin's previously tranquil gaze transformed, reflecting the tumult within as he focused on the source of the energy. Bondivarld was evidently consumed by rage. His entire being was enveloped in the dark aura of armament hockey, appearing scarcely different from Yichin, who was similarly adorned in his own defensive gear. Yet Bondi seemed to possess a more robust physique. Both men floated midair, poised with keen gazes directed at one another. It was evident that Bondivarld was no ordinary adversary. Yichin, taken aback by the sight of another in a similar state, realized that not only did Bondi possess observation hockey, but his mastery of armament hockey was impressively advanced as well. This was entirely beyond his imagination. Moreover, he had yet to harness the power of the Momo fruit in this state. If he were to combine this condition with the enhancements of the Momo fruit, the resulting might would be truly terrifying. Clang. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly drew his sword, suddenly enveloping it in armament hockey, directing it menacingly at Bondivarld. Bondivarld's expression shifted instantaneously, revealing anger, venom, and indifference upon his countenance, now shrouded in the black hue of armament hockey. As this transformation unfolded, he fixed his gaze intensely upon Yichin, an overwhelming killing intent surging forth like a tsunami. Little brat, allow me to show you my true strength. His voice was chilling, akin to ice. Without hesitation, Bondivarld vanished in a flash, and in the next moment, his hockey-infused fist collided with Yichin's back. 100 times the speed. With that punch unleashed, the speed was blinding, a flash of impact. However, it did not seem overly formidable. Yichin replied nonchalantly, drawing his sword in a sweeping arc whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An endless sword intent erupted forth, meeting Bondivarld's fist head-on. Bang! The sword energy, imbued with infinite intent, cleaved through the void, withstanding Bondivarld's hundredfold strike. The might of their techniques was evenly matched, neither side yielding an inch, locked in a stalemate. Boom, boom. As the sword energy and fist collided, the surrounding area was subjected to immense pressure, resulting in explosive shockwaves. The islands and forests around the battlefield, as well as the surface of the sea, bore witness to a series of explosive spectacles. Good heavens! Many pirates in the vicinity, witnessing their fierce clash, gasped in awe, hastily retreating in fear of being caught in the crossfire. After all, such a spectacle was beyond their capacity to engage. And the tsunami generated by their earlier confrontation served as ample evidence. Let us move further away. Walter from the Navy shouted to his fellow soldiers, observing the two figures in the sky, like gods of war. Even he, a seasoned sailor, had never witnessed such a display of armament hockey in full force. Not to mention the grotesque techniques unleashed during their battle. In such a scenario, it was not merely a matter of lingering for a few hundred nautical miles. Even a mere distance of several hundred nautical miles could spell disaster. Hence, he, gripped by fear, hastily withdrew with his naval entourage from the vicinity. As they rapidly retreated, the stalemate between Bondivarld and Yichin began to shift. Gritting his teeth, Bondivarld exerted all his strength to maneuver within the deadlock, striving to extricate himself. Stabilizing his quivering form became an arduous task. Yet, they could not afford to dwell on such thoughts any longer. With a fierce clench of his jaw, he surged forward. At a velocity 100 times greater, Bondivarld's body moved with remarkable swiftness, and in the blink of an eye, his dark silhouette loomed before Yichin. With a fist aimed squarely at Yichin, who was in the midst of raising his sword, Bondivarld could not suppress a triumphant smile as his fist approached Yichin's face. The punch, magnified 100-fold, swelled to an enormous size, dwarfing even the colossal fists of Luffy in his gear third form, which paled in comparison to the enormity of Bondivarld's strike. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This is his final strike. And the most terrifying one at that. He, Bondivarld, shall emerge as the ultimate victor. On the other side, Yichin slowly raised his head, his tranquil eyes remaining unchanged, as calm as a still lake. He understood that throughout this prolonged battle, Bondivarld's mastery of armament hockey and observation hockey, coupled with the extreme repeated use of the Momo fruit, must surely be nearing its limits. If this continues, he will inevitably succumb to his own shortcomings. With the strike, Bondi understood that failure was not an option. Thus, he channeled every ounce of his strength into a blow that transcended his limits. Yet, was this truly his utmost? It seemed somewhat lacking. Observing this, Yichen remained unfazed and leisurely assumed a sword stance, speaking softly. Clang. An overwhelming pressure descended upon him, as if attempting to propel him away. Sensing this oppressive force, he acted swiftly. The obsidian blade, imbued with sword intent, met Bondi's punch, which boasted a speed of 100 times. In the instant of collision, the compression silently dissipated. Boom. However, around them, a cataclysmic transformation unfolded. The ground fractured like shattered glass, while dark clouds churned above, and plumes of yellow dust erupted skyward, shrouding the surrounding atmosphere. In the next moment, the sea's surface manifested whirlpools, resembling black holes, voraciously drawing in everything nearby. Boom. Before long, the numerous whirlpools on the ocean's surface erupted with the force of a hydrogen bomb, sending forth a tremendous sound of upheaval. The waters within 100 nautical miles surged in tumultuous waves, reminiscent of a tsunami. Bang, bang. Once more, colossal columns of water, akin to fountains, shot skyward, the ocean reversing its flow to cascade into the heavens. It took an eternity for calm to return. Alas, the environment around them appeared irrevocably altered, as if reshaped by their clash. Yet, Yichen remained unperturbed. He hovered in place, feet firmly planted, not moving an inch. Before him loomed a colossal black fist, casting a shadow over him. Looking up, he beheld the obsidian mass. Yet, at this moment, the fist, infused with the pinnacle of armed hockey, seemed utterly impotent. Yichen raised his right hand and, in a fluid motion, unleashed a sword strike that swept through the air, piercing the fist and finding its mark on the man behind it. A torrent of blood erupted from him, causing the fist to deflate like a punctured balloon. Gradually shrinking, he had faltered, his final, all-out punch had failed. Unable to withstand the injury inflicted by the sword, he plummeted to the ground. Boom. His massive form, enveloped in armed hockey, rolled across the earth for several revolutions before the black aura faded away, finally coming to a halt. His gaze remained fixed on Yichen above, gasping for breath. In his eyes, one could discern a deep sense of unwillingness. Despite his meticulous calculations, he had not anticipated this outcome. Yet, even in defeat, his proud head remained unbowed, his eyes wide open in defiance, yearning for one last stand. Bang! With a decisive step, Yichen returned to the ground, advancing towards Bondivald with measured strides. Each footfall, though light and barely audible, weighed heavily upon Bondivald's heart, echoing like thunder in his ears. At that moment, he comprehended that the specter of death was imminent. With a resounding clang, Yichen unsheathed his sword, the sound sharp and piercing. "You may descend to accompany Sakre and Kiba," he declared. With a swift motion, the silver blade cleaved through the air, unleashing a formidable wave of sword intent that surged forth with great ferocity. This intent disregarded Bondi's every attempt at resistance, penetrating through layers of opposition and directly embedding itself within Bondivald's core. A cry of anguish escaped Bondivald as he trembled violently, his eyes wide with disbelief. His body rendered motionless as if ensnared by a binding spell. In that instant, a deep gash was etched across his form, and blood cascaded forth like a torrential downpour. Thus, the being known as the World Destroyer, Bondivald, fell to Yichen's prowess. With one decisive blow, his throat was sealed. As the sword was sheathed, blood gushed forth, the sound of the blade returning to its scabbard resonating with a crisp finality. This moment, this realm appeared to be ensnared by some petrifying incantation, rendering all present utterly astonished, their breaths suspended in disbelief. Even the distant clouds and the sea seemed to have ceased their movements. Silence. An overwhelming silence. The onlookers wore expressions of sheer shock, none daring to utter a word, their gazes fixed in incredulity. Suddenly, as if the heavens were displeased, a thunderous clap erupted, shaking the horizon to its core, and the dark clouds multiplied ominously. Soon after, a torrential downpour, as if long suppressed, cascaded down, enveloping the entire sea surface. The rain cleansed the stains of their previous battles and jolted all present from their stupor. At that moment, realization dawned upon many. The captain. He was dead. The vice-captain of the Ward pirates stood beside, his eyes wide with sorrow, shaking his head in disbelief. Upon hearing his words, the pirates turned to gaze at the scene unfolding before them. Yet, as they beheld the sword wielded by Yichen, they felt as though they were trapped in an unreal illusion. A group of pirates, watching from afar, swallowed hard, their expressions one of horror. Did we truly witness that? They could hardly believe that this unassuming sword had brought down their once invincible captain, the World Destroyer, Ward. More incredulous was the notion that this Navy youth, younger than them by a decade, had vanquished their leader. But the sight of Bondi Ward, lying on the ground with blood still flowing, served as a stark reminder that what they witnessed was indeed real. Their captain, since embarking on his maritime journey, had been surrounded by accolades, revered as the World Destroyer, a man feared by both the world government and the Navy. He had never truly faced defeat in battle. In their eyes, even the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, would have been a worthy adversary. Yet now, he lay defeated by a mere fledgling Navy officer, crushed utterly. It seemed they had all underestimated this naval youth. Many pirates sighed in resignation. As despair settled over them like a lost desert, the Navy, fierce and resolute, advanced like predators poised to strike. Who would have imagined that the world destroyer would meet such a fate? Lord Yuchin is truly formidable. With the battle between Yuchin and Bondi Ward concluded, Captain Walter swiftly rallied his troops, shouting, "Charge! Extinguish these pirates in honor of our Lord Yuchin! Long live Lord Yuchin! Long live Lord Yuchin!" As Walter's voice rang out, the Navy surged with renewed courage, brandishing their blades as they rushed toward the pirates. "It's the Navy! It's the Navy! No! Don't! Spare me! Help! No! I can't die! I haven't tea yet!" The island reverberated with the anguished cries of despair. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indiff. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used cloud layer to restrict access title meta charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equal content type content text HTML. Charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equal XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex no follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF styles CSS ref CDN CGI styles main CSS script function if document add event listener window XML HTTP request JSON stringify var e function a var c document get element by ID error feedback survey d document get element by ID error feedback success b new XML HTTP request a event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful a version 1 b open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare com API v1 event b set request header content type application JSON b set request header Sparrow source key C771F4B54944B4 to 6144B799 B send JSON stringify C class list add feedback hidden D class list remove feedback hidden document add event listener DOM content loaded function var document get element by ID error feedback C document get element by ID feedback button yes D document get element by ID feedback button no class list in A class list remove feedback hidden C add event listener click function E 0 D add event listener click function E 1 script defer SRC HTTPS performance radar Cloudflare com beacon JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD blockmister 2 MD MB 2 font light text 60 MD text 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed ray ID 9317 CBE 8 E011 EA 14 bull span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 24 UTC span H2 class text gray 600 leading 1 3 text 3 XL LG text 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240 LG W full MX auto MB 8 LG PX 8 div ID what happened section class W 12 MD W full H2 class text 3 XL leading tight font normal MB for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened H2P the owner of this website generative language Google APIs com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website PDIV section div class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper was this page helpful button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 Cloudflare Ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 9317 CBE 8 E011 E8 14 strong span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM, block SM, MB, 1 your IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal, class CF footer IP reveal BTN, click to reveal button span, class hidden ID CF footer IP 43. 164, 133, 114 span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bull, span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 span performance amp. Security by span rel nupener norfer ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx, error, landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script, function d, var ba, get element by ID, CF footer item IP, CA, get element by ID, CF footer IP reveal, B class list and B class list, remove, hidden, C, add event listener, click, function, C, class list, add, hidden, A, get element by ID, CF footer IP, class list, remove, hidden, var document, add event listener, A, add event listener, DOM content loaded, D, script div, error footer, div, CF error details, div, CF wrapper, script window, CF translation, script body HTML at that moment, stepping lightly on the deck with the grace of a specter. The leaves of the naval shaver glided effortlessly through various obstacles, returning to the bow of the warship. He extended his hand, opening his palm, only to clench it into a fist moments later, murmuring to himself, have I truly attained the rank of a general? Prior to the battle, he had already surpassed the majority of those at the rank of lieutenant general. After his confrontation with the world destroyer, possessing the strength of a general, he realized that his own power had once again ascended. This enhancement is not akin to the improvements gained through routine practice. Rather, it is a transformation born from real combat. Only through genuine confrontation can one experience a distinctive growth. Yuchen tightened his fist even more. His strength has indeed increased, and he feels a sense of joy in recognizing the extent of his current capabilities. However, he is acutely aware that this is not his final destination. The world of One Piece is vast, teeming with formidable individuals surpassing even Bondi Wall. Thus, he must relentlessly pursue strength. Suddenly, as he gazed upon several pirate ships before him, he enveloped them with his disintegration ability. A chime resonated in his mind as the system's voice echoed. Contact with disintegrable material detected. Shall disintegration proceed? Disintegrate. Yuchen smiled. Another chime sounded. Disintegration of longsword completed. Acquired swordsmanship experience 100. Congratulations, host. Swordsmanship level has reached LV8. Another chime followed. Disintegration of navy uniform completed. Acquired 6 styles experience 100. Congratulations, host. 6 styles level has reached LV8. Yet another chime. Disintegration of a pirate ship completed. Acquired observation hockey experience 1000. Congratulations, host. Observation hockey level has reached LV6. Soon, a cacophony of mechanical voices filled his ears as his experience points in both the 6 styles and swordsmanship surged exponentially. A glance revealed that his skill experience had escalated to a terrifying degree, with each skill reaching a notably high level. Enhance, elevate, and continue to grow. Observing his experience points nearing a critical threshold, Yi Chun was overwhelmed with joy, a euphoric sensation stemming from both victory and growth. This dual delight invigorated his body and spirit. Upon acquiring these experience points, he felt a powerful energy circulating around him, instantly dispelling the fatigue from his recent battle. Indeed, he had grown stronger. Yi Chun sensed the heightened sharpness of his senses and the potent sword intent emanating from the long sword in his hand. A smile blossoming on his face that he could no longer conceal. Having experienced this enhancement, he casually executed a sword strike. Boom! As the sword was swung, the sea appeared to split, forming a chasm that spanned the shores. How formidable! Witnessing this spectacle, all onlookers were rendered speechless, their eyes bulging in astonishment at the sudden emergence of this colossal maritime gash. What a terrifying display of power! It took them a considerable time to comprehend the situation. However, as they witnessed Yuchen annihilating pirate ship after ship, they were rendered utterly petrified. The scene before their eyes seemed to have come to a standstill, with only Yuchen pulsating within it. Yet, at that moment, the focused Yuchen paid no heed and continued to execute his moonwalk, moving like a flash of light. Disassembling various objects. Disassembling. In the midst of disassembly, completion of disassembly. Thus, he persisted in this endeavor for several minutes, reveling in his enjoyment, until there were no more items left to dismantle, at which point he returned to the warship and set sail for home. The winds of change are unpredictable, and eras shift. At that moment, Yuchen suddenly beheld a patch of clouds in the sky, sometimes tranquil, at times racing, occasionally wild, and at others ethereal. What he observed was the sky, akin to the currents of the age. The sky may appear tranquil, yet it can suddenly unleash a tempest, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble, such as the ebb and flow of the times. It is through these very transformations that new champions are forged. In this world, where some attain renown, others inevitably meet their demise. Their names resonate throughout every corner of the vast ocean. Currently, Yichen exemplifies this phenomenon. Shortly after he vanquished the world destroyer Bondivald and annihilated the ward pirates, his name became known among the denizens of these waters. Each time news breaks of his conquest over a formidable pirate, it sends ripples of excitement, slaughter, warfare, and speculation through the various factions. Once again, this occurrence transpired. The Great Maritime Route, Naval Headquarters. Within the office of the Admiral at the Naval Headquarters, Sengoku gazed at the documents before him, his brow suddenly furrowing. A shadow cast upon his countenance. He ceased his perusal of the papers and cast a sidelong glance at the man seated before him, who was munching on rice crackers. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In the tranquil room, the predominant sound was that of Karp munching on rice crackers. He remained oblivious to the fact that Sengoku's countenance had darkened, reaching a point of unbearable frustration. Bang! Sengoku clenched his fist, his anger simmering to an extreme, before he suddenly slammed it down upon the table. Karp! The roar erupted, a tempest of fury that rained down spittle upon Karp's face. Ha ha ha, Sengoku. What is the matter? Karp inquired nonchalantly. What is the matter? How dare you ask me? Sengoku fumed, exasperated at Karp's disruptive antics while he attempted to attend to documents. Karp's loud crunching of those infernal rice crackers was simply intolerable. Thus, he felt compelled to establish a rule. Karp, you. Report. Report. At that moment, a sailor burst in to deliver news. What? You say? The world destroyer, Bondivald, and his pirate crew have been annihilated by Brigadier General Yichen? Sengoku, clad in the Navy's grand uniform, inquired with astonishment from his position as Fleet Admiral. Indeed, according to reports from the Naval Branch, this incident has also been published in the newspapers. It should be verifiable. A serious sailor, also in naval attire, responded firmly before Sengoku. Sengoku picked up the newspaper, which prominently featured a photograph of a youthful naval officer. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Does this prove that Yichen has already surpassed Bondi's existence? Haha. I never expected that this young lad, Yichen, would progress so swiftly. Karp laughed heartily and then picked up a donut to indulge in. Having sparred with Yichen, Karp was well aware of his extraordinary talent, and it was only natural that his strength would advance rapidly. However, he did not anticipate such a swift escalation. Reflecting on their previous confrontation and then considering Yichen's current achievements, Karp felt a strong desire to engage in another bout with him. In contrast to Karp's enthusiasm, Sengoku sighed and remarked, what a pity that I didn't bring him under my command back then. He had started to pay attention to Yichen even before the graduation ceremony, particularly after Yichen's victory in the skirmish against Karp. Sengoku had extended an invitation to him to join his ranks. Unfortunately, Yichen declined at that time. Had he known the extent of Yichen's exceptional talent, he would have gladly offered him a position of rear admiral to retain him. Based on their current assessment of strength, it appeared that Yichen had likely attained the prowess of an admiral. With this thought in mind, both men harbored their own expectations. Meanwhile, on a certain island in the Grand Line, here lies a desolate island, strewn with the remnants of crumbling walls and the lifeless bodies of pirates, seemingly scarred by a fierce conflict. The sole area on this island that remains largely unscathed is a naval warship situated on the southeastern side. Upon the deck of the ship sits a middle-aged man, known as Zephyr, distinguished by his flowing purple hair, clad in a tailored suit with a tie, and adorned with the imposing cloak of justice that billows in the wind. Regrettably, this cohort of trainees is rather lackluster. Having recently emerged from a fierce battle, Zephyr finds himself alone, sipping spirits to alleviate his despondency. Since his inaugural session with the talented and diligent Yichen, he has lamented the absence of a trainee of such caliber among the current group. In the recent assessment against pirates, he witnessed the grievous loss of over half of his students, a calamity that weighed heavily upon him. In days past, when he guided Yichen, the atmosphere was markedly different. This stark contrast fuels his current sense of melancholy, prompting him to seek solace in drink. He wonders how Yichen is faring. It has been far too long since they last crossed paths. Just then, a newsbird suddenly squawks at him, presenting a newspaper with an air of urgency. Acknowledging the bird's initiative, Zephyr rewards it with 10 belly. At that moment, he pondered the cost of purchasing a newspaper. What monumental events could possibly unfold? Typically, significant headlines would incite such eagerness, prompting him to set aside the bottle of wine in his hand and curiously peruse the newspaper. He yearned to discern the current state of the world and the remarkable occurrences taking place. Soon after opening the paper, he first fixated on the prominent headline, which boldly proclaimed, "Breaking news! Breaking news! Rear Admiral Yichen has slain the world destroyer and his pirate crew, earning high praise from the Navy's upper echelons." Zifa, gazing at the printed words, found it hard to believe and scanned the article once more. There it was, a photograph of Yi Chun emblazoned across the front page. Solidifying his realization. Once more, he lifted the bottle to his lips, took a sip, and upon processing the information, erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. I never imagined that this lad Yi Chun would progress so swiftly." Zifo was astounded by the news of Bondi Valder's defeat. Having faced him numerous times in the past when he himself held the rank of admiral, yet never managing to truly vanquish his adversary. Yet now, Yi Chun had accomplished what he could not. It is evident to imagine the terrifying extent to which Yi Chun's strength has now reached. As he gazes at the newspaper, he cannot help but reminisce about the various scenes where Yi Chun ventured into the sea, independently defeating pirates and sea kings, as well as his rigorous training. At this moment, aside from the Navy, this news simultaneously reached various global powers. In the distant New World, a pirate ship sailed the seas. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indiff. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used cloud layer to restrict access title meta charset UTF, 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML. Charset UTF, 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex, no follow meta name viewport content width device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var function a var C document. Get element by ID, error feedback survey, D document. Get element by ID, error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request, A event, feedback clicked, properties, error code, 1015, helpful, A, version, 1, B, open, post, HTTPS, Sparrow, Cloudflare, COM API v1 event, B, set request header, content type, application JSON, B, set request header, Sparrow source key. C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1E. B. Send JSON. Stringify A. C. Class list. Add feedback hidden D. Class list. Remove feedback hidden document. Add event listener DOM content loaded function var document. Get element by ID error feedback C document. Get element by ID feedback button yes D document. Get element by ID feedback button no class list in A class list. Remove feedback hidden C. Add event listener click. Function E. 0. D. Add event listener click. Function E. 1. Script defer SRC HTTPS performance. Radar. Cloudflare. Com beacon. JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies. Div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8W 240 LG W full MB, 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD. Blockmister, 2 MD, MB, 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID, 9317 CC1AC72E17 bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG. Text SMLG, leading relaxed April 17th, 2025, 027, 32 UTC span H2 class text, gray. 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3 XLLG, text 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG, W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 DIV ID what happened section class W. 12 MD, W full H2 class text, 3 XL leading tight font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website generative language. Google APIs. Com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY. 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX. For PY. 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM Text left border solid border, 0 border T border, gray, 300p class text, 13 span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 Cloudflare Ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 9317 CAC 70-17 strong span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bold. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM, block SM, MB, 1 your IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal, class CF footer IP reveal BTN, click to reveal button span, class hidden ID CF footer IP 43, 164, 133, 114 span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bool, span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 span performance amp. Security by span rel nupener norfer ref https www.cloudflare.com5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d varba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML. The man was eager to engage in combat in the new world. Charlotte Lean's grand international scheme had begun to take shape, preparing for her domination of a certain maritime territory. Of course, her obsession with the realm of deserts remained unwavering. Thus, upon witnessing the destruction wrought by the world destroyer, Bondewald, at the hands of the naval youth, Ichin, and the annihilation of the Ward pirate crew, she was astonished yet found it intriguing. She realized that her desert paradise seemed to have gained another storage point, which brought her a sense of joy. Consequently, she commanded her subordinates to prepare for a plundering and construction plan. Meanwhile, aboard the flying pirate ship, a certain individual gazed at the headlines of the newspaper, his expression shifting subtly. Are you telling me that this naval brat defeated our fire pirate crew's Saker brothers? Indeed, Captain, replied Longi, the pirate captain reporting back. Upon hearing this, Shiki's expression darkened. Now that you know who he is, why haven't you dealt with him? Shiki, in a fit of rage, slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, does this little brat require my personal intervention? Longi hastily shook his head. Rest assured, Captain, I will handle it. I will find an opportunity to eliminate this little scoundrel. Very well. I shall grant you another chance. I will return with his head for everyone to see. Ensuring your satisfaction, Captain Shiki. With a wave of his hand, the Golden Lion dismissed him. Longi retreated, feeling the weight of his captain's formidable presence, which stifled his words. After Longi departed, Shiki furiously tore the newspaper into shreds, his gaze filled with seething anger directed towards the distant horizon. In his eyes, the Navy was inconsequential. Those who opposed him, be they the naval headquarters or otherwise, he would not hesitate to turn the world upside down. Since the demise of the maritime overlord, Rox, Shiki had been on a rampage, expanding his territory to the point where not a blade of grass could survive in his wake. The naval forces dispatched to subdue him were utterly no match for the Golden Lion. The flying pirate crew had nearly achieved world domination. However, in contrast to Shiki, the Roger pirate crew, which held equal standing, was far more tranquil. Gold, Roger, the man whose name would later resonate throughout the seas, had gathered his companions, established his reputation, and was now embarking on the final leg of his ultimate quest. As they sailed the Grand Line, Roger stood on the deck, observing his boisterous crew, feeling an overwhelming sense of exasperation. At that moment, a newsbird suddenly flew towards him, dropping a rolled-up newspaper before departing. Roger approached and picked up the newspaper, and upon inspection, a peculiar expression crossed his face. The man depicted on the paper struck him as vaguely familiar. Just then, Rayleigh happened to pass by, and upon seeing the photograph, he exclaimed, "Isn't this the lad who claimed victory over the weapons pirates, Kuroba?" Hearing Rayleigh's words, Roger instantly recalled the incident. Indeed, a brief account of the young man's feat had graced the modest page of the newspaper. He sighed, remarking, "Who would have thought that so soon? This lad would have vanquished our old adversary, making headlines in the process?" Rayleigh, upon hearing Roger's musings, cast a sidelong glance and replied, "Captain, perhaps this is merely a fabrication by the Navy. The world destroyer, Ward pirates, is not so easily vanquished." Roger could not help but envision a middle-aged man, shrouded in darkness, capable of altering his speed and size at will, sending a shiver down his spine. He had witnessed Bondi Ward obliterate a pirate ship with a mere pebble. His notoriety as the world destroyer was not without merit. He had left a trail of destruction across the globe, and many renowned pirate crews and navies had never truly triumphed against him. Contemplating this, Roger began to devise a new plan. The tumultuous sea showed no signs of calming despite the infamous Ward pirate's demise. Rather, the chaos seemed to intensify. Towns fell to pirate assaults, and naval bases were laid to waste by marauding brigands. Ha ha ha. Kill. Overrun this town. For wealth, for women, for everything. This place shall be mine, mine. The fate of pirates was to clash upon the ocean. All else was devoid of significance. The pirates upon the sea danced wildly, screaming, brandishing their swords and firearms, fiercely vying for every possible treasure. This is the fervor belonging to their pirate legacy. As the times change and the winds shift, Yichin leisurely observes from his domain. He does not drift with the tide, but steadfastly advances toward his own aspirations. Engaged in idle pursuits, he diligently hones his skills. His goals unmistakably defined. He approaches them gradually, neither too swiftly nor too slowly. Each day, he labors to strengthen his physique and refine his abilities, contemplating the world while unlocking even greater potentials within himself. However, such tranquil days were inevitably disrupted. A call from the naval headquarters resonated through to him. "Hello. I am Yi Chun," he answered, somewhat taken aback. "Admiral Kong?" "Greetings, Yi Chun. This is Steelbone Kong," came the grave reply. Steelbone Kong. The admiral of the naval headquarters typically remains stationed at the headquarters, rarely encountered by ordinary sailors. The fact that he personally made this call indicated something of significance. Nevertheless, Yi Chun inquired with earnestness, "What brings you to contact me, Admiral Kong?" "I primarily wish to discuss your promotion," Steelbone Kong stated directly, without further elaboration. Promotion? Yi Chun's heart surged with joy. Indeed, the personal call from Steelbone Kong must signify a reward. Yet, before he could pose his question, Steelbone Kong proclaimed, "After deliberation at the naval headquarters, it has been decided that due to your valiant defeat of the notorious pirate Bondywald, which has significantly bolstered the reputation and morale of the Navy, instilling confidence in the people worldwide, you are hereby promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral and assigned to duties in the New World." Rear Admiral? Into the New World? Yi Chun was taken aback by this unexpected delight. After all, he had never heard of a Commodore rising directly to Rear Admiral in such a short span. The prospect of serving in the New World was equally surprising. Venturing into the New World meant encountering formidable figures such as Whitebeard, Charlotte Lin Lin, and Kaido. Aware of this, he felt a wave of exhilaration, for he had always believed that the challenging New World was where he truly belonged. Only in this way can his true strength be reflected. Indeed. Congratulations, Vice Admiral Yi Chun. After Steelbone Kong finished reading, his voice softened considerably. At the tender age of 16, Yi Chun ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral in just over 2 years, undoubtedly becoming the fastest individual in naval history to achieve such a rank, and the youngest Rear Admiral in the Navy. Steelbone held great expectations for Yi Chun and encouraged him, saying, "Vice Admiral Yi Chun, you are the most promising naval officer I have encountered. I have high hopes for your future performance, and I trust you will make even greater contributions to the Navy." Though Steelbone's words were few, they surprised Yi Chun considerably, as Steelbone was renowned for his sternness, and few received his praise within the Navy. Therefore, Yi Chun responded earnestly, "Thank you for your kind words, Marshal Kong. I will strive to live up to your expectations." In the end, the two shared no further conversation. And after listening to Steelbone's instructions on certain matters, Yi Chun prepared to depart for his new post. At that moment, on the other side of the New World, Sakazuki, who had recently been promoted to Rear Admiral, received the news of Yi Chun's victory over the world destroyer, Bondywald, yet his mood was far from joyous. Having just returned to his ship's office in a fit of anger after a setback while dealing with the pirate encounters under Roger and Shiki, he sat at his desk, intently examining the intelligence report that had just been delivered. After a moment, he looked up at a naval colonel in the ship's interior and inquired, "What is this document?" "It is news regarding Vice Admiral Yi Chun's promotion to Rear Admiral," the colonel replied. "What? Yi Chun has been promoted to Rear Admiral?" Before the colonel could finish his sentence, Sakazuki slammed the report onto the desk in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had felt a flicker of happiness about his own promotion to Rear Admiral, only to be confronted with Yi Chun's rapid ascent to Rear Admiral, a disparity he found difficult to accept. With a loud crash, Sakazuki abruptly struck the command room table with his palm, and the next moment, the table could no longer withstand the force and collapsed, scattering fragments and items across the floor. The soldiers present could see flames igniting in his hand, indicating his intent to unleash his devil fruit powers. They were apprehensive, and, witnessing this scene, the soldiers refrained from speaking, hastily retreating. The following day, after concluding a call with Marshal Steelbone, Yi Chun instructed the Marines at the G-11 branch base to expedite the completion of the tasks he had previously set in motion. He also organized his preparations for his new posting at Navy headquarters. Before his departure, he summoned Walter for a discussion, as his promotion to Rear Admiral naturally expanded his jurisdiction. Even though he is now departing, the G-11 branch base remains within his jurisdiction. Upon his arrival, he had already eradicated all the pirates within the maritime domain under the G-11 branch base's control, rendering it relatively peaceful. However, before his departure, it was imperative to arrange for some personnel to remain stationed there to address any unforeseen circumstances. Prior to setting off, he entrusted Walter with the continued management of the G-11 branch base, ensuring that any matters would be reported to him. With a contingent of sailors, he set off without delay. Nevertheless, the naval headquarters is still somewhat distant from the G-11 branch base. During this period, he resumed his training. Days passed. Where had he arrived? After drifting on the sea for several days, Ichin, who had been in a constant state of training, gradually began to feel a sense of tedium. It was rather peculiar. Throughout his voyage, an unexpected tranquility enveloped him. No pirates had come to raid or attack him, nor had any ill-fated individuals sought to trouble him. The journey had been remarkably smooth, leaving him in disbelief that he was still traversing the waters of the Grand Line. It is worth noting that a person of his temperament was ill-suited for a life of tranquility. This will undoubtedly cause him discomfort. However, there is little choice. He must persist with his training and eventually succumb to sleep. After an indeterminate period, he finally opened his eyes. It was already the following day. At that moment, he wiped the corner of his eye and stood at the bow of the ship, surveying his surroundings. The transformation was remarkable. Although it was the ocean, islands were scattered about, appearing to connect with one another. In truth, upon venturing further, one would discover that they were, in fact, separate. With a gentle gasp of surprise, Ichin suddenly noticed a naval warship encircled by a dozen pirate vessels. Boom! Before he could discern the scene clearly, his own ship was struck by cannon fire. Explosions erupted around the surrounding waters. A sailor rushed towards him, his face etched with urgency. Lord Ichin, we must flee at once. Those are members of the dark pirate crew. Flee? Ichin regarded him with a hint of confusion. Could he truly escape? Lord Ichin. Ahead lies the dark pirate crew, led by the notorious sky pirate Shiki. They are not to be trifled with. We should really leave, the sailor urged, his fear palpable as he observed their ship forging ahead. The dark pirate crew? Ichin furrowed his brow. He was indeed somewhat ignorant, having never heard of such a pirate faction. However, he was familiar with the sky pirate crew and Shiki. In this era of piracy, the sky pirate crew, under Shiki's command, was renowned, standing alongside the likes of Gold, Roger and Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, as the first pirate to escape from Impel Down. They remained one of the largest pirate crews in the world, possessing the formidable strength of the future four emperors. Typically, the Navy would not dare to provoke them. Yes, we just received word that a battle is unfolding ahead, with the dark pirate crew, led by the so-called King of Darkness, Longqi, attacking the naval vessel. It is rumored that a rear admiral is trapped within, the reporting sailor continued, lowering his head. Advance, Ichin replied with a nod, offering no further commentary as he gestured for the ship to continue its course. However, the reporting sailor was taken aback. Did Ichin truly not comprehend the formidable nature of this King of Darkness? He continued to advance as if undeterred. The sailor felt a twinge of fear, initially wishing to dissuade him further, but Ichin paid him no heed. At this moment, Ichin's expression was devoid of their trepidation. Instead, a smile graced his lips. The King of Darkness, Longqi, and a naval rear admiral? How intriguing indeed. Upon receiving orders, the ship sped forth, showing no inclination to retreat, swiftly heading towards the distant tumult. Moments later, the sounds of battle echoed from afar, a cacophony of thunderous explosions. The artillery fire intensified, striking the sky before descending, igniting flames upon the beleaguered warship. Looking up, beneath the azure sky and above the cerulean sea, wisps of smoke began to swirl. Beneath the shroud of smoke and chaos, numerous pirates and naval forces engage in a fierce struggle for survival. As the ships advance towards the battlefield, one particular pirate vessel looms large, utterly disregarding the naval ships around it. Indeed, it seems to trample over them with impunity. He was not particularly surprised by the scene before him. It had become almost mundane. What piqued his curiosity, however, was the familiar figure soaring through the air. Whoosh, whoosh. The silhouette that ascended was a brilliant flash of gold, dazzling all onlookers as if a radiant sun had suddenly emerged. Many felt their vision blur and instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes. Then, Ichin beheld a cascade of golden light raining down from the heavens. In an instant, a pirate ship was pierced by a torrent of brilliance, taking on water as the pirates aboard cried out in despair. The golden beams struck the mast of the ship, where a naval officer, adorned with a cloak emblazoned with the word justice, stood, his presence radiant as the sun, impossible to ignore. Was it Borsellino? From a distance, he observed the pirate crew, intent on attacking him, swiftly obliterated by Borsellino's luminous onslaught. Yet, this was merely one ship. A dozen more surrounded him. Where could they flee? Just as Borsellino dispatched a pirate vessel, a massive fist, enveloped in hockey, emerged beside him and struck with tremendous force. Bam! The hockey-imbued punch landed squarely on Borsellino's abdomen, sending him flying as effortlessly as autumn leaves caught in a gale. He then lifted his head, eyes half closed, basking in the sunlight as he remarked, "If this is the extent of your strength, you ought to reconsider your choices. It is laughably feeble." Aha! It was none other than the Dark King, Rayleigh. Borsellino spat out a mouthful of blood and addressed his subordinates gravely, gazing at the towering, muscular figure of Rayleigh, whose every movement exuded a devilish aura. With the powers of the dark fruit, your attacks are futile against him. They will inflict no harm. It would be wise for you to flee. Dark fruit wielder? Upon hearing Borsellino's words, many naval soldiers grasped why the fearsome rear admiral had appeared so vulnerable before Rayleigh. Like an infant before a titan, The power of the dark fruit was indeed terrifying. One could imagine the futility of striking at an opponent clad in bulletproof armor with all one's might, only to be met with a relentless barrage in return. In such circumstances, the adversary would seem invincible. Consequently, some of the rear admiral's men, witnessing the rampaging Rayleigh, trembled slightly and suggested, given Rayleigh's overwhelming strength, perhaps we should heed the rear admiral's counsel and retreat for the time being. Such formidable beings, their brigadiers unable to withstand them, yet they suffer grievous injuries. How could they possibly encounter such pirate adversaries? Laser. However, accompanying their utterances, a flash of light traversed through a Marine S-body, directly assaulting Lonky. Whoosh. Yet, this strike bore no effect on him, vanishing into the void as if swallowed by a black hole. Upon realizing he was attacked, Lonky cast a languid glance. Casually raising his right fist, imbued with a dim, dark energy, and struck the ground. Dark water. In that instant, the air trembled. A powerful gravitational force compelling Borsalino to draw near. Upon contact with his darkness, Borsalino found himself stripped of some of his devil fruit abilities. Motionless. Liberation. In an instant. Borsalino felt as though he were being battered by countless forces, propelled backward. Spurt. Blood erupted from his mouth like a fountain, cascading down. You Navy folk are truly weak. A voice, reminiscent of a lament, emanated from Lonky's lips. Barefoot and clad in black, his robust physique could not be concealed. Now resembling a demon as he approached Borsalino step by step. Presumptuous fool, do you still wish to ambush me? Then allow me to fulfill your folly. Lonky furrowed his brow, seizing Borsalino by the throat, speaking with irritation. Yet, just as Lonky tightened his grip, a flickering afterimage surged past him, delivering a kick that sent him flying. At that moment, the cape of justice billowed in the wind. Let me engage you, the so-called King of Darkness. With the sound of that proclamation, a sonic wave erupted. Upon closer inspection, a deep footprint was left imprinted upon the ground. Navy 6 styles, Gale foot. With a fierce shout, a kick akin to cleaving the heavens unleashed a blue slash, directly striking Lonky. Whoosh, whoosh. The blue slash seemed to plow through the entire vessel, causing one pirate behind Lonky to be bisected, while the mast, previously swaying from battle, now teetered precariously. Yet, despite this, Lonky remained unscathed. What manner of beast is contending with our captain? On the other side, some pirates gazed in astonishment, witnessing their comrade cleaved in half by such a casual blow. 6 styles? Is that Yichin? Lying on the ground, Borsalino observed the figure not far away, although uncertain why. The assault and familiar silhouette inexplicably reminded him of Yichin. Haha, you are Yichin? Your power is indeed formidable. Lonky seemed to have heard Borsalino's words and inquired. Just now, he absorbed half the attack, the other half striking an adjacent area, unexpectedly harming his subordinate. However, encountering Yichin here was quite a surprise, for Lonky had been seeking him. Then you shall perish alongside him. Lonky launched another assault, his black fist hurling toward Yichin. Yet, amidst the chaos of battle on the ship, Yichin merely smirked disdainfully, activating his 6 styles iron block, and forcefully collided with Lonky's fist. Although Yichin did not exert his full strength in this punch, he found it surprisingly effortless to parry. Oh dear, it hurts. It hurts. Yet Long Ji, resembling a jester, began to wail and howl in exaggerated agony, flailing his arms and making a spectacle of himself. Observing Long Ji's expression, Yichin smiled slightly and remarked, it seems that the Dark King, a user of the dark fruit, is not as formidable as one might think. It is crucial to understand that once the powers of the dark fruit are employed, any attack from the opponent will result in the user suffering multiplied damage. Moreover, his abilities are particularly troublesome for those who have consumed devil fruits, as the dark fruit only counters devil fruit users, while Yichin relies solely on his physical prowess. In the face of Yichin, Longji's powers became nearly redundant, and instead, he would endure the compounded pain from utilizing the dark fruit. As Yichin's feet touched the ground, he forcefully propelled himself forward like a cheetah, charging towards Longji with lethal intent. Upon reaching Longji, he leaped into the air, delivering a powerful punch imbued with an overwhelming aura of fury. The impact reverberated through the air. Longji, disregarding his predicament, attempted to roll away, but Yichin was quicker, launching himself at Longji's midsection with astonishing speed before he could land. Longji's robust physique allowed him to recover swiftly, and he retaliated with a fierce punch of his own, charged with dark energy, capable of shattering mountains. Realizing the danger, Yichin deftly evaded the blow. Though Longji's punch missed Yichin, it struck another pirate with the force of a crashing wave, causing the unfortunate soul's organs to rupture and leading to an instantaneous death. The pirate ship itself bore the brunt of the destruction, sustaining significant damage. Amidst the wreckage, a cloud of dust obscured the scene, and Longji's maniacal laughter echoed through the haze. His eyes gleamed with a murderous glint as he declared, Yichin, do you truly believe you can kill me? How Navi? My dark fruit abilities are unparalleled. With a hand radiating dark energy, he continued, I had intended to seek revenge for Sakuli, but it seems you've delivered yourself right into my grasp. Today, I shall settle both old and new scores, and after your demise, I shall present your head to Captain Shiki, who has been eagerly waiting. The Fire Flame Pirates and his Dark Pirates were both under Captain Shiki's command. Although Sakuli's death did not directly affect them, Longji had faced Shiki's wrath as a result. Thus, his rage was now directed at Yichun. Bring my head back? Yichun chuckled, unfazed. While the dark fruit indeed possesses formidable powers against its users, he pondered just how much of that strength Longji could truly wield. Additionally, Yichun was not a devil fruit user, rendering the dark fruit's abilities trivial in his case. With a sudden, thunderous crack, he stomped the ground, causing it to fracture beneath him. Bursting forth from the dust like an arrow released from a bow, Yichun closed the distance to Longji in an instant, enveloping his fist in armament hockey as he aimed a punch at Longji's head. Haha, useless, useless. Longji scoffed, remaining stationary with a sinister grin. His features contorted with uncontainable excitement, illuminated by the surrounding darkness. He resembled a malevolent spirit. Longji envisioned Yichun's expression of disbelief when his punch fell short, anticipating the astonishment that would soon engulf those around him. With a resounding clash, Yichun's punch generated a sonic boom that reverberated across the ship, causing many pirates on board to wince in pain. Yet, Longji stood resolute, determined to absorb the blow with his formidable physique. Yichun, Longji, am not someone you can challenge, he declared, the dark energy radiating from him as he extended his fist to meet Yichun's strike. Is that so? Yichun maintained his calm demeanor as he subtly smirked. Suddenly, an aura of pitch black enveloped his right fist. Boom. The two fists collided, unleashing a tempest of pressure that swept across the ship, scattering debris in its wake. After the chaos subsided, Yichun's hair fluttered in the wind, and the marine justice cloak billowed behind him. Longji, once brimming with confidence, was sent hurtling backward like a severed kite. Impossible, he gasped. Disbelief etched on his face as he coughed up blood mid-air before crashing onto the deck. How could your physical strength in hockey be so formidable? Longji's eyes were bloodshot, reflecting his shock and disbelief. He had relied on his physical prowess, believing he could withstand the attack even without facing a devil fruit user. However, he never anticipated that Yichun would wield armament hockey as well. How could this be? Yichun tightened his fist and smiled slightly. The battles he had endured had forged his physical capabilities beyond comparison. While the dark fruit indeed posed a threat to devil fruit users, it was evident that it could not fully exploit its advantages against Yichun, who had targeted Longji's weaknesses. Yet, this punch did not spell Longji's end. His robust physique allowed him to rise once more. Yichun, prepare to witness the true height of my dark fruit abilities. As he spoke, a profound transformation overtook Longji. Dark energy began to swirl around him, reminiscent of flames igniting. The ominous aura emanating from him warped the very space around him. Observers could see the bizarre distortions in the air, as material objects were drawn into the growing void. What is happening? The Marines gasped, their eyes wide with astonishment. At that moment, Longji appeared as a demon awakening from the depths of chaos, threatening to cast a shadow of death upon all existence. A wave of darkness surged forth, shrouding the surroundings and transforming the atmosphere into an ominous spectacle. Heaven and earth shifted as billowing clouds of dark energy erupted from behind him, exuding a terrifying aura of consumption and gravity, obscuring the skies above. The ominous darkness spread across the horizon, evoking the sense of an impending apocalypse. What is that black substance? Someone exclaimed. It's terrifying. Is this fellow intending to bring about the end of days? The ship was on the verge of sinking. One had to flee. Observing the bottomless black energy rise like smoke into the sky, it relentlessly absorbed everything around it, swiftly consuming half of the pirate ship. The terrifying spectacle was visible to all in the surrounding waters. They could scarcely believe that if Longji continued, they too might be drawn in. Borisolino, his lazy eyes now widened, was overwhelmed by a profound sense of dread. Despite possessing the light-based abilities that could effectively counter the powers of the dark fruit, he had never anticipated that the pirate he was pursuing could wield such abilities to this extent. It truly appeared terrifying. Yichun's eyes were fierce, devoid of any fear, a faint, enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Did you see that? You should feel afraid. Longji snorted coldly. And then the dark energy coalesced in his hands, surging towards Yichun like a ferocious beast. With each assault, the dark aura surrounding him intensified, and the force of his fists whipped up a tempest in the void. Even the areas concealed by his dark matter were being devoured. With a sudden push from his legs, the ship's deck splintered like a spider's web beneath him. He soared into the air, tracing a black arc, the violent energy leaving a deep gouge of half a meter on the deck. You shall perish, he roared as he leaped high, his right arm bulging with muscles, evidently harboring a terrifying power. It's the same every time. Do you still not understand? As Longji charged forward, Yichun's lips curled into a smile, and he inclined his body slightly forward. In the next moment, his right foot stomped forcefully onto the ground. Boom! With a resounding thud, the plank beneath Yichun's feet gave way, plunging him more than a meter deep into the debris of shattered wood. The once sturdy board had disintegrated into mere dust. Yet, he did not falter. He stood resolutely, his stance unwavering. Suddenly, a low hum resonated as his fist became enveloped in the formidable hockey of armament, clashing against Longji's incoming strike. The air crackled as two distinct black iron fists collided with a thunderous roar. The force of their blows reverberated, each impact igniting waves of violent energy. Within a 100-meter radius, the pirate ships surrounding them were reduced to splinters, fragments of wood flying in all directions. In their immediate vicinity, nothing remained intact. After delivering a powerful punch, Lunge, embodying the ferocity of a tiger, gritted his teeth and unleashed a fierce kick. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indiff. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloudflare to restrict access title meta charset UTF, 8 meta HTTP equif content type content text HTML. Charset UTF, 8 meta HTTP equif XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex, no follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF styles CSS ref, CDN CGI styles main. CSS script, function, if, document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request, JSON. Stringify, var e function, a, var c document. Get element by ID, error feedback survey, d document. Get element by ID, error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request, a, event, feedback clicked, properties, error code, 1015, helpful, a, version, 1, b, open, post, HTTPS, Sparrow, Cloudflare, com API v1 event, b, set request header content type, application JSON, b, set request header Sparrow source key. C771F0E4B54944BEB4261D44BD79A1E. B. Send JSON. Stringify A. C. Class list. Add feedback hidden D. Class list. Remove feedback hidden document. Add event listener DOM content loaded function var document. Get element by ID error feedback C document. Get element by ID feedback button yes D document. Get element by ID feedback button no class list in A class list. Remove feedback hidden C. Add event listener click function E. 0. D. Add event listener, click, function, E. 1. Script defer src HTTPS, performance. Radar, Cloudflare, ComBeacon, JS script, head body div ID CF wrapper div class, CF alert error CF cookie error, hidden ID, cookie alert data translate, enable cookies, please enable cookies. Div ID CF error details class P, 0 header class MX auto point, 10 LG, point, 6 LG, PX, 8W, 240 LG, W full MB, 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD. Blockmister, 2 MD, MB, 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID, 9317 CBF 2962 ed1 CD bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed April 17th, 2025, 027, 26 UTC span H2 class text, gray. 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3 XL LG, text, 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG, W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 DIV ID what happened section class W. 12 MD. W full H2 class text, 3 XL leading tight font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website, generative language. Google APIs. Com, has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY, 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML, for PX, for PY, 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX, for PY, 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback. Div class CF error footer CF wrapper W, 240 LG, W full PY, 10 SM, PY for SM. PX, 8 MX auto text center SM, text left border solid border. 0 border T border, gray, 300 P class text, 13 span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 Cloudflare ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 9317 CBF 2962 ed1 CD strong span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item, hidden SM, block SM, MB, 1 your IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43. 164. 133. 114 span class CF footer separator SM. Hidden bull. Span class CF footer item SM. Block SM. MB. 1 span performance amp. Security by span rel nupener nor for ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx. Error. Landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d varba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer, div. CF error details, div. CF wrapper, script window. CF translation, script body HTML. This is his most formidable strike, his ultimate assault. Boom, boom. As he raised his hands, the heavens and earth were shrouded in darkness once more. A torrent of debris surged forth from his palms, cascading like a deluge towards Yichun. It was time to conclude this. Observing Long Ji's impending full-force attack, Yichen's gaze turned steely and with a calm utterance. He vanished in a flash. He pointed fiercely, directing his finger towards the distant Blackbeard, 100 meters away. The essence of the six forms, the Overlord's spear. With a thunderous roar, countless phantoms of his fingers materialized from his hand. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the entire vista was filled with a multitude of finger shadows, each possessing immense power. Each phantom seemed capable of shattering all. A single finger could rend the void. Another could slice through the ocean, and yet another could sever the tempest. This is the immense power he has achieved by upgrading the six-style finger gun to its utmost level. This technique embodies not merely the might of the finger gun, but also entwines the formidable force of Haki. The ever-emanating darkness of Longji now perceives the looming threat of Yichen's assault, prompting a fierce shout from him. Subsequently, he unleashes the full extent of his energy. Come. In the face of Yichen's onslaught, he becomes increasingly frenzied. Laughing maniacally, my dark abilities are sufficient to devour everything in this vicinity, prepare to be consumed and annihilated by me. Ha. Whoosh, whoosh. At this, Yichen merely smiles indifferently, disregarding him. The assault of the finger gun and the power of Haki continue to converge, his fingers striking with the swiftness of light. What? How could this be? Under this attack, the triumphant expression on Longji's face suddenly falters, morphing into one of agony. What he had not previously realized was that as the myriad shadows of fingers manifested, an inexorable death was encroaching upon his body and soul. The attack at this moment seemed less like a finger gun and more akin to the grim touch of death itself. Thud. A right hand pierced through Longji's heart. Its flesh charred and unrecognizable. How is this possible? You actually penetrated my body. Longji coughed up blood, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Yichen. He could hardly fathom how Yichen's right arm coup. These pirates are undoubtedly driven by their ambition for glory and shall not let this opportunity slip by. Yichen has grown increasingly formidable. Even the Dark King, Ranji, fell effortlessly before him. Pagliusolino surveyed the battlefield, now tranquil. And although a glint of lethal intent lingered in his gaze, the sight of Yichen extinguished any flicker of combativeness within him. This is impossible. The pirates aboard their ships, witnessing the instant demise of their comrades, turned ashen. The frenzied malice they had displayed during Ranji's cataclysmic assault now vanished from their faces. Truly, they are weaklings, unable to endure even this minor spectacle. Without acknowledging the gazes cast upon him, Yichen took a step forward, his eyes sweeping over the remaining pirates. You cannot kill me. Lord Shiki will not spare you. One pirate stammered in a panic, invoking Shiki's name in desperation. Shiki? Yichen's expression sharpened. Intrigued to hear more. Let me inform you. Lord Shiki is soon to ally with the Roger pirates to dominate the world and has already summoned hundreds of naval ships to rendezvous with them. Your navy will surely face obliteration. Therefore, you would do well to release us, or else you shall meet a most grievous end. In this era of piracy, the most formidable pirate crews undoubtedly include the Flying Sky Pirates and the Roger pirates under Roger's command. Should they unite, their power would be sufficient to conquer the world. Thus, he reasoned that if the Navy held any semblance of rationality, they would recognize the necessity of choosing their side wisely. And now was the moment for such a decision. With this thought, a pirate, noting Yichen's lack of reaction, pressed on. You have slain our captain, making you an enemy of our Lord Shiki. If we plead for your mercy, you may yet be spared. Thus, you would do well to swoosh. But before they could finish, myriad shadows of fingers had already swept across them, granting them but a final breath. Thud. One by one, the pirates lay lifeless, their eyes devoid of light. Has the Battle of Eight Wall commenced? Yichen mused, casting a peculiar glance at the sea, as if recalling something profound. It is indeed the year 1495. In Yichen's recollection, Shiki, in this year, sought to ally with Roger to seize control of the world, yet ultimately failed in this endeavor. Rejected by Roger, Shiki, in a fit of rage, would soon engage in a fierce battle with the Roger pirates. That confrontation would become legendary within the world of One Piece, renowned as the only large-scale naval battle to date, the Battle of Eight Wall. This grand naval battle can be regarded as a decisive confrontation for the title of Pirate King in the original narrative. The formidable Shiki, alongside his vast fleet comprising hundreds of pirate ships, commands the most significant pirate armada in the world today, boasting unparalleled strength. On the opposing side, the Roger pirates, featuring legendary figures such as the Dark King Rayleigh, the red-haired Shanks, and the Clown Buggy, possess an undeniable might. Many of the crew members from the Roger pirates would later become influential figures, dominating the seas. Shortly after this battle, Roger would conquer the Grand Line and be hailed as the Pirate King. It must be acknowledged that this confrontation stands as one of the most monumental battles in the annals of the pirate era, marking a pivotal shift in the course of history. One can only imagine the excitement and spectacle it would bring. Contemplating this, Yuchen smiled faintly, wondering how his arrival might alter the unfolding events. Hours later, deep within the New World, in the latter half of the Grand Line, as Yuchen and his companions stepped into this realm, they were struck by a sudden transformation. The previously radiant sunshine morphed into an ominous gloom. On the tranquil sea surface, tumultuous waves began to rise violently. In the distance before them, an enormous pirate fleet, comprising thousands of ships, gradually approached through these treacherous waters. Upon reaching a certain proximity, they spotted another grand pirate vessel advancing before anchoring in place. With a resounding hum, on the bow of each of the leading ships, two towering figures stood, exuding an overwhelming presence. Their aura, both serene and commanding, emanated a formidable power that caused several weaker crew members aboard the pirate fleet to faint in sheer intimidation, leaving only a handful of steadfast companions at their sides. This astounding force not only caused the vessels of both parties to shatter and their crew to lose consciousness, but it also swiftly quelled the towering waves of the sea. Countless dead fish emerged upon the surface, among which were some enormous marine creatures mingled in. It is precisely the result of the powerful clash of the two individuals' formidable haki. Terrifying indeed. After an intangible confrontation that surpassed the tangible, they remained composed, standing and gazing at each other. Ha ha ha. Roger, after such a long time apart, is this how you treat an old friend? The speaker's voice resonated like a lion's roar, exuding strength and dominance. His long, golden hair cascaded to the ground, and his golden beard swayed in the wind. Reminiscent of a lion's majestic mane, the man donned a traditional Japanese attire adorned with stripes of orange and yellow, wielding two sharp long swords in his hands. These blades were none other than the renowned swords, Kubo and Sakura Ten. The speaker was none other than the formidable Shiki the Golden Lion, who currently commanded the pirate world. Shiki, you obstruct our path, and I am merely reciprocating your actions in kind. Roger's deep voice resonated, calm and unperturbed, as his straw hat and distinctive mustache danced in the wind, accompanied by his vibrant red cloak. The gusts were strong, yet Roger's words were clear, resonating with undeniable masculinity. Roger, do you truly refuse my offer to rule the world alongside me? Shiki declared with fierce intensity in his gaze. Upon hearing Shiki's proposition, Roger furrowed his brow. The Golden Lion sought to invite him into a partnership to seize dominion over the world, a prospect not entirely out of reach. However, Roger understood Shiki's cunning nature, recognizing the inherent treachery within. Aligning himself with such a character would be akin to courting peril. Moreover, he harbored no ambitions of world domination. His dream was simply to reign as the sovereign of the vast seas. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted at that moment. The crew members nearby were engaged in fervent discussions upon hearing Shiki's words. The Clown Buggy urged Roger to accept the collaboration, while Shanks held an opposing view. Unable to contain his disdain, Rayleigh approached Roger, casting a glance at Shiki as if he were a fool, and then quietly remarked to Roger, "Isn't that Golden Lion Shiki still half asleep, or perhaps muddled in thought? The Navy and government haven't been dealt with yet, and he already dreams of ruling the world?" Upon hearing this, Roger glanced at Rayleigh, pondered for a moment, and then addressed Shiki, "I truly have no desire to dominate any world. That would be far too exhausting for me." Exhausting? Ha ha ha. Roger, your words are quite amusing, Shiki retorted. To rule the world is the ambition of every pirate. Yet you claim to lack such desires? I find that hard to believe. His purpose for coming here today was to unite forces with Roger in a quest for supremacy. And he sought a definitive answer. He had brought his entire crew along to clarify matters, and if Roger were unwilling to collaborate, he would undoubtedly take action. However, Roger was no fool either. He recognized that Shiki had come with his entire crew, indicating that the situation was far from simple. Our pirate crew is still rather inexperienced. I fear we are not equipped to cooperate with you. Perhaps you should seek others. Roger paused, looking intently into Shiki's eyes, and continued in a serious tone. You might consider Whitebeard or Kaido, Charlotte Linlin. I believe they would be more inclined to join you. His crew's aspirations lay elsewhere. Their greatest dream was to traverse the world, exploring uncharted territories and discovering treasures that others had failed to find. Shiki's proposal held no allure for him or his companions. What? After being rejected once more, Shiki's fury escalated, his hair standing on end as he bellowed. Those who recognize the times are the wise. You know the consequences. I advise you to reconsider. Golden Lion, you must understand that I have said I will not repeat myself, nor will I reconsider, Roger replied, his eyes widening, teeth clenched, and his temper flaring as he emphatically declined. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indif. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloud Layer to restrict access title meta char set UTF, 8 meta HTTP equal content type content text HTML. Char set UTF, 8 meta HTTP equal XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex, no follow meta name viewport content width device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var function a var c document. Get element by ID, error feedback survey, D document. Get element by ID, error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request, A event, feedback clicked, properties, error code, 1015, helpful, A, version, 1, B, open, post, HTTPS, Sparrow, Cloudflare, COM API v1 event, B, set request header, content type, application JSON, B, set request header, Sparrow source key. C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1E. B. Send JSON. Stringify A. C. Class list. Add feedback hidden D. Class list. Remove feedback hidden document. Add event listener DOM content loaded function var document. Get element by ID error feedback C document. Get element by ID feedback button yes D document. Get element by ID feedback button no class list in A class list. Remove feedback hidden C. Add event listener click function E. 0. D. Add event listener, click, function, E. 1. Script defer SRC HTTPS, performance. Radar, Cloudflare, ComBeacon. JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies. Div ID CF error details class P, 0 header class MX auto point, 10 LG, point, 6 LG, PX, 8W, 240 LG, W full MB, 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD. Blockmister, 2 MD, MB, 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID, 9-17 CC0B67768B5C bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text. 15 LG. Text SM LG. Leading relaxed April 17th, 2025, 027. 30 UTC span H2 class text. Gray. 600 leading. 1. 3 text. 3 XL LG. Text 2 XL font light. You are being rate limited H2 header section class W. 240 LG. W full MX auto MB 8 LG. PX 8 DIV ID. What happened section class W. 12 MD. W full H2 class text. 3 XL leading tight font normal MB. For text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website generative language. Google APIs. Com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare ray ID Strong class font semi-bold 93177B67768B5C. Strong span class CF footer separator SM. Hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item. Hidden SM. Block SM. MB. 1-year IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN. Click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43. 164. 133. 114 span class CF footer separator SM. Hidden bull. Span class CF footer item SM. Block SM. MB. 1 span performance amp. Security by span rel nupener norfer ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx. Error. Landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML API call failed with status code 429 error code 429 message resource has been exhausted e.g. check quota status resource exhausted. This is the most excellent strategy and opportunity imaginable. There are people over there. Just as they were preparing to withdraw, a naval warship suddenly emerged in the waters where thousands of pirate ships were in confrontation, and it appeared to be the flagship of a naval brigadier. At that moment, Sengoku and the Navy aboard Karp's ship turned their gazes toward the warship that appeared on the horizon. On the deck of this warship, a young naval officer, displaying an air of nonchalance, surveyed the sea filled with countless pirate vessels. Sengoku focused intently and was taken aback. It was Yi Chun. What could he be planning? Surely he wouldn't go alone. Standing on the warship, Sengoku watched as Yi Chun's vessel ventured into the battleground between Shiki and Roger, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. Previously, upon learning that the Roger pirates and the Shiki pirates were about to convene for a joint discussion, Yi Chun had contacted Admiral Kong at the naval headquarters. Sensing an opportunity, Admiral Kong immediately commanded Sengoku and Karp to lead a contingent of vice admirals to set out in advance, instructing Yi Chun to rendezvous with him for support. Yet now he was acting solo? Sengoku, how rare it is to see you in such a state of worry for Yi Chun. I shall have great delight in mocking you for this, remarked Karp, ever eager to stir trouble, as he observed Sengoku's worried expression. Hearing Karp's words, Sengoku sighed and replied, Cursed Karp, are you not concerned? Yi Chun is going in alone, without a clear understanding of the situation. He is recklessly advancing without caution. We must think of a way to stop him. To Sengoku, the young Yi Chun, who had ascended to the rank of naval vice admiral at such a tender age, was an invaluable asset to the Navy. They were well aware of the formidable strength of the Shiki and Roger pirate crews, which was why they had assembled hundreds of naval vessels to dare confront them. Now, Yi Chun was entering the fray with merely a handful of sailors. How could this reality not cause Sengoku distress? Thus, upon witnessing this, he resolved that if any trouble arose, he would prepare for an offensive. Suddenly, as he solemnly observed the unfolding scene, his transponder snail rang. It was a call from Admiral Kong at the naval headquarters. Kong here, Sengoku speaking. What is it? Sengoku answered the phone. Sengoku, has Yi Chun already ventured alone into the battlefield of the Flying Sky Pirates and the Roger Pirates? Admiral Kong inquired with grave seriousness. Indeed, Sengoku responded, his brow furrowing. In this battle, Steelbone Kong was summoned to command the operations, initially intending to observe the conflict until both sides had exhausted themselves before making a move. However, with the unexpected appearance of Yi Chun, his plans were thrown into disarray. To his astonishment, even Marshal Kong was visibly moved, which caused him some concern about being reprimanded. He began to speak, Yi Chun, he. But before he could finish, Steelbone Kong interrupted him, stating, we will cooperate with Yi Chun and prepare for a proactive assault. What? Sengoku exclaimed in disbelief. At this moment, the two pirate crews were already engaged in combat, and there would undoubtedly come a moment when a victor emerged. They could simply intervene then and reap the rewards. Yet now, Steelbone Kong was insisting on a preemptive strike and to coordinate with Yi Chun, leaving him utterly perplexed. All right. Sengoku struggled to comprehend the situation, but ultimately complied with the orders. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, in the office of the Fleet Admiral, Kong gazed upon the maritime chart spread before him, cluttered with numerous flags. The red ones represented the Navy, the blue signified the Roger pirates, and the black indicated Shiki and his crew. Countless black flags were converging upon the solitary blue flag. As his eyes fell upon the red flag gradually approaching the blue-black banners, the corners of his mouth subtly curled upwards, revealing a rare smile. At that moment, he felt a profound admiration for Yi Chun. This was indeed the first time he had witnessed the audacity of the Navy in confronting such a formidable pirate crew. However, The Navy had its strategies, and Roger had his own plans. Upon seeing Yi Chen's warship appear, he promptly made a decision and spoke to Shiki. Since the Navy is here, I shall retreat. Given the current situation, Shiki commanded thousands of pirate ships, each manned by exceptionally skilled individuals. Engaging in a battle with him would yield no favorable outcome. Moreover, with the Navy present, any conflict would only serve to disadvantage them. Set sail, retreat. With this thought, Roger immediately ordered the pirate ships to withdraw. Thinking of escaping? Yi Chen, with his observation hockey activated, smirked slightly, a glimmer of amusement crossing his face. As he had anticipated, Yi Chen was well aware that Roger would flee upon spotting him. He could easily discern Roger's intentions. Consider this, Shiki's flying pirate crew was besieging him with thousands of ships. Even though the members of Roger's crew were formidable, they could not possibly contend with such a vast number of opponents. Thus, if the Navy were to show up, it would grant Roger the opportunity to escape. However, knowing his plan, would Yi Chen allow him to depart? With a swift step forward, he leaped into action. Clang! He unsheathed the long sword at his waist, raising it toward the route Roger's ship intended to take, and unleashed a powerful strike. Sword break. The strike released a wave of sword energy, surging forth like a tsunami, aimed directly at Roger's vessel, the Ellenford. Boom. The sword energy did not strike the ship directly, yet it generated a towering wave that obstructed their intended escape route. Meanwhile, Karp, witnessing Yi Chen's action, pointed at the Ellenford and remarked, "Ha ha ha. Sakazuki, Kazan, Borsalino, do you see that? That is Roger's ship. If you can capture them today, you will achieve renown like Yi Chen." Achieve renown like the Vice Admiral Yi Chen? What must I do? Upon hearing Karp's words, Kazan, filled with excitement, looked up at Yi Chen's actions and inquired. As Zifa's student, Kazan had heard countless tales of Yi Chen's unmatched accomplishments since joining the Navy. Thus, he had always regarded Yi Chen as his aspiration, viewing both Yi Chen and Karp as his role models. Witnessing the legendary Yi Chen in action filled him with exhilaration. He had trained tirelessly in anticipation of the moment he could stand alongside Yi Chen on the battlefield. Akane scoffed. Humph. No pirate can escape our grasp. All pirates shall face annihilation, and they will soon pay for their transgressions. Meanwhile, the laid-back Borsalino, who had just reunited with Karp and Sangoku, remained his usual nonchalant self. Is Yu Chen-san not afraid of such a formidable opponent? He mused. You three are all exceptional Marines. Do not be intimidated by their reputation. Observing Roger's ship attempting to flee, Karp turned to Kazan and declared, Now, Kazan, it's your turn to act. We cannot allow Roger and his crew to escape. Understood. Kazan lazily scratched his head before leaping onto the surface of the sea. Splash! Before his feet even touched the water, a vast expanse of ice rapidly spread from beneath him. He then bent down, extending his hand over the surface of the sea, and suddenly, a chilling wave of frost surged forth, instantly freezing a large portion of the water. As he approached the Ellenford, the ice expanded exponentially, swiftly encasing the ship in a solid layer of ice. Who is it? Why can't our ship move? The crew aboard the Ellenford erupted into chaos upon seeing the Navy's arrival. Damn it, it's that Karp again. Why does he always come looking for trouble? They groaned in frustration at the sight of their longtime adversary. However, Yi Chen, glancing at Roger's ship, wore a triumphant smile. The grand spectacle begins. As he spoke, he unsheathed his sword once more, unleashing another formidable strike towards Roger's vessel. That must be the Yi Chen who was reported to have slain Bondi Walt. One crew member thought. As the Ellenford found itself ensnared, Roger caught sight of his nemesis Karp's ship drawing near, aware that a confrontation was imminent. Amidst the chaos aboard the Ellenford, he shouted to Rayleigh, Rayleigh, quickly fend off that attack. Leave it to me. Rayleigh replied, his glasses glinting as he brandished a long sword, ready to counter Yi Chen's incoming strike. You little brat, let me be your opponent. Standing resolutely at the edge of the ship, Rayleigh met Yi Chen's attack with calm determination. Buzz. The sword energy surged forth as Rayleigh unleashed his armament hockey. The silver blade turned black as he too sent forth a wave of sword energy to counter Yi Chen's assault. Boom. Boom. The sky erupted in a dazzling display of silver light, weaving a radiant net of sword energy that shattered the ice, encasing the Ellenford into countless shards. Scattering across the sea, the Dark King Rayleigh fixed his gaze upon Yi Chen, a serene smile gracing his features as he leaped into the air. Once more drawing his sword. Bang. Bang. The surface of the ice was alive with their figures, the two men moving like phantoms, so swift that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. At that moment, on the other side, thanks to Roger's arrangements, the ice that had obstructed their path was cleared away by Bucky and Shanks, allowing their ship to move again. They turned to Roger and proclaimed, The ice has been removed. Let us continue our escape. Humph. Attempt to flee? That shall not be permitted. However, as they conversed, Sakazuki suddenly materialized beside their ship, the Ehrenwander. Upon hearing their intent to escape, Sakazuki's countenance darkened like coal, and he extended his hand, summoning a searing stream of magma, poised to strike the vessel. In that fleeting moment, a sharp glint flashed in Roger's eyes, and he reacted with remarkable swiftness, his figure darting forward as he delivered a powerful kick aimed at Sakazuki's head. At that time, Sakazuki was not yet as formidable as he would become in over 20 years. faced with Roger's full-force assault. The magma in his hand had yet to be unleashed before he was sent flying by the kick. Boom. He was propelled through the air like a cannonball, hurtling with a velocity surpassing that of a projectile, and flew directly towards a naval warship several dozen meters away. At this moment, Karp stood on the deck of the warship, raising his hand to pat Sakazuki's back, steadying him on his feet. Sakazuki, you deal with the others. This Roger is mine. That detestable pirate will pay for his sins one day. Sakazuki stabilized himself, the magma in his hand intensifying, yet reluctantly departed. Meanwhile, Karp, traversing the moonwalk, crossed the distance of less than 50 meters to the Eilenfingda, landing single-handedly on its deck. His face bore a smile reminiscent of an old friend, devoid of any fear. However, in the next instant, his expression hardened as he unleashed a formidable punch, enveloped in armament hockey, towards Roger, exclaiming, Roger, bullying the younger generation is nothing. If you wish to fight, face me. Roger drew his rapier, bracing against Karp's terrifying onslaught. Karp, you remain as relentless and infuriating as ever. Karp retaliated with another iron fist aimed at Roger, declaring, I told you, no matter where you go, I will find you. This time, you cannot escape. Boom, boom. Although their battle was not executed at full strength, it instantly sent ripples of high-pressure air surging outward, causing even the sails of the ship to swell and billow. At that moment, the naval ship swiftly approached, with countless Navy personnel rushing to offer their support. Shanks and his companions, concerned that an intense battle with the Navy might jeopardize their ship, the Elon Fond, promptly shifted the battlefield. One by one, they leaped onto the Navy vessels or into their vicinity, engaging in fierce combat. Boom, bang. In an instant, the battlefield erupted with chaos from all directions. Meanwhile, the formidable figures of Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsalino aboard the Navy ships were already occupied by several of the top-tier crew members from the Roger pirates. Without needing the intervention of Jabba or Shanks, Sakazuki confronted the yet unknown Shanks and Buggy along with a host of pirates, while Borsalino faced Jabba, and Kazan squared off against other crew members. On another front, Sengoku, wielding the most potent firepower, clashed with the Flying Sky pirates led by Shiki, resulting in a stalemate of epic proportions. Boom, boom. The intensity of the battle escalated as everyone engaged in a brutal melee upon the decks of the ships. The scene was indeed lively. Yichin, who was locked in combat with Rayleigh, paused to observe the familiar figures surrounding the battlefield, letting out a sigh. Are you so distracted that you can afford to watch elsewhere? Rayleigh, noticing Yichin's leisurely demeanor, was instantly incensed. In a flash, he appeared before Yichin, thrusting his silver sword toward his throat. Clang! Just as the blade was about to pierce, Yichin deftly deflected it with his own sword, leading to yet another fierce clash. The collision of their blades generated a dazzling light, resembling a whirlwind of phenomena. Whoosh, whoosh. As the air expanded, waves of sword intent surged forth, conjuring a waterspout-like spectacle on the sea surface. Boom. The force of their sword intents collided violently within the vortex, resulting in an explosive eruption that connected heaven and earth. At this moment, it seemed as though even the might of heaven and earth appeared powerless before the two figures. The explosive sound waves lifted the ice, causing it to melt instantaneously, scattering like petals from a fairy. Rayleigh's swordsmanship and hockey were indeed formidable, effortlessly tearing apart the tornado. Lord Yichun, renowned for having slain Bondewald, wielded a sword that transcended the strength of a general. Go on, Lord Yichun, defeat this pirate. The tremendous clash of two sword energies collided in the air, shattering the remnants of the water spout and fracturing numerous nearby ice blocks. A considerable block of ice on the sea was also dispersed into seawater by the aftermath. Observing the fierce battle, many pirates who had gathered to watch paused in awe, their admiration palpable. Your swordsmanship is truly impressive, Yichin. After a wave of attacks, Rayleigh blinked, and the sword in his hand was enveloped in black hockey. Gazing at the composed Yichin, Rayleigh remarked with a calm smile, let us see how my sword fares. So soon to unleash his full power? Witnessing Rayleigh's remarkable strike, Yichin felt a sense of anticipation, smiling slightly. As Rayleigh's words fell, Yichin sensed the surrounding atmospheric pressure being compressed, rendering the ground they stood upon akin to a vacuum. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yichin understood that such swordsmanship was not easily attained. Rayleigh's mastery had undoubtedly reached a level of expertise. However, unperturbed by this attack, Yichin smiled and raised his sword, now fully imbued with hockey. As he lifted the sword, the surrounding seawater began to boil, roaring into towering waves that tossed several pirates overboard, with many ships being outright destroyed. With a mighty shout, Yichin leaped and swung his long sword with all his might. Boom, boom. In an instant, two waves of sword energy crashed into one another, reverberating through the atmosphere. Rayleigh's sword energy surged forward like an overwhelming atmospheric pressure, while Yichin's strike pierced through like a spear of air. The surrounding air thickened abruptly, and the temperature soared several degrees, causing the seawater to boil even more violently. Clang! The resounding clash of their powers echoed like a thunderous roar, reverberating for miles around. In the next moment, the onlookers beheld a spear-like sword energy easily penetrating the vacuum-like attack, forcing Rayleigh back several meters. He braced himself against the ground, which buckled beneath his feet, sending dirt flying. Alas, despite his efforts, Rayleigh's frail form could not withstand the force for long, and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a massive ice block before coming to a halt. Utilizing the recoil to propel himself backward, Yichin pursued relentlessly. Saru, activating the 6 powers. Yichin darted forward like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, a surge of black and red hockey swirled in his hand, wrapping around his fingers. Hockey-infused finger gun? Rayleigh's eyes widened in realization, but in the next instant, he felt a powerful force piercing through him. Buzz. His body was simultaneously cloaked in hockey as he attempted to retaliate. Yet just as he raised his hand, Yichin's hockey-wrapped finger gun had already coalesced, erupting forth like a volcano with a fierce attack. Swish, swish. Countless afterimages of fingers danced upon Rayleigh's retina, yet he remained oblivious, allowing the assault to pierce him. Even with his hockey activated, the combined might of the finger gun and hockey was sufficient to rival a general. Now, he stood like a wooden puppet, awaiting the onslaught. Bang! After several strikes, Rayleigh was sent flying like a cannonball. Mr. Rayleigh? Shanks, engaged in battle nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief as he watched Rayleigh soar through the air, stunned. How is this possible? Rayleigh has been defeated? Roger, fighting Karp at the same time, felt a similar shock. Rayleigh had always been his most trusted ally, thus his strength was unquestionable. He had even battled the world destroyer Bondewald, who could do nothing against him. Yet now he had been launched away by this young naval officer. This naval brat possesses such strength? Roger furrowed his brow, itching to go assist. Unfortunately, Karp's fist had already reached him. Are you still thinking about others? Boom. Karp's fearsome black fist barreled toward him, leaving Roger with no choice but to brace himself. With great difficulty, Rayleigh struggled to rise, kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath as blood mixed with sweat dripped uncontrollably to the earth. How is this possible? Rayleigh forced a smile, his clothes tattered, hair disheveled, sweat mingled with blood, presenting a woeful sight. Since setting sail, he had never encountered anyone whose swordsmanship could best him, nor anyone whose hockey surpassed his own. It seems my attack was still lacking, Yichin mused, glancing at his hand with a hint of dissatisfaction. What? Not strong enough? The surrounding pirates, previously engaged in their assault, now gaped in shock, retreating in disarray, to send the renowned pirate king Rayleigh flying with a single blow. And he dares to claim that such an attack is insufficient? Surely, he jested. Was he yet to unleash his full potential? Just a little more, just a little more. And I can achieve even greater results, Yichin murmured, contemplating his hands. In truth, Yichin was not boasting. His previous finger gun had once pierced through the bounty of over 100 million on soccer, even leading to the latter's demise. However, it must be acknowledged that while Rayleigh had not reached his utmost peak, his strength was still considerable. Would he be able to endure my attack once more? With each reflection, Yichin gained insight. Now recognizing his previous missteps, he was eager to try again, turning his gaze back to Rayleigh on the ground. Step, step. Yichin advanced steadily, unfazed by the chaos surrounding him, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Buzz. Upon seeing Yichin approach, Rayleigh clenched his teeth, mustering the last vestiges of his strength. He reached out, grasping a black longsword tightly in his hand once more. Hey! In the next moment, Rayleigh propped himself up with both hands and, with all his might, began to move. Slowed down? Observing Rayleigh's sluggish movements, Yichin smiled slightly, raising his right arm to envelop it once more in hockey, stepping forward. Whoosh! Like an arrow, he propelled himself forward, delivering a punch to Rayleigh's abdomen, sending him soaring into the air once more. Puff! In midair, Rayleigh coughed up a spray of crimson, a striking sight. Haha! Truly worthy of Lord Yichin. Lord Yichin, press on and vanquish those pirates. Upon witnessing Yichin's prowess, the surrounding navy momentarily ceased their actions and erupted in cheers. Yichin had singularly thwarted the elite crew member of the Roger pirates, undoubtedly boosting the morale of the navy. One after another, they lauded Yichin's actions, however. Among the jubilant voices, Sakazuki remained in a state of shock. He had been diligently training in hopes of catching up to Yichin. Yet he was astounded to realize the formidable strength his adversary had attained. He felt as though he could no longer aspire to match Yichin's capabilities. Previously, he had been skeptical of the reports claiming Yichin had single-handedly defeated Bondewald. However, witnessing him triumph over the second-in-command of the Roger pirates left him utterly speechless. Such terror. Boom. Boom. Following the defeat of Rayleigh, the surrounding battles raged on with unrelenting ferocity. Particularly, the forces led by Sengoku found themselves embroiled in a grueling struggle against Shiki and his thousands of crew members, and it appeared that Sengoku was beginning to falter. Bang! Though Sengoku was still relatively young and a formidable admiral, he ultimately succumbed to the seasoned pirate Shiki, whose battle experience proved overwhelming. Yichin understood that Shiki was the type of individual who had once dared to invade the Navy headquarters single-handedly, and it was only through the combined efforts of Sengoku and Karp that he had been apprehended. Their confrontation had wreaked havoc upon the Navy headquarters, a testament to Shiki's terrifying strength. Yet, Yichin relished the prospect of challenging such powerful foes. Shiki, your time is next. In midair, Yichin ascended, his gaze fixed upon the myriad pirate ships that filled the horizon. With an air of tranquility, he spoke, his voice not loud, yet somehow resonating throughout the entire sea. What? He intends to challenge the great pirate Shiki? A naval vice-admiral, upon hearing Yi Chen's declaration, felt his eyes bulge in disbelief. He could hardly comprehend the words he had just heard, and instinctively rubbed his eyes to ascertain the figure speaking in the distance. Could it truly be Vice-Admiral Yi Chen? Surely, I did not mishear. He claims he will challenge Shiki? Impossible. Shiki is not to be trifled with. Upon hearing Yi Chen's proclamation, nearly everyone present could scarcely believe he could confront Shiki. It was not that they doubted Yi Chen's strength, but rather, they felt he might not yet possess sufficient power. After all, Shiki had just managed to suppress the esteemed Admiral Sengoku. The notion that Yi Chen would single-handedly challenge Shiki was beyond their imagination. Was it truly the same young naval officer who had defeated the Captain Sakazuki and Longji? At that moment, a captain from the flying pirate crew, upon hearing Yi Chen's words, shot him a venomous glare and immediately brandished his sword. The pirate captain immediately rallied dozens of pirate ships, advancing relentlessly towards the battlefield where they were engaged. A throng of pirates swarmed the frozen sea like a multitude of ants. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed from the heavens. Dark clouds loomed ominously, heralding an impending downpour. Standing resolutely on the deck, the captain's eyes blazed with fury as he fixated on the distant naval vessels, gripping his sword with unwavering intensity. The sight of Yi Chen, the slayer of his brother, aboard one of the warships ignited an overwhelming surge of vengeance within him. With a fierce cry, his entire being bristled with intensity as he turned to his crew and commanded, "Surround that group of navy. Allow not a single one to escape." In an instant, the pirates surged forth like ravenous wolves barreling towards their prey, crashing into the naval ranks much like a tidal wave sweeping through a crowd. A fierce melee ensued between the navy and the Roger pirates. Have we hooked them? Yi Chen mused. Observing the approaching pirate vessels and the swarm of adversaries converging upon him, a sly smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He had anticipated that Shiki would not engage him, knowing that Sengoku would not permit such an easy escape. One of the reasons for Sengoku's rapid descent into turmoil was the interference from other pirates of the Shiki crew, who could not be disregarded. Thus, Yi Chen's remarks were intended to draw the attention of the other pirate captains, alleviating some of the naval forces brought by Sengoku. As he had expected, a throng of pirates took the bait. Furthermore, as they diverted some of the naval firepower, reinforcements from the Navy began to pour in from all directions, joining the fray. API call failed with status code 429. Doctype HTML. If LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang enus. And if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus. And if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang enus. And if GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang enus. And if head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloud Layer to restrict access title meta charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML. Charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex no follow meta name viewport content width device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var function a var C document. Get element by ID error feedback survey D document. Get element by ID error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request. A event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful. A version 1 B open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare Com API v1 event. B set request header content type application JSON. B set request header Sparrow source key. C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1E. B send JSON. Stringify A C class list. Add feedback hidden D class list. Remove feedback hidden document. Add event listener DOM content loaded function var document. Get element by ID error feedback C document. Get element by ID feedback button yes D document. Get element by ID feedback button no class list in A class list. Remove feedback hidden C. Add event listener click function E 0 D. Add event listener click function E 1 script defer src https performance radar Cloudflare com beacon JS script head body div id cf wrapper div class cf alert error cf cookie error hidden id cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div id cf error details class p 0 header class mx auto point 10 lg point 6 lg px 8 w 240 lg w full mb 15 anti-aliased h1 class inline block md block mister 2 md mb 2 font light text 60 md text 3XL text black dark leading tight, span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD, block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID, 9317 CBF 3B7 3B5 bull, span class inline block MD, block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed April 17th, 2025, 027. 26 UTC span H2 class text, gray, 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3XLLG, text 2XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG, W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 DIV ID what happened section class W. 12 MD, W full H2 class text, 3XL leading tight font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website generative language. Google APIs. Com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX, for PY, 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback. div class CF error footer CF wrapper W, 240 LG, W full PY, 10 SM, PY, for SM, PX, 8 MX auto text center SM, text left border solid border, 0 border T border, gray, 300p class text, 13 span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 Cloudflare Ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 9317 CBF 3B7 AB5 strong span class CF footer separator SM. Hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM. Block SM. MB. 1 your IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43. 164. 133. 114 span class CF footer separator SM. Hidden bull. Span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 span performance amp. Security by span rel nupener nor for ref https, www.cloudflare.com 5xx, error, landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script, function D, var ba, get element by ID, CF footer item IP, CA, get element by ID, CF footer IP reveal, B class list and B, class list, remove, hidden, C, add event listener, click, function, C, class list, add, hidden, A, get element by ID, CF footer IP, class list, remove, hidden, var document, add event listener, A, add event listener, DOM content loaded, D, script div, error footer, div, CF error details, div, CF wrapper, script window, CF translation, script body HTML these figures, clad in armaments, possess the formidable physique of tigers and bears. Their eyes sharp and faces exceedingly fierce, revealing their nature as seasoned marauders who have long engaged in plundering the seas. A palpable aura of malevolence envelopes them as they charge forth with an imposing presence. In that very moment, Yuchen sprang into action, with his sword raised. It gleamed with an intensified brilliance. In a swift motion, the blade danced under his command, moving with the speed of lightning. With a single stroke, it seemed capable of rending the very fabric of space, as his figure glided past the necks of dozens of pirates. Yet, this was merely the prelude. He swiftly lifted his sword once more, tracing an elegant arc across the throats of yet another group of pirates. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indif, head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com use Cloudflare to restrict access title meta charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML. Charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content E. Edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content width device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD into GI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify, var function, A, var C document. Get element by ID, error feedback survey, D document. Get element by ID, error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request, A, event, feedback clicked, properties, error code, 1015, helpful, A, version, 1, B. Open, post, HTTPS, Sparrow, Cloudflare, COM API v1 event. B. Set request header, content type, application JSON. B. Set request header, Sparrow source key, C771F4B54944B4 to 61444B7N1. B. Send JSON. Stringify. A. C. Class list. Add, feedback hidden. D. Class list. Remove, feedback hidden, document. Add event listener, DOM content loaded, function, var document. Get element by ID, error feedback, C document. Get element by ID, feedback button yes. D document. Get element by ID, feedback button no, class list in A, class list. Remove, feedback hidden, C. Add event listener, click, function, E. 0, D. Add event listener, click, function, E. 1. Script defer SRC HTTPS performance. Radar. Cloudflare. COM beacon. JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies. Div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD. Block Mr. 2 MD MB 2 font light text 60 MD text 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed ray ID 9 through 17 CCA 0 B forward 1 F1 bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 56 UTC span H2 class text gray 600 leading 1 3 text 3 XLLG text 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240 LG W full MX auto MB 8 LG PX 8 div ID what happened section class W 12 MD W full H2 class text 3 XL leading tight font normal MB for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened H2P the owner of this website generative language Google APIs COM has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. Div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare ray ID strong class font semi-bold 9 through 17 CC 0 B forward 1 F1 strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp. Security by span arel nupener norfura ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function D var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML. How could he not be enraged? He was consumed by an overwhelming urge to annihilate his opponent. Fire. In a moment of uncontrollable fury, Shiki's thunderous roar reverberated across the vast ocean. Boom, boom. At his command, nearly 100 cannons unleashed a cacophony of deafening blasts. Countless cannonballs whistled through the air, creating a barrage that filled the sky. Witnessing this deluge of cannonballs, the distant navy squinted in disbelief, turning their eyes toward him. This young man still too impetuous. Karp shook his head in regret. recognizing that Yuchin's bravado was somewhat reckless. Facing such formidable artillery was no trivial matter, and Shiki was not a foe that ordinary Navy personnel could challenge. Even he had to exercise utmost caution. Moreover, there were numerous pirate crew members rallying behind Shiki. It was evident that Yichun was in an increasingly precarious position, making escape nearly impossible. To make matters worse, he was too far from the Navy to receive timely support. Thus, Karp could only offer silent prayers. Cough. What does that kid think he is doing? Beside them, Sengoku, who had been inadvertently injured by Shiki, cleared his throat. As an admiral of the Navy, his prowess was indisputable, even though he had been caught off guard by Shiki. The pirate's strength and combat experience were beyond the capacity of a young Navy officer to withstand. Though he recognized Yichin's talent and capabilities, he understood that Shiki, as one of the most formidable pirates of this era, was not someone he could contend with at this moment. Observing Yichin from afar, his concern deepened. And he was not alone in this sentiment. Even Akainu and Borsalino regarded Yichin with disdain. To them, his actions were akin to a moth drawn to a flame. They acknowledged Yichin as the strongest among them, yet they believed Shiki to be one of the most powerful pirates of the current age. How could a young Navy officer stand against such a figure? Even an admiral could not engage alone unless they possessed strength that surpassed that of their rank. Admiral Yichin is indeed quite impressive. Truly my idol. Yet among them was one individual whose eyes sparkled with admiration, Kazan. While everyone else doubted Yuchin's audacity, he held a profound appreciation for the young officer's actions. Buzz. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, while everyone speculated, Yuchin had already taken action, calmly raising his right fist. In the next instant, it swelled to an almost imperceptible size at an incredible speed. Shatter. With a resounding shout, he leaped high into the air, deftly evading as he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks toward the storm of cannonballs raining down upon him. Bang, bang, boom. An explosion of fiery brilliance erupted in midair, with some cannonballs even ricocheting back toward Shiki's ship. Damnable Navy brat, I shall eliminate you today. Shiki roared from the deck, his hair and beard billowing wildly as golden locks danced in the wind. With that declaration, he soared into the sky. Lion's thousand cuts. Shiki gathered countless streams of light with both hands, unleashing his twin swords simultaneously. As he did so, a barrage of sword energy capable of slicing through thick ice surged forth, racing toward Yichin. Great world of troublesome winds. In a moment of dire urgency, Yichin let out a piercing cry, summoning boundless sword intent that cascaded from above. Boom, boom. The two streams of sword energy collided with a ferocious force. And in an instant, an explosion erupted where they met. Whoosh, whoosh. The heavy ice on the sea shattered instantly, fissures appearing as the explosive shockwave sent water spraying outward, shrouding the positions of both combatants in a thick mist. At that moment, it seemed as though they had vanished from sight. As the mist dispersed, Shiki's eyes widened in confusion as he searched the area where Yichun had stood, realizing something was amiss. Yichun had seemingly disappeared. He glanced at the Navy ship nearby, where Yichin's silhouette was still elusive. Where did that brat go? Shiki's eyes narrowed in fury as he gripped his swords tightly, determined to locate Yichun and exact his vengeance. Cough. Looking for me. Just as Shiki prepared to move, a soft cough reached his ears. Damn it. Shiki's pupils constricted as he saw Yichin had appeared on a ship, igniting his rage. Gazing at Yichin, he sneered. I didn't expect you to come to me. I shall oblige. Lion's might, earthquake. With that, Shiki utilized the powers of the float fruit to lift the entire ice surface, transforming it into multiple white lion heads radiating an icy aura, all poised to crash down upon Yichin. Observing Shiki, Yichin suddenly smiled. Are you ready to get serious? This maneuver, if Yichin's intuition serves him correctly, is indeed a technique that harnesses the powers of the float fruit. Shiki's swordsmanship has always been commendable, and the ability to seamlessly integrate the powers of the float fruit with his sword techniques demonstrates his earnestness in this moment. However, Yichin does not remain passive. As his words echo, he leaps into the air, raising his long sword high above him. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the vast expanse of the ocean surged dramatically, coalescing upon his sword as though several tons of seawater were gathering. Even fish leaped amidst the tumultuous waters. The profound essence of the 3,000 sea swords. With a thunderous roar, Yichin lifted the sword energy infused with the gathered seawater and struck towards the Golden Lion's assault. Boom, boom. As the sword energy emanated an endless aura of sword intent, a cacophony of explosive sounds rent the air, tearing through the very fabric of space. Soon, Yichin's sword energy, which had cleaved the air and gathered the ocean's might, collided with the formidable white lion-headed iceberg of Shijina. Upon impact, a sensation akin to an earthquake erupted, accompanied by an even greater roar. Many, feeling the tremor, instinctively covered their ears to shield themselves from harm. In that instant, nearly all ceased their assaults, transfixed by the spectacle of the two opposing sword energies, their eyes wide with astonishment. Thunderous rumbles. The moment after the collision, a tempest arose, with raging winds and torrential rain coalescing into a colossal vortex between the two combatants, creating a breathtaking phenomenon. The assault this time was significantly more formidable than the previous attacks by the two individuals. The colossal white lion, the leader, collided with the sword energy he had accumulated from several tides of seawater, tearing apart the manifestation of the dragon's suction. The aftermath of this clash was so potent that it even fractured the firmament. The ominous clouds above were dispersed by the residual force. However, the sheer power of this collision wreaked havoc upon the battlefield, conjuring a massive tornado that swept across the entire arena. The atmosphere grew intensely grave. The expressions of all present morphed into shock as they beheld the spectacle before them, their bodies quivering in fear. In an instant, they realized that this phenomenon was advancing toward them, prompting a frantic instinct to flee. Run for your lives. Help. Lord Shiki, save us. Lord Yuchen, please. Everyone. Remain calm. Quickly return to the ship. The tempest had arrived, accompanied by torrential rain that fell in sheets. By the time they grasped the situation, the storm had already lifted all those near the battlefield into the air. Those further away from the fray, witnessing the chaos, hastily abandoned their combat and fled in desperation. After a considerable duration, once the storm had dissipated, peace was gradually restored. The swordsmanship displayed by these two was indeed terrifying. Their clash had birthed a tornado. Indeed, Shiki is truly formidable as a great pirate. His attack is enough to instill dread in anyone. What a spectacle we have before us. Many members of the Roger Pirates expressed their admiration for the attack, bracing themselves for battle. Each pirate took careful aim, prepared for any imminent confrontation. Roger promptly issued commands. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Golden Lion, having endured this strike, was left gasping for breath. He had presumed that such a blow would be fatal to any ordinary swordsman. Typically, no practitioner of swordsmanship could withstand his assault. Even the legendary Mihawk had sustained injuries in their encounters. However, he was taken aback to find that Yi Chun had executed a counterattack with an equally formidable technique, compelling him to adopt a more cautious demeanor. If he was not mistaken, the young naval swordsman before him possessed remarkable swordsmanship. Thus, the disdain he had held for Yi Chun evaporated, replaced by a ghastly expression. Naval Brat, I never anticipated that at such a young age your swordsmanship would reach such heights. Shiki's gaze sharpened as he regarded Yi Chun, stating, no wonder you were able to defeat my capable subordinates, Sakri and Longe. Just moments prior, Yi Chun's strike, imbued with seawater, had been tremendously intimidating to those with devil fruit abilities. Had it connected, they would have faced dire consequences. It is well known that seawater is the bane of all devil fruit users, as contact with it would render them powerless, abandoned by the sea. Fortunately, the attack had not struck him directly, but rather collided with his own. Hence, he had not lost his abilities to the seawater. And what are those two abilities? Yi Chun, momentarily taken aback by Shiki's remarks, replied, their prowess pales in comparison to yours, yet your fate will likely mirror theirs. Upon hearing Yi Chun's piercing words, the Golden Lion Shiki furrowed his brow, his eyes instantly brimming with murderous intent. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. And if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. And if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. And if GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. And if head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloudlayer to restrict access title meta charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equal content type content text HTML charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equal XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CDN CGI styles main. CSS script function if document add event listener window XML HTTP request JSON stringify var e function a var c document get element by ID error feedback survey d document get element by ID error feedback success b new XML HTTP request a event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful a version 1 b open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare com API v1 event b set request header content type application JSON b set request header Sparrow source key C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1E b send JSON stringify a c class list add feedback hidden d class list remove feedback hidden document add event listener DOM content loaded function var document get element by ID error feedback c document get element by ID feedback button yes d document get element by ID feedback button no class list in a class list remove feedback hidden c add event listener click function e 0 d add event listener click function e 1 script defer src https performance radar cloudflare com beacon JS script, head body div ID CF wrapper div class, CF alert error, CF cookie error, hidden ID, cookie alert data translate, enable cookies, please enable cookies. div ID CF error details class P, 0 header class MX auto point, 10 LG, point, 6 LG, PX, 8W, 240 LG, W full MB, 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD, block Mr., 2 MD, MB, 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3 XL text black dark leading tight, span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD, block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID, 9317 CC09, 711C 3537 bull. Span class inline block MD, block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed April 17, 2025, 027, 30 UTC span H2 class text, gray. 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3 XL LG, text, 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG, W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 div ID what happened section class W, 12 MD, W full H2 class text, 3 XL leading tight, font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate, what happened? H2P the owner of this website, generative language, Google APIs, has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden PY, 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback. div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX, 8 MX auto text center SM, text left border solid border. 0 border T border, gray, 300 P class text, 13 span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 Cloudflare ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 9317 CC 09711C 3537 strong span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item, hidden SM, block SM, MB, 1 your IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43. 164. 133. 114 span class CF footer separator SM. Hidden bull. Span class CF footer item SM. Block SM. MB. 1 span performance amp. Security by span a rel nupener nor for a ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx. Error. Landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span P script function D var BA get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer, div. CF error details, div. CF wrapper, script window. CF translation. Script body HTML API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The sword in question was twice as powerful as the previous one. A tremendous roar erupted, sending sharp sound waves that nearly rendered all present on the battlefield deaf. At that moment, a colossal sword-shaped surge of water energy obliterated the formidable assault of the Golden Lion's massive sea lion. In mere moments, this doubled sea sword attack effortlessly shattered the Golden Lion's strike, as if it were nothing. The immense force of the sea sword enveloped the entire Golden Lion pirate ship. And after a brief pause, its power surged forward, relentlessly piercing toward the vessel. The sheer impact pressed down upon the ocean's surface, instantly demolishing dozens of Golden Lion pirate ships. At that moment, Shiki, the Golden Lion, could no longer withstand the onslaught of the sword energy, and he was sent flying, blood splattering through the air. Yet, his flight did not halt the attack. The surface of the sea transformed into a colossal sword-like entity that plunged toward the depths below, causing a massive eruption of water. The sea sword descended over 1,000 meters into the abyss before dissipating, generating tremendous currents that rippled across the ocean. Waves surged forth as though a tank of water had overflowed, forming a vast trench. A vortex with a diameter of 10,000 meters took shape. ensnaring many pirate ships and naval vessels that began to spiral toward an impending doom beneath the waves. From a distance, Yichen observed this chaotic scene, furrowing his brow as he swung his long sword once more. In an instant, the whirlpool calmed, returning to its tranquil state as though everything was as it should be. Those witnessing this spectacle were already in a state of shock, viewing Yichen with a reverence akin to that reserved for deities. Could it be? With a single strike he obliterated dozens of the Golden Lioness ships? One move could incite the fury of the ocean, and another could quell it. What kind of swordsmanship is this? How has Yichen progressed so rapidly? The onlookers were astounded, engaging in fervent discussions, for such a sight was unprecedented in their lives. They gazed at the figure before them, draped in a flowing cloak, and for the first time felt their own insignificance. It was as if they were but ants, rendered powerless. With just one move, he had eradicated the fleeing pirate ships. It was terrifying. Even the notorious Golden Lion, a top-tier pirate in the New World, faced an uncertain fate. Shiki's figure was swiftly engulfed by Yichen's attack, and when the assault dissipated upon striking the ocean, the Golden Lion was nowhere to be seen. What happened? Where's the captain? A group of crew members from the Flying Sky Pirates, observing from a distance, questioned in alarm. As time passed without sight of Shiki, despair gripped their faces. Could it be that their captain had failed? A nearby captain of a branch of the Flying Sky Pirates, upon hearing this, smacked the head of one of his crew members, rebuking, "Fool! How could the captain possibly fail?" Indeed, Captain Shiki was the greatest and most formidable captain. He could not be defeated by a mere child from the Navy. Furthermore, Captain Shiki aspired to be the Pirate King. However, upon realizing that Shiki's silhouette had vanished after the attack, his subordinates began to stir restlessly, rife with speculation. Aha! Could it be true? Has the Golden Lion truly perished? Vice Admiral Yichen is indeed formidable, single-handedly annihilating the Golden Lion. Nonsense! The Golden Lion cannot be so easily vanquished. On the Navy's side, witnessing the tempestuous scene also ignited a wave of excitement, as they hoped fervently that the Golden Lion had indeed been slain. This would make their upcoming confrontation much easier. Meanwhile, in the midst of battle, Yichen wore a pensive expression as he listened to their chatter, suddenly murmuring quietly to himself. Although the previous strike held formidable power against ordinary strong foes, it had not reached the threshold of fatality for Shiki. At the moment he launched his attack, his observation hockey had detected the cunning Golden Lion evading his strike, stealthily concealing himself while his presence fluctuated nearby. Yet, Yichen could not pinpoint his exact location. It must be acknowledged that the Golden Lion's tactics were indeed sophisticated. Having achieved a level of stealth that eluded even the keenest observation hockey, the Golden Lion was not yet defeated. At this moment, in the distance, Roger and Karp gazed somberly at Yichen, simultaneously uttering a phrase of identical sentiment. Not dead yet? Upon hearing this, the assembled Navy and pirates fell silent. Their breaths caught in their throats as Yichen appeared to emanate a radiant brilliance, compelling them to avert their gaze. Dead. Indeed. A piercing scream suddenly erupted from beneath Yichen as a figure, gleaming like gold and wielding dual blades with a fierce countenance, charged forth. Has he arrived? Yichen observed the emerging figure, a slight curve gracing the corners of his lips as he spoke softly. Viper. Shiki's furious roar reverberated through the heavens. As the words left his lips, the debris surrounding the battlefield, shattered by their prior onslaught, began to levitate, liberated from the shackles of gravity. Subsequently, like venomous serpents, they surged towards Yichen with astonishing speed. The sudden strike caught him entirely off guard. In this critical moment, a swift movement propelled him upward like a rocket, narrowly evading the ambush launched by the Golden Lion Shiki. Infuriated, Shiki's face contorted into a more sinister expression as he rapidly spun his twin swords, unleashing a dazzling array of golden sword energy that shot towards Yichen, now 1,000 meters away. Utilizing the powers of the float fruit, Shiki conjured a multitude of venomous serpents to intensify his assault. Indeed, he proved to be a formidable adversary. As Yichen ascended into the sky, a flicker of unusual light shone in his eyes. He murmured softly, reflecting on how, had he not dodged in time, Shiki's serpentine attack would have undoubtedly obliterated him. Taking a deep breath, he gracefully executed the moonwalk technique to evade Shiki's relentless, snake-like strikes. However, due to Shiki's unyielding multidimensional attacks, all potential landing spots transformed into venomous assaults, leaving him with no opportunity to retaliate. As he climbed higher, he appeared to others like a mere black dot against the vast sky. Observing Yichen's ascent, Shiki's eyes sparkled with doubt, yet he persisted in amplifying his offensive. "Huh? Did you see that? This brat was indeed driven away by the captain. How dare this little wretch aspire to defeat the great Golden Lion? Nonsense! Before long, that kid will surely meet his demise at the captain's hands. There's no way he can evade this attack." The members of the Flying Sky pirate crew erupted into boisterous laughter, reveling in their regained sense of victory. Meanwhile, on a naval ship, Kazan, who would later be known as Admiral Akiji, gazed at the fleeing Yichen with a twinge of disappointment. Having joined the Navy inspired by tales of Yichen's exploits, Kazan had always set him as his benchmark, training diligently. Encouraged by Zifa's frequent mentions of both Yichen and Shiki, he had aspired to one day match Yichen's prowess. As a standout among his peers, Often referred to as a monster for his consistent top performance, Kazan had finally begun to achieve notable results, preparing to fight alongside Yuchen. Yet now, the very figure he idolized was retreating. A wave of disillusionment washed over him, and he removed his hat, tossing it to the ground. His eyes glistening with unshed tears as he lowered his head. Look, is that General Yuchen? Suddenly, some bystanders pointed toward the sky, prompting Kazan to glance upward. And his expression transformed with joy. In the distant heights, Yuchen descended like a celestial deity, his silver sword radiating brilliance as storm clouds gathered ominously around it. He then dove toward Shiki's position with accelerating force. Finally coming to meet your fate? Shiki sneered, tightening his grip on his blades, frantically swinging them. This time, you shall not escape. As he unleashed his attack, a legion of colossal lions formed from the debris and remnants of ships below roared, their voices echoing across the sea. Crush him, commanded Shiki, embodying the role of the lion's leader. With a mighty sweep of his sword, the multitude of lions surged upwards, their gaping maws aimed at Yichun. Though the sight of the stampede was awe-inspiring, Yichun felt the weight of urgency. One misstep could lead to his utter ruin. Thus, he focused intently, swinging his sword backward, enveloping it in a layer of pitch-black hockey. With a resonant hum, darkness enveloped him, igniting like flames. 3,000 worlds, Cloud Thundersword. He bellowed as dark clouds coalesced around his blade, growing ever more numerous. Lightning crackled within the gathering storm. The thunderous clash of clouds and lightning erupted, channeling immense energy from his sword, targeting the onrushing lions. Good heavens! Which deity is engaged in battle? Onlookers from both pirate and naval factions gasped in awe at the cataclysmic spectacle unfolding above. Realizing the peril, they hastily retreated. Sengoku, witnessing the extraordinary phenomenon, could not help but shout to his soldiers, "Hurry! Signal the other warships to hasten their departure from this area." This time he led the team. Fully aware that sacrifices were inevitable, yet he felt compelled to minimize casualties as much as possible. Not everyone could withstand such ferocious combat. He had to retreat. Soon, under the command of warring states, hundreds of naval warships swiftly transformed into a vast fleet, sailing away from the battlefield where Yichun and Shiki clashed, heading towards distant waters. Ha ha ha. It seems this lad can finally engage me in earnest. Karp, observing the extraordinary phenomena on the horizon, erupted into laughter. Unlike others who merely reported the events with solemnity. Although he could scarcely fathom how Yuchen's strength had surged so rapidly or how fierce the battle must have been to yield such devastation, he could not help but feel delighted, having long anticipated such a spectacle. Meanwhile, Kazan, standing beside Karp, clenched his fists in frustration, resenting his lack of strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yuchen. On the other side, Roger, having paused the fight, gazed at the distant spectacle with narrowed eyes. Since setting sail, he had not witnessed such an intense clash, but he had no time to linger. His crew had sustained various injuries during the chaos, and staying here was unwise. Thus, he discreetly commanded his crew to prepare for withdrawal. Boom! Just as they intended to retreat, the resounding clash of swords echoed from the sea, like thunder reverberating in their ears. Everyone present covered their ears to shield themselves from the explosive sound. Despite this, many less capable individuals could not withstand the shockwave, collapsing and even coughing up blood. From afar, dark clouds loomed as sword energies burst forth, with the attacks from Shiki and Yichun colliding fiercely. Roar! Several lions, each several times larger than their warships, roared thunderously, their massive jaws snapping at the immense black sword of thunderclouds. Clang! 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 The sword's tip was relentlessly gnawed upon by these lions, producing sounds reminiscent of metal clashing that resonated across the ocean, further unsettling their hearts. Aha! This lad is about to meet his end. Lord Shiki is invincible. The crew of the flying pirate crew, witnessing this sight, were manic expressions, each shouting in triumph. This was Captain Shiki's most formidable strike, one that no one could withstand. Long live Lord Shiki! Long live Lord Shiki! The surviving crew members of the Sky Pirate crew, having endured numerous battles, have witnessed their captain's ultimate move. Undoubtedly the most formidable strike from Shiki. His swordsmanship and devil fruit abilities are pushed to their zenith, having previously inflicted considerable damage upon the likes of Whitebeard and Kaido. In their eyes, the tenaciously resisting Yichun now appears as nothing more than a lifeless entity. Ha ha ha! Perish! Shiki exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with a frenzied desire to kill, having poured every ounce of his strength into the strike. He was determined that this sword would claim Yuchen's life. Is that so? It doesn't he seem too overwhelming, Yuchen mused, unperturbed by the murderous glare of Shiki before him. His heart brimmed with a sense of grandeur and calmness. For him, defeating a strong adversary has always been a source of pleasure. Come. After exchanging a silent glance, both warriors charged forth. Shiki transformed into a golden streak of light, merging with the might of a colossal lion, launching a fierce attack. In contrast, Yichun morphed into an enormous sword that pierced through the heavens, aimed directly at Shiki. Boom! As the golden lion clamped onto the thundercloud sword, it sought to shatter the blade. However, to its astonishment, the sword quivered momentarily. Subsequently, the surging thunderclouds erupted, tearing the lion apart. Seizing the opportunity, The thundercloud sword penetrated the massive golden beast, and a smaller yet mightier sword materialized in the air, piercing the lion's maw with precision. Sizzle! The thundercloud sword pierced through the beast's head, causing the enormous golden lion to convulse uncontrollably before it exploded in a cataclysmic display. The resounding blast echoed throughout every corner of the sea. Boom! Above, a colossal mushroom cloud reminiscent of a hydrogen bomb explosion manifested in the sky. Though the explosive force was not as colossal as that of a hydrogen bomb, the resulting tidal waves surged several fathoms high. In this maritime expanse, numerous vessels were capsized, resulting in countless casualties. Even Roger and his crew, who sought to evacuate, sustained severe injuries due to their proximity to the battlefield. Nevertheless, Roger endured the pain and managed to withdraw before the Navy took notice. After a protracted moment, as the mushroom cloud gradually dissipated, the severely wounded Shiki plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. Upon returning to the earth, Yi-chun regarded the injured Shiki with a faint smile, declaring, "Surrender. Shiki, you cannot escape." "Surrender?" Shiki, spitting blood, gazed at Yi-chun with contempt. "I, Shiki, have roamed the seas for years without fear of anyone, not even you. And certainly not the Navy's fleet admiral, Steelbone Kong, could compel my submission." With that, he gripped his twin swords, Sakura Tin and Withered Wood. His breath growing labored as he strained to stand. After a moment, he erupted into manic laughter, proclaiming, "Come. I, Shiki, who once ruled the seas with an iron fist, shall do so once more." As he spoke, Shiki's gaze shifted from calm to ferocious, his chest heaving with defiance. "Lioness thousand cuts!" he roared, his golden mane bristling, his battered form unable to suppress his fierce roar. With a fierce grip on his dual swords, he lunged at Yi-chun once more. "Very well, I shall oblige you." Observing the indomitable spirit radiating from the golden lion before him, Yi-chun felt a stir within. He smiled and raised his longsword. With a hum, he elevated the sword, which transformed into an obsidian hue. Stepping forward, Yi-chun approached Shiki's onslaught with calm resolve, knowing that the golden lion would never capitulate. There was only one fate that awaited him, death. With a decisive thought, Yi-chun unleashed a sword strike that effortlessly neutralized Shiki's thousand cuts attack. Surging toward him with renewed vigor. Thousand layers of sword. Shiki gritted his teeth and flung his beloved twin swords, channeling all his strength into a final assault. An infinite golden slash erupting from his blades. Yi-chun, witnessing the endless sword light, merely smiled. He extended his own sword, and a whirlwind of sword shadows spiraled forth, crashing violently against the torrent of golden light. Boom! The boundless golden sword radiance collided with the white cloud sword in an explosive display. As Yi-chun propelled himself toward Shiki, amidst the thunderous cacophony, in a dreamlike tableau of intertwining gold and white, Yi-chun stood before Shiki. Both combatants wore expressions of exhilaration. Shiki swung his twin swords toward Yi-chun's waist, while Yi-chun thrust forward, aiming for Shiki's heart, with a piercing sound. Upon impact, blood spurted from Shiki's wounds, his eyes glazing over with the pallor of defeat, devoid of light. With a swift motion, Yi-chun withdrew the sword embedded in Shiki's chest, blood gushing forth, and Shiki's body plummeted heavily into the ocean, his twin swords sinking alongside him. Casting one last glance at the fallen Shiki, Yi-chun raised his gaze to the heavens. The dark clouds began to disperse, revealing a golden sunset. As dusk settled, it was evident to all that this was a moment of unparalleled beauty, soon to be veiled by encroaching darkness. Thus, the tale of Shiki. The legendary pirate of the seas, API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LTIE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Endif. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Endif. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Endif. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Endif. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com use Cloudflare to restrict access title meta charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML. Charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content, i.e., edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CDN CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var e function a var c document. Get element by ID error feedback survey d document. Get element by ID error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request a event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful a version 1 b open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare com API v1 event b set request header content type application JSON b set request header Sparrow source key C771F0E4B54944BEB4261D44BD79A1E b send JSON stringify a c class list add feedback hidden d class list remove feedback hidden document Add event listener, DOM content loaded, function, var document. Get element by ID, error feedback, C document. Get element by ID, feedback button yes, D document. Get element by ID, feedback button no, class list in A, class list. Remove, feedback hidden, C. Add event listener, click, function, E. 0. D. Add event listener, click, function, E. 1. Script defer src https performance. Radar. Cloudflare. Com beacon. JS script head body div ID cf wrapper div class cf alert error cf cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies. div ID cf error details class p. 0 header class mx auto point. 10 lg. Point. 6 lg. px. 8 w. 240 lg. w full mb. 15 anti-aliased h1 class inline block md. Block Mr. 2 md. mb. 2 font light text. 60 md. Text. 3 XL text black dark leading tight, span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text. 15 LG. Text SM LG. Leading relaxed ray ID. 9317 C16A7A7 CF bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text. 15 LG. Text SM LG. Leading relaxed April 17th, 2025. 027. 39 UTC span H2 class text, gray. 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3 XLLG, text, 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG, W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 DIV ID what happened section class W. 12 MD, W full H2 class text, 3 XL leading tight font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website, generative language. Google APIs. Com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX, for PY, 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback. div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 9-17 C4116A77 CF strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull. Span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 span performance amp. Security by span arel nupener norfura ref https www.cloudflare com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function D var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML undoubtedly this exemplifies the formidable prowess of perception. After he had dissected the swordsmanship, he realized that his own skills had significantly improved, allowing him to wield even the dual-wielding technique with ease. He even sensed that he had grasped a hint of the three-sword style, reminiscent of Zoro's mastery. As he perceived these tangible advancements, Yi-Chin became increasingly exhilarated. Eager to seek out more items that could be deconstructed to enhance his skills. Consequently, he set his sights on the flagship of the Flying Sky Pirates, which he suspected to be a stronghold of Shiki. Observing this vessel, the corners of Yi-Chin's mouth curled into a subtle smile. It was worth noting that the entire crew of the Flying Sky Pirates had mobilized in their attempt to annihilate the Roger Pirates, although they had failed. The fact that the entire crew had participated indicated that their treasures were undoubtedly aboard. Having deconstructed numerous ships without uncovering any significant treasures, he speculated that they must be hidden in a particularly special location. Thus, he resolved to test his luck here. Ding. as he enveloped the ship with his deconstruction ability. The system's voice resonated once more. New deconstructible material detected. Would you like to proceed with the deconstruction? However, this time, the material in question was not a longsword, clothing, or even the flagship of the Flying Sky Pirates he had touched. Instead, it was a newly discovered substance. New substance? Yichen felt a surge of surprise. He had never encountered such a notification during his previous deconstructions. The fact that it warranted special distinction indicated its uniqueness. Filled with anticipation upon hearing this unusual announcement, his smile broadened as he commanded the system, "Continue deconstruction." Deconstructing. As the sound faded, he beheld a large, luminous pearl rising from the depths of the pirate ship. Upon closer inspection, Yichen realized it was a rare luminous pearl. Deconstruction in progress. Deconstruction complete. However, shortly after the luminous pearl materialized, the system's voice reported that the beautiful green light emanating from the pearl began to fade gradually. Eventually, it transformed into a cloud of dust, carried away by the wind, disappearing from sight. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have deconstructed a luminous pearl. You have acquired Conqueror's Haki. Would you like to fuse it? Just as the luminous pearl dissipated, the system's voice echoed in tandem. What? Conqueror's Haki? A rarity even among thousands? Upon hearing this, Yichen's face lit up with uncontainable joy. The cold, mechanical voice of the system felt like a celestial melody to his ears. This is indeed the manifestation of the Conqueror's Haki. It is essential to understand that such a power is a testament to the innate qualities of a true sovereign. Those endowed with Conqueror's Haki possess the ability to intimidate and instill fear in their adversaries without even lifting a finger, and can render weaker opponents unconscious. Unlike Observation Haki and Armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki is an inherent trait, neither acquired through training nor passed down through generations. It is solely determined by one's destiny. However, at this moment, the fact that he could awaken it through the decomposition of matter filled him with a sense of astonishment. This system is indeed remarkable. One cannot help but wonder what further surprises lie ahead. With this thought, Yichen eagerly anticipates the limitless potential that the system may reveal in the future. Fusion. Conqueror's Haki is an extraordinary ability possessed by only one in a million, who would allow such an opportunity to slip away. Without hesitation, Yichen issued the command. As he spoke, he quickly realized that his senses had seemingly been amplified several times, granting him an acute visual perception. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang enus. And if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus. And if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang enus. And if GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang enus. And if head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloudlayer to restrict access title meta charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equal content type content text HTML. Charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equal XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var e function a var c document. Get element by ID error feedback survey d document. Get element by ID error feedback success b new XML HTTP request a event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful a version 1 b open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare com API v1 event b set request header content type application JSON b set request header Sparrow source key C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1E B send JSON stringify AC class list add feedback hidden D class list remove feedback hidden document add event listener DOM content loaded function var document get element by ID error feedback C document get element by ID feedback button yes D document get element by ID feedback button no class list in A class list remove feedback hidden C add event listener click function E 0 D add event listener click function E 1 script defer SRC HTTPS performance radar Cloudflare com beacon JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD block Mr 2 MD MB 2 font light text 60 MD text 3XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID 9317 CC 040074D1D7 bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed April 17th, 2025, 027. 29 UTC span H2 class text, gray, 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3XL LG, text 2XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG, W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 DIV ID what happened section class W. 12 MD, W full H2 class text, 3XL leading tight font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website, generative language, Google APIs. Has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX, for PY, 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button DIV class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback. DIV class CF error footer CF wrapper W, 240 LG, W full PY, 10 SM, PY for SM, PX, 8 MX auto text center SM, text left border solid border. 0 border T border, gray, 300P class text, 13 span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 Cloudflare ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 9317 CC 040074D1D 7 strong span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM, block SM, MB, 1 your IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal, class CF footer IP reveal BTN, click to reveal button span, class hidden ID CF footer IP 43. 164, 133, 114 span class CF footer separator SM. Hidden bull, span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 span performance amp. Security by span rel nupener nor for ref https, www.cloudflare.com 5xx, error, landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script, function d, var ba, get element by ID, CF footer item IP, CA, get element by ID, CF footer IP reveal, B class list and B class list. Remove hidden, C, add event listener, click, function C, class list. Add hidden, A, get element by ID, CF footer IP. Class list. Remove hidden, var document. Add event listener A. Add event listener, DOM content loaded, D, script DIV. Error footer, DIV. CF error details, DIV. CF wrapper, script window. CF translation, script body HTML. He was quite astonished by the prowess of the Conqueror's hockey, filled with excitement and a desire to further explore the might of this ability. However, despite having cultivated a physique akin to that of a superhuman over the years, he had recently engaged in a fierce battle against Shiki and his crew, resulting in the dissipation of considerable matter. His stamina was significantly depleted, and in order to ensure he had enough energy to respond to any unforeseen circumstances, he chose not to continue testing the Conqueror's hockey. It was time to return. Casting a glance around, he observed that the remnants of the Flying Sky Pirates had been utterly vanquished by their overwhelming morale. After completing the disintegration process, he once again swung his sword to clear the scene, dispatching a few pirates who attempted to pilfer away. Thus, the crew of the Flying Sky Pirates was entirely eradicated, leaving no survivors. In this world, the once mighty pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki, along with his crew, had ceased to exist. Long live Admiral Yi-chun. Long live Lord Yi-chun. Long live Admiral Yi-chun. After casually executing a sword strike, many of the Navy personnel present turned their gazes toward him, exuberantly exclaiming, "Thank goodness for Admiral Yi-chun's presence." Indeed, the Golden Lion is one of the fiercest pirates on the seas. Without Admiral Yi-chun, our casualties could have been far greater. Thanks to Admiral Yi-chun's foresight, it would have been incredibly difficult for us to contend with 2 pirate crews simultaneously. What an extraordinary display. From now on, I shall join Admiral Yi-chun's ranks. After managing the battlefield, many soldiers began to discuss amongst themselves, their admiration for Yi-chun growing exponentially. Some sailors even expressed their desire to enlist in his army. You young lad have truly opened my eyes. At that moment, Karp looked at Yi-chun and laughed heartily in praise. Following him was a soldier adorned with a hat emblazoned with the Navy insignia and sunglasses, who, brimming with excitement, approached and remarked, "Admiral Yi-chun, you are truly remarkable." Kazan, having just witnessed Yi Chun effortlessly slay several pirates with a mere sword strike, felt his admiration deepen. Earlier, when he had observed Yi Chun evade and escape from the Golden Lion, he experienced a fleeting sense of disappointment, but now he felt resolute. Yi Chun stood before him as a figure of strength, a paragon he aspired to emulate. Even his shipmate, Borisolino, could not suppress his admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, this is truly impressive." Even before officially taking office, Admiral Yi Chun has already achieved 2 significant victories. He is indeed a rare talent within the Navy. Having personally witnessed Yi Chun eliminate 2 formidable foes, he naturally felt that Yi Chun had grown considerably stronger. However, nearby, Sakazuki held a different sentiment. How infuriating that Yi Chun has once again stolen the spotlight. Sakazuki had always been diligent and obedient to orders, but just moments ago, Yi Chun had disregarded superior commands to confront the Golden Lion alone. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The outcome of this battle swiftly reverberated across the globe. In the New World, the formidable Kaido gazed upon the image of Yi Chun in the newspaper, his fighting spirit intensifying. Having established a significant presence in the New World, he had yet to encounter a true rival, thus he yearned for the day when he could measure his strength against Yi Chun. To slay the likes of Shiki alone? One day, I shall see whose fists reign supreme. Kaido roared, confident that it would not be long before he faced Yi Chun in combat. Challenging the strong was the very essence of the passionate romance embodied by the heroes of the sea. Meanwhile, the Roger pirates, having narrowly escaped the tumult of naval warfare, arrived at a relatively secluded island to tend to their wounds and repair their ship. Although they had not been annihilated, the battle had taken a grievous toll. Indeed, Roger was a man of foresight, had he not made the astute decision to withdraw. The casualties would have been far more devastating when the Navy turned its full ire upon them. As Roger perused the news, he found Rayleigh reclining nearby and exclaimed, "Rayleigh, you must see this. The monstrous Navy officer who injured you has slain Shiki." Upon hearing Roger's words, Rayleigh abruptly lifted his head. Disbelief etched across his face as he scrutinized the newspaper. When they had retreated, they had assumed that the Navy's Yi Chun would at best hold his own against the formidable Shiki, if not succumb to him. Considering Shiki's notorious reputation and his multitude of pirate subordinates, they were astonished to learn that Yi Chun had decisively vanquished his opponent. The report further claimed that the Flying Sky pirates had been utterly obliterated. In light of this news, both Rayleigh and the crew were left in awe. Thankfully, Roger had led them to retreat from the battlefield in a timely manner. Now, even if Roger could contend with Yi Chun, who had triumphed over Shiki, the overall strength of their crew remained somewhat uneven. Thus, facing such a multitude of Navy forces was a challenge they could not fully manage. Nevertheless, he believed that they would soon regain their strength, and when that time came, their power would undoubtedly eclipse any fleet upon the seas. This event has indeed left the highest leaders of the world government, the Five Elders, in shock. Within the headquarters of the world government, located in the sacred land of Mary Geos, in the conference room of the Five Elders, the 5 aged men gazed simultaneously at the post-war report laid out before them, each lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, one of the elders stroked his beard and sighed. This Yi Chun, despite his youth, possesses an extraordinary strength that surpasses all expectations. Indeed, another elder concurred, and he is not just a brute, he is a young man of considerable intellect. To dare infiltrate 1,000 pirate ships alone and seize their flags, it is rare to find someone of such caliber, especially at such a tender age. I believe he could become a crucial asset in our endeavors to maintain world stability. What do you all think? A 5th elder, clad in a deep blue suit, with long white hair and an impressive beard, spoke up. It is time we deliberate on how best to position Yi Chun. Yes, he is truly a remarkable talent. Another chimed in. Cough, cough. It may be premature to reach a decision now, suddenly interjected an elder dressed in a black suit, with curly white hair and a voluminous white beard, wearing a flat cap and sporting a scar on his left cheek. After a moment of reflection, he continued. Let us observe his future performance before making any conclusions. While this battle undoubtedly represents a significant victory, the sole drawback is that we allowed the Roger pirates to escape. The 5 elders regard the Roger pirates with the same gravity as the Flying Sky pirates. The remaining 4 elders nodded in silent agreement, pondering the weight of the situation. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, after a considerable voyage, Yi Chun and his companions from the War Nation returned triumphantly. At that moment, all the personnel at the naval headquarters emerged, lining up to extend their warm welcome. This battle has significantly elevated the prestige of the Navy, garnering widespread acclaim and admiration from people across the globe, thereby enhancing the reputation of both the Navy and the world government. Even the recent recruitment efforts by the world government have seen a remarkable increase compared to previous years. Who is Yi Chun? Is he the one who has triumphed over the notorious pirate Shiki the Golden Lion? Indeed, he is a young and promising individual. It is said that he is not yet 20 and is on the verge of being crowned as a vice admiral. The Navy welcomed their returning heroes in formation, whispering and discussing among themselves. Their eyes were fixed not on the leading figures Sengoku and Karp, but rather solely on Yichen. "Welcome back safely," proclaimed Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong, who personally emerged to greet the soldiers lined up in tribute. With a beaming smile, Yichen waved and nodded in acknowledgement as he descended from the warship. He was then personally received by Sengoku, Karp, and others, who briefed him on the forthcoming arrangements and conducted the formal ceremony for his promotion to vice admiral. From that moment on, Yichen became the youngest and fastest individual in history to attain the rank of vice admiral. The following morning, upon arriving at Navy headquarters, Steelbone Kong had designated an office specifically for him. Early the next day, Yichen arrived at the office to attend to his duties. Shortly after his arrival, he summoned his subordinates and issued a sailing order. "Arrange for a warship to set sail. I wish to go out to sea today." At once, the soldier responded loudly upon receiving the command. However, Yichen noticed that the soldier kept his head bowed, revealing his evident excitement and the hint of tears in his eyes upon seeing Yichen. "Am I that intimidating?" Yichen murmured, puzzled by the soldier's demeanor. Nevertheless, after witnessing the jubilant chatter that erupted once the soldier exited, he understood the reason behind it. Before long, under Yichen's orders, the soldiers procured a remarkably large warship, equipped with even more advanced provisions than those he had previously utilized. At that moment, he realized that the elevation of his rank and reputation naturally garnered him the respect of others. "Let us embark," Yichen commanded the marine soldiers. Following his official promotion to vice admiral, Yichen was to be assigned to the New World base, notorious for its rampant piracy and ferocity. Before his departure, Steelbone Kong granted him an extended leave, prompting him to decide to return to the G-11 division to assess the situation. Once on board, Yichen diligently organized the tasks of the marine soldiers. Having completed the arrangement seamlessly, he found himself with some idle time. Seizing the opportunity, he commenced his training regimen. Daily training was an indispensable part of his routine. Thus, finding a cool, open area, he began his exercises. He had yet to acclimate to the use of his newly acquired Conqueror's Haki. Thus he was testing its application. Suddenly, as he unleashed the Conqueror's Haki, he noticed a slight fissure appearing on his ship. Moreover, several fish surfaced in the water. Cracked? Yichen scratched his head, bewildered. He understood that these phenomena were the result of the formidable power of his Conqueror's Haki. However, the primary reason lay in the immaturity of his Haki, which affected all beings within its range. Typically, once matured, one could control the extent of the Haki's influence. For instance, the Dark King Rayleigh had caused everyone in the auction house to collapse with his Conqueror's Haki, and 2 years later, Luffy had similarly incapacitated 50,000 fishmen with his Haki on Fishman Island. Shanks had demonstrated the capability of Conqueror's Haki aboard Whitebeard's ship, revealing that it could not only intimidate, but also inflict tangible physical damage. This illustrates the myriad of untapped applications of Conqueror's Haki. The variations in armament Haki manifest differently across individuals, highlighting that Conqueror's Haki, as a rare form of Haki, is far from simplistic. It is not merely about dispatching weak foes. It may even harmonize with armament Haki or devil fruit abilities. Currently, what he can demonstrate is merely the tip of the iceberg. Conqueror's Haki will undoubtedly enhance, yet finding numerous rare luminous pearls remains a challenge for the time being. So he must prioritize other endeavors for now. Observing the fish floating on the surface of the sea, Yichen smiled gently and commanded the other sailors, "Come, let us retrieve these fish. There will be enough for tonight." One must be aware that the waters ahead might face a food shortage, thus it is prudent to prepare. Suddenly, as they attempted to gather the fish, a crimson tide erupted across the surface, and shortly thereafter, a colossal shadow loomed before them. With a roar, a magnificent golden fish, resembling a serpent with its long tail, emerged from the depths, opening its maw wide, devouring most of the fish from the surface. Gazing upon the king of the near sea, Yichen's eyes sparkled with delight. This aquatic monarch suited his intentions perfectly. Suddenly, an ingenious idea struck him. With a swift motion, Yichen propelled himself forward, the sound of air being sliced resonating beneath his feet as he dashed towards the location of the Golden Sea King. The Golden Sea creature flicked its elongated tail, creating splendid splashes of water. Planning to flee after satiation, Yichen discerned its intent to dive away after feasting. But would he allow it to escape? In an instant, Yichen lifted his leg, executing a high-speed kick aimed at the creature's abdomen. Immediately, a vacuum was created, transforming into a blue slicing strike directed towards it. The immense azure blade of energy struck the Golden Sea King with force, eliciting a pained roar from the beast. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indif. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used cloud layer to restrict access title meta char set UTF 8 meta HTTP with content type content text HTML. Char set UTF 8 meta HTTP with XUA compatible content, i.e. edge meta name robots content no index, no follow meta name viewport content width device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF styles CSS ref CDN CGI styles main CSS script function if document add event listener window XML HTTP request JSON stringify var e function a var c document get element by ID error feedback survey d document get element by ID error feedback success b new XML HTTP request a event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful a version 1 b open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare com API v1 event b set request header content type application JSON b set request header Sparrow source key C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1E b send JSON stringify a c class list add feedback hidden d class list remove feedback hidden document add event listener DOM content loaded function var document get element by ID error feedback c document get element by ID feedback button yes d document get element by ID feedback button no class list in a class list remove feedback hidden c add event listener click function e 0 d add event listener click function e 1 script defer src HTTPS performance radar Cloudflare com beacon JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div ID CF error details class p 0 header class mx auto point 10 lg point 6 lg px 8w 240 lg w full mb 15 anti-aliased h1 class inline block md block mister 2 md mb 2 font light text 60 md text 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span h1 span class inline block md block heading ray ID font mono text 15 lg text sm lg leading relaxed ray ID 9317 cc 325606 d1 dd bull span class inline block md block heading ray ID font mono text 15 lg text sm lg leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 36 UTC span H2 class text gray 600 leading 1 3 text 3 XLLG text 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240 LG W full MX auto MB 8 LG PX 8 DIV ID what happened section class W 12 MD W full H2 class text 3 XL leading tight font normal MB for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened H2P the owner of this website generative language Google APIs Com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footer line wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button DIV class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback DIV class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare ray ID strong class font semi-bold 9317 CC 325606 D1 DD strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp security by span arel nupener norfura ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal b class list and b class list remove hidden c Add event listener, click, function, C, class list. Add, hidden, A, get element by ID, CF footer IP. Class list. Remove, hidden, var document, document. Add event listener, A, add event listener, DOM content loaded, D, script div. Error footer, div. CF error details, div. CF wrapper, script window. CF translation, script body HTML. This undoubtedly left them in a state of shock, nay, a double shock. Here lay a colossal sea creature, towering over 100 meters, easily toppled by Lord Yichun with a mere punch. Truly a testament to the prowess of the Navy's rising star. Remarkable. It seems that accompanying Lord Yichun on this maritime venture was indeed a fortuitous decision. An eye-opening experience. Upon witnessing the nearshore king being vanquished, numerous sailors gasped in astonishment as they approached, their eyes widening in disbelief, fixated upon Yichun. Fearing they might miss such a spectacular moment. With a resounding crash, the nearshore king was struck back into the depths of the sea. Though it suffered no fatal injury, the creature certainly felt the pain. After tumbling several times upon the surface, it instinctively sought to flee. So soon to escape? Observing the creature's movements, Yichun recognized its intent as the tail thrashed about in a swimming motion. Without hesitation, he propelled himself into the air. Utilizing the moonwalk technique, he ascended to great heights before descending like a sharp arrow, his fist poised to strike the ocean's surface. "You shall not escape today," he thundered, as he accelerated downward. Propelled by the moonwalk, his form akin to a rocket speeding through the air. At this moment, his fist, infused with the power of armament hockey, struck another part of his head with a forceful blow. Boom. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang enus. And if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus. And if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang enus. And if GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang enus. And if head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used cloud layer to restrict access title meta charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equal content type content text HTML charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equal XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content with device with initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main CSS script function if document add event listener window XML HTTP request JSON stringify var e function a var c document. Get element by ID, error feedback survey, D document. Get element by ID, error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request. A event, feedback clicked, properties, error code, 1015, helpful. A version, 1. B open, post, HTTPS, Sparrow, Cloudflare. Com API v1 event. B set request header, content type, application JSON. B set request header, Sparrow source key, C771F4B54944B4261444B7N1. B. Send JSON. Stringify. A. C. Class list. Add. Feedback hidden. D. Class list. Remove. Feedback hidden. Document. Add event listener. DOM content loaded. Function. var document. Get element by ID. Error feedback. C document. Get element by ID. Feedback button yes. D document. Get element by ID. Feedback button no. Class list in A. Class list. Remove. Feedback hidden. C. Add event listener. Click. Function. E. 0. D. Add event listener, click, function, E. 1. Script defer src HTTPS, performance. Radar, Cloudflare, ComBeacon. JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies. Div ID CF error details class P, 0 header class MX auto point, 10 LG, point, 6 LG, PX, 8W, 240 LG, W full MB, 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD. Blockmister, 2 MD, MB, 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID, 9317 CC 2086888D1DF bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed April 17, 2025, 027, 33 UTC span H2 class text, gray. 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3 XL LG, text, 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG, W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 DIV ID what happened section class W, 12 MD, W full H2 class text, 3 XL leading tight, font normal MB, For text black dark anti-alias data translate, what happened? H2P, the owner of this website, generative language, Google APIs, com, has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden py. 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footer line wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. Div class CF error footer CF wrapper W240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare Ray ID strong class font semi-bold 9317 CC 2086888D 1 DF strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp security by span rel nupener nor for ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d varba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML. At this moment, the dim-witted mind of the Near-Sea King was entirely consumed by fear. Is it not over yet? Observing the terror-filled eyes of the Near-Sea King, Yichen effortlessly hurled him onto the barren sand, followed by a relentless barrage of strikes. The Near-Sea King witnessed a mountain before him, which was obliterated by a single punch. A sea creature reflected in his gaze was similarly destroyed. A massive boulder mirrored in his eyes met the same fate, shattered by a single blow. Have you learned your lesson? After unleashing a cataclysmic onslaught around the Near-Sea King, Yichen casually whispered into its ear. Despite the Near-Sea King's lack of comprehension regarding Yichen's words, it was acutely aware of the intention behind them, whether benevolent or malevolent. In the next moment, the colossal creature began to shrink and frantically twisted its body in an attempt to nod. Then let us send you back. Seeing the Near-Sea King, now wildly writhing in its effort to agree, Yichen smiled and approached its tail. With a swift motion, his right arm, bulging with veins, propelled the Near-Sea King back into the sea once more. What does Master Yichen intend to do? Observing the spectacle of Yichen effortlessly handling the massive sea creature as if it were a mere toy, the sailors aboard the naval ship were left speechless in astonishment. They were equally puzzled. Was this how the powerful played? They truly could not comprehend Yichen's actions. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed. In the next moment, they witnessed a shocking sight. Several nautical miles away, the battered Near-Sea King lay motionless. At this moment, Yichen appeared before it, yet it displayed no reaction. Obediently lying still. Follow me. Upon hearing these words, the Sea King emitted a mournful cry, then, appearing content, it carried Yichen back towards the warship. Observing Yichen standing atop the Sea King's head upon their return, the onlookers were filled with astonishment and fear. Is this truly the esteemed Major General Yichen? His prowess is indeed extraordinary. He has tamed such a formidable sea creature and made it his mount. How impressive! As the naval soldiers gazed upon him with a mix of reverence and trepidation, Yichen gracefully ascended and returned to the deck of the warship. Positioning himself at the stern, he raised his fist towards the Sea King and commanded, "Follow our ship." The Sea King trembled at the sight of Yichen's fist, emitting a pitiful cry before wisely nodding in agreement. Observing this, Yichen smiled softly, realizing that his methods of training were indeed effective. By presenting a devastating scenario before the Sea King, he had made it envision the consequences for itself, followed by a tangible demonstration of strength. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE 8 oldie lang enus. Indif. If GT IE 8. HTML class Node.js lang enus. Indif. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used cloud layer to restrict access title meta char set UTF 8 meta HTTP equal content type content text HTML. Char set UTF 8 meta HTTP equal XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex no follow meta name viewport content width device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var function a var c document. Get element by ID error feedback survey D document. Get element by ID error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request. A event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful A version 1 B open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare com API v1 event B set request header content type application JSON B set request header Sparrow source key C771F4B54944B4 to 6144B7 B send JSON stringify AC class list add feedback hidden D class list remove feedback hidden document add event listener DOM content loaded function var document get element by ID error feedback C document get element by ID feedback button yes D document get element by ID feedback button no class list in A class list remove feedback hidden C add event listener click function E 0 D add event listener click function E 1 script defer SRC HTTPS performance radar Cloudflare com beacon JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8 W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD block Mr 2 MD MB 2 font light text 60 MD text 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed ray ID 9317 CC 328 B5C bowl span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 40 UTC span H2 class text gray 600 leading 1 3 text 3 XL LG text 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240 LG W full MX auto MB 8 LG PX 8 div ID what happened section class W 12 MD W full H2 class text 3 XL leading tight font normal MB for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened H2P the owner of this website generative language Google APIs com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footer line wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare ray ID strong class font semibold 9-17 CC forward 12328B5C strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance app security by span rel nupener norfer ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function D var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal. B class list and B class list. Remove hidden. C. Add event listener. Click. Function. C. Class list. Add hidden. A. Get element by ID. CF footer IP. Class list. Remove hidden. var document. Document. Add event listener. A. Add event listener. DOM content loaded. D. Script div. Error footer. div. CF error details. div. CF wrapper. Script window. CF translation. Script body HTML. At this moment, the king of the near sea, due to its colossal form, caused a disturbance that prompted a group of pirates to hastily emerge and observe the surface of the water. Suddenly, a vast shadow, resembling a dark shroud, loomed before them, obscuring their light and instilling terror upon their faces. When they beheld the immense figure of the king of the near sea, they were overwhelmed with fear and began to scream. However, their cries were short-lived. Under Yi Chen's command, the king of the near sea swung its enormous tail, sending the pirates and their ship soaring into the sky. With a thunderous crash, the pirate ship plummeted from several hundred meters, meeting its demise as it fell. Crushed beneath the weight of the king of the near sea, the pirates aboard perished instantly. Thus, Yi Chen effortlessly achieved a notable accomplishment. Meanwhile, a few soldiers, who had been contemplating warning Yi Chen, suddenly felt the king of the near sea shift, and in an instant, they found themselves before the pirate ship. Astonishingly, before they could comprehend what had transpired, they witnessed the ship being hurled into the air, only to fall and be utterly obliterated. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Who would have imagined that the king of the near sea could attack a pirate ship? They had never considered that such a creature could assist them in vanquishing pirates. When had they ever witnessed such an occurrence? This experience fundamentally altered their perception of sea beasts, as one soldier remarked in disbelief. Typically, when encountering colossal creatures of the sea king type, they would keep their distance, fearing for their safety. Yet, unexpectedly, this creature, usually perceived as an adversary, had aided them in their battle against pirates. In that moment, they genuinely believed that Yi Chen could turn the most fantastical notions into reality. Cough, cough. Return to your posts. Yi Chen, seemingly unfazed, approached and, noticing the soldiers' dazed expressions, assumed they were slacking off, thus issuing a warning. Yes, yes, yes. The soldiers promptly scurried back to their stations upon seeing Yi Chen. After resolving this minor disturbance, Yi Chen instructed the Sea King to accelerate. He was aware that the king of the near sea, known as Mountain Bamboo, had a tendency to slack off, but he did not afford it the opportunity. He remained vigilant above, monitoring closely. Whenever Mountain Bamboo's speed dipped below 300 kilometers per hour, he would deliver a familiar, armed hockey-infused punch as a reminder. Thus, under the full-speed advance of the king of the near sea, they traversed an extraordinary distance in just half a day. As evening approached, while Yi Chen contemplated finding something to occupy his time, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of a transponder snail. Upon inspection, he discovered it was a call from Teacher Zephyr. Reflecting for a moment, Yi Chen realized it had been quite some time since he last saw Zephyr, the last encounter being several years prior. Hello, this is Yi Chen, he pondered briefly before answering. Is this Teacher Zephyr? Indeed, Yi Chen, replied the voice on the other end, calm yet low. Zephyr, known for his robust and forceful speech, now spoke in a subdued tone, which struck Yi Chen as peculiar. After a few moments of contemplation, Yi Chen inquired, is there something you need, Teacher Zephyr? Your voice. Before he could finish, Zephyr interjected, cough, cough. You've noticed, haven't you? After clearing his throat, he continued, I'm unwell. Yi Chen was taken aback. Zephyr, who was typically vigorous, rarely fell ill. Ah, that's why I'm reaching out for your assistance, Zephyr stated directly. I wish for you to temporarily assume my role as the chief instructor for the new recruits. The request left Yi Chen even more astonished. This was undoubtedly a bit unexpected for him. After all, typically, only prominent figures like Zephyr or highly experienced lieutenant generals are qualified to assume the role of chief instructor. Yet, here was Zephyr appointing such a young rear admiral as his proxy, which was indeed surprising. However, he recalled his previous experience as a counselor when he had demonstrated considerable strength, and thus he understood Zephyr's reasoning for choosing him. Cough, cough. You must agree. Upon noticing Yi Chen's silence, Zephyr continued in a somewhat frail tone. Rest assured, I have already discussed this matter with Admiral Kong, and he has consented, stating that this would also be a significant achievement for you. Hearing Zephyr's subdued voice made Yi Chen feel a bit embarrassed. Nevertheless, considering that he currently had nothing to occupy his time, and since this would count as an accomplishment, he realized he wouldn't have to engage in trivial pursuits like hunting down petty pirates to accumulate merit for promotion. Thus, he agreed. It must be said that Zephyr's sudden request was indeed unexpected. However, Yi Chen had his own plans behind this agreement. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Coincidentally, he had just been promoted to Rear Admiral. With additional responsibilities on his plate, he required capable hands to assist him. In due time, he might even scout a few promising individuals to join his team. Hopefully, this endeavor would yield some pleasant surprises. After concluding the phone call with Zephyr, Yi Chen pondered for a moment, made a quiet decision, and promptly set off for Zephyr's location. The following morning, as dawn broke, The sky resembled a tenderly blushing infant. At that moment, Yi-Chen sat atop the near Sea King, gazing at the sun, a smile gracing his face. Regardless of the circumstances, he had successfully weathered the night. They pressed on. Report, Lord Yi-Chen. At that juncture, a sailor holding a telescope trotted over. Report, Rear Admiral Yi-Chen. We have arrived at the designated location. Arrived. Yi-Chen stood up and peered towards a point on the horizon. From a distance, he saw that the new recruit training camp, as mentioned by Zephyr, was indeed bustling with numerous ships of all sizes, resembling a shipyard. To be precise, this was a shipyard. And it was Yi-Chen's first time witnessing such an abundance of vessels. Continue forward, Yi-Chen commanded the Near Sea King and continued to observe the ships. As he scanned the area, he noticed a figure standing on a large ship. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the figure leaped to the shore where they intended to dock. Teacher Zephyr? Yi-Chen focused his gaze and recognized the person's features, then waved. Zephyr reciprocated the gesture, signaling them to approach. Soon, they disembarked. As they stepped off the vessel, Zephyr cast a discreet glance at Yi-Chen's new steed, but refrained from asking. Instead, he smiled slightly, and they walked together, engaging in conversation as they headed towards the trainees' training area. As they traversed the path, Yi-Chen discerned an increasing level of secrecy surrounding their journey, igniting a sense of exhilaration within him. Zephyr, observing his enthusiasm, mistakenly attributed it to the prospect of finally arriving at the training camp after such a long trek, and thus cautioned, Yi-Chen, do not be overly jubilant upon reaching the camp. It is rumored that they have prepared a rather special welcome gift for you. After all, he was invited to assume the role of chief instructor, a position for which there was no better candidate. Zephyr wished to avoid any missteps, as he was also concerned about his own reputation. Such enthusiasm? Upon hearing this, the corners of Yi-Chen's lips curled into a smile. It was rare to encounter students brimming with such fervor and a willingness to challenge themselves. He felt assured that he had not erred in his choice of destination. Arriving at the training camp, however, Yi-Chen and Zephyr found themselves surrounded not by eager recruits, but rather by an expanse of overgrown weeds and abandoned vessels. They should be here to welcome you. Perhaps you should search for them, Zephyr remarked, his demeanor slightly uneasy as he patted Yi-Chen on the shoulder. Take good care of yourself. There are a few newcomers who are rather intriguing. With that, he turned and exited the camp, disappearing along a narrow path. This grand gesture is quite intriguing. As Yi-Chen watched Zephyr depart, a smile once more graced his face. It is time for me to reciprocate their kindness. Zephyr had likely not disclosed the identity of the invitees to the recruits when extending his invitation to Yi-Chen. Otherwise, how could they have known his name and gone so far as to prepare a grand gift for him? Yet, since they were inclined to bestow a gift, it was only fitting that he return the favor. During their earlier conversation, Zephyr had mentioned that this cohort of recruits included several formidable individuals whose names were familiar to Yi-Chen, hinting at promising futures ahead. However, he wondered just how advanced their abilities had become. Naturally, he would not lower his guard against such opponents. A swift resolution seemed the most prudent course of action. With a mere thought, Yi-Chen vanished from his position, leaving behind a resounding thud as a heavy object struck the ground, within the confines of a half-constructed naval vessel. A bewildered naval recruit clad in sailor attire found himself inexplicably ejected from the ship. Stunned and disoriented, he stood frozen in place, grappling with the suddenness of it all. Before he could articulate his regret at being so careless, the other recruits, who had been stealthily awaiting Yi-Chen's arrival, remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Swoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air as a shadow darted across the deck. This was indeed sufficient to leave him astounded. While this level of prowess is commendable, it is regrettable. Sensing the defensive reactions of Tina and her companions 40 meters away, Yi-Chen could not help but break into a grin, considering it merely as selecting and nurturing potential talents. Bang! With a swift movement, like a phantom, he glanced neither left nor right as he glided sideways. Unbeknownst to him, he seized a naval recruit and hurled him with great force. What transpired? The Marine, who had been thrown to the ground and mercilessly beaten, gazed at his bruised and battered classmates, rendered utterly speechless. Those who had attacked them left no trace, while they had been fully prepared for an ambush, yet were continuously singled out and struck down. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. It is akin to being jolted awake from a dream, still feeling the pain. How is it that we cannot even catch a glimpse of his silhouette? Those individuals wear expressions of bitter amusement, only then realizing they have encountered a true monstrosity. Moreover, it is the most formidable of monsters, as if every movement and action of all the trainees is laid bare beneath his watchful gaze. Yet, they remain utterly oblivious to one another. What is even more distressing is that, until this moment, they have not discerned each other's features before being nearly annihilated. Consequently, from the hundreds of them, only Tina and one other individual remain. However, they harbor no hopes left. Faced with such a formidable adversary, the battle is already lost before they even recognize the opponent as presence. Where else can we fight? How infuriating. Where has Smoker gone off to sleep again? Leaving Tina all alone? Tina has been quietly waiting for the opportune moment in a place surrounded by dead ends. The opponent is too formidable. She cannot act recklessly. Yet she finds it impossible to maintain her composure. There is still one person who has yet to appear, and their whereabouts remain unknown. The sea breeze howls overhead, while the waves undulate on the surface, and the wild grass sways in unison. At this moment, the newly admitted trainees, who had been struck to the ground, stifled their cries of pain, fearing that the new instructor would turn around and deliver another blow. How much longer must you crouch there? Suddenly, a faint sound echoed from Tina's position, subtle yet unmistakably clear to all present. Upon hearing the voice of the phantom-like assailant, the newcomers were seized by an unsettling chill, a wave of cold coursing from their feet to the crown of their heads. Tina, upon hearing it, felt her pupils dilate slightly. Her muscles taut as if drawn back like a bowstring, ready to unleash at any moment. She then raised her gaze and spoke. Come out and witness the might of Tina. Is that so? Upon hearing Tina's words, Yichen's figure materialized within her line of sight, a smile gracing his features. Opportunity beckoned. With the appearance of a silhouette, a triumphant smirk graced Tina's lips. Kanchan. In the next instant, she bellowed, her hands suddenly sprouting black steel rods. Her form shifting as she extended iron branches resembling barriers from her arms, encircling the figure before her. In close proximity, Tina felt confident. As long as she could ascertain Yichen's presence, her Kanchan fruit abilities would ensnare him, allowing her to triumph swiftly. Smoker, it's your turn. Following the conjuration of her cage-like skill, Tina let out a derisive laugh. With her other hand, the iron rods transformed into several long spears aimed at the cage. Although she was unaware of Smoker's precise location, she surmised he must be nearby. Black spear, she shouted, thrusting the steel spears into the confines of the cage. With a sharp clang of steel colliding, a plume of smoke began to rise. An attack, morphing into a serpent-like form, emanated from the white-haired youth as he stepped forth, striking into the cage. That acting instructor is trapped now. Some of the newcomers, emboldened by the spectacle, finally dared to speak. Truly, this year's strongest anomaly is terrifying when combined. We might finally put this acting instructor in his place. Let us see if he dares to teach us again. The tales of his prowess had circulated, yet remained unfamiliar to many. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indiff. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloud Layer to restrict access title meta charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equal content type content text HTML. Charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equal XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content with device with. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD into GI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var e function a var c document. Get element by ID error feedback survey D document. Get element by ID error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request. A event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful. A version 1. B open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare Com API v1 event. B set request header content type application JSON. B set request header Sparrow source key. C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1E. B. Send JSON. Stringify A. C. Class list. Add feedback hidden. D. Class list. Remove feedback hidden. Document. Add event listener. DOM content loaded. Function. var document. Get element by ID. Error feedback. C document. Get element by ID. Feedback button yes. D document. Get element by ID. Feedback button no. Class list in A. Class list. Remove feedback hidden. C. Add event listener, click, function, E. 0, D. Add event listener, click, function, E. 1. Script defer SRC HTTPS performance. Radar. Cloudflare. Com beacon. JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies. Div ID CF error details class P. 0 header class MX auto point. 10 LG. Point. 6 LG. PX. 8W, 240 LG, W full MB, 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD, block Mr. 2 MD, MB, 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3 XL text black dark leading tight, span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD, block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, Leading relaxed Ray ID. 9317cc 6997888EA 11 Bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading Ray ID font mono text 15 LG. Text SMLG. Leading relaxed April 17th, 2025. 027. 45 UTC span H2 class text, gray. 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3 XLLG. Text, 2 XL font light. You are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG. W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 DIV ID. What happened section class W. 12 MD. W full H2 class text. 3 XL leading tight font normal MB. For text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website, generative language. Google APIs. Com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button DIV class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. DIV class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare Ray ID strong class font semi-bold 9317 CC 6997888 EA 11 strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp security by span rel nupener nor for ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span P script function D var BA get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML. Is it not evident that they have been trampled upon only to have salt rubbed into their wounds? However, upon reflection, is it not the very nature of training new recruits? Moreover, the current abilities of Tina, Smoker, and others do indeed appear rather ordinary in the presence of Ichin. Thus, Zephyr gazed at Ichin, who was of a similar age to the students, with increased admiration. It is not that his students lack strength, but rather that their adversaries are exceedingly formidable. Teacher Zephyr, I refuse to accept this, declared the audacious and competitive Smoker, who felt that Ichin's unexpected attack had not allowed him to showcase his true capabilities, and thus he objected to the outcome. With his powerful Logia-type devil fruit abilities, his strength was undoubtedly greater than what had been displayed. Why do you refuse to accept it? Zephyr chuckled, recognizing that such characters have often emerged among his students throughout the years. I believe there are many aspects in which I surpass Instructor Ichin, and I was caught off guard earlier, failing to demonstrate my true strength, Smoker retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Ichin. His spirit still aflame with indignation over being bested by a single strike. He had heard of Ichin's exploits and felt a degree of respect. Yet he was still unwilling to concede. This was the first time he had been defeated by a peer, and to be vanquished in a single blow stung his pride. Coupled with Ichin's earlier remark deeming him ordinary, he felt belittled and profoundly humiliated. Indeed, Teacher Zephyr, Tina also disputes this. She believes I could defeat him in a one-on-one duel. Tina, slightly injured yet brimming with confidence, stepped forward to voice her opinion. So do I. Another student who admired Tina timidly interjected, surely, if one can serve as our instructor, they must excel in every aspect, hence it is necessary to test their other capabilities. It certainly seemed that anyone capable of becoming an instructor must possess exceptional qualities, and Zephyr was indeed one such individual. Upon hearing this student's words, many others turned their attention toward him. In the chaotic skirmish that had just unfolded, they believed they had not fully engaged, and their teamwork had not been realized. Some students had merely fought solo. Given the opportunity, they felt they could make Ichin suffer greatly. As for Ichin's previously renowned reputation, they chose to disregard it. Such youthful exuberance. Upon hearing these individuals step forward, Zephyr cast a curious glance over them and fixated his gaze, inquiring, "Do you truly wish to compete with Yichin once more?" "Indeed," Smoke Man Smog replied without a moment's hesitation. "So do I." Tina and several others echoed. They were well aware of Yichin's formidable prowess, yet at this moment, they could not swallow their pride. They yearned to prove themselves. Those emerging can be regarded as the elite of this generation, the finest contenders, whose temperaments naturally differ from the ordinary. Observing their fighting spirit now, it is indeed distinct from that of the students who have been intimidated by Yichin. However, one must acknowledge that Yichin's seemingly innocuous remark has ignited their resolve. This was a period he had not encountered before. With this thought, he looked at Yichin with a hint of anticipation. Yichin waved his hand, saying, "Since the outcome will be the same, let us proceed." "All right, I shall be the first to challenge you." Smoker, the man shrouded in smoke, stepped forward. Glaring fiercely as he shouted, "Wait," Yichin replied, gesturing for him to hold back. "Are you afraid?" The onlookers wondered, perplexed. "I meant for all of you to come at once." With that, Yichin pointed to each student, his tone nonchalant. "What? All of us at once? There are over 100 of us. Are you really suggesting that over 100 should take on one?" Initially, the crowd believed he was retreating, as if the legendary reputation they were about to shatter loomed over them. However, when those words escaped his lips, the entire assembly erupted in astonishment. During the previous welcoming ceremony, they had been separated, their strengths varied. If the new deputy instructor were to be stronger than them, defeating them one by one would be a mere formality. Yet, having faced defeat, they had developed a sense of unity, standing resolutely against a common foe. Although not all the students were aware of Yichin's exploits, some among them were well informed. Thus, when confronted with the already revered Yichin, a few chose to temper their enthusiasm. "Are you certain?" Zifa, standing nearby, was taken aback by Yichin's assertion, though having heard of Yichin's prior feats, he refrained from asking further. For most, facing over 100 students would be a daunting task, potentially leading to personal disadvantage. However, for Yichin, it was a different matter. Dealing with each one individually would be too cumbersome. "Let us face them together," Yichin shrugged, his expression unchanged, exuding an air of indifference. As his words faded, the students, led by Smoker, surged forward as a collective, their expressions fierce, eager to avenge themselves. "Take this." Smoker could no longer contain himself. His hands transformed into smoke, clenched into fists, as he charged ahead. His fists appeared both ethereal and substantial, resembling a bulldozer as they hurtled toward Yichin, radiating a formidable aura. Bang! However, just as the onlookers anticipated the impact of that punch on Yichin, or how he would respond, the scene before them shifted in an instant. Smoker, who had been manipulating the smoke for a second in that moment, they profoundly realized what it meant to have already lost before the battle had even begun. "Let us charge together." After defeating Smoker, Yichin cast a glance at the other students and spoke with a calm demeanor. Ever since his mastery of armament hockey and observation hockey had advanced, he found it particularly effortless to contend with natural-type users. Moreover, he had yet to employ his conqueror's hockey, which further bolstered his confidence, prompting him to signal for their collective assault. However, upon hearing Yichin's words, many students recoiled in fear, shaking their heads in refusal. "Let Tina teach you a lesson." At that moment, the spirited Tina stepped forward confidently. Among this cohort of students, she was the strongest. Although her devil fruit abilities were not as formidable as Smoker's, her application of those powers was notably more stable, earning her the admiration of many. Tina's prowess was commendable. It was hoped she could endure just a bit longer, making future interactions more amicable. Zifa observed the unfolding situation and couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. With a resounding thud, as her words settled, Tina's feet struck the ground, and she moved with the agility of a cheetah, swiftly approaching Yichin, launching her attack without hesitation. "Black spear formation," she cried, as her hand transformed into several iron rods, extending into long spears aimed directly at Yichin. "Shave." In response to the barrage of attacks, Yichin shouted loudly, his figure flickering as he evaded to another location. "Featherweight." However, as he arrived at his new position, Tina had already extended iron bars from her arms, encircling him in a cage-like formation, seemingly poised to ensnare him. Although her execution was quite stable, it still bore significant flaws. Yichin smiled slightly at the impending attack, then moved once more, demonstrating through action that Tina's speed in launching her strikes was still this. Witnessing Yichin shatter the seemingly indestructible Tina with a single punch left the onlookers utterly astonished. What immense power must one possess to achieve such a feat? While her technique was commendable, the foundation was somewhat lacking. Her physical attributes did not afford her the resilience necessary to endure, and her speed was notably sluggish. Yichin calmly addressed the fallen Tina, having gained considerable insight into her fruit abilities through their earlier skirmish. In that confrontation, Tina demonstrated remarkable proficiency in utilizing her powers, exhibiting high-level technique, yet her execution was hampered by her inadequate speed. Although her ability to anticipate her opponent's evasive maneuvers was commendable, the sluggishness of her strikes rendered her vulnerable to evasion, ultimately leading to her easy defeat at Yichin's hands. Tina conceded, rising from the ground. She approached and spoke loudly, acknowledging Yichin's analysis. She found his observations to be entirely reasonable and reflective of the truth. Many of her strengths and weaknesses had been previously mentioned by ZFA, and the insights gained from their recent battle granted her a clearer understanding of her own capabilities. Such respect is well deserved by Yichen. I too am in awe. Meanwhile, the disheveled smoker, his garments tattered, returned to the ranks and spoke loudly. The strong command respect. Since this individual before him is undeniably superior, he naturally merits admiration. Moreover, Smoker recognized that he had acted somewhat irrationally. He realized that he should not have challenged someone of Yichen's caliber and felt a twinge of regret. We too are in awe. With the declarations of these two strongest individuals, the other new recruits began to voice their sentiments. Legends are indeed legends. They could not deny that. Despite their youthful exuberance and desire to prove themselves, one must know when to yield in the presence of such formidable power. Instructor Yichen. The exclamation encapsulated their collective thoughts. As the words fell, the crowd turned in unison to face Yichen, bowing respectfully, a sincere gesture of submission and acknowledgement. From their initial disdain towards the youthful Yichen to their current awe, he had unequivocally passed all their trials and genuinely conquered them. At that moment, standing before them, Yichen noticed their complete capitulation and could not help but smile faintly. Casting a glance over the crowd, he then turned to Zifa and said calmly, "Well, since everyone is convinced, I shall take my leave." He had long since devised his own plans and methods of instruction, thus he was not in haste. Allowing these individuals a moment to breathe, Zifa, observing Yichen, felt his previously pallid complexion flush with color as he turned to the two aides beside him. Tiramisu and Malasu, and instructed, assist Yichen diligently, help him become acquainted with each student and expedite the resumption of training. Yes, Tiramisu and Malasu replied respectfully. After bidding farewell to Yichen, Zifa, needing to rest due to illness, felt no inclination to linger and, after a few brief instructions to the aides, announced his intention to take a leave of absence. Many of the other recruits remained behind to train or to engage in discussion. Still grappling with the shock from Yichen's display of power, Instructor Yichen is truly formidable. It is no wonder that Zifa sought him out rather than Major Sakazuki or Colonel Kazan, aboard a half-finished cargo ship. Smoker also set aside his prejudices against Yichen and remarked to the other recruits, "Indeed, Instructor Yichen is the strongest Navy officer I have ever encountered." With keen insight and acute perception, he identified my shortcomings with mere observation, which is quite rare. Tina, reflecting on the earlier battle and Yichen's words, expressed her admiration, saying, "Lord Yichen truly lives up to his reputation." Tiramisu, having witnessed Yichen's combat prowess firsthand, remarked, "To be honest, I hope he can unveil their potential." Malaysia nodded in agreement, maintaining a facade of composure while internally reeling from the impact. They understood that, before the recruits, they needed to maintain a certain demeanor. This acting instructor is remarkably skilled. I wonder how he will train us? One recruit, hearing the discussions, felt a sense of inadequacy and thought more about the necessity of training. Training strengthens one's abilities. Quality training accelerates that growth. Thus, training serves as a benchmark for evaluating an instructor's competence. Tina was genuinely looking forward to it. Upon hearing this, Tina seemed to have shed her earlier dejection from being defeated, her expression now brimming with anticipation. The following day, adhering to routine, Yichen arrived early at the training camp, ready to commence the training of the naval recruits. It is now 6 in the morning. Stepping into the radiant embrace of the first light of dawn. At this moment, Yichen stepped onto the training ground, where over 100 neatly arranged naval cadets stood before him. Observing the orderly formation of the students, Yichen offered them a faint smile and proclaimed loudly, "We shall commence with warm-up exercises. Each of you will run 10 laps around the training camp." Following yesterday's battle, Yichen was acutely aware of the deficiencies these cadets possessed. As newcomers, they had undergone minimal training, resulting in a notably low foundation and physical fitness. Thus, recognizing that physical health is the cornerstone of any endeavor, it was imperative to enhance their physical capabilities. However, his directive left many in astonishment. It is worth noting that this expansive training camp, surrounded by colossal vessels, spanned several kilometers, and running 10 laps would amount to over 10,000 meters. Should we push them to their breaking point? Now commence. The trainees are forbidden from dining until they complete their endless run. On the very first day of training, they are to traverse over 10,000 meters on foot. Yichen is acutely aware that all the trainees are on the verge of collapse. Hence he barks his orders with an authoritative tone. Yes, although reluctant, the trainees, not wishing to suffer the pangs of hunger, quickly regain their spirits and resume running. Observing the trainees in motion, Yichen nods in satisfaction. The rationale behind introducing this training regimen is not without purpose. Typically, if each trainee can complete such a distance, those who finish without any noticeable change are the ones of concern. These are the seed players. Indeed, seed players warrant special treatment, for only then can the entire collective be invigorated. After all, we have heard the adage of the rich leading the way for the less fortunate. Soon, amidst the chorus of lamentations from nearly everyone, the 15-kilometer morning run came to an end. They ran tirelessly for 3 hours, and few newcomers were able to rise. Only a mere 10 remained. Among these 10 were the so-called monsters, Tina and Smog, along with several other robust trainees. Well, since everyone has completed the run, Let us commence the next training session. I hope you all maintain the fervor of this moment and continue to pour forth your sweat. As the group reconvened, Yuchen spoke again, refusing to grant them a respite, for he had yet to witness their limits. He continued to exhort them with fervor. In his words, Yuchen quickly assumed the demeanor of an instructor, his expression and posture embodying authority. As for the principles of training, he mused, as long as no lives were at stake, all was permissible. Now, we shall begin with 20,000 push-ups. Without hesitation, Yuchen issued the command. His gaze fixed upon the orderly trainees. Yes, though weary, the group of soldiers remained enthusiastic, for an exceptional instructor naturally possesses outstanding training methods. This push-up exercise is something ZFA requires them to perform daily, and today they just happened to have not done it yet. They executed the movements with practiced ease, completing them swiftly. Quite impressive. Although the running was slightly prolonged, the push-ups were relatively simple, and a single bead of sweat brought a sense of comfort. One trainee, having finished the push-ups, lay on the ground beside them. Indeed, compared to ZFA's strictness, this was a rare moment of respite. Surely after this, they could enjoy a meal. Haha, I quite like this instructor. He is exceedingly pragmatic. Each trainee, having completed their push-ups, felt remarkably relaxed, engaging in light-hearted banter during their rest. However, midway through their jovial conversation, their smiles abruptly froze. From a distance, they heard Yuchen's voice. Good. Everyone has done well. Now we shall proceed to the next training session. Upon hearing this, they felt as though they were turning to stone. They had hoped for a brief respite, but this announcement was a crushing blow. Now, we commence with 20,000 sit-ups. Next, we will do 10,000 squats, 5 laps of frog jumps. Since the completion of the push-ups, Yuchen relentlessly assigned them a plethora of additional tasks, aiming to cultivate a physique akin to that of superhumans. Naturally, this was no easy feat. Many trainees were still gasping for breath, and now they were expected to resume training. They all wore expressions of despair. Goodness. Yesterday, I thought this instructor's training would be a tad easier than ZFA's, but it turned out to be terrifying. My legs feel as though they might break. I truly wonder if I can endure until ZFA returns. Indeed, I find myself nostalgically yearning for the days when ZFA was present. Those who once believed they could leisurely await ZFA's return now lamented their fate, unanimously convinced that Yuchen's training was far more monstrous than ZFA's. They thought, at this moment, it is likely that they shall never forget it for the rest of their lives. This is the most arduous training they have ever endured. However, among these trainees, there are a few with exceptional physical prowess. They not only refrain from any complaints, but also become even more diligent and dedicated. These individuals are commendable. Observing those who persist in their training, Yuchen silently nodded in approval. This was also a selection plan he had meticulously devised throughout the night. Through the most rigorous training, he aimed to identify the most promising candidates and select the foremost among them. At long last, after a day of grueling training, the series of exercises drew to a close as night fell. Most of the trainees were utterly exhausted, their minds somewhat disoriented. At 8 o'clock in the evening, having completed a day of training, all the trainees dragged their weary bodies to the dining hall for a meal. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. These are the chosen seeds he selected today. He spoke. All 10 of you, gather at the playground and await my arrival. Upon hearing his words, the trainees, though uncertain as to why Yuchen had chosen them, harbored no doubts. After receiving Yuchen's permission, they bowed respectfully and departed, joining their fellow trainees for a meal. Soon after, Yuchen returned to finish his meal. He then ambled alone to the training camp, where, upon his arrival, Tina Smog and the others had been waiting eagerly. He has arrived. The waiting individuals promptly assembled in an orderly fashion. On this solitary night, being summoned by their instructor left many trainees feeling somewhat apprehensive. They were unaware of the reason behind the instructor's summons and reflected on the day's training. In contrast to the others, Tina Smog and her companions felt an excitement that surpassed what they had experienced upon first encountering Yuchen earlier in the day. A closer look revealed a glimmer of admiration in their eyes, as if they were in awe. After returning, they sought to uncover the exploits of this new acting instructor during his time as a student. It was noted that this instructor, Yuchen, who had not yet graduated, was known for his unparalleled diligence in training, leading to his graduation as the top of his class and becoming the first student in the history of the Navy to attain the rank of Brigadier General immediately upon graduation. The glory of standing tall above all is something they yearn for deeply. Just thinking about it is invigorating. I have observed your performance throughout the day, and the reason I have summoned you here tonight should be apparent to you. After a moment of contemplation, Yuchen gazed at the 9 individuals before him and succinctly stated, "Those who believe they can endure the hardships I present may remain. Those who do not may leave now." His words were brief, devoid of encouragement or elaboration, focused solely on one matter. Once he delivered this message, Yuchen quietly awaited the choices of the trainees. After a few minutes, noticing that none chose to depart, he smiled subtly and nodded in satisfaction before commencing the specially arranged intensive training. The structure of their training mirrored that of the day's activities, with an increased intensity for each exercise. Although these individuals possess superior qualities compared to the average person, they had yet to reach the pinnacle of human potential. Thus, it was essential to persist in their training. You will continue to train in this manner, and I shall observe and guide you, he declared. As they began their exercises, Yichen also initiated his own training regimen. Day and night, regardless of the hour, after arranging their training, he would diligently practice in their presence. This continued for several days, with Yichen consistently demonstrating his commitment to training, which, perhaps through the influence of his dedication, inspired many of the trainees to adopt a similar earnestness in their own efforts. The earnest demeanor of Yichen deeply resonated with them, inspiring a newfound determination to strive for excellence. Many sought to emulate his example, and even those he selected for his team exhibited a greater dedication to their training than ever before. To them, Yichen, despite his youth, possessed remarkable prowess and demonstrated an unparalleled work ethic by training alongside them daily, often surpassing their own efforts. It is not the fear of others' excellence that daunts one, but rather the realization that those who are exceptional may toil even harder. Such was the intensity of Yichen's training that it left no room for complacency among the trainees. Upon noticing their newfound seriousness, he commenced his rigorous regimen, frequently uttering the phrase they had grown all too familiar with: "Today, we shall escalate the training intensity." Thus, for 6 relentless months, those handpicked by him exhibited remarkable progress. Yet they toiled far more diligently than the average individual. Each day, Yichen led them through grueling exercises, and they became desensitized to the strain. Consequently, behind closed doors, those subjected to his intensified training began to refer to Yichen as the Demon Instructor. Before long, the moniker of Demon Instructor spread throughout the entire training camp, reaching even the ears of instructors from other camps. The entire Navy soon became aware of this phenomenon. The naval commander, Steelbone Kong, who had been closely monitoring Yichen's role as an instructor, expressed immense satisfaction upon learning of these developments, deeply admiring Yichen's bold and decisive approach. He offered Yichen a candid appraisal, the specifics of which remain undisclosed. Thus, the title of Demon Instructor became a widespread topic of conversation within the Navy, even drawing a wry smile from ZFA, who, upon hearing of Yichen's training methods during his leave, simply remarked with a resigned chuckle, "As long as no lives are lost, let it be." The ensuing days comprised morning sessions focused on physical conditioning, afternoons dedicated to weaponry skills, and evenings reserved for further practice. The training and lives of these cadets have been meticulously orchestrated by Yichen, resulting in remarkable progress in their abilities. After just over half a year of rigorous training, the team elites has transformed into a vibrant and spirited group. At times, when they frequent the naval base, other sailors regard them as a dazzling spectacle. Even instructors from other training camps, who have devoted over a decade to teaching, cannot help but feel a twinge of envy upon witnessing the exceptional caliber of these students. Indeed, they are exemplary soldiers. Having already attained the physical prowess of seasoned naval personnel, it is certain that they will achieve great things in the future. It is said that this outstanding transformation is the result of just 6 months under the guidance of Major General Yichen. Such a remarkable change was previously unheard of. One cannot help but be curious about the nature of their training, as Yichen leads his team in and out of various naval bases in search of training grounds. He is met with abundant praise. Thus, 6 months have passed, and on one particular day, Yichen suddenly realized that it was time to transition to real combat. The combat skills and physical prowess of these trainees have been honed to a considerable degree. What remains is the integration and application of these skills in real combat scenarios. Combat experience is crucial for these novice students, a fact that he is acutely aware of. Therefore, Yichen prepared a training warship and set out to hunt pirates in the surrounding waters. For him, capturing small pirates was not a significant change. It was merely a shift in location for continued training, primarily focused on observing his students' combat performances. However, he reflected that it was time to enhance his work objectives as well. Soon, in a maritime area near the training camp, a series of battles unfolded between a group of naval cadets and various pirate ships. The techniques of the Black Gun Formation and White Serpent were employed. As elite trainees, Smoker and Tina took the lead, consistently eager to engage in the initial clashes. At this moment, Smoker employed the elemental transformation granted by his devil fruit ability, deliberately sparing a pirate's life, allowing the adversary to strike. It was as if he were toying with a mouse, using this pirate merely as a tool to practice his elemental skills. Meanwhile, Tina, with remarkable ease, demonstrated an enhanced precision in predicting the escape routes of the pirates. Confronted by these relatively low-bounty pirates, she ensnared one effortlessly within a cage. However, unlike Smoker, who relished in the mockery of combat, she was resolute and decisive in her actions. The training imparted by instructor Yichen proved invaluable. Dispatching pirates had become astonishingly effortless. With her right hand transformed into an iron bar, she ensnared one pirate, who was swiftly eliminated by Tina's iron spear, prompting her to reflect on the experience. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE 8 oldie lang enus. End if GT IE 8. HTML class Node.js lang enus. End if head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used cloud layer to restrict access title meta charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equal content type content text HTML. Charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equal XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex no follow meta name viewport content width device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var function a var c document. Get element by ID error feedback survey D document. Get element by ID error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request. A event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful A version 1 B open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare com API v1 event. B set request header content type application JSON. B set request header Sparrow source key C771F4B54944B4 to 6144B799. B send JSON. Stringify AC class list. Add feedback hidden D class list. Remove feedback hidden document. Add event listener DOM content loaded function var document. Get element by ID error feedback C document. Get element by ID feedback button yes D document. Get element by ID feedback button no class list in A class list. Remove feedback hidden C. Add event listener click function E. 0. D. Add event listener click function E. 1. Script defer SRC HTTPS performance. Radar. Cloudflare. Com beacon. JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD block Mr 2 MD MB 2 font light text 60 MD text 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed ray ID 9 through 17 CC4 CC6 C9 A68 bull span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 40 UTC span H2 class text gray 600 leading 1 3 text 3 XL LG text 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240 LG W full MX auto MB 8 LG PX 8 div ID what happened section class W 12 MD W full H2 class text 3 XL leading tight font normal MB for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened H2P the owner of this website generative language Google APIs com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare ray ID strong class font semi-bold 9 through 17 C4 CC6 C9 A68 strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp security by span arel nupener norfura ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function D var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B. Class list and B. Class list. Remove, hidden, C. Add event listener, click, function, C. Class list. Add, hidden, A. Get element by ID, CF footer IP. Class list. Remove, hidden, var document. Add event listener, A. Add event listener, DOM content loaded, D. Script div. Error footer, div. CF error details, div. CF wrapper, script window. CF translation. Script body HTML API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. At this moment, Ichin was somewhat taken aback by the phone call. In his imagination, it seemed that Sengoku had rarely contacted him before, and he was puzzled by the sudden call. This is Ichin, he answered the phone nonchalantly, uttering the words with a hint of detachment. Although Yichun had encountered Sengoku on numerous occasions, their relationship was not particularly deep, primarily revolving around professional interactions. Thus, he skipped the pleasantries and delved straight into the matter. Admiral Sengoku, may I inquire what brings you to seek my assistance? Sengoku's tone was remarkably gentle, lacking any indication of hierarchical distinctions as he elaborated. I have learned that you have been searching for pirates to engage your students in practical combat tasks. Coincidentally, I have a matter that aligns perfectly with your practical training requirements, which is why I reached out to you. Given that there was indeed a pressing matter at hand, Yichin felt intrigued rather than dismissive of Sengoku's tone. The nearby seas had been cleared of pirates by him and his students, and he was keen on finding alternative practical experiences. However, Yichin was not naive enough to overlook Sengoku's underlying intentions. Though he was presently unoccupied, he was not one to be dispatched at will. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I have already arranged the students' recent assignments. We are not in immediate need of practical content. I wonder what you mean, Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku, being the astute strategist that he was, responded with a hint of urgency. Upon hearing this, I must stress that this matter is somewhat urgent. Rest assured, it is an excellent opportunity. Despite being an admiral with authority over vice admirals, Yichin had his own obligations and could refuse his request if necessary. Therefore, Sengoku's approach was not overly assertive, as he was aware that he had not identified a suitable candidate other than Yichin, and he was apprehensive about the possibility of rejection. An excellent opportunity? I am inclined to listen, Yichin remarked, prompting Sengoku to elaborate. In close proximity to your training camp lies a nation called Atlas, where the throne of its king is currently precarious. One of his princes has not only stolen 10 of the kingdom's treasured night pearls, but has also instigated a rebellion with the aid of a formidable local pirate crew. It is said that the captain possesses the powers of a devil fruit. The king's army stands no chance against the pirate crew and the prince's followers. Sengoku paused momentarily, his tone tinged with resignation. However, Yichin perceived this as merely a minor incident, questioning its relevance to Sengoku. And then, he inquired, puzzled. In a world rife with both great and small nations, the principle of survival of the fittest prevailed, and the annihilation of weaker nations was not uncommon. Why, he pondered, would an admiral like Sengoku concern himself with such matters? Furthermore, was he implying that Yichin should provide assistance? This nation has always been wealthy, with a strong military and abundant treasures. A decade ago, in my youth, I embarked on a mission to subdue pirates and found myself besieged by them. It was the king of this nation who dispatched troops to rescue me. Hence, it is unlikely that he would seek my help unless he was truly desperate. Yichin articulated, expressing his skepticism. Sengoku, sensing Yichin's doubts, reminisced with a touch of nostalgia. The pirate in question is indeed formidable, which is why I believe your involvement would provide assurance. Moreover, you are currently in the vicinity of that nation. I kindly ask that you extend your assistance this once. As a favor owed from a decade past, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. This seems somewhat reasonable. The debts of gratitude must be settled, yet this is a matter pertaining to Zhanghua himself. Thus, he remains in doubt. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Zhanghua continued, a grand gift, recently seized from pirates, is already en route to your office. Do anticipate its arrival. This, Zhanghua truly lives up to his reputation as a sagacious strategist, skillfully navigating the currents of favor, leaving Yichin somewhat speechless. Yichin, I entrust this matter to you. And rest assured, it will remain etched in my mind for the future, Zhanghua remarked with a profound tone. Though he found the tone somewhat unbearable, he pondered for a moment and ultimately acquiesced, saying, very well, I shall assist you with this favor. It is essential to maintain clarity in matters of relationships. As Sengoku himself once remarked, haha, that is splendid. Sengoku exclaimed over the phone, his joy palpable as he expressed his gratitude repeatedly. However, prior to agreeing to this matter, Yichin had indeed given it considerable thought. It is important to note that figures of such stature, like the admiral of the Navy headquarters, are often the objects of many individuals' flattery. Should Sengoku accept gifts, it is likely that others would go to great lengths, even besieging his home with offerings. Yet, here was Sengoku, presenting gifts to him and requesting assistance. Such courtesy, how could Yichin refuse? Since you are involved in this matter, I can rest assured. Additionally, I have suddenly discovered some urgent tasks to attend to, so we shall converse further at another time. I eagerly await your small favor. Arrivals are swift, and departures are equally quick. The warring states are quite confident in Yichin's abilities, thus after their conversation, they departed hastily. Warring states inquired whether that nation called Azralat still possessed the luminous pearl. After hanging up the phone, Yichin suddenly recalled warring states' words and chuckled to himself. The luminous pearl, regarded as a national treasure, is indeed an extraordinary gem, coveted by many. Should he intervene to rescue that king? Such a wealthy monarch would undoubtedly remember to bestow upon him a grand gift, even if warring states did not offer substantial support. Coincidentally, the conqueror's hockey he recently acquired was indeed linked to the luminous pearl, and this realization filled him with anticipation. It must be said that he has excelled in navigating this opportunity with remarkable finesse. However, this endeavor holds significance beyond mere camaraderie. He recently unearthed a pivotal revelation. With each enemy he vanquishes, his disintegration abilities gradually intensify. Furthermore, the range of materials he can decompose has also expanded. Although the increase is modest, it undoubtedly represents a remarkable discovery. Henceforth, he will be capable of disassembling a greater variety of substances, and his strength will surely augment accordingly. In light of this, he felt an urgent need to seek out adversaries, leading him to consent to the mission. That very evening, after a brief organization, he summoned all naval cadets to assemble on the ship, ready for departure. While he was confident in his ability to tackle the challenge alone, he recognized the necessity for these cadets to gain practical experience to bolster their skills. Thus, he decided to include them in the expedition. After imparting some crucial precautions to the cadets, Yichin issued the command, "Set sail, all hands." There was a palpable sense of anticipation. It was said that this mission would involve a notorious pirate. Once underway, Smoker reclined on a plank of the ship, reflecting aloud to Tina on the opposite side. Indeed, this time we are up against a pirate with devil fruit abilities. I perceive this as an excellent opportunity. Our previous encounters with pirates were far too weak to truly gauge our capabilities, resulting in little to no enhancement of our combat experience. Tina responded, "You are absolutely right. The pirates we previously faced were unable to land a blow on me once I transformed into my elemental state. They were essentially toyed with. Therefore, I too must seek out formidable opponents like Instructor Yichin to truly test my mettle." Smoker's words resonated with a sense of growth. At the bow of the ship, Yichin overheard their conversation, and when Smoker counted him among the ranks, he glanced in Yichin's direction, which undoubtedly brought a smile to his face. These two are undoubtedly the seed players of this cohort, their prowess unquestionable among this group of newcomers. During this period, they have engaged in battles alongside ordinary trainees, yet have already encountered a plateau in their development. The capabilities of regular pirates can no longer satiate their ambitions. "Lord Yichin, the intelligence you requested me to gather yesterday has been compiled," reported Tiramisu, a counselor from the training camp, as he approached Yichin with the information in hand. "Has the news been confirmed?" Yichin inquired with a calm demeanor. "It has been confirmed," Counselor Tiramisu affirmed with a nod. "Before the armies move, intelligence must precede." Yichin seized the opportunity to instruct them on how to utilize this intelligence for strategic preparation. A thorough investigation into the enemy's information will afford them a significant advantage. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indiff. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used cloud layer to restrict access title meta charset UTF, 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML. Charset UTF, 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex, no follow meta name viewport content width device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var function a var c document. Get element by ID error feedback survey D document. Get element by ID error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request a event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful a version 1 B open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare com API v1 event B set request header content type application JSON B set request header Sparrow source key C771F0E4B54944BEB4261D44BD79A1E. B. Send JSON. Stringify A. C. Class list. Add feedback hidden D. Class list. Remove feedback hidden document. Add event listener, DOM content loaded, function, var document. Get element by ID, error feedback, C document. Get element by ID, feedback button yes, D document. Get element by ID, feedback button no, class list in A, class list. Remove, feedback hidden, C. Add event listener, click, function, E. 0. D. Add event listener, click, function, E. 1. Script defer SRC HTTPS, performance. Radar. Cloudflare. ComBeacon. JS script, head body div ID CF wrapper div class, CF alert error CF cookie error, hidden ID, cookie alert data translate, enable cookies, please enable cookies. Div ID CF error details class P, 0 header class MX auto point, 10 LG, point, 6 LG, PX, 8W, 240 LG, W full MB, 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD, block Mr, 2 MD, MB, 2 font light text, 60 MD, text. 3XL text black dark leading tight, span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD, block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID, 9317 CC 6373 B8B bull, span class inline block MD, block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed April 17th, 2025, 027. 44 UTC span H2 class text, gray. 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3XLLG, text 2XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG, W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 DIV ID what happened section class W. 12 MD, W full H2 class text, 3XL leading tight font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website, generative language. Google APIs. Com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX, for PY, 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback. Div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare ray ID. Strong class font semibold 9317 CC 6373 B8 B strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull. Span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 span performance amp. Security by span rel nupener nor for ref https, www.cloudflare.com 5xx, error, landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span P script, function D, var BA, get element by ID, CF footer item IP, CA. Get element by ID, CF footer IP reveal, B class list and B, class list. Remove, hidden, C. Add event listener, click, function, C. Class list. Add, hidden, A. Get element by ID, CF footer IP. Class list. Remove, hidden, var document. Add event listener, A. Add event listener, DOM content loaded, D. Script div. Error footer, div. CF error details, div. CF wrapper, script window. CF translation, script body HTML API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indif. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloudflare to restrict access title meta charset UTF, 8 meta HTTP with content type content text HTML, charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP with XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF styles CSS ref, CDN CGI styles main. CSS script, function, if, document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request, JSON. Stringify, var E function, A, var C document. Get element by ID, error feedback survey, D document. Get element by ID, error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request. A, event. Feedback clicked, properties, error code, 1015, helpful. A, version, 1. B, open, post, HTTPS, Sparrow, Cloudflare. COM API v1 event. B, set request header, content type, application JSON. B, set request header, Sparrow source key. C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1E. B, send JSON. Stringify, A, C, class list. Add feedback hidden, D, class list. Remove feedback hidden, document. Add event listener, DOM content loaded, function, var document. Get element by ID, error feedback, C document. Get element by ID, feedback button, yes. D document. Get element by ID, feedback button, no. Class list in A, class list. Remove feedback hidden, C. Add event listener, click, function, E. 0. D. Add event listener, click, function, E. 1. Script defer src HTTPS, performance. Radar, Cloudflare, COM beacon. JS script, head body div ID CF wrapper div class, CF alert error CF cookie error, hidden ID, cookie alert data translate, enable cookies, please enable cookies. div ID CF error details class P, 0 header class MX auto point, 10 LG, point, 6 LG, PX, 8W, 240 LG, W full MB, 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD. Block Mr. 2 MD, MB, 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID, 9317 CC, 432186D1D2 bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed April 17th, 2025, 027. 39 UTC span H2 class text, gray, 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3XL LG. Text, 2XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG, W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 div ID what happened section class W, 12 MD, W full H2 class text, 3XL leading tight, font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate, what happened? H2P the owner of this website, generative language. Google APIs. COM has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footer line wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX, for PY, 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback. div class CF error footer CF wrapper W, 240 LG, W full PY, 10 SM, PY, for SM, PX, 8 MX auto text center SM, text left border solid border, 0 border T border, gray, 300p class text, 13 span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 Cloudflare Ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 93 17 CC 432186 D1 D2 strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bull, span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 span performance amp. Security by spanner rel nupener nor for ref https, www.cloudflare.com 5xx, error, landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script, function D, var BA, get element by ID, CF footer item IP, CA, get element by ID, CF footer IP reveal, B class list and B class list. Remove hidden, C, add event listener, click, function, C, class list. Add hidden, A, get element by ID, CF footer IP, class list. Remove hidden, var document. Add event listener, A, add event listener, DOM content loaded, D, script div, error footer, div, CF error details, div, CF wrapper, script window, CF translation, script body HTML upon disembarking, Yichin and a group of naval cadets swaggered down the street, brandishing posters. Run for your lives. Yet, as they made their appearance, 2 local residents, upon catching sight of them, widened their eyes in terror and promptly fled. It was not just these 2. As they continued forward, everyone who laid eyes on them scrambled away in fright. In an instant, the entire street became a cacophony of fear, with every passerby trembling at their presence. What is happening? Yichin pondered, somewhat perplexed. Hadn't they been summoned for assistance? Why were these people fleeing at the mere sight of them? They pressed on until they stumbled upon a scattered pile of newspapers carelessly discarded on the street. Finally, the truth dawned upon them. How infuriating. No wonder those people ran away. It turns out the newspapers in this country have depicted us naval officers as ruthless villains. Smoker, clutching a poster, glanced at its contents and remarked with irritation, "Who on earth is responsible for this?" "Needless to say, Smoker. It must be the handiwork of the Thunder Pirates and that rebellious prince," came the response. According to the description, anyone donned in their current naval attire was portrayed as a bloodthirsty fiend, mercilessly slaughtering without a second thought. Furthermore, it was emphasized that the nation's missing king had been captured by the Navy, and anyone encountering them was required to report immediately to the Thunder Pirates or Prince Drila. Failure to do so would result in dire consequences at the hands of the Navy, for which they would bear full responsibility. Enough of this. Let us continue on our way, Yichin said, having glanced at the malicious portrayal in the newspapers but dismissing it with indifference. Let them call us bloodthirsty fiends. Today, we are here to deliver a gift to the Thunder Pirates and see what spoils we might salvage. Having been tasked by Sengoku, he wished to avoid his incessant nagging in the future, while also seeking a bit of leisurely diversion. However, he had little time to spare, as other arrangements awaited him, necessitating a swift resolution to their current predicament. Thus, he needed to hasten his pace. Stop right there. Suddenly, several commanding voices rang out in unison. Upon hearing the abrupt shouts, Yichin halted in his tracks and turned to behold the figures before him, a bearded man, a bald individual, and a short fellow. Recalling the intelligence he had previously gathered, Yichin glanced at the accompanying photographs and noted, "These 3 are members of the Thunder Pirates cadre. Have they come out together? Come on then, will you face me one by one, or shall all 3 of you confront me at once?" A slight smirk played at the corners of Yichin's mouth as he spoke, his words devoid of excess. Having perused the intelligence, he was already aware of their capabilities. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indiff. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloud Layer to restrict access title meta charset UTF, 8 meta HTTP equal content type content text HTML. Charset UTF, 8 meta HTTP equal XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex, no follow meta name viewport content width device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref, CDN CGI styles main. CSS script, function, if, document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request, JSON. Stringify, var e function, a, var c document. Get element by ID, error feedback survey, d document. Get element by ID, error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request, a, event, feedback clicked, properties, error code, 1015, helpful, a, version, 1, b, open, post, HTTPS, Sparrow, Cloudflare, COM API v1 event, b, set request header content type, application JSON, b, set request header Sparrow source key. C771F0E4B54944BEB4261D44BD79A1E. B. Send JSON. Stringify. A. C. Class list. Add. Feedback hidden. D. Class list. Remove. Feedback hidden. Document. Add event listener. DOM content loaded. Function. var document. Get element by ID. Error feedback. C document. Get element by ID. Feedback button yes. D document. Get element by ID. Feedback button no. Class list in A. Class list. Remove, feedback hidden, C. Add event listener, click, function, E. 0. D. Add event listener, click, function, E. 1. Script defer SRC HTTPS, performance. Radar. Cloudflare. Com beacon. JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies. Div ID CF error details class P. 0 header class MX auto point. 10 LG. Point. 6 LG, PX, 8W, 240 LG, W full MB, 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD. Block Mr. 2 MD, MB, 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed ray ID 9317 CC 38D 44 FIA 25 bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 37 UTC span H2 class text gray 600 leading 1 3 text 3XL LG text 2XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240 LG W full MX auto MB 8 LG PX 8 DIV ID what happened section class W 12 MD W full H2 class text 3XL leading tight font normal MB for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened H2P the owner of this website generative language Google APIs com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footer line wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. Div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare ray ID strong class font semi-bold 9317 CC 38D 44 FIA 25 strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp security by span arel nupener norfura ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML. These individuals exhibit an increasingly audacious demeanor, resorting to verbal threats. However, Yichin, feeling intimidated, merely responds with a subdued remark. Nevertheless, it is imperative for him to assert his dominance over those who threaten him. Since you all possess such confidence, then do not hold back. When we strike, we shall certainly not be courteous, for there is no need to show civility to the deceased. Very coldly chuckled, swiftly grasping a large sword, preparing to direct his gaze towards Yichun. Very well. Yichun smiled faintly, his eyes sweeping over the charging Barry, and he declared in a deep voice, "Then you shall be the first." As soon as the words left his lips, his figure abruptly vanished from the spot. Where has he gone? Barry, rushing forward, was momentarily stunned by Yichun's sudden disappearance, scanning the surroundings in search of his presence. Yet, he could find no trace. Still unable to locate him? Then I shall not wait for you. Suddenly, a faint yet resonant voice emanated from behind Barry, sending a chill coursing through his feet, which swiftly traveled to his forehead, causing his entire body to shiver involuntarily. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang enus. And if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus. And if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE 8 oldie lang enus. Indiff. If GT IE 8. HTML class Node.js lang enus. Indiff. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com use Cloudflare to restrict access title meta charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML. Charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content E. Edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content width device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD into GI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var e function a var c document. Get element by ID error feedback survey d document. Get element by ID error feedback success b new XML HTTP request a event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful a version 1 b open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare com API v1 event b set request header content type application JSON b set request header Sparrow source key C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1E b send JSON stringify a c class list add feedback hidden d class list remove feedback hidden document add event listener DOM content loaded function var document get element by ID error feedback c document get element by ID feedback button yes d document get element by ID feedback button no class list in a class list remove feedback hidden c add event listener click function e 0 d add event listener click function e 1 script defer src HTTPS performance radar Cloudflare com beacon JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div ID CF error details class p 0 header class mx auto point 10 lg point 6 lg px 8w 240 lg w full mb 15 anti-aliased h1 class inline block md block mr 2 mb 2 font light text 60 md text 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span h1 span class inline block md block heading ray ID font mono text 15 lg text sm lg leading relaxed ray ID 9317 cc 6 f702 dea 2b bull span class inline block md block heading ray ID font mono text 15 lg text sm lg leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 46 UTC span h2 class text gray 600 leading 1 3 text 3 XLLG text 2 XL font light you are being rate limited h2 header section class w 240 lg w full mx auto mb 8 lg px 8 div ID what happened section class w 12 md w full h2 class text 3 XL leading tight font normal mb for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened h2p the owner of this website generative language Google APIs com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website pdiv section div class feedback hidden py 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footer line wrapper was this page helpful button class border solid bg white cf button cursor pointer ml for px for py 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid bg white cf button cursor pointer ml for px for py 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback div class cf error footer cf wrapper w 240 lg w full py 10 sm py for sm px 8 mx auto text center sm text left border solid border 0 border t border gray 300p class text 13 span class cf footer item sm block sm mb 1 Cloudflare ray ID strong class font semi-bold 9317 cc 6 f702 dea 2b strong span class cf footer separator sm hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp security by span arel nupener norfura ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d var ba get element by ID cf footer item IP ca get element by ID CF footer IP reveal. B class list and B class list. Remove hidden. C. Add event listener. Click. Function. C. Class list. Add hidden. A. Get element by ID. CF footer IP. Class list. Remove hidden. var document. Document. Add event listener. A. Add event listener. DOM content loaded. D. Script div. Error footer. Div. CF error details. Div. CF wrapper. Script window. CF translation. Script body HTML. All eyes were fixed upon Yichun, and a chorus of admiration erupted among the onlookers, with many students feeling an increased reverence for him. However, Yichun remained largely indifferent to their gazes. Suddenly, he spotted two luminous green orbs on the bodies of the beast men, and he concluded that these must be the night pearls he had been seeking. Elated, he swiftly retrieved them and tucked them into his pocket. He deduced that the berry officer he had just sent flying must also possess similar treasures. Consequently, he soon acquired a total of 3 night pearls. After securing them, he placed his hand upon one and focused his thoughts. A chime resonated, touching decomposable material. Would you like to proceed with decomposition? The system's voice articulated clearly. Decompose. Yichun commanded without hesitation. Congratulations, host. You have decomposed 1 night pearl. Conqueror's Hockey Experience 10. 000. Congratulations, host. You have decomposed 1 night pearl. Conqueror's Hockey Experience 10. 000. Congratulations, host. You have decomposed 1 night pearl. Conqueror's Hockey Experience 10. 000. As the commands were issued, the successful notifications of decomposition echoed in his mind, and he felt an inner energy beginning to surge within him. Upon decomposing the 3rd night pearl, a wave of heat coursed through his body, igniting a thrilling, tempestuous, and domineering sensation. This is an exceptionally formidable force, particularly domineering. Indeed, the might of this overlord color surpasses that of ordinary skills by a considerable margin. Feeling the enhancement of power after the disintegration, Yichun's face radiated with immense joy. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The night pearls, each a treasure of immense value, were unceremoniously reduced to powder by Yichun, who appeared quite pleased with the act. It was evident that he could now perceive a significant enhancement in his conqueror's hockey, a fact that surely contributed to his elation. As for the remaining 7 pearls, he surmised they had likely fallen into the hands of the Thunder Pirate crew. Yichun, are you all right? Tina, having just witnessed the collapse of a building, approached Yichun with concern as he stood there in a daze. She was acutely aware of the formidable strength of those who wielded devil fruits, and the terrifying combat experience of these pirates was not lost on her. Although her own experience was limited, she recognized Yichun's prowess. Even skilled fighters could falter when faced with such adversaries. Perhaps Yichun had been unintentionally struck and had not informed them. Rest assured, I am fine, Yichun replied, his expression softening into a faint smile as he regarded Tina. Shall we move forward? Let's eliminate these pirates in one fell swoop, Tina declared passionately. Not yet. There is still one more, Yichun said, his gaze suddenly sharpening as it fell upon a shadow lingering in the darkness. Come out. It is your turn now. With that, Yichun turned his attention away from Tina and the others, focusing intently on the figure that had appeared at the end of the street. Is there still someone here? Tina gasped, astonished. Just moments earlier, she had instructed the other trainees to remain vigilant, and now, an enemy had emerged? She looked incredulously in the direction Yichun was observing. The quiet street was pierced by the sound of heavy footsteps. Soon, a tall figure came into view, characterized by a hooked nose and a scarred eye, exuding a menacing aura as he ambled closer. What is that? Slag of the Thunder Pirate crew? Tiramisu. The instructor holding the intelligence report exclaimed in shock upon recognizing the newcomer. With a bounty of 222 million berries, he was the second highest ranking member of the Thunder Pirate crew, the captain, Morse Ray, being the only one above him in notoriety. The 3 officers they had encountered before were already formidable, but this one was even stronger. How intriguing, Yichun mused, maintaining an air of calm that betrayed no hint of surprise. His confident visage and emotionless gaze revealed little of the curiosity stirring within him. Slag was the most composed adversary he had encountered thus far, which piqued his interest. It appeared that the previous trio had indeed failed, relieving him of the necessity to intervene. As Slag approached, he displayed a chilling indifference to the deaths of his comrades, as though their defeat had been an inevitable outcome that posed no threat to him. Furthermore, he had received orders from Captain Morse Ray to eliminate those ineffective officers. This is quite convenient. It spares him the effort of acting himself, saving him considerable energy. As he spoke, he cast a cold glance towards Yichun. So, what will it be? Do you wish to make a move? Yichun did not hastily step forward. Instead, he remained rooted in place, equally gazing at Slag. Although this individual remains unaware of the full extent of his abilities, the fact that he possesses the powers of a devil fruit, combined with his icy demeanor, suggests he harbors formidable secrets. Witnessing his companion beneath another's feet, yet remaining utterly unfazed, undoubtedly hints at hidden strengths. A sense of curiosity envelopes him as he wonders what lies beneath the surface of this enigmatic figure. What manner of devil fruit user could he be? The answer shall soon unveil itself. With an expression devoid of emotion, Shrek turned away, leaving observers puzzled. What could he be planning? Yuchen's curiosity intensified. Such confidence surely indicated substantial strength. Yet, unbeknownst to the gathered crowd, at the moment Shrek pivoted, his gaze underwent a profound transformation. With a primal roar, Shrek's physique swelled as if filled with stone, instantly towering to an immense height, his garments bursting at the seams. The ground trembled beneath him, dust swirling into the air as he unleashed another bellow. When the dust settled, Shrek had morphed into a towering beast man, exceeding 5 meters in height. His claws sharp and scythe-like, exuding an aura of terror. Is this the Tyrannosaurus form of the dinosaur fruit? Yuchen marveled at the sight of such a rare Zoan-type devil fruit user for the first time. The name alone suggests it belongs to the ancient class of Zoan fruits, a rarity indeed. He recalled having encountered this ability in the original work, belonging to the notorious figure from the era of crime, Chihaki X Shrek. However, the potency he displayed seemed rather lackluster. Yuchen shook his head. Despite his intrigue regarding this exceptional devil fruit, he remained unimpressed, a testament to his own burgeoning confidence. To him, any Zoan fruit yet to awaken was, in essence, one of the least formidable types among all devil fruits. Exceptions existed, such as the rare mythical Zoan, the phoenix form possessed by Marco, the first division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, which inherently exhibited characteristics akin to a Logia fruit. Alternatively, the vampire form of the bat fruit wielded by the enigmatic Count Barillic Redfield would indeed invoke awe and trepidation. As for this dinosaur fruit, it was not without merit. Being of an ancient lineage, its true power would ultimately depend on the skill of its wielder. Standing at over 5 meters, Shrek's gaping maw revealed razor-sharp fangs, each measuring several inches in length. Prepare to meet your demise, he declared, his expression shifting dramatically as he announced. It has been ages since anyone has provoked me to unleash my devil fruit ability. First, I shall acknowledge your strength, then your head shall serve as my footstool. With the transformation into the Tyrannosaurus form, Shrek could no longer contain his excitement. The calm demeanor he once possessed had morphed into a ferocious rage as he glared at the crowd before him. Rexlash, he exclaimed, and in an instant, his colossal form became a blur, vanishing from sight. What? Is that the Marine 6 styles? Sorrow? Am I mistaken? How could this be? How could he possibly utilize our Marine's superhuman technique, Sorrow? The onlookers were left in stunned disbelief as the immense figure of the Tyrannosaurus seemingly evaporated before their eyes. This startled them immensely. It was indeed their first encounter with such a colossal creature, exhibiting remarkable speed. This being was undeniably formidable. Observing this, Yuchen was somewhat astonished. The Tyrannosaurus form could still utilize the skill of shave. What effect could this possibly yield? Whoosh! The immense figure moved as if it were a towering building, brandishing scythe-like claws that shimmered with a dark, imposing hue of hockey. Die! With a swift sound, Sleg didn't direct his attack towards Yichun. Instead, he executed a reverse shave, appearing directly behind a group of students. Sleg was no fool. He had heard tales of Yichen's exploits and wisely chose not to engage him first. Thus, he set his sights on the still inexperienced students. With a deafening roar, he extended his claws without hesitation, his silhouette embodying the collective sum of all the students before him. And his claws were capable of cleaving through a squad of them effortlessly. How infuriating. It's Tina. Tina furrowed her brows as Sleg's claws aimed squarely at her. Iron barricade. Realizing the imminent threat, she swiftly reacted, extending iron tendrils from her arm that encircled the approaching dinosaur in a protective barrier. Whoosh, whoosh. The iron tendrils she conjured intentionally expanded, weaving a cage of iron far larger than what was typically observed. This is nothing short of a natural prison, a feeble entity. Indeed, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, facing forward, disdainfully uttered a remark, its claws extending once more. At this moment, the claws of the Tyrannosaurus were far sharper than any bone-slicing knife, and its form and strength had multiplied several times over, likely towering above an elephant by a factor of 10. It is difficult to fathom the fate of an ordinary human struck by such a direct assault, likely to be torn into countless pieces. Moreover, these claws were enveloped in the formidable aura of Conqueror's hockey, their durability exponentially enhanced. Bang! In the following instant, the ferocious attack of the Tyrannosaurus Rex regarded Tina's prison shackles as mere air. With a single swipe, it effortlessly reduced the cage to mere scrap metal. Yet, despite this chaos, Yichun remained unfazed, observing calmly. This battle with Tina is unlike any she has faced before. This time, she encounters a true master in combat. When confronted with strength, one must rise to the occasion. Regardless of Tina's current prowess, she must exert herself fully and retaliate fiercely to preserve her own existence. To progress, one must transcend limits. With a flurry of strikes, Tina's right hand remains resolute against his onslaught. With a powerful shout, Several formidable iron spears swiftly launched towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex. This is her limit. Now she must unleash her most formidable strike, exerting every ounce of her strength. A white fist. At this moment, Smoker, the man of smoke, rushed forward to stand in solidarity with Tina. He found himself quite intrigued by an opponent resembling a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Indeed, it is said that the strong thrive when faced with strength. He relishes challenges and yearns to grow stronger. Boom. Boom. Consequently, when confronted with this dinosaur-like adversary, he did not hesitate to unleash his full power. The smoke coalesced into fists, striking relentlessly. Who would have thought that this generation of marine recruits possessed abilities? Quite impressive, yet ultimately futile against me. Shreg's response to these assaults was one of madness, as if they merely tickled him. His Tyrannosaurus Rex form not only amplified his size severfold, but also significantly enhanced his defenses. At that moment, his skin was as resilient as iron armor. Coupled with the speed of his attacks, he became virtually invulnerable. This generation? Upon hearing this, Tina's brow furrowed deeper, prompting her to inquire. You seem remarkably well informed about our marines. Haha, curious about my identity? Shreg laughed heartily. But his expression quickly morphed into a menacing snarl as he swatted away their attacks with a flick of his claws. With a thunderous sound resonating beneath his feet and the air tearing apart, his massive form advanced, roaring, then go down and ask. His fierce onslaught charged forth like a rampaging tank, disregarding all their attempts to resist. As he swiped his claws, it was dire. The two were too close. There would be no escape from the impending onslaught. Both felt the chilling gust of wind, their faces turning pale in an instant. Tina even closed her eyes, resigned to her fate. Clang. Just then, a figure moved at lightning speed, positioning itself before them to intercept the lethal strike. Two figures collided, their forces clashing with a sound as sharp as metal. However, one figure was soon sent flying. Boom. With a resounding crash, the entire street reverberated with the sound of an explosion, sending dust swirling into the air. That's enough practice. You may leave now, Yichin said calmly, turning to signal Tina and Smoker to depart swiftly. In combat, when faced with a stronger opponent, it suffices to merely touch upon their prowess. Tyrannosaurus Rex roar. After being knocked down, Shreg rose with ferocity and let out a furious roar. Roar. From the massive maw of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, a colossal shockwave erupted, crashing into nearby structures and instantly sending countless debris raining down upon Yichin like raindrops. Observing the relentless barrage, Yichin suddenly smiled faintly, making no unnecessary movements. He stood there, serene. Buzz. Just as the projectiles were about to strike, an invisible force emanated from him. Crash. Crash. The incoming fragments abruptly halted, cascading down harmlessly. Meanwhile, the buildings surrounding Yichun began to collapse, rendering the area in ruins. What is this situation? Witnessing the silent clash, a wave of astonishment surged through the audience. Smoker dropped his large cigar in shock. The instructors and Marines gaped in disbelief. So powerful, they collectively thought. What? Is that Conqueror's Haki? On the other side, the once menacing beastly eyes of Shreg suddenly narrowed as he stood frozen in shock. Having traversed the seas for many years, Shreg possessed a degree of observation Haki and had undoubtedly encountered such power before. Yet, he never anticipated that a mere teenager would also wield it. In the very first second of this power's arrival, those pirates lying in ambush nearby inexplicably fell in droves. Instant defeat. This is the power of Conqueror's Haki. It is a rare force possessed by only a select few among the multitude, a testament to the qualifications of a true conqueror. As a former Rear Admiral of the Navy, you should be well aware of this power. At this moment, Yichin stood calmly, a faint smile gracing his lips. What? He was a former Rear Admiral? How could this be? A group of trainees, still reeling from the impact of overwhelming power, were once again astonished by Yichin's words. No wonder he could wield armament Haki and the Navy's 6 powers. Shave. It turns out this fellow was a former Rear Admiral. Smoker muttered, realizing that it was no wonder they were unable to defeat him. Their opponent was indeed of Rear Admiral caliber. How could a mere Navy recruit compete against such a figure? Enough of your nonsense. Don't think that just because you possess Conqueror's Haki, I will fear you. Hearing Yichin mention his past, Slag immediately returned to his ferocious demeanor. The immense energy he had been gathering surged rapidly through his body as he roared, Conqueror's Dragon, Armament Fist. In the next instant, Slag's arms transformed into a pitch-black fury, charging fiercely at Yichun. Yichun was already well aware of Slag's identity, a traitorous Rear Admiral with formidable strength, but he was far from intimidated. At the moment Slag unleashed his punch, Yichun's right arm glowed a deep crimson, enveloped in the ultimate armament Haki. As Slag delivered his grand strike, Yichun's right arm surged forward in response. Boom. The two forces collided with a thunderous crash, resonating like a clap of thunder. The sonic boom echoed throughout the street, creating a colossal shockwave that radiated in all directions. Numerous buildings in the vicinity crumbled, sending plumes of dust into the air, obscuring the view. Now, the once bustling street had been reduced to a wasteland by the astounding destructive power of their clash. The residual shockwaves continued to ripple through the area. The spectators, both trainees and pirates who had just regained their composure, were left gasping in awe. What a battle this is. The two combatants are on completely different levels. They are truly living monsters. Observing the ferocity of the fight, the crowd was both astonished and introspective, reflecting on the vast gap in their own abilities. The aftershocks howled through the air, causing many to struggle to maintain their footing, ultimately leaning against nearby structures for support. After what felt like an eternity, the remnants of their clash began to settle. The street lay in ruins, thick clouds of dust lingering, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the area. All eyes were fixed upon the battleground, breaths heavy and labored. Had a victor emerged? After a moment's pause, the crowd looked on and saw that both combatants remained standing. However, the circumstances had drastically changed. Due to the difference in height, Yichun hung suspended in the air, while Slag, in his conqueror's dragon form, stood firmly. What? Lord Slag. What has happened to him? As the dust cleared, both figures became visible, but the sight of Slag left everyone in stunned disbelief. His once formidable and resilient body was now battered and bloodied, with parts of him even festering. With a firm step, Yichun displayed no emotion. His countenance calm and collected, utterly unscathed by the battle. He turned and strolled toward Smoker. Suddenly, Slag coughed up blood, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. The Navy trainees, instructors, and pirates along the street were wide-eyed in shock. Upon witnessing this, the trainees could no longer contain their exhilaration, feeling more thrilled than if they had personally defeated a bounty over 100 million. Smoker, in particular, resembled a giddy child. Ha! Instructor Yichun is indeed incredible. Quickly, everyone, let us eliminate those pirates. Prompted by Smoker's words, the trainees sprang into action, brandishing their swords and shouting, "Kill them." As soon as the words left their mouths, the atmosphere shifted from a tense silence to a frenzied uproar. The air was filled with shouts of battle from the Navy and cries for mercy from the pirates as both sides clashed fiercely. On the other side, having emerged victorious, Yichun smiled faintly before glancing once more at the fallen Slag. His smile widened as he noticed a radiant gem in his hand, a luminous night pearl. Ding! The familiar system notification chimed, indicating the presence of a disassemblable item. Would you like to disassemble it? Disassemble. As soon as he spoke, Yichun felt a surge in his conqueror's hockey experience, its proficiency enhancing further. A grin spread across his face. With just a bit more disassembly, he should reach level 3. Unlike other forms of hockey or skills, while the night pearl was precious and rare, the experience gained from disassembling it was not particularly substantial. Nevertheless, even a single disassembly contributed to the growth of his conqueror's hockey, whose power remained remarkably formidable. It was high time to seek more items to disassemble. Yichun surveyed his surroundings. The Navy trainees were acting with remarkable swiftness, swiftly dispatching numerous pirates. Instructor Yichun, there is another pirate. Should we eliminate him? Tina approached Yichun, having trapped a pirate in a cage of iron bars, her gaze fixed on the barely conscious foe. Let him go for now. Yichun replied with a glint in his eye. I just thought of a way to utilize him. Tina nodded respectfully, refraining from questioning Yichun's reasoning. She was dutiful, fully compliant with Yichun's intentions, harboring an admiration that compelled her to await his orders in the final outcome. In the Kingdom of Atlas, within a castle, Captain Mosley and the traitorous Prince Dryce were engaged in conversation. Just as their discussion was flourishing, Mosley's phone rang abruptly. What? Please repeat that. Morsley answered the phone, and upon hearing the message transmitted through the receiver, he was overwhelmed with excitement. His eyes reflected a tumult of astonishment and disbelief, mingled with fury. Moments ago, the soldiers had relayed through the communication device that several of the Devil Fruit-empowered officers aboard the Thunder Pirate ship, including their esteemed Vice Captain Sreg, whose bounty exceeded 200 million, had all been vanquished by a young naval officer of the Navy. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indiff. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used cloud layer to restrict access title meta charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equif content type content text HTML. Charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equif XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CDN CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var e function a var c document. Get element by ID error feedback survey d document. Get element by ID error feedback success b new XML HTTP request a event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful a version 1 b open Host, HTTPS, Sparrow, Cloudflare. COM API v1 event. B. Set request header, content type, application JSON. B. Set request header, Sparrow source key. C771F0E4B54944BEB4261D44BD79A1E. B. Send JSON. Stringify. A. C. Class list. Add feedback hidden. D. Class list. Remove feedback hidden. Document. Add event listener. DOM content loaded. Function. var document. Get element by ID. Error feedback. C. Document. Get element by ID. Feedback button. Yes. D. Document. Get element by ID. Feedback button. No. Class list in A. A. Class list. Remove feedback hidden. C. Add event listener. Click. Function. E. 0. D. Add event listener. Click. Function. E. 1. Script defer src HTTPS. Performance. Radar. Cloudflare. COM beacon. JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies. div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD. Block Mr. 2 MD, MB, 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID, 9 through 17 CC66 C2B7 C0 bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed April 17th, 2025. 027, 45 UTC span H2 class text, gray. 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3 XLLG, text, 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG, W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 div ID what happened section class W. 12 MD, W full H2 class text, 3 XL leading tight font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website, generative language. Google APIs. COM has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden PY. 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footer line wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX, for PY, 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback. div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 9 through 17 CC66 C2B7 C0 strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull. Span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 span performance amp. Security by span rel nupener norfer ref https, www.cloudflare, com5xx, error, landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script, function d, var ba, get element by ID, CF footer item IP, CA, get element by ID, CF footer IP reveal, B class list and B class list, remove hidden, C, add event listener, click, function C, class list. Add hidden, A, get element by ID, CF footer IP. Class list. Remove hidden, var document. Add event listener A. Add event listener, DOM content loaded, D, script div. Error footer, div. CF error details, div. CF wrapper, script window. CF translation, script body HTML. The 7 luminous pearls shimmer with extraordinary colors, they're smooth. Rounded forms radiating a resplendent emerald glow, resembling exquisite works of art. Particularly striking is the largest pearl, which eclipses all others with its brilliance. Being 3 times the size of its counterparts. You are Yichen, Mosley exclaimed with fierce eyes, suddenly calling out the latter's name. Just moments before, he had been observing. And upon closer inspection of Yichen's age and attire, it was unmistakably the Navy admiral he had read about in the newspapers. Though he had heard of Yichen's exploits, he felt no fear, as he was confident in his own strength indeed. He believed he could defeat the formidable Golden Lion Shiki in a one-on-one encounter. Therefore, he continued with fury. Do not think that just because you have slain Golden Lion Shiki, you can run rampant here. I will make you regret ever showing your face. With that, Mosley raised his hand, unleashing a serpentine bolt of blue-purple lightning that surged straight toward Yi Chun. Boom. Like thunder crashing from the heavens. It aimed directly for Yi Chun's head. Whoosh. Suddenly, Yi Chun vanished from his original spot. If I am not mistaken, you must be the user of the thunder fruit. Correct? With a glint in his eye, Yi Chun reappeared on the other side, gazing at Mosley, whose hair stood on end. The casual manipulation of lightning. A mere flick of his wrist producing a cataclysmic attack, undeniably indicated a strong connection to thunder. Yi Chun was aware that the power of the thunder fruit was no trivial matter. Having read the original work, he retained a vivid impression of the thunder fruit, which was indeed consumed by the formidable Mosley. In the boundless realm of nature, thunder is arguably the most terrifying force. In the original tale, Mosley, having devoured the thunder fruit, could annihilate foes with a mere gesture, and his speed rivaled that of the Marine Admiral Kizaru. He was akin to a living cheat code. You are not mistaken, so you should feel honored to perish before such a powerful adversary. The Flying Sky Pirates are indeed formidable, hailed as the world's greatest pirate crew. But the true strength of Golden Lion Shiki may not be as formidable as the outside world claims. Thus, even if Yi Chun has slain Golden Lion Shiki, he possesses the might of the thunder fruit, the strongest of the natural types. He feels no fear. Boom. A column of white lightning laced with purple erupted from his hand, spiraling through the air with a deafening roar as if to tear the sky asunder. Thunder Serpent. He bellowed, as the lightning coiled in the air, poised to strike down upon the gathered spectators within the castle. This doesn't seem particularly strong, Yi Chun mused, his gaze narrowing as he regarded Mosley, who was preparing to unleash his attack. What? Mosley suddenly halted, realizing that the lightning he had summoned was inexplicably absent. At that moment, an invisible sword aura materialized in the air. Clang. He heard the sound of a sword being sheathed. A glance revealed that it was the sword aura unleashed by Yi Chun. In that instant, just as Mosley's lightning was about to descend, the violet electric force dissipated, leaving only a flash of light and the sound of an explosion. Did Instructor Yi Chun just disperse that lightning with a single strike? How did I miss that? His speed is astonishing. It was their first time witnessing Yi Chun wield a sword. Could he truly strike without leaving a mark? And he seemed incredibly powerful. As they beheld the serpent-like lightning poised to devour them vanish into thin air, their gazes turned toward Yi Chun. They had not witnessed Yi Chun's action. They had only heard the fleeting sound of a long sword being sheathed. Many present wielded blades. Yet the ability to cleave through lightning and pierce the void was exceedingly rare among them. Thus, they concluded that it was indeed Yi Chun's doing. And admiration for him grew even stronger. However, at that moment, Mosley's expression was far from pleasant. His eyes burned with intense malice. You dare belittle my attack? Stung by the insult, Mosley's face reddened with rage. He had never been regarded as weak, having traversed the seas for many years without tasting defeat. Today would be no different. Swish, swish, swish. With a furious flourish, he raised his hand once more, conjuring a lightning bolt several meters long. His arm transformed into a streak of lightning as he charged into the sky. Veins bulged on his forehead, his neck flushed crimson. And the capillaries were clearly visible as he shouted at Yi Chun. Yi Chun, you will pay dearly for this. Boom. The sky darkened ominously. Thick clouds rolling in as the entire space dimmed. The only discernible feature was the massive column of lightning, wide enough for several men to embrace, plummeting toward them. Judgment of the Thunder God. Upon invoking this technique, a smug expression graced Mosley's face. No matter how powerful Yi Chun was, he could not possibly contend with the thunder from above, nor withstand it. How is this possible? The lightning unleashed by the thunder fruit was terrifyingly immense. Those within the castle looked upon the colossal lightning column with palpable dread. Humanity has always revered the forces of nature, and they instinctively recoiled, fearful of the impending judgment. Yet, amidst the chaos, one figure stood resolutely, seemingly unafraid of the impending lightning strike. This may be slightly stronger than before, but still insufficient, he remarked calmly, drawing his renowned blade, Cherry Blossom, from his waist. He knew this was not Mosley's strongest technique, but it was certainly not an ordinary attack either. The converging column of lightning was poised to create a crater of meteorite proportions in the very location he occupied. As the electrifying pillar surged toward him, Yi Chun felt no inclination to retreat. He slowly raised his Sakura Tenming blade and, with a gentle swipe directed at the sky, sliced through the air. Whoosh! A silent, invisible sword energy was unleashed, and in the next moment, the formidable column of electricity dissipated without a trace. How is this possible? Morsley's previously triumphant expression froze in shock, his face, akin to a basin, betraying his boundless astonishment. His devastating strike, the divine retribution of the Thunder God, could have reduced the castle square to ruins, yet it had been effortlessly dispelled. The blow to his confidence was monumental. It seems I have overestimated you. On the other side, Yi Chun pointed the Sakura Tenming to the sky and addressed Morsley. Are you not planning to unleash your full power? I am quite eager to witness the ultimate manifestation of the Thunder Fruit's abilities. As his words resonated, Yichin executed a graceful leap into the air, slicing once more at Morsley. Slash. With that stroke, the surrounding space erupted in a cacophony of explosive sounds. You think you can nullify my attack? Do not mistake this for a reason to provoke me. Here, I, Morsley, am the true deity. Yichin's earlier strike had revealed a fraction of his strength. Yet Morsley was undeterred, believing that Yichin's assault did not warrant fear. Thunderous beast. Cheetah. His voice echoed across the heavens like thunderclaps on a clear day. As he conjured a tempest of electricity, with a motion reminiscent of a spider weaving its web, Morsley's hands rose, rapidly crafting a colossal creature imbued with frenzied lightning. Roar. A deep, ferocious roar reverberated through the air. Streams of violet lightning erupted from his hands, materializing into a fearsome lightning cheetah, towering at 10 meters high. With a fearsome growl, the lightning cheetah charged towards Yichin with blinding speed, tearing through the sky as though intent on rending the very heavens apart. Stronger? The raging lightning beast rivaled the ferocity of true predators, and Yichin was taken aback. Boom. With each stride, the lightning beast surged forward with astonishing swiftness, crashing down upon Yichin under Morsley's puppet-like control. Ha! My 3 million volts of lightning beast strike is not something the average person can evade. You shall accept your punishment. Morsley laughed maniacally, exuding confidence in the overwhelming power of his lightning. Is that so? It seems rather ordinary in speed. Yichin's expression remained unchanged, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Swift. Ultimate swift. He then stomped the ground with his foot, unleashing a resounding boom that echoed in his ears. In an instant, his figure flashed away, moving with the speed of lightning. Even the lightning cheetah, no matter how swift, could not catch up. What now? Having vanished from his original position, Yichin materialized beside Morsley. The Sakura Tenming in his grasp was enveloped in a dense, pitch-black aura, concentrated to an eerie degree. No one would wish to endure a strike from such a sinister blade. Haha. Do you think evading my lightning cheetah's attack is sufficient? Suddenly, Morsley sneered, as if anticipating this moment, and bellowed, Go, Thunder Tiger. With that thunderous roar, a massive, fearsome tiger of lightning materialized behind Yichin. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang enus. And if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus. And if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang enus. And if GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang enus. And if head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com use Cloudflare to restrict access title meta charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML. Charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var function a var c document. Get element by ID error feedback survey d document. Get element by ID error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request a event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful a version 1 b open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare com API v1 event b set request header content type application JSON b set request header Sparrow source key C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1E. B. Send JSON. Stringify A. C. Class list. Add feedback hidden D. Class list. Remove feedback hidden document. Add event listener DOM content loaded function var document. Get element by ID error feedback C document. Get element by ID feedback button yes D document. Get element by ID feedback button no class list in A class list. Remove feedback hidden C. Add event listener click function E. 0. D. Add event listener click function E. 1. Script defer SRC HTTPS performance. Radar. Cloudflare. Com beacon. JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies. Div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD. Block Mr. 2 MD MB 2 font light text 60 MD text 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed ray ID 917CC 5926661B bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027. 43 UTC span H2 class text, gray. 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3 XLLG, text, 2 XL font light. You are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG, W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 DIV ID. What happened section class W. 12 MD, W full H2 class text, 3 XL leading tight font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate. What happened? H2P, the owner of this website, generative language, Google APIs, has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY, 8 text center ID, error feedback DIV ID, error feedback survey class footerline wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML, for PX, for PY, 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX, for PY, 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button DIV class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. DIV class CF error footer CF wrapper W, 240 LG, W full PY, 10 SM, PY, for SM, PX, 8 MX auto text center SM, text left border solid border, 0 border T border, gray, 300p class text, 13 span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 Cloudflare Ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 9317CC592661 strong span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item, hidden SM, block SM, MB, 1 your IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43, 164, 133, 114 span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bull, span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 span performance amp. Security by span arel nupener norfura ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script DIV error footer DIV CF error details DIV CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML. The colossal lightning dragon before us is the amalgamation of the 2 thunder beasts from earlier. Its sheer magnitude of electricity is overwhelming, spreading across half the sky, and its speed surpasses the natural realm. Although Yichen managed to evade the strikes of the thunder tiger and thunder leopard moments ago, this lightning behemoth is undeniably insurmountable. With a thunderous roar, the dragon surged towards Yichen, catching him utterly off guard. The crackling sounds of electricity resonated ominously. At this moment, Yichen appeared to be engulfed entirely by the dragon, submerged in a sea of lightning. What? Lord Yichen? Is this Morse thunder even human? How could it wield such terrifying power? How is it possible for such a monster to exist, capable of overpowering Lord Yichen? Witnessing Yichen consumed by this towering lightning dragon, with its staggering voltage of 60 million volts, is nothing short of astonishing. Such an assault, even a naval admiral might find insurmountable. Consequently, many have already concluded that Yichen has succumbed, with some even shedding tears. Whoa. Instructor Yichen. Ha ha ha. This naval brat dares to challenge our Lord Mosley? He seeks his own demise. Our Lord Mosley possesses the power to captivate even naval vice-admirals, transcending the might of an admiral. Long live Lord Mosley. Long live Lord Mosley. In stark contrast to the sorrowful naval cadets, the members of the Thunder Pirate crew revel in jubilant celebration, exulting in their shouts. In their minds, their captain has never encountered a foe capable of defeating him. Meet your end here, Naval Officer Yichen. Witnessing this, Mosley too bursts into triumphant laughter. The Dragon of Thunder, with a staggering voltage of 60 million volts, could decimate all marine life across vast expanses of ocean. How much more would it affect a mere human like Yichen? Immediately, he conjured several ferocious lightning beasts to launch an assault. Sizzle, sizzle. The brilliance of lightning illuminated the sky. Amidst the maniacal laughter of Morsley, a low, rumbling voice was faintly heard. Then, he witnessed a sight that should not have manifested. His entire being froze, his expression suspended in disbelief as he gazed at the spot left in the wake of the lightning. Despite the tempestuous roar of his 60 million volts of electricity, Yichen stood unscathed. At that moment, his form was enveloped in an ominous darkness, tinged with a sinister crimson hue. Amidst the storm, Yichen stood like an unyielding rock, his lowered head suddenly lifting to reveal a smile. It is you who shall be buried here. Impossible, my thunder dragon. Morsley exclaimed, his eyes wide with incredulity as he beheld Yichen, now cloaked in darkness. His exclamation betrayed the fear festering within him. He could hardly fathom that his mighty 60 million volts had failed to affect Yichun. In his mind, his lightning was invincible, capable of melting even steel. Yet now, having exerted nearly all his strength, he found himself unable to harm his opponent in the slightest. Why was this so? Are you afraid? On the other side, Yichun, now entirely shrouded in black, revealed a faint smile. After enduring the onslaught of millions of volts, he bore only slight singe marks, with not a trace of true injury. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indiff. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used cloud layer to restrict access title meta charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML. Charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex no follow meta name viewport content width device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var function a var c document. Get element by ID error feedback survey D document. Get element by ID error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request a event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful a version 1 B open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare com API v1 event B set request header content type application JSON B set request header Sparrow source key C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1E. B. Send JSON. Stringify A. C. Class list. Add feedback hidden D. Class list. Remove feedback hidden document. Add event listener DOM content loaded function var document. Get element by ID error feedback C document. Get element by ID feedback button yes D document. Get element by ID feedback button no class list in A class list. Remove feedback hidden C. Add event listener click function E. 0. D. Add event listener, click, function, E. 1. Script defer src https, performance. Radar, Cloudflare, ComBeacon, JS script, head body div ID cf wrapper div class, cf alert error cf cookie error, hidden ID, cookie alert data translate, enable cookies, please enable cookies. Div ID cf error details class P. 0 header class mx auto point, 10 LG, point, 6 LG, px, 8W, 240 LG, W full MB, 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD, block Mr., 2 MD, MB, 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3 XL text black dark leading tight, span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD, block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID. 9317 CC7 C 4317 AA6 EBOL. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text. 15 LG. Text SM LG. Leading relaxed April 17th, 2025 027. 48 UTC span H2 class text. Gray. 600 leading 1. 3 text. 3 XL LG. Text 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240 LG. W full MX auto MB 8 LG PX 8 div ID what happened section class W 12 MD W full H2 class text 3 XL leading tight font normal MB for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened H2P the owner of this website generative language Google APIs com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footer line wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback. Div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX, 8MX auto text center SM, text left border solid border. 0 border T border, gray, 300P class text, 13 span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 Cloudflare ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 9317 CC 7C 4317 AA 60 strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 year IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp. Security by span arel nupener norfur ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML. This truly took him by surprise. Yuchen, you must be feeling fearful, aren't you? Mosley, with a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes, laughed maniacally. At this moment, Mosley was seething with rage. To be pierced through the heart for the first time and sustain such a grievous injury was undoubtedly a profound humiliation in his life. He, who has always held himself in high regard, found this humiliation utterly intolerable. With a resounding roar, Mosley emanated an aura of unparalleled ferocity amidst the furious flames. A tremendous force of thunder surged forth, akin to a tsunami, radiating violently in all directions from his very being. Help! Save us! The onlookers, whether naval officers, pirates, or members of Brat, were all engulfed by the relentless bombardment of the thunderous power. Within a 10-mile radius, castles crumbled, streets disintegrated, and vast expanses transformed into ruins. In an instant, Mosley, charged with the power of lightning, morphed into a colossal thunder giant nearly 100 meters tall. Standing atop the pinnacle of thunder, torrents of electricity flowed through his hands like water, each movement resonating with a deafening roar. 200 million volts, the thunder giant. Mosley, now engulfed in a tempest of lightning, bellowed madly, raising his fist, which sliced through the air with a chilling wind, directing his wrath at Yuchen. Die, you naval brat. The furious energy of thunder surged, with his fist crackling with dense electricity, crashing down upon Yi Chun like a mountain. Just moments ago, Yi Chun's strike had pierced his heart, nearly claiming his life. And now he was engulfed by an unprecedented terror. In this moment, he dared not hold back. Every ounce of his lightning-infused power was catalyzed to its peak. He would grant Yi Chun no further opportunity to inflict harm upon him, nor any chance to retaliate. Every strike he unleashed showcased his full might, intensely fierce. Is the thunder giant your ultimate technique? Raising his gaze, with eyes like lightning, Yi Chun regarded the fearsome giant fist descending upon him, his expression unperturbed. He understood that the power of the thunder fruit was no less formidable than that of the string fruit. It could also provide urgent healing and restore one's state. However, he was aware that after such healing, a period of recuperation was essential. Currently, Mosley was still striving to unleash this form of the thunder giant, undoubtedly intent on delivering a single devastating blow. But would Yi Chun afford him that chance? With a thunderous rumble, the oppressive weight of the storm continued to bear down upon him. Even before it landed, he could sense the tremors coursing through the earth beneath him. Many areas could not withstand the strain, cracking with a series of explosive sounds. Just as Mosley's fist descended, Yi Chun suddenly unleashed an immense wave of pressure. Recognizing the potential lethality of Mosley's strike, he could not afford to be complacent. Let us see whose fist is stronger. In an instant, his fully powered right arm became enveloped in the utmost armament hockey, raised high as he countered Mosley's colossal thunderous fist. Boom! In mere moments, their fists collided. The moment they met, an ear-splitting explosion echoed, as if it sought to devour all. If Mosley's thunderous punch resembled a colossal mountain, then Yi Chun's unleashed ferocity was akin to a surging tsunami rising 3,000 feet. The furious, chaotic lightning erupted around Yi Chun as their fists clashed, unleashing tendrils of electricity that snaked around, biting at every inch of his skin. Clang, clang. The sounds of steel colliding reverberated in the air. At this moment, the blinding violet light produced by their violent clash transformed the very heavens and earth. Hundreds of API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang enus. And if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus. And if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang enus. And if GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang enus. Indiff, head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloudflare to restrict access title meta charset UTF, 8 meta HTTP with content type content text HTML, charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP with XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content with device width, initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD into GI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify, var e function, a, var c document. Get element by ID, error feedback survey, D document. Get element by ID, error feedback success, B new XML HTTP request, A event, feedback clicked, properties, error code, 1015, helpful, A version, 1, B, open, post, HTTPS, Sparrow, Cloudflare, COM API v1 event, B, set request header, content type, application JSON, B, set request header, Sparrow source key. C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1E, B, send JSON. Stringify, A, C, class list. Add feedback hidden, D, class list. Remove feedback hidden, document. Add event listener, DOM content loaded, function, var document. Get element by ID, error feedback, C document. Get element by ID, feedback button, yes. D document. Get element by ID, feedback button, no, class list in A, class list. Remove feedback hidden, C. Add event listener, click, function, E. 0, D. Add event listener, click, function, E. 1. Script defer SRC HTTPS performance. Radar. Cloudflare. Com beacon. JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies. Div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD. Block Mr. 2 MD MB 2 font light text 60 MD text 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed ray ID 9317 CC 7964 E7 EA0 F bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 48 UTC span H2 class text gray 600 leading 1 3 text 3 XL LG text 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240 LG W full MX auto MB 8 LG PX 8 div ID what happened section class W 12 MD W full H2 class text 3 XL leading tight font normal MB for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened H2P the owner of this website generative language Google APIs COM has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footer line wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback. Div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare ray ID strong class font semi-bold 93 17 CC 7964 E7 EA0 F strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp security by span rel nupener norfer ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function D var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list. Remove, hidden, C. Add event listener, click, function, C. Class list. Add, hidden, A. Get element by ID, CF footer IP. Class list. Remove, hidden, var document, document. Add event listener, A. Add event listener, DOM content loaded, D. Script div. Error footer, div. CF error details, div. CF wrapper, script window. CF translation, script body HTML API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang enus. And if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus. And if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang enus. And if GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang enus. And if head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloudflare to restrict access title meta char set UTF 8 meta HTTP with content type content text HTML char set UTF 8 meta HTTP with XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content no index. No follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF styles CSS ref CDN CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify, var e function, a, var c document. Get element by ID, error feedback survey, d document. Get element by ID, error feedback success, b new XML HTTP request, a event, feedback clicked, properties, error code, 1015, helpful, a version, 1, b, open, post, HTTPS, Sparrow, Cloudflare, com API v1 event, b, set request header, content type, application JSON, b, set request header, Sparrow source key. C771F0E4B54944BEB4261D44BD79A1E, B, send JSON. Stringify, A, C, class list. Add feedback hidden, D, class list. Remove feedback hidden, document. Add event listener, DOM content loaded, function, var document. Get element by ID, error feedback, C document. Get element by ID, feedback button yes. D document. Get element by ID, feedback button no. Class list in A, class list. Remove feedback hidden, C. Add event listener, click, function, E. 0. D. Add event listener, click, function, E. 1. Script defer src HTTPS, performance. Radar, Cloudflare, ComBeacon. JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies. Div ID CF error details class P. 0 header class MX auto point. 10 LG. Point. 6 LG. PX, 8W, 240 LG, W full MB, 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD, block Mr., 2 MD, MB, 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3 XL text black dark leading tight, span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD, block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID. 9317 CB6 E757 F3513 Bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG. Text SM LG. Leading relaxed April 17th, 2025. 027. 05 UTC span H2 class text gray. 600 leading 1. 3 text 3 XL LG. Text 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W. 240 LG. W full MX auto MB. 8 LG. PX, 8 DIVID what happened section class W, 12 MD, W full H2 class text, 3 XL leading tight, font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate, what happened? H2P the owner of this website, generative language, Google APIs, com, has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY, 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footer line wrapper, was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback. div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX, 8MX auto text center SM, text left border solid border. 0 border T border, gray, 300P class text, 13 span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 Cloudflare ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 9317 CB 6E757 F35 13 strong span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bool. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item, hidden SM, block SM, MB, 1-year IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43. 164, 133, 114 span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bool. Span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 span performance amp. Security by span a rel nupener nor for a ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank cloudflare span p script function d var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML API call failed with status code 429 doc type HTML if LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS indif if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS indif if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS indif if GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang ENUS indif head title access denied generative language Google APIs com used Cloudflare to restrict access title meta charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equal content type content text HTML charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equal XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD and CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var function A var C document. Get element by ID error feedback survey D document. Get element by ID error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request. A event. Feedback clicked. Properties. Error code. 1015. Helpful. A. Version. 1. B. Open. Post. HTTPS. Sparrow. Cloudflare. Com API v1 event. B. Set request header. Content type. Application JSON. B. Set request header. Sparrow source key. C771F4B54944B4 to 61444B7N1. B. Send JSON. Stringify. A. C. Class list. Add. Feedback hidden. D. Class list. Remove. Feedback hidden. Document. Add event listener. DOM content loaded. Function. var document. Get element by ID. Error feedback. C document. Get element by ID. Feedback button yes. D document. Get element by ID. Feedback button no. Class list in A. Class list. Remove. Feedback hidden. C. Add event listener. Click. Function E. 0. D. Add event listener. Click. Function E. 1. Script defer SRC HTTPS performance. Radar. Cloudflare. Com beacon. JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD block Mr 2 MB 2 font light text 60 MD text 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed ray ID 9 through 17 CC5 3B73 8B bool. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 42 UTC span H2 class text gray 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3 XL LG. Text, 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W. 240 LG, W full MX auto MB. 8 LG. PX, 8 div ID what happened section class W. 12 MD, W full H2 class text. 3 XL leading tight, font normal MB. For text black dark anti-alias data translate, what happened? H2P the owner of this website, generative language. Google APIs. Com. Has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footer line wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX. For PY. 2 rounded ID feedback button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX. For PY. 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. div class CF error footer CF wrapper W240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300p class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare Ray ID strong class font semibold 9 through 17 CC5 through B73 AB strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp security by span rel nupener nor for ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML. This enhancement undoubtedly brought him great astonishment. His conqueror's hockey now wielded the power to influence even higher-ranking Marines or pirates. Should he continue to elevate his abilities, its potency would surely become even more formidable. However, he chose not to persist in its use. Instead, he resolved to retract his disintegration ability and return to the students. Just at the moment he intended to withdraw this ability, he was unexpectedly greeted by the announcement of the system. What left him momentarily stunned was the astonishing announcement. Scanning his surroundings, he realized there was little left to decompose, prompting him to pause. Congratulations, host. You have met the special decomposition requirements for an element. Would you like to proceed with the decomposition? What? Decompose an element? Upon hearing this announcement from the system, Yichen felt an overwhelming sense of surprise. Previously, he had only decomposed various substances, yet now it was an element? Moreover, when had he fulfilled any requirements? Contemplating this, he was filled with curiosity, eagerly anticipating what this inaugural elemental decomposition would yield. A radiant smile spread across his face, his heart brimming with exhilaration as he promptly commanded the system. Continue with the elemental decomposition. Decomposing. Decomposition in progress. Decomposition complete. Ding. Congratulations, host. The decomposition of the new element, like this, is remarkable. He has now managed to harness the power of lightning. It is well known that lightning is a force of nature, and possessing such power signifies a closer connection to the natural world. There is a saying about defying the heavens. Yet, at this moment, he has achieved this through decomposition. This was an astonishing occurrence for him. With the support of lightning, his strength had indeed increased somewhat. Having decomposed the power of lightning, he pondered the nature of this newfound energy. Although he had successfully isolated the essence of lightning, Yichen had yet to fully integrate it. The system possessed boundless potential, which filled him with anticipation. Naturally, he was more eager to embrace the current acquisition. A smile of excitement graced his lips as he resolutely commanded, merge. As soon as the words left his mouth, he sensed an energy coursing through his skin and cells. As if something profound was assimilating within him, his tactile perception became remarkably acute, and he vaguely discerned that this infusion was a series of formidable auras. These auras were assertive and fierce, as if poised to be unleashed at any moment. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, his sensations grew increasingly vivid. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This marks the inaugural broadcast following the completion of the fusion. Has he truly acquired the power of lightning? What effects does it entail? At that moment, invigorated by the fusion, Yichen's elation was beyond description, prompting him to slowly raise his palm, eager to experiment. With a swift motion, he opened his hand, and in an instant, crackling arcs of lightning erupted from his fingertips. The dazzling bolts of lightning shimmered in hues of purple and white, reminiscent of the colors emitted by the lightning of Morse. What might its potency be? With a crackle, Yichen commenced his experiment. Thunderously, a bolt of lightning shot forth, instantly obliterating the distant crumbling castle into mere fragments. From afar, he could see that the foundation had been blasted into a massive crater. Such power! Yichen couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Having tested the might of this lightning, he felt a profound sense of awe. Could it be upgraded? Just how powerful would it become? Upon reviewing the system's listed capabilities, he was astonished to discover the potential for enhancement. However, he also realized that he had decomposed the lightning element rather than the thunder fruit. Thus, he was not yet able to elementalize it. Yet, according to his observations, the power of lightning could indeed continue to escalate, filling him with anticipation. The elementalization might be achievable once his lightning power reaches a certain level. Nevertheless, the explosive force of this lightning was undeniably formidable, leaving Yichen quite satisfied. Yichen, sir? Lightning? You can actually wield lightning? Suddenly, the sound generated by Yichen's demonstration attracted an onlooker, who, upon witnessing the lightning in his grasp, expressed disbelief. Tina? Yichen recognized the newcomer and called out. When did you learn to harness the power of lightning? Tina exclaimed. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock as she anxiously inquired. As a genuine user of a devil fruit and a member of the naval cadets, she possessed extensive knowledge about devil fruits. She was aware that, in this world, no one had ever managed to host the powers of two devil fruits simultaneously. Historically, all attempts had resulted in immediate demise. Furthermore, it had never been observed that defeating one individual could directly grant the abilities of another. Yet now, she was witnessing Yichen wielding the very same lightning power as that of Morse. This was undoubtedly a moment that sent a shiver down her spine. Yet, beyond fear, what she felt more intensely was curiosity. In her experience, Yichen was truly extraordinary, so remarkable that many things she deemed miraculous were effortlessly accomplished by him. This? Upon hearing her words, Yichen conjured a bolt of lightning with a flick of his fingertips, then turned to Tina with a subtle smile. Casually, he toyed with it in his hand while explaining, and Tina listened with rapt attention. How is this possible? How did that lightning come to be with that boy? Meanwhile, the distant prince, witnessing the lightning in Yichen's grasp, was equally astonished. Just moments ago, such a power had belonged to Morsley, and now it astonishingly resided with Yichen. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. This power is indelibly etched in his memory, leaving him with but a singular thought, escape. Humph, you wish to flee, you ungrateful wretch. Yet, just as he contemplated his retreat, a deep, resonant voice pierced the air, followed by the commanding figure of a hefty man who gestured grandly, instructing the soldiers behind him to seize the rebellious prince. Yes, sir. A battalion of soldiers, clad in imposing armor, raised their weapons in unison and advanced toward the prince's forces. In no time, they had captured the entirety of the rebellious prince's troops. At that moment, Yichen was already aware of the unfolding events, having fulfilled the responsibilities of his role as an instructor by imparting vital knowledge of lightning to Tina. He then slowly turned to face those gathered. Thud, thud. At that instant, King Drait, rescued by the naval cadets, knelt before him, accompanied by a throng of townsfolk and soldiers, who respectfully bowed in homage. Oh, what is this? Yichen queried, bewildered by the sudden display of reverence. Esteemed naval officer, you have vanquished the traitors and pirates plaguing our Rat kingdom, and for that, we are profoundly grateful, spoke the king, his voice tinged with emotion. Thank you, noble naval officer. Under the king's lead, the other soldiers echoed their gratitude with respect. At that moment, the people of this nation regarded him almost as a deity. Previously, they had harbored the belief that the Navy was composed of villains and nefarious beings, which had instilled fear in their hearts. However, ever since the Navy triumphed over the far more malevolent pirates, their perceptions underwent a radical transformation. They came to see Yichen, the vanquisher of Mosley, as a divine figure. Instructor Yichen, truly remarkable. A nearby naval cadet marveled at the sight of Yichen being venerated. What monumental achievement could possibly inspire a king to kneel in gratitude? This was a sight I had never witnessed before. The cadets cast envious glances at Yichen, recognizing him as a paragon among extraordinary beings. The citizens of the Rat kingdom were not compelled to kneel in gratitude. Their reverence for Yichen was born from genuine admiration and heartfelt appreciation. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. How could one not admire Yichen's formidable charm and strength? Instructor Yichen. Tina stood beside Yichen, also receiving adoration, feeling somewhat undeserving of such reverence. Thus, she kept her head lowered, unable to meet the gaze of those who knelt in worship, let alone face Yichen, her heart filled with astonishment. A boy, so young and similar in age to her, possessed such overwhelming power, compelling all to kneel in gratitude before him. To her, Yichen's demeanor, spirit, and prowess were unparalleled in her lifetime. Ahem. Meanwhile, Yichen, witnessing the kneeling crowd, was somewhat taken aback by their profound gesture of respect. Feeling a tad embarrassed, he cleared his throat and said, "Please, rise." Once he regained his composure, Yichen urged them to stand. His purpose for bringing the group of trainees to eliminate pirates was not to play the savior, Rather, it was straightforward. Firstly, it was due to the grand occasion of the warring states. Additionally, he aimed to provide these naval trainees with practical experience through combat missions. However, the primary reason for his decision was to acquire 10 luminous pearls. Of course, as a member of the Navy, vanquishing pirates was part of the duty. The reverence from the crowd, however, caught him off guard. Nevertheless, having earned their acknowledgement and respect, it was only natural for Yi Chun to request something in return. Recognizing the value of the luminous pearls, King Drait, come here for a moment. Noticing that the kneeling individuals seemed reluctant to rise, Yi Chun waved for King Drait to approach, seeking to inquire about something. Lord Yi Chun, how may I serve you? King Drait promptly responded as he approached. I have heard that you possess luminous pearls. May I ask? Yi Chun patted Dreit's shoulder, turned away, and inquired earnestly. Luminous pearls? Indeed. I have 2 remaining, Drait replied respectfully without hesitation. However, our Alaster Kingdom produces luminous pearls annually. If it pleases you, Lord Yi Chun, we shall regularly provide them for you. Very well, Yi Chun nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze resting on Drait. Furthermore, from this day forth, we shall construct a castle for you, Lord Yi Chun. We hope you will visit for leisure. Should we unearth any treasures, we will periodically send them your way. What do you think? Seeing Yi Chun's nod, Drait continued speaking, discreetly placing the remaining 2 luminous pearls into Yi Chun's pocket during his discourse. His actions were so swift that the others failed to notice. All right, if there is nothing else, we shall prepare to depart, Yi Chun called out, sidestepping a direct response to King Drait, merely patting Dreit's shoulder before turning away. Having recently been promoted, he had many financial needs. Had G11 not eradicated the pirates and acquired a treasure trove, it would still be a dilapidated place. The funding from the Navy was utterly insufficient for the growth and strengthening of the military. Thus, he subtly indicated his agreement. In such a prosperous nation, it is only fitting to contribute to oneself at regular intervals. Setting sail. After preparing everything, one cannot linger here for too long. He must return to the doldrums to undertake the next assessment. Before departing, King Drait of the Alaster Kingdom had indeed prepared the majority of the ship's cargo well in advance. An array of exquisite jewels and delicacies, all sourced from Alaster, filled their vessel to the brim. The weather had turned splendid. At this moment, Yi Chun's spirits were evidently high as he gazed upon the sun ascending in the sky. Lord Yi Chun, is there anything I can assist you with? A dock manager suddenly stepped forward, addressing Yi Chun with respect. As the overseer of the dock, he managed the arrivals and departures of ships, handling repairs and rentals. Noticing Yi Chun's vessel was fully laden, he inquired. However, Yi Chun paid him no mind, vanishing in an instant back onto the ship. With a light chuckle, he suddenly called out to the sea, Mangosteen, let us set sail. Mangosteen? Who is that? The crew aboard the ship looked bewildered, having never heard of such a name since joining the naval training camp. Yet, in the next moment, they would come to understand. With a roar, a massive wave surged forth on the sea before the warship, and accompanied by a peculiar cry from a sea creature. A colossal figure slowly emerged from beneath the surface. A magnificent golden fish, with a long tail akin to a serpent, breached the water. Is that a sea king? No. Observing the enormous, serpentine creature, the trainees felt a pang of panic. How immense! This is the nearshore king. How could this be? Those with knowledge exclaimed. The nearshore king appearing here was a shock to all. They were astonished and hastily grabbed their weapons, preparing for battle. Yet, an even more astonishing spectacle unfolded. Yi Chun hurled a massive iron chain from the ship towards the great nearshore king. With a roar, the creature obediently bit down on the chain, and with a thunderous sound, their heavily laden training warship was effortlessly towed by this behemoth, executing the maneuver with remarkable skill as if it had done so countless times before. So, Mangosteen is actually Instructor Yi Chun's steed? At this moment, the realization dawned upon everyone aboard the ship, their faces betraying wry smiles. The world of the strong is indeed beyond their comprehension. The nearshore king is truly formidable. Its speed is astonishing. I have never witnessed anyone ride a sea beast before. How extraordinary. Indeed, previously, I would flee at the sight of such a colossal creature. Now, I find myself aboard a ship being towed by it. What a surreal twist of fate. Once aboard, the naval soldiers were in awe of the nearshore king's whirlwind-like speed, exclaiming, if only I could have a sea beast as obedient as this, I could traverse the seas and pursue any pirate. Sitting nearby, Smoker, captivated by the nearshore king's pace, expressed his thoughts. He had always dreamed of having a steed, and after joining the Navy, he saved diligently to acquire a formidable all-terrain tricycle powered by smoke, which he had recently named Billene. Initially proud of this unique vehicle, he now found himself humbled in the presence of Yi Chun's steed, a sea creature capable of traveling thousands of miles in a day. He had heard tales of Yi Chun commanding the nearshore king to vanquish pirates, which only intensified his envy. In contrast, Tina, another naval trainee, remained composed and dutiful, steadfast in her responsibilities. Unlike the mischievous Smoker, Tina held deep admiration for powerful individuals with both strength and courage. Thus, she often cast glances in Yi Chun's direction, observing his calm demeanor and commanding presence atop the sea beast, which further solidified her aspirations. Meanwhile, Yichen remained unaware of the thoughts of his fellow trainees. Absorbed in self-reflection, he felt dissatisfied with his performance against Mosley. His use of armament hockey had not reached its optimal state, and he vowed to improve. Reflecting on his previous battles and insights, Yichen concluded that after dissecting several Sea Kings, he had finally maxed out his armament hockey but had yet to find the right opportunity to test it. During his encounter with Mosley, he had a sudden inspiration to fully activate his armament hockey, which unexpectedly granted him resistance to lightning, and to his surprise, he had also absorbed the power of lightning itself. This can be described as a blend of surprise and delight. One wonders whether it is possible to decompose other elements. In contemplating the confrontation with lightning, one is left to ponder the criteria met that enabled the decomposition into the lightning element. It is as if, upon acquiring the capability to counter the lightning attribute, one gains the ability to decompose the lightning element. However, it remains uncertain whether similar feats can be achieved with other elements, such as fire, magma, or venom. At this moment, he is unaware that all of this awaits his exploration. Thus, a day passed during their voyage. Reflecting on the imminent challenges that the students would soon face, Yichen devised a plan. On the following day, he initiated a new training regimen for them. Alright, let us delve into physical conditioning and combat skills training. In the early morning, as the sun began to rise, radiating vitality, Yichen seized this opportunity. He roused the soldiers at dawn, regardless of their innate abilities. A solid foundation in physical fitness is essential for progressing to the next stage of learning. Therefore, for those soldiers lacking talent, robust physical strength is paramount to ensure they do not lag behind. As for the promising candidates, he meticulously balanced skill-based combat with rigorous physical training. However, the methods had long been established within the training camp. The master leads one to the door, but the cultivation relies on the individual. These routine training sessions should proceed according to his usual arrangement, after which he need not intervene personally. At the commencement of the training, a tempestuous wind howled across the ocean's surface, and towering waves surged violently. The training vessel bobbed like a mere leaf amidst the ferocious winds and tumultuous waters. Fortunately, the nearby king of the sea provided some stability with its towing. On the smooth deck, Yichen stood resolutely at the center. I have imparted all the knowledge and skills necessary to enhance your strength. The remainder relies upon your own diligence. Yichen's voice, unperturbed by the howling winds and crashing waves, resonated clearly in the ears of the students. Despite the tumultuous conditions and the vessel's violent swaying, he stood firm like an unyielding rock, his figure more pronounced in its robust vigor. This has instilled a sense of trepidation in numerous students, prompting them to reflect on their own shortcomings and posture. Although none of the trainees he mentored displayed any prodigious talent during this period, they nonetheless experienced a notable enhancement in their abilities through his guidance. Standing firm amidst the tumultuous winds and towering waves, they exuded a remarkable steadiness. Observing this, Yichen felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Several hours later, Yichen concluded his instruction and subsequently arranged for the students to return to their quarters, awaiting notifications for their next training session. He then sought a secluded spot to quietly delve into the methods of maximizing the potential of armed color hockey. The mastery of armament hockey is of paramount importance in combat, particularly when facing users of Logia-type abilities. Without a formidable foundation in armament hockey, engaging in battle becomes exceedingly arduous. Although this armament hockey has reached its pinnacle, it appears to have yet to be fully realized. With this thought in mind, Yichen murmured to himself. During his confrontation with Morse's lightning, he came to a profound realization. Once armament hockey attains a certain level of proficiency, many individuals have the potential to become formidable warriors without relying on the powers of their devil fruits. However, those who depend solely on armament hockey and physical prowess to achieve strength are often seasoned combatants with extensive experience. It is no wonder that many refer to the naval hero Karp as an old monster. This ancient marvel, Karp, may very well instill terror in the hearts of the vast majority of pirates simply through his astonishing mastery of hockey and sheer brute force. This is also one of the reasons why the East Sea, later subdued by Karp, became so tranquil. Consider how Karp would frequently return to his hometown for a respite, only to occasionally apprehend a few pirates for amusement. In such tumultuous waters of the East Sea, tranquility is a rare commodity. With his formidable mastery of armament hockey and physical prowess, even the legendary pirate king, Gold, Roger, would find himself at a disadvantage against him. This is especially true when considering the formidable abilities of those who possess the powers of Logia-type devil fruits. Reflecting on this, Yichen's fervor for exploring the pinnacle of armament hockey intensified. He immediately commenced training, determined that with ample combat experience coupled with his robust hockey techniques, he could traverse the seas with the same dominance as the esteemed admirals such as Kizaru and Akainu, even without relying on other abilities. However, Yichen's ambitions extended far beyond mere mastery. Thus, in recent days, after instructing his students, he dedicated himself to solitary research, striving to grasp the ultimate state of armament hockey and to become a true master of martial arts. With additional during this period, he has been diligently studying the art of combat, exploring the optimal methods to maximize the potential of armed color hockey, yet all his attempts have ended in failure. However, he has made a delightful discovery. His lightning power can surprisingly be integrated into both his martial arts and swordsmanship. Currently, it remains at a rudimentary level, but with further training, he believes it can evolve into something far more formidable. Lord Yichun is indeed working exceptionally hard. It appears that catching up to him will be quite a challenge for me. Hey, given your current abilities, do you truly believe you can surpass Instructor Yichun? That is quite the jest. Haha. My aspirations are modest. If I could learn just a move or two from Lord Yichun, I would be thoroughly content. Indeed, mastering the taming of the Sea Kings would also be quite impressive. After a period of sailing, aside from instructing his students, Yichun dedicates the remainder of his time to honing his martial arts. Of course, he also occasionally trains the Near-Sea King, Rambutan. Now, Rambutan can operate independently, even hunting down prey based on Yichun's commands. During their journey, numerous pirate ships have been toppled by Rambutan's might. In this process, those trainees were all closely observed, which explains their desire to possess the title of the King of the Near Sea. Witnessing Yichun's displayed prowess during practice has stirred a profound excitement among many ambitious students. As all eyes were fixated on him, Yichun suddenly smirked, then approached the trainees, announcing, "Prepare yourselves. Guests are about to arrive." They understood that the guests he referred to were indeed formidable creatures, prompting the students to swiftly arm themselves. Stand guard! Stand guard! Shortly after entering the windless zone, the unfamiliar king of the Near Sea, Shanshu, made its entrance. Instantly, several territorial sea kings, massive and fearsome, encircled them, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Though Shanshu was not as large as those sea kings, under Yichun's guidance, it had developed a measure of resistance, thus halting its advance and unleashing a deafening roar in defiance of the approaching foes. Your task is at hand. Eliminate the sea kings before you, Yichun declared with a smile, gazing at the diverse sizes of the sea kings. What? Many trainees were initially bewildered, as this was their first encounter with such colossal sea kings. Typically, they felt trepidation even approaching Shanshu, let alone hunting these creatures that dwarfed their vessels. However, an exception arose. Without hesitation, Tina surged forward, manifesting peculiar iron rods from her hands, ensnaring a smaller sea king in an improvised iron cage beneath the water. Yet, the sea king's formidable strength rendered the cage ineffective. In the midst of the chaos, her combat experience kicked in. As the sea king struggled to break free, she conjured several sharp black iron spears, launching them with precision. The projectile struck true, causing blood to spray forth, yet the attack only served to enrage the creature further. Its crimson gaze locked onto Tina, ready to strike. At that moment, Smoker, transformed into smoke, delivered a powerful punch. Attack! Witnessing the actions of their comrades, more trainees began to join the fray. After a protracted struggle, they managed to bring down the first Sea King. However, this was merely the smallest of the trio. The other two roared in response. To their horror, dozens of Sea Kings emerged, transforming the previously calm waters into a tumultuous frenzy. Upon closer inspection, the surface appeared shrouded in the imposing forms of the Sea Kings. What? So many? The sudden influx of Sea Kings sent a chill of dread through the trainees, as they realized they had unwittingly encroached upon the lair of these formidable creatures, leaving their faces pale with fear. Shanshu, surrounded by the multitude, roared defiantly, attempting to intimidate the encroaching Sea Kings, but to no avail. Not strong enough, Yichun remarked with a shake of his head, a smile gracing his lips. He gently patted Shanshu's head, signaling it to remain calm, then leaped into action. Pointing at the largest Sea King, he bellowed, "Finger gun." In an instant, a flurry of finger strikes descended upon the beast like a cascade of starlight, overwhelming it. The creature let out a mournful wail, its body convulsing before stiffening in death. Following the demise of one, Yichun swung his fist to target another. The resounding crashes of impact echoed across the sea, and in the next moment, the head of a Sea King was utterly obliterated, its gore-splattering TAPI call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The results of this assessment are quite satisfactory, showing a slight improvement compared to previous ones. Soon, after enduring a tempest of bloodshed, Yichun did not permit them to rest. Following his orders, he ascended to the pinnacle of the mountain bamboo, urging it onward towards the G11 branch base. Uncertain of the grand gift spoken of by the warring states, Yichun gazed at the emerging contours of the G11 base, recalling the mention of the significant present being delivered to this office, and he murmured with anticipation. In no time, Yichun and his companions, guided by the King of the Near Sea, arrived at the G11 base. The harbor was shrouded in dense mist, rendering the surroundings indistinct and obscuring clear sight. It struck them as peculiar how eerily quiet it was. Observing the shore, Tina whispered, at the water's edge. Upon Yichun's return, he was met not with the jubilant welcome typically reserved for a triumphant return, but rather with an unsettling silence. Scattered across the ground were grotesque and terrifying corpses, blood flowing and staining the harbor crimson. This gruesome scene startled many. All the trainees fell into a profound silence, their faces etched with vigilance as they surveyed their surroundings, wary of any lurking ambush. The evident orchestration of this scene suggested deliberate malice, and the pile of bodies testified to the terrifying prowess of the unseen assailant. In response to the situation, Yichin remarked this inevitably infringes upon the interests of certain individuals. After some contemplation, he surmised that the individuals behind this base might be his adversaries. Instructor Yichin, what is the reason for this? Most of the deceased are naval personnel, Tina inquired gravely. Who could it be? Yet, shortly after her question, Yichin suddenly let out a commanding shout towards the misty area before him. Within the haze, he discerned a formidable aura emanating from the surface of the sea. As he spoke, he noticed layers of chilling ice that had encased a vast expanse of the ocean. Who possesses the ability to achieve such a feat? Kazan? Step forth. At that moment, Yichin regarded the scene before him with little astonishment, instead wearing a rare smile at the corners of his mouth as he spoke softly. Is it truly Admiral Kazan? Could it be him? Upon hearing Yichin's words, many of the cadets expressed a curiosity to behold the man who commanded ice. Over the years, Kazan had indeed accomplished much, and many cadets still held a memory of him. Haha, my apologies, Admiral Yichin, for my tardiness. Came a voice as a man clad in casual attire, draped in a naval coat, adorned with a hat emblazoned with the naval insignia, and sporting sunglasses, approached across the icy surface, sheepishly scratching his head with a smile. The individual before us is none other than the ice fruit user, Kazan. Kazan, what brings you here at such a time? Yichin inquired, somewhat taken aback by the unexpected visit. It is hardly an opportune moment to appear amidst the carnage and the desolation of the base. General Yichin, I am not here idly. I have been entrusted by Admiral Sengoku to deliver a significant gift to you, Kazan promptly clarified, mindful of maintaining decorum in the presence of his idol. Admiral Sengoku mentioned that this is quite a remarkable item. With that, Kazan raised a box in his hand and declared, Behold, this is indeed a fine sword. As he spoke, he gently opened the box, revealing a long, purplish-red blade. This is. Yichin's eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed upon the sword, swiftly taking it from Kazan's hands. This purple-red thunder blade measures 2 feet in length, its blade forged from exceptionally dense black iron. The surface of the blade is interspersed with deep purple-red intertwined radiance, while the hilt is adorned with a resplendent golden dragon motif. The existence of this dragon imbues the blade, purple lightning, with an unparalleled majesty. Gazing at the long sword emanating a brilliant glow of translucent purplish red, a thought flickered in his mind. Could this be the purple lightning, rivaling the supreme sword of the renowned Mihawk? He had perused various sword manuals, among which this blade was mentioned. Hiss, hiss, is it imbued with spirit? Upon grasping the purple lightning, he felt a sudden tremor coursing through the blade. Thus, he surmised that this was indeed the manifestation of its spirit. What a formidable aura! Yichin's pupils constricted as he fixated on the purple lightning in his grasp. Exclaiming with delight, a swordsman who does not possess a fine sword is not a true swordsman. It was evident that wielding an exceptional blade would significantly enhance combat efficiency. Therefore, he held high hopes for this sword. Kill. Yet, mere minutes into his observation, dozens of pirate ships suddenly emerged upon the sea before him. Some pirates even approached across the frozen surface, brandishing their weapons. Kill. Seize that treasured sword. Kill. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indiff. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indiff. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloudflare to restrict access title meta charset UTF, 8 meta HTTP equal content type content text HTML, charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equal XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content with device width, initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD into GI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var function a var-c document. Get element by ID, error feedback survey, D document. Get element by ID, error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request. A event, feedback clicked, properties, error code, 1015, helpful. A version, 1. B open, post, HTTPS, Sparrow, Cloudflare. Com API v1 event. B set request header, content type, application JSON. B set request header, Sparrow source key. C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1E. B. Send JSON. Stringify A. C. Class list. Add feedback hidden. D. Class list. Remove feedback hidden. Document. Add event listener. DOM content loaded. Function. var document. Get element by ID. Error feedback. C document. Get element by ID. Feedback button yes. D document. Get element by ID. Feedback button no. Class list in A. Class list. Remove feedback hidden. C. add event listener, click, function, E0. D, add event listener, click, function, E1. Script defer src https, performance, radar, Cloudflare, ComBeacon, JS script, head body div id cf wrapper div class, cf alert error, cf cookie error, hidden id, cookie alert data translate, enable cookies, please enable cookies. Div id cf error details class p, 0 header class mx auto point, 10 lg, point, 6 lg, px, 8w, 240 lg, w full mb, 15 anti-aliased h1 class inline block md. Block Mr. 2 md, mb, 2 font light text, 60 md, text, 3 xl text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span h1 span class inline block md. Block heading ray id font mono text, 15 lg, text sm lg, leading relaxed ray id, 9317 cb, 4 e7257 ef bull. Span class inline block md. Block heading ray id font mono text, 15 lg, text sm lg, leading relaxed April 17th, 2025, 027. 00 UTC span, H2 class text, gray, 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3XL LG. Text, 2XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG, W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 DIVID what happened section class W, 12 MD, W full H2 class text, 3XL leading tight, font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate, what happened? H2P the owner of this website, generative language. Google APIs. Com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden py. 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footer line wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX, for PY. 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX, for PY. 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. Div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 9317 CB 4 E7257 EF strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull. Span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 span performance amp. Security by spanner rel nupener norfer ref https, www.cloudflare.com 5xx, error, landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script, function D, var BA, get element by ID, CF footer item IP, CA, get element by ID, CF footer IP reveal, B class list and B, class list, remove hidden, C, add event listener, click, function C, class list. Add, hidden, A, get element by ID, CF footer IP. Class list. Remove, hidden, var document. Add event listener A. Add event listener, DOM content loaded, D, script div. Error footer, div. CF error details, div. CF wrapper, script window. CF translation, script body HTML API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7, HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE7, HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If IE8, HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS. Indif. If GT IE8, HTML class Node.js lang ENUS. Indif. Head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used Cloudflare to restrict access title meta char set UTF. 8 meta HTTP equal content type content text HTML. Char set UTF. 8 meta HTTP equal XUA compatible content i.e. edge metaname robots content noindex. No follow metaname viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF styles CSS ref CDN CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var e function a var c document. Get element by ID error feedback survey D document. Get element by ID error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request. A event. Feedback clicked. Properties. Error code. 1015. Helpful. A. Version. 1. B. Open. Post. HTTPS. Sparrow. Cloudflare. COM API v1 event. B. Set request header. Content type. Application JSON. B. Set request header. Sparrow source key. C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1E. B. Send JSON. Stringify. A. C. Class list. Add feedback hidden. D. Class list. Remove feedback hidden. Document. Add event listener. DOM content loaded. Function. var document. Get element by ID. Error feedback. C document. Get element by ID. Feedback button yes. D document. Get element by ID. Feedback button no. Class list in A. Class list. Remove feedback hidden. C. Add event listener. Click. Function. E. 0. D. Add event listener. Click. Function. E. 1. Script defer src https. Performance. Radar. Cloudflare. COM beacon. JS script head body div id cf wrapper div class cf alert error cf cookie error hidden id cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div id cf error details class p 0 header class mx auto point 10 lg point 6 lg px 8w 240 lg w full mb 15 anti-aliased h1 class inline block md block mr 2 md mb 2 font light text 60 md text 3XL text black dark leading tight, span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD, block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID, 9317 CC7 CB4C fun 11 bull. Span class inline block MD, block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed April 17th, 2025, 027. 48 UTC span H2 class text, gray. 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3XL LG. Text, 2XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W. 240 LG, W full MX auto MB. 8 LG. PX, 8 DIVID what happened section class W. 12 MD, W full H2 class text. 3XL leading tight, font normal MB. For text black dark anti-alias data translate, what happened? H2P the owner of this website, generative language. Google APIs. COM has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden py 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX, for PY, 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback. Div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 9 through 17 CC7 CB4C5 E11 strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull. Span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 span performance amp. Security by span a rel nupener nor for a ref https, www.cloudflare.com 5xx, error, landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script, function D, var ba, get element by ID, CF footer item IP, CA, get element by ID, CF footer IP reveal, B class list and B class list. Remove hidden, C, add event listener, click, function C, class list. Add hidden A, get element by ID, CF footer IP. Class list. Remove hidden var document. Add event listener A. Add event listener. DOM content loaded. D. Script div. Error footer. Div. CF error details. Div. CF wrapper. Script window. CF translation. Script body HTML. This sword is truly formidable. It is the first time he has ever witnessed such power. During the great battle against Shiki, he had already observed Yu Qin's exceptional swordsmanship, as he had effortlessly defeated the notorious pirate Shiki using merely an ordinary naval longsword. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang enus. And if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus. And if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang enus. And if GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang enus. And if head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com use Cloudflare to restrict access title meta charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML. Charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content E. Edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CDN CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var e function a var c document. Get element by ID error feedback survey D document. Get element by ID error feedback success B new XML HTTP request a event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful a version 1 B open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare com API v1 event B set request header content type application JSON B set request header Sparrow source key C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1E B send JSON stringify A C class list add feedback hidden D class list remove feedback hidden document add event listener DOM content loaded function var document get element by ID error feedback C document get element by ID feedback button yes D document get element by ID feedback button no class list in A class list remove feedback hidden C add event listener click function E 0 D add event listener click function E 1 script defer src https performance radar Cloudflare com beacon JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD block Mr 2 MD MB 2 font light text 60 MD text 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed ray ID 9317 for 721 C bowl span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 51 UTC span H2 class text gray 600 leading 1 3 text 3 XL LG text 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240 LG W full MX auto MB 8 LG PX 8 div ID what happened section class W 12 MD W full H2 class text 3 XL leading tight font normal MB for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened H2P the owner of this website generative language Google APIs com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden PY 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success thank you for your feedback div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare ray ID strong class font semibold 9 through 17 CTF 0711 C strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM, block SM, MB, 1 your IP, button type button ID CF footer IP reveal, class CF footer IP reveal BTN, click to reveal button span, class hidden ID CF footer IP 43, 164, 133, 114 span class CF footer separator SM, hidden bull, span class CF footer item SM, block SM, MB, 1 span performance amp. Security by span rel nupener nor for ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML. The pirates here appear to be far less formidable than he had envisioned. Compelling Yi Chun to exert his full strength would indeed prove to be quite a challenge. In summary, there is not a single individual present who can match Yi Chun's prowess, nor is there anyone capable of undermining his swordsmanship. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang enus. And if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus. And if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang enus. And if GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang enus. And if head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com use Cloudflare to restrict access title meta charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML. Charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CDN CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var function a var c document. Get element by ID error feedback survey D document. Get element by ID error feedback success B new XML HTTP request a event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful a version 1 B open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare com API v1 event B set request header content type application JSON B set request header Sparrow source key C771F54B54944B4 to 6144B7N1 B send JSON stringify A C class list add feedback hidden D class list remove feedback hidden document add event listener DOM content loaded function var document get element by ID error feedback C document get element by ID feedback button yes D document get element by ID feedback button no class list in A class list remove feedback hidden C add event listener click function E0 D add event listener click function E1 script defer src https performance radar Cloudflare com beacon JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div ID CF error details class P0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD block Mr 2 MD MB 2 font light text 60 MD text 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed ray ID 9317 CB666 EA12 bull span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 04 UTC span H2 class text gray 600 leading 1 3 text 3 XLLG text 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240 LG W full MX auto MB 8 LG PX 8 DIV ID what happens section class W 12 MD W full H2 class text 3 XL leading tight font normal MB For text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website, generative language. Google APIs. Com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden py. 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footer line wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. div class CF error footer CF wrapper W240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare Ray ID strong class font semi-bold 9317 CB 666155 E8 12 strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bold span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp security by span rel nupener nor for ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP ca get element by ID CF footer IP reveal b class list and b class list remove hidden c add event listener click function c class list add hidden a get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener a add event listener dom content loaded d script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML API call failed with status code 429 error code 429 message resource has been exhausted e.g. check quota status resource exhausted API call failed with status code 429 doc type HTML if LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang enus indif if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus indif if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang enus indif if GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang enus indif head title access denied generative language Google APIs Com used Cloudflare to restrict access title meta charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equal content type content text HTML charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equal XUA compatible content i.e. edge metaname robots content noindex no follow metaname viewport content width device width initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD into GI styles main CSS script function if document add event listener window XML HTTP request JSON stringify var e function a var c document get element by ID error feedback survey d document get element by ID error feedback success b new XML HTTP request a event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful a version 1 b open post HTTPS sparrow Cloudflare com API v1 event b set request header content type application JSON b set request header sparrow source key C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1E B send JSON stringify a c class list add feedback hidden d class list remove feedback hidden document add event listener DOM content loaded function var document get element by ID error feedback c document get element by ID feedback button yes d document get element by ID feedback button no class list in a class list remove feedback hidden c add event listener click function e 0 d add event listener click function e 1 script defer src https performance radar Cloudflare com beacon JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div ID CF error details class p 0 header class mx auto point 10 lg point 6 lg px 8w 240 lg w full mb 15 anti-aliased h1 class inline block md block mr 2 md MB, 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID, 9317 CC 659 470305 bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed April 17, 2025, 027, 44 UTC span H2 class text, gray. 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3XL LG, text, 2XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG, W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 DIV ID what happened section class W. 12 MD, W full H2 class text, 3XL leading tight font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website, generative language. Google APIs. Com, has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY. 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footer line wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX, for PY. 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML. For PX, for PY. 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300p class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare Ray ID. Strong class font semi-bold 9317 CC 659 470 305 a strong span class CF footer separator SM. Hidden bull. Span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM. Block SM. MB. 1 your IP. Button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43. 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM. Hidden bull. Span class CF footer item SM. Block SM. MB. 1 span performance amp. Security by span arel nupener norfur ref https www.cloudflare. com5xx. Error. Landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script. Function D. var BA. Get element by ID. CF footer item IP. CA. Get element by ID. CF footer IP reveal. B class list and B class list. Remove, hidden, C. Add event listener, click, function, C, class list. Add, hidden, A. Get element by ID, CF footer IP. Class list. Remove, hidden, var document. Add event listener, A. Add event listener, DOM content loaded, D. Script div. Error footer, div. CF error details, div. CF wrapper, script window. CF translation. Script body HTML API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, the pirates erupted into frantic cries, slowly succumbing to despair. With their ships utterly destroyed. How could they possibly escape? Ultimately, from dozens of pirate vessels, fewer than a handful remained. After Yichin had nearly obliterated all their means of escape, he ceased his assault. The Red Count? Yichin seemed to have caught a fleeting mention, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he pondered, if he had not misheard. The pirates indeed spoke of the Red Count. It appeared, according to his deductions, that their captain was under some form of threat from him. How intriguing. With a faint smile, Yichin unleashed another wave of terrifying sword energy. The sight of that sword energy instilled an unmistakable fear among the pirates. Their terror evident upon their faces. They pleaded and wailed for mercy, yet Yichin remained unfazed, sending them one after another into the abyss. Your captain is over there. With the violet lightning in hand, Yichin advanced slowly towards an elderly pirate. The sight of him evoked a sense of dread among the pirates, as if they were gazing upon a demon. Over there. One pirate pointed towards a gaunt figure in the distance, resembling a frail, old man. Yes, that's him. Another pirate echoed. Observing the direction indicated by the trembling pirates, Yichin made his way over. Don't come any closer. Please, don't kill me. I can offer you a vast treasure. Before Yichin could reach him, the captain, resembling an old man, was already pleading for his life. I was wrong. I beg you, spare me. I was manipulated. These These lives were not taken by me. It was all the red count. The pirate captain desperately begged, his forehead bloodied from repeatedly striking the ground. Yet, in his fervor to secure a chance at survival, he continued to plead, ignoring his injuries. The red count is there? Yi-chun was well aware of who the red count was, yet hearing it from their lips still surprised him. I didn't know. He commanded me to act this way. The people in this base were all killed by him. He said that as long as you possessed that knife, you would eventually meet him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The purplish-red blade, known as Zidian, has become exceptionally sharp through the trials of battle. With a swift stroke, it cleaves through the air, claiming yet another life without a trace of hesitation. Buzz. After vanquishing the captain, the Zidian in his hand flickered momentarily, resonating with a melodic hum. The sound seemed to beckon him, urging him forth. Whoosh. Sensing the blade's eagerness, he could not resist the temptation to experiment. With a flick of his wrist, he gently swept towards the remaining pirates frozen upon the ice. Bang. In that subtle slash, a dense purplish-red aura erupted forth, akin to a gushing wound. Wherever it passed, it left behind a scene of utter devastation, as if a great calamity had befallen them. The pirates, without exception, found their final resting place here. That sword? That swordsmanship? All those present were keenly aware of the unfolding events, particularly Smoker, who stood closely beside him, utterly astonished. Tina remarked, this sword, it leaves one speechless. The spectators beheld Yi-chun wielding his blade with lethal precision, dispatching foes as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Each individual found themselves at a loss for words to adequately express their astonishment. Incredibly powerful, unmatched. This was the collective sentiment that resonated within their minds. As the battlefield lay in ruins, it was time to prepare for their return. Every pirate had been vanquished, and the G-11 base lay in near total destruction, with no survivors remaining. Hence, there was no further purpose to linger. A calm command was issued. Understood. Almost in unison. The crew responded to Yi-chun's directive and began to clear the battlefield. The earlier display of Yi-chun's overwhelming prowess had left them in a state of reverence, prompting their swift adherence to his orders. Once the area was tidied, Changji departed, and they soon followed suit, setting their course towards the naval headquarters. Time flowed like tea, swiftly consumed, and before long, the day had waned. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the sea, Yi-chun found solace in the tranquil scene. The students were not far from graduation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This final assessment will be a competition. A match will take place among the students under the guidance of various instructors. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This competition format undoubtedly fosters significant internal rivalry within the Navy. It creates a beneficial mechanism of both collaboration and competition among its members, which will undeniably invigorate the Navy. One cannot help but feel a sense of anticipation. At that time, a diverse array of naval cadets from various training camps will be present, offering a glimpse into the future development of the Navy and the emergence of a new generation of naval officers. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted under the guidance of Yi-chun. This group of trainees has been training with fervor each day, striving to enhance their abilities before graduation and the upcoming grand competition. Lord Yi-chun. Lord Yi-chun has returned. As he entered the base, the comings and goings of the personnel recognized him, each one visibly thrilled at the sight of Yi-chun, as it had been quite some time since they last saw him. Rumor had it that not long ago, he had vanquished a band of notorious pirates, including a pirate crew with a bounty of 1 billion. I have heard about that too. Lord Yi-chun is truly the future of our Navy. And have you heard? The G-11 branch base. Lord Yi-chun is coming. He is coming. Prior to Yi-chun's entrance with a group of trainees, many soldiers were engaged in animated discussions about his recent exploits with the trainees. Upon his arrival, they observed him in his imposing cloak, each one holding their breath in an effort to present a flawless demeanor. Greetings, Major Yi-chun. Greetings, Major Yi-chun. As Yi-chun walked through the base entrance, passing by these soldiers, though not under his command, they all displayed remarkable politeness. Some soldiers, upon witnessing him pass, found themselves overwhelmed with excitement, nearly losing their composure, as they felt the immense aura emanating from him. You have all worked hard, Yi-chun acknowledged with a nod. Throughout his time as a mentor, he had gained considerable experience. Not only had his overall strength improved, but he had also become more composed, even in the presence of soldiers older than himself. He exuded a charisma that left many in awe. Look at Lord Yi-chun's formidable presence. I can barely stand. After Yi-chun departed, one soldier sheepishly remarked that he had lost his composure and stepped forward in excitement, realizing he had been overly anxious. How will you ever serve under Lord Yi-chun like this? Why not? I have already applied to join Major Yi-chun's ranks today. What? Aren't you a soldier under Major Sikorsky? What? After Yi Chun turned the corner, the soldiers resumed their fervent discussion, their enthusiasm undiminished despite his absence. As night fell, with the Big Dipper shining brightly in the sky, Yi Chun continued his customary additional training with the selected 10 trainees on the training grounds. Unbeknownst to them, it had already been a year since they had been under Yi Chun's guidance. Tomorrow marked the day for assessing their abilities. This grand competition serves to assess which class excels above the others, with the victorious class enjoying various privileges. The rewards are indeed substantial, as the winning class will gain early access to the Navy's 6 Styles methodology. For these students, this undoubtedly represents a generous incentive. Tomorrow's contest will feature 15 classes, comprising 3,000 participants, yet only one class will emerge victorious. Therefore, I sincerely hope that the 10 individuals I have selected will take the lead and guide their peers toward triumph. This endeavor is also for your future prospects, and I trust you will not let me down, nor squander your diligent efforts. Prior to the commencement of training, Yi Chun addressed them once more with fervor. Although Yi Chun had already articulated their respective strengths, weaknesses, and improvement strategies, it remains imperative for them to exert their own efforts. Yes, indeed, all students, without exception, are feeling the weight of anticipation regarding this competition, responding with unwavering conviction. Many are acutely aware that this contest presents an opportunity to secure both the Navy's 6 Styles and a monetary reward. For numerous participants hailing from impoverished backgrounds, the prize holds particular significance. This occasion presents a splendid opportunity for them to repay their hometown with their prowess. Reflecting on this, the trainees are filled with immense excitement, each of them training with unwavering focus and diligence. Observing their performance, Yi Chun feels a sense of satisfaction. After all, he has been overseeing this class for nearly a year. It would not bode well if his students were to be outshone by others. The following day, as per usual, Yi Chun resumes his training at the break of dawn. This habit has never ceased, regardless of the time. Even on the day of his graduation, he unwaveringly continued his training, and this time, his students were no exception. However, immediately after he concluded the training session, he suddenly received a notification to attend a meeting in an empty office, summoning him to the premises. Upon hearing this notification, Yi Chun felt no hesitation and proceeded without question, for his status had transformed. He was now both a class instructor and a lieutenant general. Although he was not particularly anxious about this grand competition, the Navy as a whole placed immense importance on it. The competition serves as a cradle for naval talent and a marketplace for various naval officers to scout for promising individuals. Consequently, upon arriving at the office, he soon realized he is not the only one here. Other great instructors and naval officers from various departments are present as well. Is he Yi Chun? How young he is. Indeed, we finally get to see the real person. He is quite a significant figure. I heard that he is also bringing a class to participate this time. Do you think we still have a chance? Upon entering, before Yi Chun could even take a seat, he was met with a flurry of discussions and praises about him, many of whom were seeing him for the first time, gazing intently at this legendary figure. However, there were also dissenting voices. Humph, what a big shot. Such a young instructor must lack experience in leading a class. My class will certainly win. An officer who had taught for over a decade voiced his discontent. Confident in the abilities of the class he had trained, having successfully nurtured several officers of a senior rank, he was convinced that his class would not be defeated by Yi Chun, who was leading a class for the first time. General, Yi Chun has arrived. Please take the seat next to the general from the warring states, Steelbone Kong said, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Yi Chun. Recognizing the significant contributions of Yi Chun to the Navy, he graciously arranged for him to sit beside the general. All right, Yi Chun responded with a faint smile, walking directly to a chair and sitting down. Before he sat, the general from the warring states expressed his gratitude in a low voice, as Yi Chun had successfully completed a task he had entrusted to him. In return, Yi Chun received an impressive reward, a fine purple-red blade, which suited him perfectly. Coupled with the regular contributions from King Alastair, he had no grievances against the general. Thus, the two engaged in conversation for a while before eagerly awaiting the commencement of Steelbone Kong's meeting. Ahem, I trust everyone knows why I have summoned you here. This grand competition is being held for the first time, and our government is placing great emphasis on this event. The marshal's office of Steelbone Kong was spacious, accommodating up to 100 individuals comfortably. As he surveyed the gathered attendees, he cleared his throat and began. Therefore, we must be well prepared before we commence. Steelbone Kong continued with various formalities, though many found his words lacking in substance. After all, in a competition among grades, practical results were paramount. However, after a lengthy discourse, his next statement ignited a surge of excitement in their hearts, causing the entire conference room to erupt with fervor. The instructor of the winning class will receive a reward of 30 million berries, along with additional grand prizes. What? 30 million berries? I must be hearing things. That's nearly 10 years' worth of our salaries. Upon hearing Steelbone Kong's announcement, the atmosphere in the room transformed as many officers became animated with excitement. It was evident that they were thrilled. The Navy had regulations in place for equitable distribution of rewards, and they understood that even defeating a few pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million would not yield such a substantial reward. After all, bounties were for others. Within the Navy, rewards were merely a token gesture. Indeed, it seems everyone is quite motivated, Steel Bone Kong observed, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as the atmosphere shifted dramatically. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The instructors guiding this endeavor are undoubtedly committed to ensuring the competition is captivating, which is why significant investments have been made, including the establishment of a distinguished award. Very well. Let us conclude this impromptu meeting here. You shall promptly return to prepare for this afternoon's grand competition, which must be executed splendidly, as it is a momentous occasion for our Navy. After some deliberation, Steel Bone Kong refrained from further comments and directly announced the meeting's adjournment. Yes. As soon as his words echoed, the various instructors responded in unison, their fervor reflecting their determination to triumph in the competition. It was evident that their gazes shifted, harboring a newfound wariness towards one another. Once they crossed this threshold, they became rivals, giving rise to an air of hostility among them. Subsequently, each training camp commenced its strategic planning. Yuchen's potential display of formidable tactics remained uncertain. It was rumored that he had been secretly training a select group of students, leaving one to wonder if they constituted his hidden advantage. The prize for this competition was indeed substantial. However, one couldn't help but feel apprehensive about Yuchen leading a class. What was there to fear? This competition primarily emphasizes teamwork, and the instructor's experience is crucial. I find it hard to believe that he could devise sophisticated strategies during his inaugural coaching experience. Clearly, prior to the commencement of the competition, many instructors regarded Yuchen as their foremost adversary, harboring apprehensions towards him. Consequently, in pursuit of the lucrative prize, several instructors contemplated forming alliances to undermine his team. After all, the rules of this grand contest were not explicitly defined. If they could conspire to have Yuchen's team compete first, the remaining competition would significantly diminish, alleviating a considerable threat. Despite his youth, which made him the youngest among the instructors, his accomplishments in combating pirates far surpassed theirs. Let us agree on this. We will initially target his students, and when the time comes, we shall evenly divide the prize. This grand competition is not merely a showcase of individual prowess. Rather, it is a test of teamwork. When groups collaborate effectively, their chances of victory multiply significantly. Amidst this atmosphere, the competition finally commenced. The objective of this contest is to seize the seagull insignia from the opponents. Securing the fabric bearing this emblem will lead to the elimination of the opposing team. The duration of the contest is set at 1 hour. Ultimately, the class with the fewest eliminations will emerge as the victor, earning the opportunity to learn the esteemed naval techniques, while the class with the highest number of eliminations will forfeit their eligibility for individual challenges. I hereby declare the commencement of the team competition. Before the match began, Steel Bone Kong reiterated the rules to the participants. This competition did not feature any elaborate opening ceremony. As soon as all were assembled, he promptly announced the start of the contest. Prior to this, he had already briefed the instructors on the format and regulations of the team match, as well as the schedule for the individual arena battles among the students. Consequently, there was no further elaboration, and the competition swiftly unfolded. At this moment, a training camp spanning several acres stood ready. Each direction housed a gathering of classes, separated by gates. The arena was reminiscent of a gladiatorial coliseum, bustling with thousands of eager students. Their eyes sparkled with a ferocious intensity, akin to wolves and tigers, each attempting to intimidate their adversaries. However, those who had previously encountered the formidable pirates paid little heed to the so-called fierce gazes of their opponents. In fact, they responded with even more ferocious stares. Charge. With Steel Bone Kong's declaration marking the start of the competition, the students surged forth from the gates, ready to engage in battle. In this team competition, there exists but a singular requirement: as long as no lives are lost and no one is left crippled. The manner of engagement is entirely at one's discretion. The subsequent individual arena matches follow suit. At this juncture, with over 1,000 participants from numerous classes, the opposing teams swiftly collide into a chaotic melee. As this marks the inaugural grand tournament, a flawless set of rules has yet to be established. Thus the chaos serves as a means of observation. Each class is distinguished by their unique attire. Although this is a chaotic melee, it demands a greater emphasis on skill and tactical arrangement than the typical confrontation between two teams. At this moment, the presence of the instructor was particularly crucial. However, in such a chaotic melee, it is self-evident that some unscrupulous alliances would emerge. Let us unite with Instructor Dosla's class to confront Instructor Yuchen's class clad in red first, commanded the instructor. Onward, let us advance. Not long after the battle commenced, Yuchen's class found itself targeted by several others. Aware of Yuchen's formidable reputation, the students were filled with trepidation towards the troops he commanded. In the grand melee, his class was naturally afforded special attention. Charge. The students from the two colluding classes surged forth like two distinct torrents, ruthlessly descending upon the figures in red. The cacophony of clashing and the roars of fury echoed resoundingly. Indeed, the anticipated unfolded. From the stands, Kong observed the scene, shaking his head in resignation. He had foreseen the emergence of such cooperative tactics. Although unfair, they did not contravene any regulations, leaving him with nothing to remark upon. Haha, has Yi Chen's class not even lasted a few minutes before facing demise? Cap, seated nearby, reveled in the spectacle, watching with unabashed glee as Yi Chen's class was besieged. The two besieged classes are not ordinary. They are both under the tutelage of seasoned instructors with extensive experience. The two classes are set to launch a joint attack. And undoubtedly, the novice instructor Yi Chen favors those two groups. Kapu, behave yourself. Don't eat while watching the match, or you'll end up spitting it all over me. Sengoku remarked disdainfully, casting a disapproving glance at Kapu, yet refraining from commenting on the competition. Nevertheless, he silently supported Yi Chen, especially considering the incident with Alistair, which had profoundly impressed upon him Yi Chen's formidable capabilities. At that time, Yi Chen had led a group of students to vanquish the tyrannical Thunder Pirate crew. However, at this moment, as Yi Chen observed the two classes charging into his team, he felt no sense of surprise, as if he had anticipated their approach. His expression remained calm, even breaking into a slight smile. The show is about to begin. Attack! The encircling students, clad in black and white, numbered nearly 300, leaving Yi Chen's group with no escape. They were akin to dumplings, surrounded by their wrappers, with Yi Chen's team serving as the filling. Haha, have they been rendered speechless by our presence, standing there motionless? Since they've already surrendered, let us expeditiously escort them off the field. Attack! The two teams, clad in black and white, appeared to have coordinated their strategy seamlessly. At that moment, they were not adversaries but rather partners working in unison. Their objective solely focused on Yi Chen's team. As the two factions encircled the red-clad team, they engaged in animated chatter, indicating prior communication off the field. Why have they stopped? Could it be a ruse? Meanwhile, the coaches of both teams casually draped their arms over each other's shoulders, exhibiting their experience. Observing the immobile red-clad group surrounded by their own, they began to sense something amiss. Not good. It's a trap. One coach, seasoned with over a decade of experience, suddenly noticed something unusual and shouted, "Massive feather barrier." Yet, at that very moment, from within the crimson throng, elongated strips of black iron began to emerge. With a thunderous roar, a figure, agile as a leopard and clad in red, leaped forth from the midst of the black-clad crowd, extending barbed iron limbs that ensnared those in front of him. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The two teams, encircled by a chaotic swirl of black and white, transformed into a patchwork reminiscent of cowhide. At that moment, an iron cage, woven from iron bars, completely enclosed them, isolating these two factions from the others. As the teams found themselves trapped within this confines, a youth with white hair suddenly materialized, resembling a wisp of smoke. In an instant, he transformed his entire being into tendrils of mist, extending through the air. Like a skewer of grilled delights, he ensnared over 100 individuals in one fell swoop. Charge! With two individuals leading the way, they continued to execute the strategy devised by Yi Chen. From within the throng, approximately 50 people broke free, dashing towards those ensnared by the white mist, fiercely tearing the insignias from their garments. These individuals were meticulously selected by Yi Chen, possessing remarkable physical prowess and agility. They surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, swiftly eliminating over 100 members from the opposing teams. It was infuriating to witness the betrayal from the backup. On the sidelines, an elderly instructor found his mood deteriorating. He had anticipated that Yi Chen's team included individuals with devil fruit abilities, which prompted him to propose an alliance. However, he was taken aback by the exceptional capabilities exhibited by these young practitioners. At this moment, he was utterly astonished. Disperse! Disperse! He shouted urgently from the sidelines, desperate to avoid a total rout. Yet, how many among them could remain composed under such duress? After enduring a series of setbacks, many had already succumbed to panic. Escape? Tina would not allow such a retreat to occur. The instructor's orders reached the students on the field, but the opposing team was not merely pawns to be manipulated. Upon hearing their conversation, Tina also reacted decisively. Whoosh! Throughout the year, she diligently trained every day. Although she had not mastered the 6 forms of the shave, her mobility had significantly improved. Upon seeing the scattering individuals, she sprinted forth like a cheetah. She was a user of the kankank fruit. Whenever a target came into contact with her body, that part would transform into iron chains, ensnaring her adversaries. For instance, when she thrust her arm through an enemy's body, it would leave behind iron bars to confine them. It was exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to escape once entangled in those iron bars. What? Upon witnessing Tina charging forward, the individuals froze in astonishment, their pupils dilating, and one became rooted to the spot. White fist. Wild strikes. Following this, Smoker unleashed a barrage of smoke punches. He, along with Tina and those undergoing special training, demonstrated remarkable growth and fought with great ease, sending the trainees flying one by one. Others, upon seeing their comrades fall, rushed in like wolves, particularly those who had undergone special training. Thus, under the strategic guidance of Yi Chun and the seamless collaboration of the trainees, they swiftly eliminated over 300 individuals. Goodness, are these trainees still newcomers? How can they be so ruthless? Their coordination surpasses that of our regular troops. Lord Yi Chun is truly remarkable for devising such a strategy that enabled their perfect synergy. Indeed, this team resembles a pride of lions, unparalleled in prowess. It appears that other teams are also in peril. Observing the black and white duo they thought could eliminate Yi Chun's team, they now found themselves being systematically ousted under Yi Chun's impeccable strategy. The watching Navy personnel were left in awe, not only at the progress of the trainees, but also at the ingenuity of Yi Chun's tactics. Ha ha ha. This kid Yi Chun has truly devised such a crafty scheme. I am impressed, chuckled Karp, munching on a donut. If given the chance, I would like to train my sailors to compete with your trainees. Please, Karp, don't be ridiculous. You want to pit regular soldiers against mere trainees? Have you no shame? Sengoku immediately reprimanded him. However, he refrained from elaborating further, knowing Karp's nature. Moreover, he realized that should Karp lead a team to compete against Yi Chun's trainees, they might not fare well at all. Indeed, this team not only exhibited perfect coordination, but also showcased individual prowess, making it a rare find. On stage, Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong observed Yi Chun's class, which was impeccably organized and composed under pressure. All the trainees exuded a fierce determination, precisely the essence required on the battlefield. In contrast to other classes, whose military discipline was adequate, they seemed lacking in strategy and appeared rather immature, descending into chaos as soon as they took the field. It seemed a consideration of the instructor selection was in order. Steelbone Kong surveyed the trainees, and then glanced at the instructors below, who appeared more agitated than those on the field, disrupting their own ranks. The soldiers brought forth in such a manner are unlikely to be exemplary. Presently, it appears that Yi Chun has become a paragon among instructors. Yet he finds it difficult to tolerate the others. How intriguing. Let us assemble more alliances. My team is not one to cower in the face of adversity. Observing the additional groups converging to besiege him, Yi Chun remained composed, casually tending to his ear while smiling gently. Despite the influx of yet another faction and several class teams forming a united front against him, he retained unwavering confidence in his own squad. Boom. On the battlefield. According to Yi Chun's latest unknown strategy, one team after another faced annihilation. Nevertheless, he understood that while they held a significant advantage in the chaotic melee, the forthcoming individual arena matches would pose a different challenge entirely. The world is vast and full of wonders. Soon enough, the team competition drew to a close. During the tumult, in this tumultuous battle, due to the combined onslaught of other teams and the emergence of a few exceptional individuals, many members of Yi Chun's team faced elimination. Nevertheless, they did not succumb to despair. Just minutes before the commencement of the individual arena competition, Yi Chun stood before the remaining students, his expression grave as he addressed them. Your performance in the previous chaotic skirmish was commendable. However, this arena contest presents a significantly greater challenge. Moreover, it pertains to your future careers, as all the esteemed naval instructors will be observing from the sidelines. Remember the perseverance you exhibited during your rigorous training. Reflect upon the arduous years of toil. Was it not all in anticipation of this moment to shine? Therefore, whether you win or lose, you must display your spirit. Yes, instructor. We will give our utmost effort. The students responded with fervor, some clenching their fists tightly, eager to demonstrate their capabilities on stage. Their hearts surged with excitement. Very well. Let me witness your strength and dedication, Yi Chun exclaimed once more. Although he was no motivational speaker, he could certainly deliver a few inspiring words. With a reward of 30 million berries tantalizingly close, now was the time to speak up. On the arena, after each match concluded, the victorious contenders would rest, awaiting their selection or challenge. One round followed another, and as the competition progressed, a significant number of students were swiftly eliminated, leaving only a handful from Yi Chun's class to take the stage. I am certain I will triumph. With just a few simple words, Yi Chun ignited a fervent enthusiasm among the students as they prepared to enter the arena. At this moment, those who took the stage charged forward with fervent enthusiasm, observing his students, whom he had guided for over a year, exerting themselves so diligently brought a subtle smile to Yi Chun's face. It was time to assess their progress. Indeed, once on stage, the students performed commendably. However, when faced with a standout competitor from another class, they were gradually overwhelmed and retreated one by one. This also evokes a sense of melancholy in many. After a period of intense competition, numerous participants were eliminated, leaving only Tina from Yi Chun's class. Roman, please enlighten me. At that moment, a tall youth with a height of 1.80 m and fair skin addressed Tina, who had just taken the stage. Even before the two had clashed, their gazes locked, igniting the atmosphere around them. The tension before the battle surged to a peak. The last contender Tina was about to face was none other than Roman, who had previously made a striking impression. Until now, this young man had triumphantly eliminated 10 opponents, marking him as one of the most exceptional competitors of this cohort. And he had made it to the final stage. Is it him? Below the arena, Yi Chun was taken aback upon recognizing the individual. He had noticed this youth during the chaotic skirmish, where he had charged into Yi Chun's class like a wolf among sheep. exhibiting the prowess to take on 10 adversaries single-handedly, having eliminated several of his classmates. However, for reasons unknown, he seemed to have restrained himself later on. Although Yi-Chin could not fathom why this individual had held back, it was clear that someone concealing their strength could pose a significant threat. Thus he felt a twinge of concern. Haha. It seems that Yi-Chin's team is destined for defeat this time. Currently, the most formidable member of Yi-Chin's class was set to confront this young man, and all the instructors were eager to witness how Yi-Chin's student would respond. From the onset of the chaotic battle until the nearing conclusion of the tournament, they had been dominated by Yi-Chin's team. Now, with the emergence of Roman, who possessed the capability to take on 10 opponents, all the top competitors had fallen to him. Consequently, the instructors were keen to see Yi-Chin's team falter. Just then, upon recognizing her opponent, Tina was momentarily startled, but recalling Yi-Chin's encouraging words, her confidence surged, and she boldly proclaimed, "I, Tina, have come to seek your guidance." API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang enus. And if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus. And if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang enus. And if GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang enus. And if head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com used cloud layer to restrict access title meta charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML. Charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content, i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content with device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF styles CSS ref CDN CGI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify, var e function, a, var c document. Get element by ID, error feedback survey, d document. Get element by ID, error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request, a, event, feedback clicked, properties, error code, 1015, helpful, a, version, 1, b, open, post, HTTPS, Sparrow, Cloudflare, COM API v1 event, b, set request header content type, application JSON, b, set request header Sparrow source key. C771F0E4B54944Beb4261D44BD79A1E. B. Send JSON. Stringify A. C. Class list. Add feedback hidden D. Class list. Remove feedback hidden document. Add event listener DOM content loaded function var document. Get element by ID error feedback C document. Get element by ID feedback button yes D document. Get element by ID feedback button no class list in A class list. Remove feedback hidden C. Add event listener click. Function E. 0. D. Add event listener click. Function E. 1. Script defer SRC HTTPS performance. Radar. Cloudflare. Com beacon. JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies. Div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8W 240 LG W full MB, 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD. Block Mr. 2 MD, MB, 2 font light text, 60 MD, text, 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed ray ID, 9317 CB 9277 F63122 bull. Span class inline block MD. Block heading ray ID font mono text, 15 LG, text SM LG, leading relaxed April 17, 2025, 027, 11 UTC span H2 class text, gray. 600 leading, 1. 3 text, 3 XL LG, text, 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W, 240 LG, W full MX auto MB, 8 LG, PX, 8 DIV ID what happened section class W. 12 MD, W full H2 class text, 3 XL leading tight font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website, generative language. Google APIs. Com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section DIV class feedback hidden PY. 8 text center ID error feedback DIV ID error feedback survey class footer line wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. div class CF error footer CF wrapper W240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300 P class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare Ray ID strong class font semibold 9317 CB 9277 F63122 strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bold span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp security by span rel nupener norfer ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML API call failed with status code 429 doc type HTML if LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang ENUS indif if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang ENUS indif if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang ENUS indif if GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang ENUS indif head title access denied generative language Google APIs Com used Cloudflare to restrict access title meta charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equal content type content text HTML charset UTF 8 meta HTTP equal XUA compatible content i.e. edge meta name robots content noindex no follow meta name viewport content with device width initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CDN CGI styles main CSS script function if document add event listener window XML HTTP request JSON stringify var e function a var c document get element by ID error feedback survey d document get element by ID error feedback success b new XML HTTP request a event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful a version 1 b open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare com API v1 event b set request header content type application JSON b set request header Sparrow source key C771F4B54944B4B61444B7N1 B send JSON stringify A C class list add feedback hidden D class list remove feedback hidden document add event listener DOM content loaded function var document get element by ID error feedback C document get element by ID feedback button yes D document get element by ID feedback button no class list in A class list remove feedback hidden C add event listener click function E 0 D add event listener click function E 1 script defer SRC HTTPS performance radar Cloudflare com beacon JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD block Mr 2 MD MB 2 font light text 60 MD text 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed ray ID 9 through 17 B810 F530 F7 bull span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 09 UTC span H2 class text gray 600 leading 1 3 text 3 XL LG text 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240 LG W full MX auto MB 8 LG PX 8 div ID what happened section class W 12 MD W full H2 class text 3XL leading tight font normal MB, for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened. H2P the owner of this website, generative language. Google APIs. Com, has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden PY. 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes type button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no type button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300p class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare Ray ID strong class font semi-bold 9317 CB8 F53 to F7 strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp security by span rel nupener nor for ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal B class list and B class list remove hidden C add event listener click function C class list add hidden A get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener A add event listener DOM content loaded D script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML. The figure before them was unmistakably Kazan. What had happened to him? Hadn't he gone on a mission? Karp and Sengoku exchanged glances, astonished as they observed Kazan confronting Steelbone Kong on stage. Karp recalled that Kazan had set out alone for his assignment, a task he had personally assigned. After delivering the treasured sword to Ichin, he should have been in the New World investigating Kaido, so why was he still here? Sengoku, taken aback, turned to Karp and inquired, who knows when this kid returned? Moreover, it seems he has undergone a transformation, injuring so many cadets. Karp replied with irritation. Kazan, once perceived as the most amiable and just person after joining their ranks, now appeared to have changed radically, leaving Karp somewhat incredulous. Nevertheless, with Steelbone Kong taking action, they could only watch and wait. On the stage, Steelbone Kong, the most experienced and highest-ranking officer in the Navy headquarters, was the first to act. Yet, he too was perplexed by Kazan's sudden behavior, stating, Major Kazan, are you aware that your actions violate Navy regulations? You could be expelled from the Navy for this. The Navy has strict rules against harming innocents, especially fellow Navy personnel. Otherwise, punishment is inevitable. Attacking cadets who have yet to graduate is particularly egregious. Haha. I came here today with the intent to destroy this place and eliminate everyone. Why waste words? Kazan's rebellious voice sent chills through the air, unmistakably filled with murderous intent. Then I shall expel you from the Navy. Steelbone Kong, initially seeking clarity, felt his anger ignite upon hearing Kazan's words. With that, his fist turned pitch black, armored and ready to strike. Bone shatter. He unleashed a barrage of punches aimed at Kazan, creating explosive sounds akin to firecrackers as the air ruptured around them. In a swift motion, Kazan sprang 3 meters into the air, effortlessly evading Steelbone Kong's onslaught. Surprised, Steelbone Kong was taken aback. His previous punch was a formidable challenge even for those at the school or admiral level. Yet, Kazan, a mere vice-admiral, had managed to dodge it, exceeding Steelbone Kong's expectations. He had once used that very punch to injure a traitorous admiral. Bone shatter. Ice blade. In midair. A sinister smile crept across Kazan's face as his sword transformed from black to white. The blade radiated an intense chill, its icy intent emanating from him like the frozen Arctic. Interesting. You've chosen today, of all days? Observing the unfolding scene, Ichin seemed to grasp something but refrained from intervening, merely smiling faintly. With Steelbone Kong already engaged, any action on his part would breach protocol, especially with Sengoku and Karp watching intently. What? When did Kazan's swordsmanship reach such heights? Steelbone Kong, feeling the sharpness of the sword intent up close, was utterly astonished. Although he was not deeply familiar with Kazan, he recognized him as a user of the ice fruit, primarily relying on its powers. Yet, Now Kazan displayed such masterful swordsmanship, suggesting mastery over the art. Kazan had concealed his prowess remarkably well. This was undeniably Kazan, despite Garp's disbelief at the transformation of his subordinate. Bone Shatter, Shadow Clone. Despite his shock, Steel Bone Kong remained composed. In the air, his figure split into hundreds, each shadow wielding a gleaming black fist, poised to strike. Let destruction rain upon the Navy. Accompanied by a resonant tone, countless cold blades lunged towards Steel Bone Kong from every direction, enveloping him in a comprehensive assault. Seeking to annihilate our Navy? Quite the audacious claim, Steel Bone Kong retorted, enveloped in a shroud of darkness as he activated his haki. Choosing not to evade but to confront the impending attack head-on. He understood that this strike was directed not just at him, but at all present Navy personnel. With a thunderous crash, the clash of their powers reverberated, engulfing Steel Bone Kong in a chilling darkness. Fist of the Lion. Just as Kazan prepared to retract his blade, a colossal fist erupted from his icy form. Accompanied by a fierce roar, a lion-shaped fist surged forth. Blood. Sword. In a rapid response, Kazan unleashed a more ferocious crimson attack, reminiscent of a flowing river, heading straight for Steel Bone Kong. With his eyes widening in alarm, Steel Bone Kong realized he could not evade at such close range. In that critical moment, he clenched his teeth and raised his fist to block. Boom. The impact overwhelmed him, sending him flying off the stage, blood spilling from his mouth. What? Marshal Kong was. The spectators gasped in disbelief, astonished that the Navy headquarters marshal could be so easily struck down. API call failed with status code 429. Doc type HTML. If LT IE7 HTML class Node.js IE6 oldie lang enus. And if IE7 HTML class Node.js IE7 oldie lang enus. And if IE8 HTML class Node.js IE8 oldie lang enus. And if GT IE8 HTML class Node.js lang enus. And if head title access denied generative language. Google APIs. Com use Cloudflare to restrict access title meta charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv content type content text HTML. Charset UTF. 8 meta HTTP equiv XUA compatible content E. Edge meta name robots content noindex. No follow meta name viewport content width device width. Initial scale 1 link rel style sheet ID CF style CSS ref CD into GI styles main. CSS script function if document. Add event listener window. XML HTTP request JSON. Stringify var e function a var c document. Get element by ID error feedback survey D document. Get element by ID error feedback success. B new XML HTTP request. A event feedback clicked properties error code 1015 helpful. A version 1 B open post HTTPS Sparrow Cloudflare Com API v1 event. B set request header content type application JSON. B set request header Sparrow source key C771F4B54944B4261444B7N1. B send JSON. Stringify A C class list. Add feedback hidden D class list. Remove feedback hidden document. Add event listener DOM content loaded function var document. Get element by ID error feedback C document. Get element by ID feedback button yes D document. Get element by ID feedback button no class list in A class list. Remove feedback hidden C. Add event listener click function E. 0 D. Add event listener click function E. 1 script defer SRC HTTPS performance. Radar Cloudflare Com beacon JS script head body div ID CF wrapper div class CF alert error CF cookie error hidden ID cookie alert data translate enable cookies please enable cookies div ID CF error details class P 0 header class MX auto point 10 LG point 6 LG PX 8 W 240 LG W full MB 15 anti-aliased H1 class inline block MD block Mr 2 MD MB 2 font light text 60 MD text 3 XL text black dark leading tight span data translate error span 1015 span H1 span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed ray ID 9317 CB5EB3D41D2 bull span class inline block MD block heading ray ID font mono text 15 LG text SM LG leading relaxed April 17th 2025 027 02 UTC span H2 class text gray 600 leading 1 3 text 3 XL LG text 2 XL font light you are being rate limited H2 header section class W 240 LG W full MX auto MB 8 LG PX 8 div ID what happened section class W 12 MD W full H2 class text 3 XL leading tight font normal MB for text black dark anti-alias data translate what happened H2P the owner of this website generative language Google APIs Com has banned you temporarily from accessing this website. PDIV section div class feedback hidden py. 8 text center ID error feedback div ID error feedback survey class footerline wrapper. Was this page helpful? Button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button yes button class border solid BG white CF button cursor pointer ML for PX for PY 2 rounded ID feedback button no button div class feedback success feedback hidden ID error feedback success. Thank you for your feedback. Div class CF error footer CF wrapper W 240 LG W full PY 10 SM PY for SM PX 8 MX auto text center SM text left border solid border 0 border T border gray 300p class text 13 span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 Cloudflare Ray ID strong class font semi-bold 9317 CB5EB3D40 UNE2 strong span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span ID CF footer item IP class CF footer item hidden SM block SM MB 1 your IP button type button ID CF footer IP reveal class CF footer IP reveal BTN click to reveal button span class hidden ID CF footer IP 43 164 133 114 span class CF footer separator SM hidden bull span class CF footer item SM block SM MB 1 span performance amp security by span arel nupener norfura ref https www.cloudflare.com 5xx error landing ID brand link target blank Cloudflare span p script function d var ba get element by ID CF footer item IP CA get element by ID CF footer IP reveal b class list and b class list remove hidden c add event listener click function c class list add hidden a get element by ID CF footer IP class list remove hidden var document add event listener a add event listener DOM content loaded d script div error footer div CF error details div CF wrapper script window CF translation script body HTML. The man with his head of white hair braided into 2 plaits cascading over his shoulders donned a crimson shirt paired with blood red trousers complemented by black leather shoes adorned with golden trim. In his hand he wielded a slender bat-handle umbrella, his brows a striking crimson, and a golden chain dangled from his lips as he surveyed the crowd with a devilishly charming smile. What? You are the solitary crimson, Ulrich Ladefield? The arrival of this figure incited a wave of gasps even more fervent than before, echoing throughout the venue. The Red Count, indeed, it is the Red Count. How could he possibly be here? Had he not vanished for an eternity? As the onlookers discerned the uniquely dressed man, many recognized his formidable identity. Had he come alone? Into this grand naval assembly, no less. Was he here intending to challenge our naval forces single-handedly? This madman was rumored to have annihilated several naval bases, including the G-11 base governed by Lord Yi Chun, all by himself. Steelbone Kong, brimming with fury, glared at the Red Count, bellowing to the assembled navy, all hands. Seize this man. He had sensed the opponent's extraordinary strength during their brief encounter, realizing that the enigmatic abilities of the Red Count had indeed inflicted harm upon him. Many of his attacks seemed futile against this formidable adversary. Yet, he could not afford to be injured again, as this gathering required his leadership. Given the Red Count's evident prowess, a concerted assault might yield better chances of victory, prompting Kong to rally others for an offensive attack. At Steelbone Kong's command, the Vice Admirals swiftly arranged themselves into formation, launching an assault on the Red Count. In an instant, the lower-ranking sailors positioned their rifles and cannons, ready to unleash a barrage should the situation escalate. The Vice Admirals, undeterred by the potential